A wave of murderous intent burst from the sword. It was even more intense than when he stabbed the spotted tiger earlier. He had a fierce look, as if he wanted to crush the bones of the black-clad men. Seeing Xia Huaiheng slaughtering like cutting vegetables, Su Ning's brow furrowed deeply. It was clear that Xia Huaiheng's martial skills had improved a lot since before, probably because he had taken some kind of strength-enhancing pill. This made Su Ning even more worried. While he was lost in thought, Xia Huaiheng's wild laughter rang out. Ha ha. Spare his life. Let him go back and tell the one behind him that I, the prince, am coming without hesitation. Just pass a message to Uncle Ninth King. Tell him I won't pay him any mind. If he behaves well as his prince, I might overlook it. But if he meddles in others' affairs, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Ning saw a man missing an arm struggling to get up from the ground, only to be kicked down again by Xia Huaiheng. Xia Huaiheng smiled proudly. Fearing that Master Chongjin was nearby, Su Ning didn't dare to intervene. She watched helplessly as Xia Huaiheng arrogantly led his men away, taking the dead tiger with him. Master, it seems that the leader is probably him. I suspect those 2 tigers were the ones he suggested to be released into the hunting ground. Blue Cat's worried voice echoed in her mind. Su Ning agreed with Blue Cat. Xia Huaiheng was different today. To show his strength, he had suggested releasing 2 fierce tigers into the arena. Large wild animals like these shouldn't be in the hunting ground. All the men from the Su family were together. If they encountered a tiger, they could handle it. What worried her now was whether Master Chongjin might secretly attack the Su family members. After thinking for a moment, Su Ning decided not to return to the camp first. She needed to find Su Mingyun. She jumped down from the tree and chose a random direction to leave. After walking for about half an hour, she encountered 3 men resting under a tree. One of them had fresh whip scars on his face. Su Ning stared carefully at the whip wounds on his face, her expression serious. Master, it looks like this man's injuries were caused by the double phoenix whip. Blue Cat's voice sounded in her mind. Su Ning recognized it, and a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. The 3 men exchanged glances, recognizing Su Ning. The man injured by Su Xinian was already angry inside. Seeing Su Ning alone, he was very excited. Big brother, that girl didn't catch her. We can't let her escape this time. Third brother, you don't need to say. We have to kill her to avenge 4th and 5th, said old Xia, standing up as he spoke. The other 2 men also stood up, their eyes full of hostility. Old Xia looked at Su Ning and said in a deep voice, We were careless before and fell for that little girl's tricks. This one might also be skilled in martial arts. We must not underestimate her. Big brother, don't worry. This girl is a discarded daughter of the Wen family. She's not favored by Wen Jingxing. Even if she has some martial skills, they are limited. Old Third Xing's face was covered with 2 whip scars, making him look very fierce. When he spoke, his voice was twisted like a centipede crawling. Su Ning sensed the surroundings and found nothing unusual, so she relaxed and shook out her twin phoenix whips from her waist. To prevent Master Chongjin from rushing over, she decided to finish the fight quickly. Seeing the whip in Su Ning's hand, old Third Xing's eyes filled with murderous intent, like a flood bursting through a dam. Die for me. He charged straight at Su Ning. The other 2 also drew their swords, ready to attack. But Su Ning didn't give them a chance. Her small body disappeared like a ghost, moving swiftly. When she reappeared, her twin phoenix green whips were dripping blood. The 3 behind her stared with wide, unseeing eyes as they slowly fell down. A lot of blood gushed from their stomachs. Su Ning didn't bother to look back at the fallen men. She kept a calm face and left quickly. They never understood why a girl abandoned by the Su family, so young, could be so skilled in martial arts. Su Ning moved through the forest like a light swallow, darting left and right with incredible speed. Soon, she saw a clearing ahead where 2 groups of people were facing each other. It was Xia Huaiheng, who had just left, and on the other side was Xie Chenzhou. Second brother must be very surprised that I, the third brother, am still alive and standing in front of you, Xia Huaiheng said with a low, mocking laugh. Xie Chenzhou sat calmly on a tall horse, looking straight at Xie Huaiheng with a steady expression. "What are you talking about, third brother?" Xie Huaiheng had already expected Xie Chenzhou to deny it, but that didn't matter. He never truly regarded him highly. Today, he wanted to make him understand who truly held that position. Xie Huaiheng slowly raised his hand, giving a signal for his men to surround Xie Chenzhou and the others. His face showed a nonchalant, mocking smile. Xie Chenzhou didn't expect Xie Huaiheng to be so arrogant. He was about to attack him openly. Furious, he said, "Brothers fighting each other, father won't forgive you." "Ha, second brother, those words sound so nice. Don't think that because the Empress supports you, you can let brothers fight each other, and I can't do anything. Today, I will tell you, you are nothing but an ant in front of me." After speaking, Xie Huaiheng suddenly shook his arms, and in the blink of an eye, he soared into the air. "This is your corrected and simplified version. Third brother, you started it yourself. Swords have no eyes, so don't blame me for being ruthless as your older brother." Xie Chenzhou had long wanted to fight Xie Huaiheng. Today, the opportunity came to him naturally, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Xie Chenzhou caught the spear thrown by his subordinate, and it flew into the air. He raised the spear and aimed it at Xie Huaiheng's vital points. Xie Huaiheng, with a cold smile on his face, simply raised his hand when Xie Chenzhou attacked. Suddenly, there was a loud clang. The spear in Xie Chenzhou's hand was knocked away by the sword in Xie Huaiheng's hand. Xie Huaiheng retreated to his horse, while Xie Chenzhou was pushed back and fell to the ground with a force. In just one move, he lost completely. He was so angry, he almost exploded. He was so furious his eyes seemed to bleed. Xie Huaiheng, Xie Chenzhou, lying on the ground, shouted his brother's name, but there was no reply. "Ha ha ha. Is this the strength of a big brother? Ha ha ha, don't embarrass yourself anymore." Xie Huaiheng laughed arrogantly, making Xie Chenzhou feel even more unwilling and furious. His followers behind Xie Huaiheng also laughed at him. When someone becomes successful, even their pets seem to rise with them. That's what this kind of person is like. Su Ning wondered if Su Mingyun could fight Xie Huaiheng. Xie Huaiheng left, and after thinking for a moment, Su Ning quietly followed him. She followed for a long time, but didn't see Master Chongjin. He seemed more mysterious than before. Along the way, Xie Huaiheng caught many prey, even meeting a fierce tiger again. If the two tigers were truly arranged by him, he would naturally know where they were. That made sense. Not finding Su Mingyun and worried about Su Wan, Su Ning decided to return to the camp first. Halfway there, she met two guards looking for her. "Miss, thank goodness. We finally found you." The two guards dismounted. They were tall and had fought on the battlefield with Su Mingyun before. One was named Jiang Hua, the other was Shiheng. "Uncle Jiang, Uncle Shi, why are you here?" Su Ning hurried over. Jiang Hua lifted her onto her horse, then mounted behind her, protecting her as they continued forward. Walking and talking, he said, "Miss, I have two subordinates going to find Miss Bai." Also, a large wild animal appeared in the forest. "We need to inform the eldest son. Miss Bai didn't encounter that tiger." "She's really lucky," Shiheng said nervously. Su Ning smiled slightly. "No, she didn't. Maybe it was full and hiding. Miss Bai is blessed. Even tigers have to avoid her." They joked as they walked. Along the way, they saw many young noblemen mocking Su Ning for coming into the hunting grounds alone, thinking she was overestimating herself. "Humph." The third prince said there are two very hungry tigers in the hunting ground this year. "He's not afraid of being eaten," said a well-dressed man holding a large iron hammer. Shiheng whispered to Su Ning, "Miss, this man is young Master Chen from the Ministry of Officials' Residence. He's good with a hammer. He had knocked many people out cold with it." Shiheng and Jiang Hua respected Su Ning. Even if they thought she didn't understand these social matters, they still explained everything to her without looking down on her. Chun Ji was accompanied by two other young men from the deputy minister's residence, who followed him and mocked Su Ning for being overconfident. Su Ning didn't want to reveal herself to these petty bullies, so she chose not to reply. But Chun Ji wouldn't let up. acting as if he only knew how to bully the weak. Just a discarded daughter of the Wen family. The Su family treats her like a treasure, but who knows what they're thinking, he sneered. Without Wen family's protection, she can only live under the Su family's roof her whole life, he added. Please watch your words, young Master Chen. If this gets to General Dutu, it won't end well, Jiang Hua said to defend Su Ning. Chun Ji shook his large hammer, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. Are you telling me to complain about Su Mingyun in front of him? He sneered. Ha, look around. Who's really in charge of the court now? Shiheng frowned and hinted. Young Master Chen, are you saying the emperor isn't in control? Chen Ji got angry at that. You two dogs dare to show off in front of me? What are you waiting for? Teach those two a lesson, young master. Miss Biao, don't be afraid. I will risk my life to protect you, said Shiheng, his face suddenly changing as he comforted Su Ning. Su Ning kept a calm face, showing no fear. The servant behind left minister wanted to show off in front of Chen Ji, so he raised his big sword and attacked Shiheng. Shiheng was skilled in martial arts, so a small servant couldn't hurt him. He slapped his horse on the side, then jumped up and kicked the servant coming at him. The servant was kicked flying and fell hard to the ground. Unexpectedly, a very hungry tiger quickly pounced forward, opening its big mouth and biting the servant's neck. Su Ning sensed movement in the bushes, but didn't expect another tiger. She stared in disbelief, unable to understand why another tiger appeared. Weren't there only 2 tigers? And both were in Xia Huaiheng's hands. How could another suddenly appear? Quick, run. Jiang Hua was shocked and turned his horse around to escape. Shiheng followed closely. Chun Ji saw the tiger and his eyes lit up, eager to fight. Good, this tiger, I want it, Chun Ji said, raising his big iron hammer and jumping down. But the hungry tiger was in full battle mode. The tiger leapt up and slapped Chun Ji's iron hammer with its big paw. The force was so strong that it knocked Chun Ji's hammer flying. Without his hammer, Chun Ji looked like a trapped beast with no way to use his strength. He could only watch as the tiger charged again. Young Master Chen, be careful. The 3 of Su Ning ran far away, still hearing screams, not knowing who was eaten. Run, run. It's so scary. Su Ning anxiously patted her horse's back with her small hands. Her strength was like tickling. The 3 of them hurriedly ran in all directions and then saw another group rushing toward the screams. It was none other than Su Ning's brothers, Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian. Sun Ning quickly recognized the galloping figure of Su Mingyun. He's the eldest son. That's great. Eldest son, second son, I've finally found you, Shiheng said with surprise, then turned his horse around to catch up. Not far away, Su Mingyun heard Sun Ning shout and quickly tightened his reins. Ninger, why are you here? When the 2 groups met, Su Mingyun was very worried about Sun Ning's safety. Seeing she was unharmed, he relaxed. Jiang Hua hurriedly recounted what had happened earlier and explained the purpose of Su Wan sending them out. What? There's a tiger? Su Mingyun's handsome eyebrows furrowed deeply. Then Jiang Hua added, Eldest son, the emperor might know about this, but it's not made public. I can't guess the real reason. Su Mingxian took over and said, It's not hard to guess. The 3rd prince wants to show off. He found Master Chongjin, who is highly valued by the emperor. So he's trying to make himself look good and get that pill. Exactly, it must be the 3rd prince. He probably knows where the tiger is, Su Mingyun said. As for how many tigers there are, we don't know. We must be careful. Sun Ning really didn't want more trouble, so she thought for a moment and said, Uncle, I overheard someone on the way here saying the 3rd prince released 2 baboon-like creatures. I also heard they said he already caught 2, but just now we saw another one. This statement shocked everyone, making their hearts tremble. Su Mingyun analyzed. It seems someone is trying to cause trouble. Now they didn't know how many more creatures were in the forest. Let's go back first. Today's matter is over, because life was more important than pills. Everyone agreed with Su Mingyun's plan and turned their horses back to the camp. Sun Ning also agreed. Since they couldn't figure out Master Chongjin's true intentions yet, she couldn't relax her guard. As for encountering the tiger, Chen Ji could just die. Back at the camp, Su Wan, anxious and worried, hurried forward to check if Sun Ning was hurt. Seeing she was safe, she hugged her tightly. "I'm glad you're okay. I'm so relieved," her voice trembling. Sun Ning always said she wouldn't get hurt, but age was a hard limit she couldn't change. Su Wan's heart probably blamed Blue Cat for bringing her out. But he was thinking about Blue Cat's abilities, so it was not convenient to openly blame it. "Mother, don't worry. Blue Cat says it is the king of the forest, and even tigers avoid it," Su Ning said. Su Wan naturally knew how powerful Blue Cat was, but if others found out, her Ninger would be seen as a monster. "If you must go next time, you should go with your two uncles. Do you understand?" Instead of worrying that Su Ning might sneak away, she agreed that Su Ning could go out with her uncles, Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian. Su Ning gently kissed Su Wan's face and cheerfully replied, "Got it, mother. Su Ning loves mother the most." Heart gesture. The hunting ground was very large, divided into the inner and outer fields. The outer field was where men rode horses and competed in hunting skills. The inner field was for talented young ladies to ride and have fun. On the first day of hunting, the winner in the outer field was clearly Xia Huaiheng. He alone caught 2 tigers, 2 adult wild boars, and several rabbits and pheasants. The heavy prey piled up into a small mountain. The winner in the inner field was Wei Dajiang's daughter, Wei Banyue. She won with her quick skills and accurate archery. At this moment, many young men gathered around Xia Huaiheng, cheering and praising his bravery. Third Prince is mighty. This hunting champion is none other than the Third Prince. Exactly. The Third Prince is extraordinary. Not everyone can compare. I heard that General Su from the Su family left early. I guess he was scared when he heard there were tigers in the hunting ground. Haha, I think so too. Otherwise, why would he leave early? General Su is just a commander. He doesn't even have the courage. As soon as these words were spoken, news came that Chen Ji, the second son of the Ministry of Personnel, was bitten by a spotted tiger and his leg was broken. When the news spread, everyone present was shocked. The previous chatter stopped abruptly, leaving only silence. In previous years, such large wild animals wouldn't appear in the hunting ground. Why did they appear this year? Minister Chen Guizhou accused War General Xie Xingye of neglecting his duties, which led to his son being bitten and losing a leg. Before this, Xie Xingye had been ordered to patrol the hunting ground multiple times. He couldn't have missed any signs. Clearly, he did this on purpose, and his motives were chilling. The Su family knew that someone was secretly targeting Xie Xingye. What surprised them was the emperor's attitude. They thought the emperor would punish Xie Xingye because of this, but instead, he defended him. He said, "The hunting grounds are large and dangerous, like a sword with no eyes." Minister Chen's son was injured, and I am deeply saddened. But if we consider the cause, it is because he was not skilled enough. The Third Prince faced 2 fierce tigers twice and easily killed them, showing that those animals were not invincible. Furthermore, I have learned that the son of Left Attendant Song, Yanbin, wanted to save him, but he ran away alone and pushed Song Yanbin into the tiger's den, causing his arm to be bitten. His heart is clearly very mean. Chen Guizhou knew that Xie Xingye was very close to the Northern Xia Emperor, but he didn't expect that he would openly favor Xie Xingye in front of everyone. Even if his son behaved badly, it didn't change the fact that Xie Xingye had planned harm. "Your Majesty," King Zhan deliberately released the fierce tiger into the hunting ground, ignoring human lives. His heart should be punished. Enough. King Zhan protects our northern Xia land and cares for the people. He has a kind heart. This was just an accident. Don't mention it again. In the next few days, everyone should travel together and behave well. The northern Xia Emperor seemed to defend Xie Xingye, but in fact, he confirmed that Xie Xingye was responsible for releasing the tiger. The more he publicly supported him, the more Xie Xingye would be trapped in the favor chain. If Xie Xingye made a big mistake in the future, the emperor would surely blame him, saying, "I have been kind to you, but you have betrayed my good intentions." There was no way for Xie Xingye to escape. The officials who didn't understand his intentions only grew to hate Xie Xingye more. Assassination attempts against him became frequent. The Northern Xia Emperor would never give Xia Xingye a chance to explain. When the Su family learned this news, they all felt angry and unfair towards Xia Xingye. Su Wan finally understood what Yun Jiao meant when she said, King Zhan is a person with a hard life. His life was full of grievances and hardships, with no one to speak for him, no one to understand, and no one to defend him. A person who truly cares for the country, and the people was constantly betrayed by those close to him. His life was like walking on thin ice. Xia Xingye seemed to have gotten used to all this, remaining as calm as ever. It was as if none of it concerned him. Xia Yan, looking sickly, sat beside the Northern Xia Emperor, coughing non-stop. The Emperor of North Xia comforted him, saying, Don't worry, my son. Master Chongjin will surely find a way to cure your illness. Thank you, father, for your concern. I trust Master Chongjin and also believe in you. Good boy, the North Xia Emperor said tenderly. This scene was seen clearly by Xie Chenzhou and Xie Huaiheng. Their expressions were different. At night, the North Xia Emperor announced a bonfire celebration. He praised Xie Huaiheng and Wei Banshu for their extraordinary abilities. The former smiled confidently and proudly. His face seemed to say, When we work together, who can compete with us? The bonfire dinner began, and all officials present had to attend. The Su family didn't want to stand out too much, so they found a quiet corner. They saw Xie Xingye sitting across, drinking cup after cup, as if trying to pour out all his unhappiness in alcohol. Seeing Xie Xingye like this, Su Wan felt a strange pain in her heart. Both former queens had been harmed, and her mother had died early. Was she destined to live a lonely life forever? Su Mingyun quietly analyzed the behind-the-scenes plot of releasing the tiger back into the forest. Right now, it seems there are two people responsible for releasing the tiger. One is the third prince, and the other is very likely the second prince. The second prince might have noticed the third prince's actions and used this as a trick. If something went wrong, he could easily distance himself. Su Mingxian agreed and said, My elder brother is right. The person who released the tiger is the third prince. The number of tigers doesn't matter. The emperor won't care. He just wants to use this to trap the war king. The Qin family will definitely hold a grudge against the war king. Su Mingyun sighed heavily and drank the strong wine in her cup. Her enemies were too powerful, and she was worried. Without the support of the war king, the Su family, would be like fish on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Su Ning heard the despair in Su Mingyun's sigh. She had finally been reborn, but could she really change their fate? In her past life, after she and her mother died, what disasters did the Su family face? A deep sense of helplessness made Su Ning gasp for air. She felt that this old emperor was very calculating. Blue Cat comforted her, saying, Master, don't worry. At worst, we can fight to the death with Master Chongjin. Little Green, you're thinking too simply. If Master Chongjin's cultivation is higher than ours, we have no chance to fight. Master, if Master Chongjin is truly a capable person, he wouldn't hide behind the scenes without showing himself. I think we're just scaring ourselves. How do you explain the theft of the Wang and Jiang family treasuries? Could there be someone else involved? Su Ning chuckled. Don't tell me there's another cultivator in the Imperial City. That would really complicate things. But why hasn't Master Chongjin appeared yet? What is he afraid of? Who knows? Su Ning couldn't figure it out either. Master, have we forgotten something very important? In the space, the blue cat curled up in its nest, its face scrunched up in thought. Recently, Su Ning's mind was a mess because of Master Chongjin's appearance. She couldn't figure out what they had forgotten. At this moment, Su Ning suddenly remembered the man she saw during the day, whose face was injured by the twin phoenix whips. She got off Su Wan and, using the excuse of taking Su Xinian out to play, led her a little way away. Nyener, tell sister, did you meet a bad person today? Su Xinian clapped her hands happily and giggled. Sister is so clever. But I am very brave. I wasn't afraid at all. I remembered sister's advice to be quick, precise, and fierce, and I made them scream and run away. Hee hee. Su Ning smiled and gently ruffled her little head. Very smart. Next time you face danger, stay calm like that, okay? Seeing her serious nod, she asked for more details. What did they say? Why did you get into a fight? Su Shinian tilted her head, thinking hard. The more she thought, the more her brows furrowed. Oh, I don't remember. Seeing Su Ning look worried, the little girl took her hand and said anxiously, Ninger, don't worry. I'll try hard to remember. I will definitely remember. I will remember. Su Shinian pouted her little lips and furrowed her brows tightly. That silly head, hurry up and think. Sister is worried, Su Ning urged, gently tapping her head. Seeing that Su Shinian really couldn't remember, Su Ning decided to ask her in a guiding way. Today, why did you go out? This problem reminded Su Shinian of something. She looked at Su Ning and smiled sweetly, then said, chasing the little white rabbit. The little white rabbit is so fat and round, like a blue cat. So, she was chasing a little white rabbit into the forest and then met those people? Or maybe that little white rabbit was deliberately released as bait by someone? Su Ning couldn't figure it out, so she asked again, did you catch that little white rabbit, sister? No, it was scared away by a ugly, bad uncle. Oh, Ningter, just remember it. They wanted to kill me and drink my blood. As she spoke, Su Shinian suddenly remembered something. Su Ning's face changed drastically. What? They want to drink your blood. Yes, they want to drink my heart's blood. Strangely, they wanted to drink Su Shinian's heart's blood? This matter was probably not as simple as it seemed. It seemed someone was targeting Su Shinian. Could this be related to that Master Chongjin? Suddenly, Su Ning thought of Yin Zian and Wang Xier. Both are the same age and have Yin-year, Yin-time destinies. Su Shinian is also the same age. The bonfire dinner lasted until midnight before ending. Many people were clearly drunk, dragging their tired bodies back to their tents to rest. Back in her tent, Su Ning couldn't sleep no matter how she turned. Next to her, Su Wanqi was too exhausted and soon fell into a steady sleep. Around the hour of Yin, the night outside the tent was so dark it seemed to melt away. Su Ning, listening carefully, heard faint sounds coming from the next tent. Her heart tightened. She remembered that the person in the neighboring tent was her second uncle's family. Carefully, Su Ning got up and quietly lifted a corner of the tent. She saw a very strange scene. Su Shinian was closing her eyes, walking barefoot out of the tent. She was heading toward the nearby forest. It was as if something was calling her. She perfectly avoided the guards of the Su family and just happened to dodge the patrols of the Imperial Guards. Su Ning's heart pounded like thunder. Under these circumstances, even risking exposure, she had to act. Otherwise, how could Su Shinian survive? Without delay, Su Ning quickly performed a spell, her 5 fingers forming claws, gathering spiritual energy into her palm. A vine nearby moved under her control, slowly winding towards Su Shinian's right ankle. She didn't know what was in the forest, but right now, she had to save Su Shinian. Su Ning carefully watched his surroundings while slowly guiding the vines, trying to pull Su Shinian back. Every time Su Shinian lifted a foot, Su Ning used the vines to pull her back, preventing her from moving forward. This repeated, Su Shinian stayed in the same spot without moving an inch. To Su Ning's surprise, even though she had released her spiritual power, the person in the shadows seemed unaware and did not attack her. Perhaps he was also testing. In the end, Su Shinian did not take a single step forward, and the person in the shadows gave up his plan. With a gentle tug, Su Shinian was pulled back along the force. Su Ning quickly went to check if she was hurt, but after examining her, she found no injuries. Little Sister Nian, Su Ning whispered, but she remained silent, breathing steadily, as if she were asleep. The only thing Su Ning could think of was to induce a dream. Yes, induce a dream. The person in the shadows used a special, secret method to lead someone out of the tent through dreams. She didn't know exactly how this was done. Meanwhile, not far from the Northern Xia Emperor's tent, inside Master Chongjin's tent, a man in a black robe held his throat and asked the man in a Taoist robe outside, "Did it fail?" "Yes, there is a master protecting the Su family secretly," replied the Taoist man who was actually Master Chongjin. His voice was uneven, sometimes high, sometimes low, and not smooth like normal speech. It sounded strange and stiff. Earlier, everything had gone smoothly, and the little girl had followed his instructions toward the forest. But suddenly, she stopped halfway, as if someone had pulled her back. What puzzled him was that he saw no one. This could only mean that there was a master behind the Su family. Finding someone with a matching fate is rare. "We must get this person's blood," the man in black said before leaving with a flick of his sleeve. Su Xinyan returned to the tent, waking the others. Yun Jiao wanted to ask her something, but she let out a soft cry. So sleepy, and immediately went back to sleep. Su Xinyan had the habit of waking up at night, so Yun Jiao didn't think much of it. The next morning, just before dawn, with the mist still lingering in the woods, the camp began to stir. Many people prepared to set out for today's hunting mission. Su Mingyan looked at the team getting ready outside the tent, but his brows remained tight and unrelaxed. Yesterday, Su Xinyan almost encountered danger in the forest, which made him very worried. After thinking carefully, he still felt uneasy. He said to Wu Shi, "Mother, today let second brother stay to protect you. The 3 children are still young, and having one more person to watch over them will make me feel safer." Wu Shi immediately refused. "Absolutely not. Do you think hunting is just like patrolling the streets? It's not that easy. Yesterday, the servants were busy unloading the carts and checking the luggage, which is how Xiao Nian took the chance. Today, I have already ordered the servants to watch them carefully. Hunting is very dangerous. We must not be short-handed. Your 2 brothers going together will also be helpful. But, Mother, no buts. This is decided. If we encounter a crisis we can't handle, we must stop immediately. Saving our lives is the most important." Just then, a commotion came from not far away. It was Xia Huizheng stopping Xia Xingye from passing. "Duke of the Ninth, please wait. I, your younger nephew, dare to ask for a sparring match with you. May I?" Xia Huizheng looked very arrogant, and his tone carried a bit of pride. Su Ning looked over when he heard the noise. He saw Xia Huizheng dressed in dark, strong armor, riding a tall horse, blocking Xia Xingye, who was returning from patrol. Xia Xingye only slightly raised his eyelids, his gaze cold like a star. Not interested. These 3 words showed he didn't take Xia Huizheng seriously. Xia Huizheng looked mockingly, clearly here to embarrass Xia Xingye today. He wanted to make this proud martial arts master lose in front of many people. Suddenly, Xia Huizheng smiled and raised his voice. "Is the Duke of the Ninth afraid? The former First War God, afraid of my little nephew? If I say this outside, it would shame the War King's reputation." Recently, Xia Huizheng had been acting very arrogantly, which surprised many people. Remember, Xia Xingye was not only a former war god, but also a highly respected royal relative. His public challenge was already a breach of etiquette. Such disrespect to the War King was more than just arrogance. Is this third prince truly so naive? Isn't he afraid of losing to the War King in front of everyone and being laughed at? Su Mingxian couldn't understand Xia Huizheng's behavior. But Su Mingyan said he has Master Chongzhen backing him. Maybe he, like us, has gained some insight into martial arts. Now that makes sense. Why would he dare to openly challenge the War King? Hearing this, Su Mingxuan's face changed slightly. What should we do now? Just as the 2 brothers were talking, Xia Xingye had already raised his spear. Xia Huizheng had challenged him directly. If he didn't make a move, others might think he was truly afraid. Xia Xingye was also riding his horse, raising his spear to point at Xia Huizheng. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Since you want to learn, I will teach you what respect and strength mean." As he finished speaking, Xia Xingye swung his spear, cutting through the morning light, aiming straight at Xia Huizheng. Xia Huizheng curled his lips into a cold smile. At the moment the spear was close, he leapt into the air, full of killing intent. Suddenly, a loud clang sounded as the sword and spear collided, making a harsh noise. Xia Xingye held his spear steadily, like a mountain. Xia Huizheng fought with all his strength. After clashing, both of them jumped into the air and started fighting midair.
Clang, clang, clang.
The flashes of swords and spears dazzled everyone. After several moves, they fell to the ground. Dust flew everywhere, making it hard to tell who was who. This fierce fight amazed many people, making their blood boil. The more they fought, the more Xia Huaiheng was surprised. He thought he would defeat Xie Xingye within 10 moves, but he didn't expect to need 20. Even at his best, he couldn't have beaten Xie Xingye before. Now, he was confident he would win. Of course, it wasn't just Xia Huaiheng who was surprised. Xie Xingye and the onlookers were also shocked. This is too much. The third prince completely disregards royal etiquette and dares to attack his uncle. This is terrible, Xia Huaiheng said fiercely, making Su Mingxian angry. He saw that Xia Huaiheng's martial skills had improved a lot, while Xie Xingye started calm, then struggled, and finally showed signs of exhaustion. Yes, Xie Xingye lost because of his stamina. His skills were still good. Su Ning thought it was time to give Xie Xingye a body-strengthening pill. Uncle Ninth, you lost. Haha. The fight ended with Xia Huaiheng pointing his sword at Xie Xingye's forehead. Xia Huaiheng laughed wildly, full of pride. Haha, it's clear that the third prince's martial skills have improved greatly. This time, he is definitely the leader of the hunt. Yes, the third prince is mighty, many of the third prince's supporters said sarcastically. They praised him one after another, making Xia Huaiheng feel proud enough to lift his chin high. Xia Huaiheng confidently mounted his horse, leading a group of followers, and headed toward the hunting ground. After a few steps, he turned back and mockingly said to Xie Xingye, Uncle Ninth King is still wise. Don't be fooled by the wrong person. This was a warning to Xie Xingye not to choose the wrong side. Those soldiers who used to follow Xie Xingye stepped forward to comfort him, saying, Prince, don't be discouraged. I see that the third prince has improved a lot in his skills. Someone must have given him guidance. Besides these loyal followers, Xie Xingye had nothing left. But he couldn't fall down. As long as he stood, he could protect them for one more day. Don't worry, I won't let this bother me, he said. The soldiers didn't feel happy after hearing this. Instead, they felt sad. They saw the loneliness in his eyes and the almost numb exhaustion. Xie Xingye picked up the spear from the ground, mounted his horse, ignored the mockery behind him, and slowly moved forward. Last night, he had a drink. He only rested for an hour before getting up again to patrol the woods, doing what he thought was his duty. He was like a battle flag frozen in the wind. As long as the flag stood, the army's spirit remained. As long as the flag was there, North Xia was there. But that was only partly true. Mostly, he felt numb. Uncle, Su Ning ran up to Xie Xingye. She held a wildflower she had just picked from the bushes. When she reached the horse, she looked up, raised the flower high, and smiled at Xie Xingye. Uncle, do you like this flower? I named it Sunflower. It's a little flower that grows toward the sun. It represents hope. Xie Xingye dismounted, picked up Su Ning, and smiled affectionately. He realized that whenever he was in darkness, this little girl's sunshine-like presence warmed his heart. She brought him happiness. That's a beautiful name. I hope you grow like these flowers, facing the sun, she said. Hee, I will, I definitely will. This is for you, handsome uncle. When you smile, you look just as beautiful as the flower. Su Ning handed over the flowers. Xie Xingye reached out to take them, but he also noticed a small porcelain bottle wrapped in the flower roots. It was labeled with the words, Body Refining Pill. Su Ning whispered softly into his ear, This is a special pill developed by Dr. Wu. He says it helps strengthen the body a lot, and it also greatly improves understanding of martial arts. Next time, I hope Uncle will beat that useless third prince so badly he'll be crawling on the ground, Su Ning said with a smile. This made Xie Xingye laugh. Thank Dr. Wu for me. I will find a chance to teach him a lesson. Su Ning giggled secretly, covering her mouth. Xie Xingye had other matters to attend to, so Su Ning didn't delay him further. Uncle, put me down, she said, struggling to get off his back. After Su Ning left, Xie Xingye's face showed a clear smile, which made his followers happy too. They stepped forward to thank Su Ning. Su Ning scratched her head and asked playfully, What are you thanking me for? Haha, of course, for shining like a star and lighting up the prince's heart, one of the followers said. Then they all left with Xie Xingye. Meanwhile, the hunting horn sounded, and Su Mingyun and his brother set out with their men. Mrs. Wu repeatedly warned them to stay safe and not to fight if they encountered danger. Unexpectedly, Xia Huaiheng was waiting for Su Mingyun inside the hunting grounds. He wanted everyone to see that he was no longer the puppet who hesitated and looked back. When he heard the distant sound of hooves, Xia Huaiheng knew the Su family had arrived. Third Prince, should we set up an ambush early? A young man asked, flattering. Xia Huaiheng looked at him coldly. I don't even take Xia Xingye seriously, so why would I fear a general like him? Exactly, you underestimate Third Prince too, another young man said, kicking the first aside. Just then, the figures of Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian appeared in sight. Seeing this, the brothers immediately suspected that the Third Prince had bad intentions. Xia Huaiheng raised his eyes, his gaze sharp and unhidden. The two Su officials are so slow, he said with disdain.
Ha ha ha.
Xia Huaiheng suddenly burst into loud laughter, but his smile at this moment seemed a little creepy. After laughing enough, he said, Of course I want to spar with General Su. I hope General Su won't refuse this challenge. Su Mingxian immediately thought that Xia Huaiheng was deliberately trying to prevent them from leaving alive. If it was just a simple sparring, he could have done it openly like Xia Xingye in front of everyone. But now he chose to do it inside the hunting ground. Such obvious murderous intent. How could they not notice? The Third Prince is so openly ambushing us. Isn't he afraid this will reach the Emperor's ears? Su Mingxian gritted his teeth in anger. Xia Huaiheng laughed even more arrogantly. Ha ha, ambush? Is this an ambush? He spread his hands. The young nobleman nearby quickly chimed in. We didn't ambush General Su. We're just waiting here to spar with him. But swords are dangerous. Accidents can happen. The group of young men like Xia Huaiheng laughed arrogantly. They seemed confident that Xia Huaiheng would defeat Su Mingxian as easily as he defeated Xia Xingye, perhaps even more easily. Xia Huaiheng leaned proudly under a big tree, a cold look slowly gathering in his eyes. Let's start, General Su. I will give you 3 moves, Xia Huaiheng said, standing straight. He calmly took a sword from his subordinate behind him, not even glancing at Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian looked calm, not showing the fear Xia Huaiheng expected. This made Xia Huaiheng slightly respect him. But this wouldn't change the fact that he would die. Because of the Wen family's affairs, the Su family would never support him. So, he had to die. Your Highness, I understand your intention. If you want to spar, then show your strength, Su Mingxian said. As soon as he finished, he suddenly drew his silver dragon's sword with a loud sound. With the silver dragon in hand, who could compete? Overestimating yourself, Xia Huaiheng was angry. He shot forward like an arrow. Su Mingxian was not willing to show weakness. He also leapt into the air. When their swords clashed in midair, the outcome was decided. Su Mingxian's silver dragon sword, like a real dragon, swallowed Xia Huaiheng's sword, which was then broken into 3 pieces. Impossible! Xia Huaiheng's face changed drastically, his mind shaken. He was stunned not only by the force of Su Mingxian's sword but also because his sword was cut into 3 pieces. He must know that the sword in his hand was crafted by 24 skilled artisans, and the material used was cold iron brought as tribute from the western regions. Now, it was easily cut in half by a seemingly ordinary sword. How could he accept this? Where did your sword come from? Why is it sharper than the prince's sword? The contempt in Xia Huaiheng's eyes was gone, replaced by hatred and disbelief. Su Mingyun naturally wouldn't tell him that his treasured sword was found by Lan Mao. Since Lan Mao made it, it must be extraordinary. It couldn't compare to the ordinary sword in his hand. Is it possible that the Third Prince is less skilled? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xia Huaiheng would never admit that he was less skilled. It must be that his sword isn't sharp enough, or that the Western region envoy deceived him. Bring your sword. Let's fight again. Xia Huaiheng looked determined to kill Su Mingyun. He took the sword thrown by his subordinate and charged at Su Mingyun again. At this moment, his arrogance had disappeared, replaced by hatred and murderous intent. Su Mingyun, I want you dead. Revenge for my cousin. Xia Huaiheng's sword pointed directly at Su Mingyun's vital spot. He clearly wanted to kill Su Mingyun, but he shouted to avenge Wen Jingxing. It was truly laughable. Then I will fight to the end. Third Prince, swords and blades have no eyes. Clang, Su Mingyun made no fancy moves, only using strength, striking with full force against the enemy. It was a simple diagonal slash. As expected, the sword in Xia Huaihing's hand was broken into 3 pieces again. Frustrated and furious, Xia Huaihing shouted, "Lance, come!" A subordinate nearby, sensing Xia Huaihing's anger, quickly threw him a spear. Clang! The spear was not broken, but under the clash with the sword, Xia Huaihing was pushed back repeatedly, nearly losing his grip on the spear. He saw the treasured sword in Su Mingyun's hand, glowing faintly with a silver light, as if a spiritual dragon was swimming along its blade. A fiery greed spread across his eyes. Kill Su Mingyun, take his treasured sword. Once the idea formed, he couldn't stop it. Xia Huaihing's moves became more ruthless and chaotic. He grew impatient and restless. Xia Huaihing was very shocked. He had taken elixir before and understood martial arts better than Su Mingyun, but why did he not have even half the advantage? He remembered that Su Mingyun's skills were not as good as Xie Xingye's, yet everyone told him that he defeated Xie Xingye but could not beat Su Mingyun. When did his martial skills become so strong? He even seemed to have a slight edge. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Su Mingyun easily, Xia Huaihing became anxious. He shouted angrily for everyone behind him to attack. "All of you go." Take the sword from his hand. Humph. A prince openly shouting to someone else's sword. How shameless. Su Mingxian didn't care about royal etiquette anymore. This third prince was shameless. What did he care about?
How dare you?
I, the prince, can get whatever I want.
Attack.
All of you go. Charge. General Su has taken the third prince's sword. Let's work together to take it back. In the chaos, Su Mingyun suddenly twisted his wrist and stabbed Xia Huaihing with a sword. He then quickly knocked the sword out of the young nobleman's hand and kicked him hard in the chin, breaking his jaw. Su Mingxian wouldn't let his brother fight alone. He drew his sword and joined the fight. Xia Huaihing's arm was injured, and he was furious. Seeing Su Mingxian rush over, he clenched his teeth and swung his spear, whipping up leaves from the ground to threaten Su Mingxuan's face. He thought he could land a powerful strike and kill Su Mingxian, but he didn't know that Su Mingxian had also learned martial arts and was not weaker than Su Mingyun. Su Mingxian, aren't you supposed to have no martial skills? How dare you deceive the emperor? Su Mingxian smiled. Third prince, why do you say that? Has the emperor ever asked me if I know martial arts? Seeing his family members beaten and bruised, while the people behind Su Mingyun looked lively and proud, Xia Huaihing was furious. A bunch of useless people, truly just a bunch of fools, Xia Huaihing cursed loudly, ignoring his bleeding injuries. One by one, they had been arrogant before, but now they looked so helpless. They thought they were invincible and could challenge anyone. Su Mingyun sheathed his silver dragon sword calmly, looked at Xia Huaihing without any emotion, and said, "Third prince, take care of yourself." Then he left with his people. Su Mingyun easily outmatched Xia Huaihing and walked away confidently, leaving Xia Huaihing shouting in anger. He couldn't accept this sudden change. Clearly, he had become stronger, and he had defeated Xie Xingye, so why did he still lose? He couldn't understand. According to yesterday's report from Xing Air, even the 4-year-old Su Shinian knew martial arts. They had worked together but couldn't get any advantage over him. It was ridiculous to say out loud. 5 strong men skilled in martial arts, yet helpless against a 4-year-old girl. There was nothing more laughable in this world. "Your Highness, the wound on your arm." "Ah," someone said. "Get lost, don't bother me." Xia Huaihing snapped in anger, cutting off the arm of his subordinate. The others, who wanted to comfort him, dared not approach anymore. They thought they had the upper hand, but almost got counterattacked by Su Mingyun. Xia Huaihing couldn't swallow this anger. Just as he was about to kill Su Mingyun in his fury, a flying dagger shot toward him at incredible speed. Seeing the dagger heading straight for his forehead, Xia Huaihing gritted his teeth and pulled his injured subordinate, who was crying out in pain from his broken arm, to safety. Suddenly, with a muffled sound, the 3-inch flying dagger was embedded deep into the man's forehead. Blood flowed down the dagger handle, and the man didn't even have time to groan. Everyone gasped in shock. Not far away, a figure whose gender was hard to tell landed lightly on a nearby tree branch, like a swallow in flight. His large red cloak fluttered in the wind like butterfly wings, and half of his silver mask added a mysterious aura to him. He looked down from above, as if looking at ants. The person was none other than Gu Qinghe. Xia Huaijing recognized at a glance that this was the person who had seriously injured him that night. He stared fiercely at the bright red color, as if trying to pierce his soul. "You don't need to act so mysterious. I know it was you who secretly bought the Yu family's business." Although he didn't know this person's background, the entire Northern Summer was under the control of the Xia family. No matter who this person was, they couldn't oppose the Xia family. "The world is vast. Isn't it the king's land? You can't escape." After speaking, Xia Huaiheng snatched the spear from the person beside him and charged at Gu Qinghe. Last time, he lost because he was less skilled. This time, he wanted to take back that shame. "Go to," Xia Huaiheng shouted loudly. Gu Qinghe curled his lips coldly. As Xia Huaiheng approached, he spread his wide cloak and threw 10 flying darts directly at him. Clang, clang, clang. Xia Huaiheng was not weak either. He skillfully wielded his spear, blocking each dart successfully. Just as he was feeling proud, he suddenly saw a flash of red approaching rapidly. Amid the gasps of some young men, Xia Huaiheng quickly retreated. When a sharp pain hit his waist, Xia Huaiheng knew he was injured. Third young master. Several young men hurried forward to help. Today, if Xia Huaiheng got into trouble in front of them, none of them would escape. Everyone attacked together. Catch him, or no one will escape. Gu Qinghe saw the murderous intent in Xia Huaiheng's eyes towards Su Mingyun. Su Mingyun was an official of the court and couldn't be killed by the prince. He didn't care about the prince's status. Seeing a group of young men rushing at him, Gu Qinghe didn't hesitate. He swallowed the powerful pill given by Su Ning. Today, he must cut down this prince. Humph, humph, humph. Everyone die. Gu Qinghe deliberately made his voice sharp and high-pitched, so no one could tell if he was male or female. The effects of the powerful pill were quick. In an instant, Gu Qinghe felt his limbs and bones change. His fists creaked as he clenched them, and the muscles on his arms swelled visibly. Even his bones made faint cracking sounds. Bang, bang, bang. 3 young men dressed in white were the first to be hit by Gu Qinghe's fists, each struck down. They flew backward and crashed into trees. One person was very unlucky. A protruding branch pierced his chest. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, he died instantly. This person was Wang Ping's cousin, Zhu Chen, the son of General Nanping. The other 2 fell to the ground. They were not dead but badly injured. Seeing Gu Qinghe suddenly unleash incredible strength, the others dared not approach. They protected the injured Xia Huaiheng and tried to escape. Gu Qinghe sneered inwardly, thinking, "I just took a strength pill. Do you think you can escape?" That's not possible, so Gu Qinghe chased after Xia Huaiheng. At this moment, an old man dressed in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared. He drew his long bow and aimed it at Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe's face changed drastically. He quickly tilted his head to dodge the flying arrow, but before he could fully avoid it, a second arrow was coming. Such fast archery. Gu Qinghe realized the old man's skill was high. He didn't want to fight anymore and turned to run. If Xia Huaiheng hadn't retreated quickly earlier, Gu Qinghe might have been seriously injured instead of just getting a small cut. Since he couldn't kill Gu Qinghe now, he thought, next time, he might not be so lucky to be saved. I will kill you. Gu Qinghe ran far away, still able to hear Xia Huaiheng's furious roars. After 2 defeats, Xia Huaiheng's confidence was shaken, and he seemed a bit crazy. Xia Huaiheng's martial skills had improved a lot since last time, but he was still injured by Gu Qinghe. In a one-on-one fight, he was no match for him. Senior Ning's pills are really effective. It's a pity I didn't manage to kill Xia Huaiheng. I'll find a cave to rest first, Gu Qinghe thought, remembering the side effects of the strength pill. It was safer to find a hidden cave and rest for a while. Third prince, are you alright? The Taoist Master Chongjin, holding a bow, stepped forward and helped Xia Huaiheng up from the ground. Xia Huaiheng was furious. He shook off Chongjin's hand and roared, "Didn't you say that pill would make my martial arts improve rapidly? Why can't I even beat Su Mingyun?" Chongjin was angry inside after being shouted at, but he knew about their cooperation, so he suppressed his anger and patiently said, "I have a body refining pill here." He promised that after taking it, his martial skills would become even stronger than before. Really? Previously, after taking the pill, Xia Huaiheng felt his martial arts improve significantly, proving the pill was effective. Taking one pill is enough to surpass Xia Xingye. He doesn't believe that taking 2 pills would still leave him unable to defeat Su Mingyun. Perhaps because he took too few pills, he lost to Su Mingyun and the man in red. Thinking this way, Xia Huaiheng eagerly stuffed the pill given by Master Chongjin into his mouth. Watching nearby young noblemen envy him. They also wanted to take a pill that could improve their martial skills, but one pill was worth a lot of money and beyond their means. If Xia Huaiheng weren't a prince, how could he get special treatment from Master Chongjin? Under the envy of the young noblemen, Master Chongjin proudly put the porcelain bottle into his pocket, ignoring them. Maybe it was psychological, but after taking the pill, Xia Huaiheng felt full of energy, and his wounds didn't hurt as much. "Thank you, Master Chongjin, for giving me the pill again. You truly live up to your reputation. After taking this pill, I feel refreshed and clear-headed. I will always remember your kindness. If you need anything from me, please don't hesitate to ask." Having gained a benefit, Xia Huaiheng spoke more politely. Master Chongjin's eyes flashed with disdain, but he smiled happily and agreed. "Then I won't be polite. Oh, by the way." Seeing that Xia Huaiheng's arm was badly hurt, Master Chongjin took out a small, delicate white jade bottle from his pocket, carefully handling it as if it were a rare treasure. This made the young nobleman's hearts burn with desire even more. Xia Huaiheng stared fixedly at the small white jade bottle, as if his eyes were glued to it. His intuition told him that the pill inside was extraordinary. Master Chongjin watched their greedy expressions with a look of disdain. These were his treasures, precious and rare. He wouldn't have taken them out if it weren't to gain Xia Huaiheng's trust. Third prince, inside is a holy healing pill. Its value is beyond ordinary items. I see that your injury is serious and may be life-threatening. I am very worried. For your safety, I am willing to give you one of these pills, he said. Then he uncapped the bottle and took out a round, plump pill. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, this is amazing. Just smelling its medicinal scent makes me feel healthy. If I take one, wouldn't all serious injuries heal? One young nobleman exclaimed. "Master, I haven't yet won the hunting contest. Are you sure I should get this pill early?" Xia Huaiheng's voice was slightly hoarse, showing he couldn't hide his eagerness. Earlier, the Northern Summer Emperor had said that whoever wins the hunting contest first would receive a healing pill. Now, he hadn't yet become the top hunter, but he already had a healing pill. How could he not be excited? Although this old man wasn't truly a master of alchemy, the pills he made worked very well. Suddenly, Master Chongjin laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Third prince has already killed 2 tigers. Such bravery and strength make him the top contender. This holy pill belongs to you, no need to refuse." "Yes, third prince, master is right. You have killed 2 tigers, and even if Su Mingyun kills all the beasts in the forest, their combined weight wouldn't compare to yours. This pill is yours." A young man in white flattered. "Then I won't hold back," Xia Huaiheng said proudly. He carefully took the healing divine pill, and under everyone's envy, he tilted his head and swallowed the holy pill. Everyone watched his expression and the change in his injuries. Besides the wound on his arm, he had a cut on his abdomen bleeding heavily. The skin was torn open, looking quite frightening. The holy pill was indeed powerful. It didn't take long before the healing effect appeared. The bleeding wound, which was bleeding just moments ago, stopped bleeding visibly. The torn skin seemed to be closing up slowly. Everyone was amazed and envious at this miraculous scene. "My goodness, This is truly a divine medicine, a few young noblemen said, looking at Master Chongjin with admiration. This made Master Chongjin feel even more proud. At this moment, the two injured young men struggled to crawl to Master Chongjin's feet, begging him for a pill. "Master, please give us a pill. Please save us." Master Chongjin held his head high, looking very proud, and said, "You know this pill is very precious. Without the Emperor's order, I wouldn't give it to anyone freely. Even if the third prince is the Emperor's most favored son, he can only have one. If the sect gives you something, it would be a great disrespect to the Emperor. Therefore, I cannot help you. Instead of asking me here, go quickly to the doctor to treat your wounds." When the two heard this, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had no choice but to accept their fate and have their subordinates take them away. Later, when they went to look for the dead Zhu Qin, they were shocked to find the body was gone. Yes, the body was gone. A long bloodstain was dragged out from the nearby grass. Someone exclaimed, "My goodness, was it taken away by a wild animal?" They guessed that Zhu Chen's body had been carried off by a beast. At first, they thought it was just a normal animal, with little aggression. But when they returned to the camp and learned that Su Mingyun had also fought a fierce tiger, they finally realized that Zhu Qin might have been eaten by a tiger. Everyone looked suspiciously at Xie Huaiheng, who was secretly proud because he had obtained the healing divine pill. He said there were only 2 tigers in the forest, so why did Su Mingyun also fight a tiger? And this tiger was now attacking people? The situation had become very serious and uncontrollable. Xie Huaiheng didn't understand why everyone was looking at him like that. Until his trusted aide Zhuang spoke up, warning, "Master, Su Mingyun also hunted a spotted tiger." What? Xie Huaiheng's expression suddenly turned cold. The confident look from before was replaced by panic. He had ordered only 2 tigers into the hunting ground, so why were there more? Could it be that his good uncle really released tigers into the hunting ground? If that's the case, the Emperor wouldn't believe he only released 2 tigers. He repeatedly promised he wouldn't cause any casualties, but now, with so many people dead, how could he escape unscathed? At this moment, General Zhu, because of his son's death, accused Xie Xingye in front of him, claiming he deliberately released tigers into the hunting ground, leading to his son's death. Those who knew the truth dared not speak out under Xie Huaiheng's threats and bribes. The Emperor of North Xia was very angry and sternly scolded Xie Xingye, "War Prince, you have truly disappointed me. I can forgive you once because of brotherly love, but if this happens again, how can I explain to my subjects? How can I explain to the people of the world? Considering your mother's early death, I have always taken care of you. And this is how you repay me. You have disappointed me greatly. Come here, seize the token of the Black Armor Guard in the hands of the War King, and confine him to the War King's residence. Without my permission, he is not allowed to step out of the residence even half a step." Xie Xingye seemed to have expected all this long ago, and he smiled with a sharp irony. "Brother Emperor didn't even ask me a single question, yet he is so sure that I am responsible. 3 years ago, he secretly took the tiger talisman from him, and now, 3 years later, he still wants to take away the Black Armor Guard trained by him. Is there really such a good thing in this world?" In the main tent, all the officials who came were present, including Su Jingyan and Su Mingyun. There was also an old man in a yellow Taoist robe, about 50 years old, known as Master Chongjin. This man wore a yellow Taoist robe and a matching hat, holding a silver whisk in his right hand. Compared to the tense expressions of the officials, his face looked more relaxed, and his seat was just below the Northern Summer Emperor. This shows his high status. This was Su Jingyan and Su Mingyun's first time seeing Master Chongjin. They felt an inexplicable chill from him, as if they were being stared at by a long, venomous centipede with many antennae. Clearly, this hunting event was organized by the Northern Summer Emperor targeting Xie Xingye. Now, how could he resolve this? The Northern Summer Emperor heard this and looked deeply serious. He did not panic because of Xie Xingye's questioning but spoke slowly. "The entire hunting ground security is under your care. Now something has happened. Is the War King trying to shirk responsibility? Many officials nearby took this opportunity to attack Xie. One of the cabinet scholars stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, those 3 tigers were secretly released by the War King himself, just to let someone win and obtain Master Chongjin's pill." After speaking, he cast a strange look at Su Mingyun, clearly implying that the two were secretly colluding to get the upper hand. Master Chongjin suddenly stood up from his seat, righteous and stern, and said, "My pills are sacred and cannot be obtained through illegitimate means. If anyone uses forbidden methods to get first place, don't blame me for calling divine punishment." Upon hearing this, many officials showed excited expressions, proud that the Northern Summer Empire could invite such a divine master who understood divine will. With him present, what are we afraid of, floods or droughts? Excellent, truly excellent. I only heard that Master Chongjin was skilled in alchemy, but I didn't know he could also understand divine will. He's a true immortal, many officials exclaimed in surprise. Master Chongjin was so admired by the officials that he felt very proud. A smile slowly appeared on his face. The Emperor of North Xia also looked proud and happy. At this moment, Su Jingnian stepped forward confidently and said, "Your Majesty, I believe the Grand Counselor is speaking without proof. If it were true that King Zhan and my Su family conspired, they would not give the third prince a chance to kill the evil tiger. Wouldn't that be like shooting oneself in the foot?" The North Xia Emperor looked at the Grand Counselor with a clear sign of displeasure, clearly blaming him for not providing enough evidence. Then, according to Grand Supervisor Su, are these 3 evil tigers all the work of King Zhan? And what is his purpose? This made Su Jingnian secretly curse the cunning fox. He was not implying that, but his words stirred trouble between the Su family and King Zhan. "Your Majesty, I believe this is not the work of King Zhan. First, his duty is to protect the emperor. Second, he was not involved in this hunting, so it wouldn't help him either way. He has no reason to do this." The North Xia Emperor did not expect Su Jingnian to go against the usual way and openly defend King Zhan, especially when everyone else was against him. This clearly showed he was on King Zhan's side. He thought, how blind can he be? Openly opposing him like this, does he not fear he might turn against the Su family? "Your Excellency, your words do have some truth, but we need evidence. Until we have proof, it's understandable that officials suspect King Zhan. What do you think, General Su?" The North Xia Emperor turned the question back to Su Mingyun. Just as Su Mingyun was about to step forward to defend Xie spoke from the side. "Who says I have no evidence?" His words caused a stir in the room. The most shocked and frightened person was the third prince, Xie Huaiheng, who had just entered the tent. In his panic, Xie Huaiheng looked at the emperor at the top, whose deep eyes made him almost lose his footing. He had kept everything very secret. How did Xie find the evidence? At first, he only wanted to show off and had no intention of framing Xie. In his view, since he was now more skilled in martial arts than Xie, there was no need to harm him. Leaving him behind, in case foreign enemies attack in the future, he can still be called upon to respond. After all, he is quite skilled at arranging troops and strategies. Yesterday, when Song Yanbin's father accused Xie, he sensed that his own emperor was targeting Xie. He hadn't made public the matter of releasing the tiger into the hunting ground. Now that something has happened, it's a good chance for someone to take the blame. Why not? But now, he never expected Xie to find evidence. The Northern Summer Emperor's eyes looked a bit dark. He didn't expect Xie to have proof, but to maintain the image of being a good and respectful brother, he had to pretend to be fair and ask Xie to produce the evidence. "Since the King of War has proof, then show it. I will surely seek justice for him." If you ignore the hidden patience in his eyes, Su Mingyun would really believe that the Northern Summer Emperor would stand up for the King of War. Before Xie told him the truth, he and the other officials all thought that the Emperor valued the King of War because of their childhood friendship. After that, he felt like every step was a trap. Xie sat still, leaning lazily on a wooden chair. He was always casual, and the Northern Summer Emperor also spoiled him, never punishing him for disrespecting court rules. Now, he had no intention of moving. Instead, he called out outside the tent. Kong Chi, who received the order, quickly came in. He was not alone, he was dragging a body. The person was Zhu Chen, who was suspected to have been dragged away by a leopard. Oh my, it's the dead Zhu Chen, someone recognized him. Zhu Chen's father, Zhu Yijian, suddenly changed his expression. My son, my son. He crawled and ran to Zhu Chen's side, crying loudly. Everyone thought Zhu Chen had been dragged away and eaten by a tiger, leaving only bones. But no one expected that Xie Xingye had saved him. No, that's not right. It was deliberate. Xie Xingye released the tiger into the hunting ground. The tiger bit Zhu Chen, and then he rescued him. Song Yanbin's father was furious. He immediately accused Xie Xingye, king of war. What do you have to say? If you hadn't released the tiger, would it have found Zhu Gongzi's body so accurately? Xie Xingye smiled, a very intriguing smile. He didn't even look at Song Yanbin and calmly said, Sir Song, should you first find out how Zhu Gongzi died before arguing with me? After hearing this, Lord Song stepped forward and carefully examined the body. He noticed there were no bite marks on Zhu Chen, only a fist-sized blood hole in his chest. It was clear that Zhu Chen died from external injuries. Before Lord Song could speak, Xie Xingye said, I happened to see this person being thrown from the air and then pierced through the chest with a broken tree branch, which caused his death. At that time, the third prince was present. I can't understand why he didn't save Zhu Chen or reveal the truth about his death. Instead, he let the rumors spread that a tiger ate Zhu Chen. Could it be that he... Xie Xingye stopped speaking, and everyone could understand the implication. Xie Huaiheng was not stupid. He quickly defended himself. It wasn't me who killed him. He was defeated by someone in a red mask. Oh? So, the third prince saw him die and did nothing? And he even blames a beast for his death? What is he trying to do? Xie Xingye pressed him further. Zhu Yijian stared at Xie Huaiheng with a look full of venom, as if poisoned. Xie Huaiheng was almost furious. It was bad enough that Zhu Chen's body was eaten by a tiger, but now Xie Xingye found it. How could he argue now? It was his own fault for being weaker. Uncle Wang, you don't have to be so aggressive, Xie Huaiheng said, his chest rising with anger. Xie Xingye stood straight and looked directly at Xie Huaiheng. Huh. The third prince saw him die and did nothing? That means the red-masked man was after you, right? Zhu Chen risked his life to protect you, yet you accuse him of being weak. So, Zhu Chen deserved to die for you? The third prince treats lives like grass. Truly a model of our country. When these words were spoken, many officials sympathized with Zhu Chen's situation and thought the third prince was ungrateful and reckless with lives. How could they trust him to govern the country? Seeing the officials' gazes fixed on him, Xie Huaiheng stiffened his neck and retorted. It was because the red-masked man was too skilled. I was no match for him. Xie Xingye found this even more amusing. The third prince can easily defeat me, but he can't beat a red-masked man? Who would believe that? Or perhaps the man in red was already part of your group. I suspect that the man in red is the one who released the tiger. He was acting on your orders, deliberately releasing the tiger into the hunting ground to win the prize and get the elixir from Master Chongjin. Tell me, is that true or not? Emperor Beixia suddenly raised his voice, startling Xie Huaiheng, whose face changed suddenly, and he almost stopped breathing. I know that. Tiger was... Enough. At this moment, Emperor Beixia interrupted Xie Huaiheng sharply. He thought Xie Huaiheng was hopelessly stupid, as just a few words had made him fall into Xie Xingye's trap of self-incrimination. Such foolishness made him furious. If he didn't stop him now, Xie Huaiheng would admit everything. Xie Huaiheng was startled by the emperor's sudden shout. He suddenly realized he almost fell into Xie Xingye's trap. Somehow, just now, he had felt a moment of confusion. Xie Huaiheng shook his head hard, forcing himself to stay calm. Even if he didn't directly admit it this time, based on his behavior just now, some officials had already begun to doubt him. After all, he was the one who shot the two-spotted tiger, and he was the first to hunt a tiger on the first day. If he didn't know where the tiger was beforehand, how could he have such good luck? The most angry people were Lord Song and Lord Zhu. Lord Song's son was injured by a tiger while saving Wang Ping. Lord Zhu's son died saving Xia Huaiheng. Losing a child was an unfillable pain. The most hateful thing was that Emperor Beixia seemed to favor Xia Huaiheng, which truly disappointed his ministers. Since there is controversy over this matter, let someone investigate clearly how those beasts entered the hunting ground. This matter will be handed over to the second prince to look into. As soon as Emperor Beixia finished speaking, Xia Qinzhou stood up respectfully. Your son obeys the order. A proud smile almost couldn't be contained. It was as if he was saying, Third brother, you've finally fallen into my hands. I won't hold back now. Xia Huaiheng saw this clearly. His face suddenly tightened with panic as he looked nervously at the emperor and said, Father, please choose someone else. Second brother, how dare you? Are you questioning me? Emperor Beixia was truly angry. Useless things. Can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of you? The Emperor of North Xia glared angrily at Xia Huaizheng. The latter looked frightened and panicked, not daring to say another word. He shook his head again, his expression momentarily frozen. But he quickly recovered. He frowned tightly, patting his swollen forehead. Son, you were really confused just now. The concubine Yan called Xia Huaizheng over after coming out of the main tent. Xia Huaizheng's frown remained, and he sat silently on a nearby wooden chair, not paying attention to what she said. Concubine Yan kept talking. Son, Xia Xingye was clearly setting a trap for you, but you just jumped right in. The officials will think you're not fit. Enough, I'm really tired of this, Xia Huaizheng suddenly shouted, startling concubine Yan so much that her face lost all color. He looked very strange, as if he had seen something terrifying. His gaze was unfamiliar. Son Yu, Xia Huaizheng looked impatient, ignoring concubine Yan's frightened face, and got up to leave. His figure felt very strange to concubine Yan. What's wrong with the son? Could he have been scared by that masked person in red? She muttered to herself, then called a black-clad subordinate loudly. Go check on the person in red who was lurking around the hunting ground earlier. No matter who they are, kill them, she ordered fiercely. Yes, the subordinate replied and left. Xia Xingye couldn't find solid proof to clear himself, but he had at least reduced suspicion by half. The rest he didn't care about. Someone who deliberately wanted to harm him, no matter how much evidence he gathered, it wouldn't matter. You can hide from the first day, but not forever. Thinking of this, Xia Xingye drank the strong wine in his cup. He felt that living in drunkenness and despair was quite good. Back home, Su Jingnian told what happened. The people of the Su family all cursed the foolish emperor silently. If it weren't for Xia Xingye bravely fighting enemies in the past, there wouldn't be peace today. Seeing that Xia Xingye was useless now, they wanted to get rid of him. In the end, that foolish emperor was just a selfish man. Today, the performance of the third prince made many old officials realize he wasn't suitable for the position. After this incident, many people remained cautious and watched carefully. On the fourth day of the hunt, the Emperor of North Xia ordered people to set up a small hunting ground outside the camp. It was meant for children to hunt, so that talented kids could be selected for training. This was to lay a strong foundation for North Xia's future leaders, capable of enduring hardships and becoming pillars of the nation. Some noble families saw this opportunity and quickly sent their children there. Their goal was to train the next generation. Naturally, they wanted their children to perform well. This kind of event happened only once every 3 years, making it very special. The only difference this year was that the minimum age was lowered to 4 years old. This meant any child who was 4 or older could join the competition. The winner would receive a special pill made by Master Chongjin. The chance was very rare. For years old, Su Ning whispered to herself, feeling that the age limit was too coincidental. Grandmother, can I skip this? Su Ning asked Wu Shi while holding her hand. Wu Shi looked kindly and said, No. The Empress said that every child who turns 4 must go. If they are very talented, they can go straight to the Imperial Academy to learn. No one would refuse such a good opportunity. Seeing Su Ning's worry, Wu Shi added, Ninger, Are you worried about standing out too much and being targeted? Yes, Su Ning nodded seriously. During the competition, just do your best and don't worry about winning first place, Wuxia smiled and said. Su Ning thought for a moment and nodded. This was the Emperor's order. If it was truly a trap, they could avoid it this time and try again next time, or the time after that. For now, they could only respond to the situation as it came. Su Mingyun also sensed something strange about lowering the hunting age to 4. He decided not to go hunting today and to protect his family instead. Just then, an imperial decree arrived, asking Su Mingyun and his brother Su Mingxian to help the second prince investigate the rogue tiger inside the hunting ground. This made Su Mingyun feel something was off. Father, mother, I'm worried about this. Let's go, it's getting late. Su Mingyun was about to tell Su Jingnian and Wu Shi his suspicions, but before he could, the second prince's people came to urge them. They didn't give him a chance to respond. This bold move made him feel uneasy for no clear reason. Let General Rong speak with my father. Su Mingyun moved aside to let the other person pass, preparing to clarify things with Su Jingnian. Unexpectedly, just as he took a step forward, the other person grabbed his arm. I believe, General Su, you wouldn't want the second prince to wait too long, right? The man's gaze was full of impatience. Su Mingyun's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his lips pressed into a straight line. Su Jingnian looked at him and only received a meaningful glance in return. He stared at Su Mingyun's departing figure for a long time before speaking in a low voice. It seems the children's hunt is aimed at our Su family. What? Mrs. Wu, standing nearby, heard this clearly. Just then, the old official Gao came over to invite Su Jingnian to the main tent, saying the emperor had important matters to discuss. Su Jingnian and Mrs. Wu's hearts suddenly tightened. They instinctively felt something was wrong. Sir, Mrs. Wu nervously tugged at Su Jingnian's sleeve. He looked at her for a long time, as if wanting to tell her everything in his heart, but due to Gao's presence, he couldn't say a word. The imperial censor, please go ahead. Don't keep His Majesty waiting, Gao said with a gentle smile, gesturing politely. Take good care of the children, was all he could say in the end. Sir, Mrs. Wu followed him a few steps. Until he was far away, she finally relaxed her grip and let go. Mrs. Wu stood there for a long time, lost in thought, her eyes turning red. Slowly, she turned and headed toward the camp. Although the distance was close, to her it felt like thousands of miles. Her feet seemed heavy, as if bound by a huge stone. Watching the 3 children playing nearby, tears welled up in her eyes. Su Jingnian's words, the children's hunt is probably aimed at the Su family, echoed like a spell in her mind, making her breathless. Su Ning and Su Shi noticed something and turned to look at Mrs. Wu. Grandmother, she called happily, like a cheerful little bird rushing toward her. The other 2 children followed Su Ning, running toward Mrs. Wu. Grandmother, Su Shinian's soft little face was full of joy. She loved calling family members with Su Ning. Su Bufan, feeling helpless yet doting, gently corrected her from behind. Sister, you're wrong again. That's grandmother, not maternal grandmother. But this time, Su Shinian was stubborn. She pouted her little lips and said, I don't want to. I want to call her grandmother. Brother, don't interfere. Su Ning and Su Shinian each held Wu's legs gently, calling softly, Grandmother. Su Ning quickly noticed that Wu seemed to be crying. Grandmother, why are you crying? Su Shinian and Su Bufan also saw this and tilted their heads to look at her. Wu didn't want the children to worry, so she gently wiped away her tears and lied. Grandmother is too happy. Seeing you all play happily makes me feel joyful. Su Ning didn't believe it was that simple. Then she understood. Just now, an imperial decree had called her 2 uncles away, and also her grandfather. It seems this small hunting ground was really aimed at the Su family. At the moment, she didn't know the full details of the plot, and worrying wouldn't help. Just then, Su Wan and Yun Jiao came out of the tent. Yun Jiao smiled and said, Let's go. The hunt has already started. We'll go together. To avoid any trouble, everyone naturally went together. Yes, let's go together, Su Ning said with a smile. Wu, who was a few steps behind, told Su Wan and Yun Jiao what had happened. Both of them turned pale with fear. Su Wan calmly said, "Mother, don't be afraid. When soldiers come, we will stand firm. When water flows, we will follow the path. Yes, sister is right. When soldiers come, we will stand firm. When water flows, we will follow. They won't dare to attack openly, without a reason. We don't need to compete for the first place. Just showing our faces is enough." This was something they had planned from the start. No matter how the hunt went, the Su family would only show up and not fight for anything. Halfway there, they met Chu Yaoji and Xiao Lu, who happened to be looking for them. "Greetings," Wu was about to bow, but Chu Yaoji stepped ahead and helped her up. "Madam Yusher, no need for formalities." Xiao Lu covered her mouth and giggled. "Madam Yusher, don't be so formal. At the start of the year, my young lady became a member of the Su family." This made the three children giggle happily. Chu Yaoji also blushed and playfully scolded Xiao Lu. "You're so talkative." He, isn't that right?" "I'm just telling the truth," Xiao Lu said, reaching out to hold Su Ning and Su Shernyan's hands. She liked Su Ning very much. Every time she saw her, she wanted to hug her and squeeze her soft little face. But more than that, she was grateful for her previous help in saving her life. For the rest of her life, she was willing to protect her with her life. When they arrived at the Su family, Su Ning was her little master now. Just thinking about it made her happy. "Let's go. The hunt has already started." Chu Yaoji took Su Ning's chubby little hand from Xiao Lu and led her forward. Behind him, the Wu family members hesitated several times before finally saying nothing. A group of people quickly arrived at the hunting ground. The noble children and family members arrived early to show off, and they had prepared good bows and arrows for them. The scene was lively, with cheers rising one after another. "Keep going, kids. You're doing great. Hurry up, shoot the arrow, and catch that wild rabbit." Many elders cheered for their children. When they saw a rabbit, Su Shernyan's eyes lit up, eager to try. "There's a little rabbit. I don't want to hurt it. I want it to be my friend. I'll keep it and Black together, and they can have a little black baby for me to play with." Hearing this, others burst into laughter. Su Bufan quickly scolded her. "Be quiet, little sister. What kind of wild words are those?" The adults thought children spoke without thinking. Chu Yaoji crouched down, picked her up, and softly explained, "Nian Nian. Black is a fierce beast. It can't be kept with the poor little rabbit. Black might bite it to death, do you understand?" "Got it, pretty sister," Su Shinian said, holding Chu Yaoji's face and giving her a kiss. Chu Yaoji felt happy inside, not minding the spit on her face. This scene made the younger children nearby very envious. The noble ladies couldn't understand why the county princess liked a disabled person. Although his legs had healed and he could walk now, he had been disabled for 6 years, and they worried he might get sick again someday. The children's hunting was just like the adults. The rules were simple. Whoever caught the most prey would win. It was also a family teamwork competition, testing both the speed of riding horses and the accuracy of shooting bows. The noble families valued training their young members. Most boys learned riding and archery, and some women from military families also learned these skills. So, every hunting event had no gender restrictions. Anyone old enough could join. To prevent accidents, there were limits on the number of participants and the time they could go out. There were countless small animals in the hunting ground, mostly wild chickens, rabbits, and small wild boars. After catching some, they released more, and the children enjoyed it very much. The people at the hunting ground are young members of the Duke of Zhengguo's family, specifically the young master Chu Jingxuan and his twin sons, who are just 8 years old. Chu Yaoji happily shouted, "Xiu Jin, Xiu Yu, keep it up." The two little boys sat proudly on their horses, looking brave and impressive. Even at just 8 years old, they already showed signs of being great generals. Both brothers looked at the crowd and immediately spotted Su Ning, dressed in a bright red embroidered outfit. Her red outfit was the most eye-catching in the entire hunting ground. "Big brother, isn't that the young lady from the Su family that our aunt always talks about?" Chu Xiuyu asked with a smile.
Chu Xiujin said, "Maybe."
"She looks very smart. Let's see how smart she really is later. Don't be silly. She saved our aunt's life. She's a hero of our Chu family," She's only 5. She didn't really save our aunt. She just got lucky. I don't believe she truly saved her. Just don't cause trouble. Otherwise, our aunt will scold you. Don't worry, big brother. I won't do anything bad to her. I just want to learn some of her martial arts, the little boy said slyly with a grin. The two brothers seemed eager to show off in front of Su Ning. After Chu Yaoji cheered them on, they suddenly rode their horses wildly, hunting 5 large wild animals in one go. Including the ones they caught earlier, the brothers were now in the lead. Is there anyone else? Come over quickly to record your names, shouted the officer in charge. Mrs. Wu took the children from the Su family and went to register. To Su Ning's surprise, the first families listed were the Wang and Jiang families. Every group had 3 families, and Su Ning couldn't believe how lucky they were. As expected, the 3 families were grouped together. Both families sent boys to compete, but only Su Ning's family had a boy named Su Bufan. From their strength, it was clear they were at a disadvantage. But the competition was not about strength, but skill. Bufan, you're the older brother. Take care of your 2 younger sisters, Mrs. Wu reminded him before they went on stage. Remember, don't try to show off. Just wait until it's your turn, and then go out, Su Wan also advised.
Putting not that seriously.
Mother, don't worry. As long as the other side doesn't cheat, she would make sure this contest ends perfectly. Conversely, she didn't know what might happen. Thinking of this, Su Ning's face suddenly turned cold, because she saw the sneaky look of one of the Wang family's young men. He waved the bow and arrow in his hand as if to say, "This young master is an excellent archer. Little girls, get ready to face me." Not familiar with him, Su Ning didn't bother to look at him further. The other person, angry, turned his horse around. The horses were well-trained and small, perfect for someone like Su Xinian, who was petite. When she mounted the horse, Su Xinian giggled happily. "The horse is so good. I like it so much. Little horse, you need to run fast. We just need to catch that little white rabbit," she whispered to the horse, leaning on its head. She didn't plan to shoot the animals with her bow and arrow, only to catch the little white rabbit. Su Bufan's job was to protect her. Su Ning's job was to watch out for those 6 boys trying to cause trouble. Everyone had clear roles. A voice shouted, "Go," and the little horses started running quickly. The 6 boys were eager to win and used all their strength to compete for the prey from the start. Meanwhile, the 3 children from the Su family happily chased a little white rabbit, making the spectators outside the arena laugh. "Haha, those 3 little Su kids are so funny just chasing one little white rabbit. By the end of the contest, they might not even catch that rabbit. Isn't it said that the Su family is from a military background? Why can't they even shoot arrows? Looks like they only know riding." Haha, many people mocked Su Ning. The Wu family and others didn't pay attention to these words, their faces very serious. Chu Yaoji, confused, asked Su Wan, "Madam Su, Ninger is good at martial arts. Why isn't she trying to compete?" To Chu Yaoji, as long as Su Ning made a move, she would surely win first place. But now, it seemed Su Ning didn't want to compete for that first place. Could it be that they no longer wanted the pills from Master Chongjin? Thinking carefully, Chu Yaoji understood. The Su family had a divine doctor, so the pills from Master Chongjin were not very important to them. That was probably the reason. Suddenly, Su Wan said, "Ninger is unwell today and can't use her martial skills." "Really? Is it serious?" Chu Yaoji was surprised because she couldn't see anything wrong with Su Ning. Su Wan smiled and said, "It's not serious. Don't worry, County Lord. Today the children just need to have fun." Chu Yaoji nodded and said, "Yes, this hunting event is just for enjoyment." As they were talking, they saw Su Xinian jump off his horse to catch a tired little white rabbit. At the same time, 6 children exchanged glances. 2 of them deliberately rode forward, driving the remaining small wild animals towards Su Xinian. The other 4 drew their bows and shot arrows quickly at Su Xinian. Su Xinian was completely unaware, happily going to hold the little white rabbit. The moment the arrows were shot, the Wu family 3 shouted in alarm, "Be careful." Many people nearby saw this scene and thought the Su family was overreacting. Before the event started, everyone agreed not to hurt anyone. The children had been trained in riding and archery since they were young, so they should know their limits. Even if the arrows were shot in that direction, they were so far away that they wouldn't hurt anyone. But they overlooked one thing, that it was intentional. The kids had thought well. Even if Su Ning and Su Bufan could block 2 of the arrows for the girl, the other 2 would hit. If that happened, they would say it was an accident. What they didn't expect was that Su Bufan and Su Ning were already prepared and skilled with the bow. Su Ning drew his bow and shot smoothly. Suddenly, 2 whistling sounds filled the air, and everyone saw Su Ning shoot down 2 arrows. At the same time, Su Bufan shot an arrow, deflecting one of the incoming arrows with a flip. The remaining arrow was caught securely as he rolled. Before anyone could react, Su Bufan twisted his body and fiercely threw the remaining arrow toward a boy from the Wang family. Because the distance was too far, no one thought this arrow would hit the boy. But unexpectedly, the arrow accurately struck the horse's rear. The horse was startled, rearing and neighing loudly, then galloped wildly, throwing the boy off its back. The boy tried to brace himself with his hands, but overestimating his strength, he broke his arm. Ah! The boy rolled on the ground in pain. Su Bufan's speed was astonishing. Someone got hurt. Someone got hurt. The Su family kid hurt someone. This is outrageous, the crowd exclaimed in shock. Chu Yaoji was very angry. Enough, everyone. I saw clearly just now that these young men intended to hurt Miss Su. If Ninger and Bufan hadn't blocked them, the consequences would have been terrible. Don't talk to me about distance, she continued. That stance was clearly aimed at Miss Su. Knowing the inside story, the Wang and Jiang families never expected Su Ning and Su Bufan to be so strong. They thought that even if the 2 were skilled with bows and arrows, they could only block 2 shots at most. But they blocked 4 arrows easily. They completely underestimated the strength of these 2 children. If they had taken it seriously, they would have been the top hunters today. The 2 twins from the Chu family were also shocked. Chu Xiyu had just confidently said he wanted to learn from Su Ning's skills, but now he was too surprised to speak. Instead, he looked admiring. Brother, I guess I underestimated her. Su Ning didn't want to show off, but some people just didn't know when to stop. From what she could tell, the whole plan was clear now. Master Chongjin not only wanted to take the lives of those with unlucky birth charts, but also wanted Su Shinian's heart's blood. He planned to use these to refine his pills. When the madam from the Wang family tried to cause trouble for the Su family, she was stopped by her companion after hearing Chu Yaoji's words. Don't cause trouble, it might lead to trouble. They thought that with 4 arrows, at least one would hit Su Shinian. Even the imperial doctor was nearby, ready to help. But unexpectedly, the 2 children disrupted their plan. In her view, those 2 children didn't seem like hunters. They looked more like protectors of Su Shinian. Throughout the contest, neither of them drew their bows. They stayed close to Su Shinian the entire time. It gave the impression that they knew about the plan. Thanks to Chu Yaoji's support, many noblewomen who wanted to blame the Su family for hurting someone didn't dare say a word. Chu Yaoji sneered coldly. If it weren't for those Wang boys shooting arrows at Miss Su, the young master of the Su family wouldn't have been angry to protect his sister. Don't lie to yourselves. Furthermore, if young Master Su had truly wanted to hurt anyone, the arrow wouldn't have only hit the horse's rear. As for the Wang boy falling off his horse, that was because he was less skilled. If you dare to speak nonsense, you are opposing the Duke of Zhenggua's estate. Chu Yaoji used her authority to pressure them. Thinking that the Long Princess and the Duke of Zhenggua are backing her, no one dares to speak up. The Wang family also didn't dare to step forward and left angrily with their people. Chu Yaoji didn't know the full story. She thought the Wang children were just holding a grudge and wanted to teach the Su children a lesson. Seeing the Wang family leave, she didn't plan to argue further. Are you all right, children? Chu Yaoji quickly went to check on the 3 kids coming out of the arena. We're fine. Thank you, beautiful sister, Su Shinian replied with a bright, innocent smile, holding the small white rabbit she caught. News of what happened here soon reached the Emperor of North Xia, who was so angry he smashed his inkstone. Good-for-nothings. Absolutely useless. They can't even handle a child. Now, the Su family has been warned, and this has already caused trouble. The Su family might also suspect his intentions. After calming his anger, the North Xia Emperor said seriously to Master Chongjin, "Find someone else. The Su family must not be disturbed again." "Yes, Your Majesty," Master Chongjin replied respectfully. Master Chongjin, emerging from the tent with a grim face, was truly surprised at how difficult the Su family was to deal with.
They were really a tough nut to.
Seeing that his medicine was almost gone and he couldn't produce a satisfactory pill, he knew he would be exposed soon. Thinking of this, Master Chongjin left with a heavy heart. Su Jingnian returned to the tent and saw that everyone was safe, so he finally relaxed. What exactly happened just now? Mrs. Wu, still frightened, recounted everything that had happened. After a long period of anger, Su Jingnian finally said, "It seems they were after Nian Nian." But he couldn't figure out the real reason behind it. And what about the 5 bad guys Su Xinian met that day? What was that all about? "Big Sister Ninger, do you think those people today also wanted to drink my blood?" Su Xinian asked suddenly, lost in her thoughts. Just as Su Jingnian was deep in thought, he heard her words. His face suddenly changed. "Nian Nian, what did you say?" Su Xinian, petting her little white rabbit, cheerfully replied, "They want to drink blood. Those bad guys all want to drink Nian Nian's blood." Thinking back to what Su Mingxian had discovered a few days ago, Su Jingnian suddenly realized that all of this was caused by Master Chongjin. Because they had learned that besides alchemy, Master Chongjin was also skilled in divination. Could it be that he needs blood to refine his elixir, and that the blood must come from a specific person? Master Chongjin is also working for the Northern Summer Emperor, so the entire plan is known to the Emperor, who is secretly helping. After realizing this, Su Jingnian was furious. He slammed his hand on the long wooden table and shouted, "This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How can blood be used to refine an elixir? It's just a wicked sorcerer." "What? Sir, what are you talking about?" Mrs. Wu looked pale with fear. A frightening thought had already appeared in her mind. Next to them, Su Wan and Yun Jiao also seemed to realize something. They were both trembling with shock. Yun Jiao is usually very clever. When she heard the word, wicked sorcerer, she immediately remembered what Third Aunt had said about a dark fate during an inauspicious year and time. Earlier, Wang Ping deliberately set up Xian to accidentally kill his younger sister. Could that also be related to this wicked sorcerer? Because Third Aunt once said that Xian has a dark fate during an inauspicious year and time. Su Wan continued, "Yes, I remember now." Ninger suspected that Xian's situation was connected to Wang Ping. Today, the Wang family also schemed against Nian Nian. It seems that both Xian and Nian Nian have what this wicked sorcerer needs. Oh my, what should we do? That wicked sorcerer is protected by the royal family. Who doesn't know that? How can we fight the heavens? Even the War King can't defeat him. How can our Su family fight the heavens? Mrs. Wu was heartbroken and looked utterly hopeless. Her whole body was trembling with anger. "Mother, don't worry. We do have a plan." Yun Jiao quickly thought of a solution. "Tell me quickly." Mrs. Wu and Su Jingyan both looked at Yun Jiao. Yun Jiao is always the calmest among the 3 women. At this moment, she thought of a plan that made Mrs. Wu very excited. She said, "That wicked sorcerer claims to be a high monk who can refine elixirs. Why don't we do the opposite?" "How do we do the opposite?" Su Jingnian was momentarily confused. Yun Jiao's lips curled slightly, and she said coldly, "Why don't we spread the news that he uses human blood to refine his elixir? When everyone hears about it, it will cause public outrage. Even the emperor will have to abandon him to appease the people's anger." Hearing this, Su Jingnian strongly agreed. "That's a great plan. Today, we will find someone to spread the word that he is a wicked sorcerer. When people see someone missing, they will think of him. The dog emperor dares to target the Su family, so don't blame them for being ruthless. Father, don't worry. These matters must come from others' words. They have nothing to do with our Su family." Su Ning secretly admired Yun Jiao's clever plan. After a day of investigating in the forest, without finding any useful clues, Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian returned to their camp. Seeing that everyone was safe, they finally relaxed after a whole day of worry. Today was really frightening for them. After listening to Su Jingnian's arrangements, both of them wholeheartedly agreed. Father, rest assured. This matter is up to me and second brother. Su Mingyun's usually gentle face showed rare signs of fierceness, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Tonight, we will make sure that the evil sorcerer's reputation is completely ruined. Then, the father and sons discussed the details inside the tent. Su Ning, who was just next door, listened openly with one ear turned toward the tent.
Soon night fell.
Due to exhaustion from the past few days, they did not hold a bonfire feast and went to rest early in their tents. Only the guards and the imperial soldiers patrolled around. At midnight, suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the nearby forest, accompanied by sharp, painful screams. In the silent night, that piercing scream sounded especially abrupt. "What's happening over there?" Bin Jing, the commander of the imperial soldiers, asked as he strode over with a spear. Several patrol guards, frightened by the sudden screams and flashes, looked panicked. Report to the commander. I suspect there is a rogue tiger." Hearing about the rogue tiger, Bin Jing's expression darkened. "Check it out. Who secretly entered the hunting ground at midnight? The screams just now clearly came from a person. Too many people came to hunt, so it was hard to find out who had entered the hunting ground secretly in the middle of the night. Most likely, that person was gone." After waiting for a long time without any report from his subordinates, Bin Jing called a few guards and entered the forest with torches to investigate. His subordinates were terrified. It was pitch dark, and the tall grass on both sides blocked their view. If a beast suddenly appeared now, how could they respond? "Commander, maybe we should check again tomorrow. The grass is too tall, and it's not easy to handle this now," one frightened guard said, trembling and gathering his courage. But Bin Jing sternly scolded, "If you're afraid, take off your black armor. If a fierce tiger really appears and harms the noble person, neither of us can bear the blame. Everyone, stay alert." Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes, frightening the last soldier, who shouted and threw his torch away. Fortunately, it was all grass with dew, so nothing caught fire. Bin Jing angrily cursed, "Pick it up. Are you trying to set the whole hunting ground on fire? Fool!" The young soldier's face turned pale like paper. He trembled as he bent down to pick up the object, but his eyes kept darting around at the moving shadows of the trees. He didn't dare look at the ground. His fingertips touched something hard. He thought it was a torch, so he grabbed it. When he looked up, he was shocked to see a white skull. "Ah!" He screamed and fainted from fright. The skull rolled with a clatter to the foot of another soldier. Everyone saw the skull clearly and felt like they were facing a great danger. The skull's forehead was stained with bright red blood. "Ah, a ghost!" They screamed and tried to run away. One of them tripped over something and turned to look. It was a pair of legs, one of which still had no shoe on. Suddenly, another terrible scream rang out. "Ah!" Bin Jing suddenly turned around and saw the legs. Just as he tried to stay calm and draw his sword, the legs seemed to be bitten by something and were dragged away. Bin Jing moved very quickly, taking a step forward to block the dark figure. When the others arrived, they saw Bin Jing standing like a statue, sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes wide as bells, as if he had seen something terrifying. Commander, wake up. What did you see?" Was it a fierce tiger? Bin Jing took a long time to find his voice. It was Master Chongjin.
He
was eating people. What? The others were instantly terrified, their hair standing on end. Seeing Bin Jing's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that Master Chongjin was not a noble person but a monster that eats people? A demon? The bloodstains on the ground confirmed their suspicions. A group of people, trembling with fear, returned to their tents. The soldier who went to check came back quickly and said anxiously, "Report to the commander. Master Chongjin is not in the tent." This confirmed the guesses of a few people. Bin Jing hurried to see the Northern Xia Emperor. Not long after he left, his subordinates spread the news. They were afraid that if they delayed, their families might be harmed. The mischievous Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian, dressed in black armor of the Imperial Guards, quietly returned to their tents. By the second day at dawn, the Su family thought the matter would be widely known, but surprisingly, no one was discussing it secretly. They found this hard to believe. At noon, they received a secret message from Xia Xingye revealing that the Northern Xia Emperor had secretly used special methods to suppress the news. Even so, everyone already knew the true nature of Master Chongjin. Who would dare to challenge him now? Today was the last day of the hunting event. The brave hunters all agreed not to enter the hunting grounds anymore, fearing that a dangerous monster might be hiding somewhere unseen. Master Chongjin was furious. No matter how he explained to the Northern Xia Emperor, the latter looked unconvinced. The master need not explain further. I understand everything. As long as you produce the longevity pills, I can help cover up this matter, said the emperor, not noticing the fleeting look of anger in Chongjin's eyes. Chongjin was so angry, he clenched his teeth. He refused to let those behind the scenes slander him. He was determined to find out the truth and make the emperor see his worth. When they finished counting the hunters, the Northern Xia Emperor announced the end of the hunting competition. During the investigation, Bianjing noticed that 5 of the 8 guards from the Wang family were missing. He suspected they had been harmed by Master Chongjin. The emperor had ordered that this matter not be discussed, so Bianjing could only turn a blind eye. The court was full of intrigue, and he, a small commander, couldn't control everything. At the same time, the Su family learned that the person chasing Su Xinian was from the Wang family. They probably knew about it early or had received favors from Master Chongjin, since the two had long been working together. The prey had been counted, and the winner was the 3rd prince, Xia Huaijing, who had caught 2 tigers. If nothing had happened last night, people would only envy Xia Huaijing for receiving the sacred pill personally made by Master Chongjin. But after what happened last night, people no longer thought so. They believed the medicine was tainted with blood, and no one dared to take it. It seems that the Su family values the pills in Master Chongjin's hands very much, with everyone stretching their necks to look. Big uncle, hold me, Su Ning said nervously, as it was her first time seeing Master Chongjin. After Su Mingyun picked her up, she finally saw Master Chongjin's true face. On the high platform, an old man dressed in a yellow Taoist robe looked sternly at the crowd below. Although he looked very impressive, he was actually quite nervous inside. His pills had been obtained in a questionable way, and he was worried that something might go wrong. Seeing that the crowd below was calm, he confidently flicked his dust brush, then took out a small bottle of pills from his wide sleeve and held it in his palm. When Su Ning saw the porcelain bottle in his hand, her pupils suddenly shrank. Xiao Qing, why does this pill bottle look so familiar? She wondered. In the space, the blue cat, who received a message, carefully looked at the porcelain bottle in Master Chongjin's hand. It was quite surprised. My goodness, why does this pill bottle look exactly like my master's? In the world of cultivation, influential pill masters often carve their own marks on their bottles to show their uniqueness. Su Ning's bottle had a small red circle at the mouth, with a tiny red flower at the connection point, her special mark. From this distance, others couldn't see it clearly, but as a cultivator, Su Ning could see it very clearly. So, why does Master Chongjin have my pill bottle? She muttered to herself. What surprised her even more was that not only did the bottle look similar, but the pills inside also had golden patterns. The smell of the medicine was very similar to the one she made herself. People who knew her well knew that when her pills were finished, she added a special fragrance, an exclusive secret recipe passed down from the Su family ancestor, which calms the mind and couldn't be copied by others. The similarity of the bottles might be a coincidence, and the quality of the pills was good, indicating that the person was a skilled 6th-rank mid-level pill master. But if the fragrance was also the same, then something strange was going on. Suddenly, Su Ning thought of someone. Her expression instantly became excited. My pill-making skills are unique, but if there's someone similar, it must be. Upon hearing her voice transmission, Blue Cat immediately thought of someone. Both the person and the cat were shocked and spoke at the same time. Ziwu. Oh my, master, could that old ghost actually be Ziwu Reborn? He was your medicinal apprentice. Ziwu's been with you for over 30 years and has learned your alchemy skills. Looking at the porcelain bottle and the aroma of the pills in the old ghost's hand, it's definitely him. Otherwise, none of this makes sense. Suddenly, Blue Cat remembered something and exclaimed, "Master, I just remembered. Earlier, I saw a lot of spiritual energy gathering near the cold palace. That must be Ziwu's formation. That kid is a master of formations. A simple spirit gathering array is no trouble for him." The more Blue Cat thought about it, the more convinced he was. He was so excited he started spinning in place. Su Ning also looked excited, her face full of joy. She thought Blue Cat's analysis made a lot of sense. "Last time, I sneaked into the Wang family at night and saw a lot of spiritual energy gathering near the cold palace. It seems that's where Ziwu's formation is. I thought it was the old ghost practicing, but it turns out it was Ziwu. Haha, that's great. We've been worried for days, but it turns out we know him. It must be that Ziwu, after dying, was reborn into this old Taoist. That reckless kid, without my guidance, has started learning some unorthodox methods. I'll have to teach him a good lesson soon." Su Ning clenched her small fist. Su Mingyan saw this and thought she was upset about not getting the pills. He held her hand tightly, offering silent comfort. Blue Cat was laughing so hard inside the space. Master, just thinking about that handsome and charming Ziwu being reborn as an ugly old Taoist makes me want to laugh. Haha, later, we'll secretly find him and challenge him with the slogan cola and fried chicken. I guarantee he'll be shocked. That kid was sometimes very strange. When he saw a strong person, he would pull them and shout about Wang Lin or Lu Ruyun, only to get beaten up and come back with a bruised face. But he wasn't discouraged and enjoyed it. If he didn't have good talent for formations and could set up teleportation arrays, he would have died many times over. Thinking of Master Chongjin, an old acquaintance, Su Ning was also very happy. Now, she found Master Chongjin more and more likable. "Little brat, it's better if you were reborn to someone else. Instead, you are reborn to an unworthy old Taoist and are opposing me. I should really punish you. However, I think he must also be practicing cultivation, or else why would he set up a spirit gathering array? You're right, Master. After you arrived, it was as if you opened your meridians. I believe that after his rebirth, he will also start practicing. But I wonder about his talent. That kid from the Wang Jiang family also stole the treasury. When I think about the treasury being in our hands, Blue Cat instantly calms down. That kid treats it well, often sneaking out with Su Ning. Sometimes they steal precious herbs from the Medicine King Valley or loot small sex vaults. They are chased by many. No wonder that kid was surrounded and killed. He doesn't know how to hide or control himself, always causing trouble. If not for that, who else would kill him? Because of this, he and our master were chased for years. If it weren't for using pills to hire some strong protectors, they would have died hundreds of times. Sadly, our master never got to avenge him before he died. Thinking of the carefree days of the past, it feels quite nostalgic. Master, when can we meet again? I can't wait anymore. Blue Cat excitedly circles around its cat bed. We need to find a good time. After we meet, let him stay with the Northern Summer Emperor so we can work together from inside and outside. That's a good idea. The master's little brain is really clever. The person and the cat chat excitedly, while Xia Huaiheng has already climbed onto a high platform, holding a pill in his hand. At this moment, Su Ning guesses that Xia Huaiheng suddenly became stronger likely because he took a body-refining pill. His injuries healed in 2 days, so he must have taken a healing pill. Different stances are understandable. If Ziwu helps him after they meet, she might have to beat him until he doesn't recognize his own parents. Cola with fried chicken, ha. Blue Cat is a greedy cat. When it learns that Master Chongjin might be Ziwu, it keeps repeating this secret phrase. It's also a phrase Ziwu used to say often. Though its meaning is unclear, once he says it, Ziwu will surely recognize them. Alright, stop messing around. Hurry back and pack your things. We leave for the Imperial City early tomorrow. The 5-day hunting mission ends here. Don't worry, Master. After we recognize each other, I will be the first to deal with him. That kid is so bold as to try to take Xiao Nianer's heartblood. Dead kid, Blue Cat, won't agree. The brat is getting more and more unruly. Blue Cat looks very excited, jumping around nonstop. Back at the tent, Su Ning notices everyone looks worried. She says, "Don't worry, everyone. Blue Cat has already thought of a way to deal with Master Chongjin." Really? Ninger, does Blue Cat really have a plan to deal with Master Chongjin? Su Jingnian asks in surprise. Everyone looks at Su Ning. Blue Cat curls up in its little nest, ignoring how Su Ning tries to use it as a shield. Su Ning chuckles. Yes, it didn't get a chance to see that person before, but today it did. It didn't sense any magic power from him, just an ordinary Taoist. An ordinary person? Blue Cat wouldn't be afraid of him, Su Ning says confidently, making sense to everyone. Everyone in the Su family shows a relieved smile. That's great. As long as we have a way to deal with that person, I won't have to keep worrying about Nian Nian and Xian, Yun Jiao says happily, tears in her eyes. Thinking about that old Taoist wanting to harm Su Xinian and Yun Xian, she feels anxious and scared. Each family is packing up to return home. When they arrive at the imperial city, Master Chongjin has been staying in the deep palace. Su Ning finds it difficult to go see him. After thinking it over, she decides to go find Ziwu tonight to recognize each other. Meanwhile, Master Chongjin is determined to get Su Shinian's heartblood. He has already calculated that the little one is destined for great wealth and honor, and his blood is pure and spiritual, with the power to extend life. Even if the pills he makes don't increase lifespan, adding the girl's blood will keep his identity secret forever. The best plan is to keep the girl close as a medicinal assistant, so the Dog Emperor can never leave him. Then he can enjoy endless wealth and glory. Thinking of this plan, he feels very excited, with greed and cruelty shining in his eyes. Tonight, I will use that dream-inducing spell again. No one will notice. Master Chongjin cackles eerily, frightening the passing guards outside the tent. They instinctively quicken their steps. I wonder, is this old demon again planning to eat someone? Late at night, Su Ning quietly got up and tiptoed out of the tent. She moved carefully and quietly, like a small wildcat, weaving through the darkness, successfully avoiding Su family's guards and patrol soldiers. Just as she was about to slip into the dark woods to sneak toward Master Chongjin, she saw Su Xinian come out of the tent with her eyes closed. She was walking toward her. Dream induction technique, Su Ning muttered, furrowing her brow instinctively as she said these words. Su Xinian walked steadily past Su Ning without noticing her presence at all. Su Ning was angry and cursed silently. Ziwu, that reckless kid, is really under the control of Master Chongjin. He's acting so wildly. His reckless behavior before was understandable. At least he didn't hurt children. But now he's cruelly harming children. Tonight, I must teach him a lesson. Fuming, Su Ning followed Su Xinian closely, eager to see if that boy could really take her sister's heartblood in front of her. Master, don't be angry. Let me go meet him later. I promise to beat him so badly, he'll be crawling on the ground, she said. Su Ning agreed to Blue Cat's plan. She had to ensure Su Shinian's safety first. She kept a moderate distance behind Su Xinian as she headed straight into the deep woods, her brow furrowed tightly. Little Green, go around and find out exactly where he's at. Su Ning released Blue Cat from her space. Yes, Master. Blue Cat happily accepted the task, then dashed off quickly and disappeared. The forest was so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Because of the dream induction technique, Su Xinian kept moving forward unaffected. As a cultivator, this darkness was as bright as daylight to her. But what puzzled her was, even with her cultivation, catching someone should be a quick task. Why did she need to use the dream induction technique? Could it be because he still hasn't learned to cultivate? If so, she would laugh at him all year. Meanwhile, Blue Cat relied on its sense of smell and quickly found Master Chongjin's exact location. They saw an old Taoist priest dressed in yellow robes, sitting cross-legged on a large tree branch, eyes closed, muttering incantations. Knocking on the door at midnight to summon the soul, A pinch of incense ash enters the dream, guiding dreams with sand at the fingertips, covering the pillow with heaven and earth. Coming back, coming back. As he spoke the last words, his body trembled, and he raised his hands above his head. Blue Cat secretly chuckled under the tree, thinking, this little brat still gestures so dramatically. Don't scare away the passing wild animals. Just as he finished speaking, a black snake fell from the tree, hanging right around Blue Cat's neck. Blue Cat flicked its head, shaking the snake off. Upon closer look, it was already dead.
See?
It really scared it to death. It seems this little brat isn't very skilled at learning tricks. Blue Cat leapt up, climbed the tree, and perched on a branch closest to Master Chongjin. It was sure that Master Chongjin was the person it was looking for. As soon as it spoke, the old man would surely recognize it. Thinking of this, Blue Cat felt very excited. It cleared its throat and, just as Master Chongjin was about to open his eyes, it suddenly spoke aloud. Cola with fried chicken. Worried that Master Chongjin might not see it, Blue Cat carefully held a luminous pearl the size of an adult thumb in its mouth. When Master Chongjin heard the voice, his body bristled with goosebumps, and his hair stood on end. Who?
Who?
Who is talking? His throat moved, and the voice that came out was not like his own, scaring him. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He dared not look back, afraid that if he did, the speaker would take his life. Blue Cat stretched out a paw and scratched its head, thinking, maybe my voice was too soft just now. He didn't hear me clearly, then it decided to repeat itself. No big deal. I said cola with fried chicken, because it was holding a luminous pearl in its mouth. Its words were a bit muffled. Davich, what cola? What chicken? Master Chongjin couldn't understand what the other was saying, but he could sense there was no malice, and a bright light shone in his peripheral vision. He mustered his courage and slowly turned his head. When he saw it was a cat, he couldn't control his body and started trembling uncontrollably. Faced with those bright green eyes, fear spread like vines across Master Chongjin's whole body in an instant. He stared with wide eyes, and his body involuntarily tilted to the side. Blue Cat chuckled. Old man, now you hear. Do you understand?
Ah.
Ghost. Thud. A heavy object falls to the ground. Blue Cat was stunned by the scream. Shouldn't it be crying and hugging itself in pain? Why didn't its secret signal work clearly enough? Hey, don't go. Blue Cat leapt down from the tree. No one was in sight, only a discarded robe on the ground. It kicked the robe and spoke again. Wow, I scared the skin off. Just then, Su Ning saw Su Shinian fainting and rushed over with her. What's going on? Where is everyone? Earlier, Su Shinian suddenly stopped moving. She was afraid of wild animals, so she protected her nearby. She didn't understand how to use the dream summoning technique and didn't dare touch her. Soon after, Su Shinian woke up. At the same time, screams came from nearby. Worried she might see something she shouldn't, Su Ning quickly pressed her sleep point. Blue Cat spread its front paws and said, I scared them away. Scare them away? Su Ning looked surprised. He didn't recognize you. She couldn't understand. Blue Cat replied, yes, I repeated the signal twice, but he still didn't recognize me. He looked frightened, so strange. Maybe my way of appearing was wrong, Blue Cat wondered. Su Ning looked down thoughtfully. After a moment, she said seriously, maybe we are wrong. He might not be Ziwu. Hearing this, Blue Cat was upset. Impossible, Master. If he's not Ziwu, why does he have your pill bottle? He even stole treasures from Wang Zhang's family, but he didn't recognize you either. You're a medicinal beast. As long as you're close, he should notice. Yet, he was scared off by you. Su Ning thought for a moment, her brows furrowing deeply, almost like she could crush a tiny mosquito. Are we missing something very important? Blue Cat also had this feeling before, but now it couldn't figure it out. What exactly did they overlook? Ning or Nian Nian, where are you? Answer uncle, okay? The person and the cat couldn't understand what was really happening. Just as they were about to head back, they heard Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian shouting almost brokenly from a distance. Oh no. The scream just now woke up uncle. You go into the space first. As soon as she finished speaking, Blue Cat flashed past Su Ning's forehead like a streak of light. Su Ning gently set Su Xinian down and, with a crying voice, said, "Big uncle, second uncle, we are here." Two sharp sounds of breaking the air came. They were Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian arguing as they rushed over. Each held a torch in their hand. Seeing that Su Ning was safe and Su Xinian was on the ground, Su Mingyun's face changed with surprise. "Ninger, what's wrong with Nian Nian?" "She's fine, just scared and fainted," Su Ning sniffled. The brothers let out a heavy sigh of relief.
Su Mingyun who get Su Ning Tai Li.
"Ninger, what just happened?" It scared Uncle so much. His voice was trembling with tears, showing he was truly frightened. Earlier, they were suddenly awakened by a scream, then heard the screams of Su Wan and Yun Jiao. That's when they realized the two children had disappeared. The patrol deputy commander asked but didn't know anything and didn't send anyone into the woods to check. Su Mingyun knew very well this was caused by Master Chongjin. Thinking about how that demon was spying on Su Xinian, the brothers turned pale with fear. Without hesitation, they raised their torches and rushed into the woods. Fortunately, both of them came out safe. "Ninger, tell Uncle what just happened." Seeing the fierce look on Su Mingyun's face, Su Ning was stunned. It was the first time she saw such an expression on him, but she couldn't tell the truth. After thinking for a moment, she carefully said, "Little Qing sensed that Master Chongjin used dream induction on my sister again. That's why she woke me up. He also said that if the noise was too loud and woke my sister, she might have an accident because of a broken dream. So I secretly followed to protect her." The brothers looked at each other and saw killing intent in each other's eyes. Su Mingxian hurriedly asked, "What about Blue Cat?" This time, Blue Cat had also done a great deed. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart, hoping nothing would happen to it. "It went after Master Chongjin," Su Ning replied confidently. "Don't worry, second uncle. Blue Cat will teach him a lesson. Just teaching him a lesson isn't enough. It should change the empire's ruler and devour the blood of the corrupt emperor. If he hadn't approved, how could that demon dare?" The brothers both had this plan in their hearts. Xie Xingye said that the crown prince was already secretly recruiting soldiers. Additionally, Xie Xingye secretly provided evidence that Xie Huaihing's maternal family had set a trap in the hunting ground to Xie Qinzhou. "I believe that once they return to the city, some people will be punished. This place is not safe to stay long. Let's leave first," Su Mingyun said, carrying Su Ning. Su Mingxian carried Su Xinian, and the four of them headed back. On the way, Su Ning kept thinking about whether Master Chongjin was really Ziwu. If he was, why couldn't he recognize Blue Cat's identity? If he wasn't, why did he have her medicinal pills? "Master, could it be that he hasn't awakened his memories yet? Ziwu also has a space pouch, right? You gave him many pills," Blue Cat whispered. "You mean he has a space pouch but no memories of his past life?" Su Ning frowned and thought. "Yes, otherwise, these things wouldn't make sense," Blue Cat replied. After thinking for a moment, Su Ning argued, "No, that's not right. If he hasn't awakened his memories, then what is the spirit gathering array about? Also, I suspect that Master Chongjin might not have any cultivation. If he did, he would have attacked you immediately when he saw you, instead of running away in fear. After all, tonight was the best chance for him to take his sister's blood." After analyzing, Su Ning's expression grew more serious. From the theft in the Wang Jiang family's treasury and the spiritual energy flow from above the palace, it is clear that there is indeed a cultivator behind the palace. It's either Master Chongjin or someone else. There is a secret behind the palace. Su Ning suddenly thought of this possibility. Yes, it's in the Cold Palace. There must be a secret there. At this moment, Blue Cat was a bit sad because Master Chongjin was not Ziwu. "Master, do you think Ziwu really reincarnated? I miss him so much." "Stop thinking about it. When someone dies, whether they reincarnate depends on fate. Right now, the most important thing is to find out the secret of the Cold Palace," Su Ning scolded Blue Cat. Blue Cat looked mournful. No, it had to find a chance to meet Master Chongjin again. It must be that old guy who hasn't awakened yet, and they shared moments of hardship together. All the good memories had been forgotten. She even forgot her owner, Su Wanwan. Thinking of how they escaped together and faced dangers in the ghost city, Blue Cat cried sadly. Master, I believe Ziwu will come to find us. Isn't he able to teleport? Isn't he always searching for the secret method of the space-time teleportation array? When he finds that secret book, he will activate the teleportation array and come to find us. He will take us to his world to see. That's what he said. Blue Cat pouted and cried sadly. It's better if he doesn't say these things, but when he does, Su Ning remembers her past on the Xianming continent. When she was 8, her family saved a poor boy named Ziwu, who had no parents, and he became her medicine boy. Later, when the Su family had problems, he used the teleportation array to help her escape many times. He is very loyal and caring, so she naturally misses him. They grew up together, sharing joys and hardships, but later, he left before her. Enough, stop being so sentimental. It's annoying. He has long been reincarnated. The group returned to their tent. Everyone in the Su family was awake, looking outside the tent. When they saw everyone was safe, they finally relaxed. Seeing Su Xinian fainted, Yun Jiao held the child and cried very sadly. Nian Nian, it's my fault. I didn't notice your change. It's her fault. She didn't realize even when someone nearby disappeared. It's her fault. Yun Jiao felt very guilty. Next to her, Su Mingxian also felt guilty. Don't blame yourself. I should be the one to blame, he said, sleeping nearby and also unaware of anything unusual. Su Ning, in a soft voice, said, maybe that dream induction technique also affects people around. Second uncle and second aunt, don't be to yourselves. Su Ning's words did help comfort them. Su Mingxian protected his wife and daughter as they entered the tent. Yun Jiao held Su Xinian and didn't sleep anymore. Su Mingyun also returned to his tent with a serious face, thinking about what to do next. He trained those 5,000 soldiers every day, and now it shows results. It's time to test them. Meanwhile, Master Chongjin looked like he had been frightened silly. He kept pulling the Northern Summer Emperor and saying, there are monsters in the hunting ground. A cat demon that can speak human language. No, wait, a tiger demon. The Northern Summer Emperor angrily shook off Master Chongjin's arm and growled, Master, what are you doing? What kind of monster or demon is that? Don't you think you're one too? Emperor, I order you to produce another longevity pill within a month. Don't think that just because you're a master, you can challenge my patience. He realized that Master Chongjin's skills were not as impressive as he had thought. Instead, it felt like he was just stalling for time. Could it be that he doesn't know how to make the longevity pills? It was soon morning. Just as the Emperor of North Xia was about to ride out, the second prince, Xie Chenzhou, hurriedly reported, Father, I have found the real culprit who released the tiger into the hunting ground. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this? The North Xia Emperor looked very angry. Of course, he was also quite upset inside because he already knew that Xia Huaihen was responsible. But he was furious at that scoundrel who had only a partial tail. How could he be trusted with important tasks? Xie Chenzhou glanced towards Xia Huaihen's carriage and then respectfully said, it was the Zhang family. They had already hired 5 woodcutters a few days ago to go into the mountains to gather firewood. They took the opportunity to release the tiger into the hunting ground. The Zhang family was Xia Huaihen's maternal family, a scholarly family. Old Master Zhang had 3 children. One was Wen Jingxing's mother, the second was the noble consort, and the third was the current head of the family, Zhang Ping, who is Xia Huaihen's uncle. Zhang Ping was mediocre in talent and lacked any notable skills or strategies. Since the deaths of the 2 elders, the Zhang family had withdrawn from court affairs. Even with a favored noble consort in the palace whispering in their ears, Zhang Ping remained unremarkable. In the end, Xia Huaihen secured a minor position in the Hanlin Academy. To avoid implicating Xie Xingye and himself, Xie Chenzhou added, fearing that the 9th prince might uncover clues, those 5 woodcutters kept the tiger in an iron cage and hid it on a very secluded cliff. The Zhang family's contact has already been fully exposed. There are 3 in total. Hearing this, Xie Huaihen was furious. He shouted back, Xie Chenzhou, you're lying. There are only 2. I only released 2. Where did you get 3 from? That third beast was clearly your doing. Xia Huaiheng's face twisted with rage, not realizing he had just admitted to something. The North Xia Emperor's eyes widened with anger. You wicked child. When I return, I will settle this with you. Go back to the palace. Only then did Xia Huaiheng realize how foolish he had been. He had just confessed. This makes me so angry. Xia Qinzhou dares to scheme against me? So infuriating. After insulting someone, Xia Huaiheng also insulted his uncle, calling him useless and incapable of handling even small matters. Meanwhile, Wen Jingxing was still nowhere to be found, and he suspected that the person might be dead. 2 days later, everyone finally returned to the imperial city. Xia Huaiheng requested a private meeting with the Northern Summer Emperor, admitting that he had released 2 tigers into the mountains, but the other one was clearly the work of Xia Qinzhou. However, he had no proof. At first, he thought it was Xia Xingye who did it, but later realized it was Xia Qinzhou. Father, please believe your son. I only released 2 spotted tigers. The extra one must have been done by Second Prince. The Northern Summer Emperor was furious and immediately retorted, You fool. Even if it was the Second Prince, do you have proof? He knew to cut off the tail completely, but you're just extremely stupid. Now that this has happened, if we don't punish you and the Zhang family, it will be hard to gain the people's trust. Send someone to take the third prince out and give him 50 lashes. Also, demote Zhang Ping and investigate him. Confiscate half of the Zhang family's assets as a warning. Additionally, look into the background of the red-clad masked person who appeared at the hunting ground that day. You should be grateful that Qin Ji and Song Yanbin are still alive. After speaking, the emperor suppressed his anger and said, Your actions these days are reckless and even show off. I am very disappointed. You can't even handle a small matter properly. What use are you to me? Xia Huaiheng understood the implied meaning behind the emperor's words. The affairs he arranged through the Wang family had all failed, and now he was in trouble again. It was truly disappointing. He didn't know why, but whenever it came to the Su family, nothing ever went right. It was simply uncanny. This Su family is just bad luck. Xia Huaiheng, lying on a stool waiting to be punished, cursed angrily, but that didn't change the fact that he was going to be beaten. The concubine consort, upon hearing this, didn't dare to go to the imperial court to plead. Learning that Xia Huaiheng was only whipped 50 times, Xia Qinzhou's brow furrowed deeply, secretly guessing, father probably forgave him because he found Master Chongjin. Recently, Xia Huaiheng had become a bit arrogant after receiving pills from Master Chongjin, which led to his downfall. Uncle Wang, what do you plan to do next? At this moment, Xia Qinzhou was drinking with Xia Xingye at the War Prince's residence. Xia Xingye looked lazy and replied after a long pause, I have no plans. The tiger release incident was just a way to treat others as they treat us. The implication is that he doesn't just want to help him. Xia Qinzhou could tell. Even if he was using this chance to punish the third brother, he wasn't angry because he had already won. Uncle Wang, haven't you realized yet? If you want to stay alive, you must work together with your nephew, Xia Qinzhou said with a smile, his gaze fixed on Xia Xingye. Xia Xingye's expression remained calm. He slowly replied, I am all alone. How long I live depends on fate. This made Xia Qinzhou's eyes darken, and his words carried a hint of anger. Uncle Wang, do you really have no one you care about? Hearing this, Xia Xingye poured himself a glass of wine. A gentle breeze brushed his face, lifting a few strands of his long hair, which floated softly with the wind. At this moment, he looked very lonely. He stared at the clear face reflected in his cup, feeling a bit lost. Gradually, the face in the wine blurred as if covered by mist, until another gust of wind caused the surface of the wine to ripple. The shadow in the wine became clearer, but the face had changed. It was a woman's face, and he recognized her. It was Su Wan's delicate face. Xia Xingye was stunned, wondering why he suddenly thought of Su Wan. Uncle Wang, everyone in the manor is descended from Queen Qin, who left this world for you. Don't you want to live well for their sake? Xiechenzhou's words interrupted Xie Xingye's thoughts, like a gust of wind scattering the beautiful image in his wine. Does he really have no one he cares about? Xiechenzhou couldn't wait for Xie Xingye's answer, and left angrily. When Xie Xingye finally pulled himself out of his thoughts, it was almost dusk. Prince, there are rumors that Master Chongjin is actually a sorcerer. Kangqi hurried over to deliver the news. That night, Emperor Beixia ordered everyone not to spread the story. But the news still leaked out. With Xiechenzhou's courage and cunning, he probably couldn't be the one behind this. That narrows down the possible culprits significantly. After thinking it over, Xie Xingye believed the Su family was the most likely. Pass the message. Tell the people in the manor to go out and about in the marketplace over the next few days. Kongqi's face slightly changed. Prince, are you suggesting? Trying to take the blame himself? Just do as I say. Don't ask any more questions. These years have passed like this, and this one thing doesn't matter much anymore. Kangqi feels very sorry for his lord, the prince. Over the years, he has protected the Black Armor Guard, enduring humiliation and hardship. He sees this and feels pain in his heart. Just thinking that he might never leave an heir behind before he dies makes him very sad. If it weren't for that person causing trouble, he would have had children long ago. Yes, Kangqi reluctantly leaves. Soon night falls. Su Ning continues to meditate in his space. Before going in, he reminds Blue Cat not to run around and to sleep well. Blue Cat agrees with a nod but is already planning to sneak into the palace tonight. It must find out the true identity of Master Chongjin tonight. On the way, it plans to check the cold palace and see what secrets are hidden there. After sensing Su Ning enter meditation, Blue Cat doesn't hesitate. It jumps out of the half-open window, spreads its wings, and soars into the sky. It quickly reaches the palace. To gather more information, it retracts its wings and turns back into an ordinary-sized cat. It lands on the roof of a palace hall. Below, a patrol of Imperial Guards passes by, so no one notices a cat on the roof. Even if they do, no one cares. Blue Cat jumps down from another side. It is unfamiliar with the layout of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards of the palace, so it wanders around randomly based on instinct. At some point, it arrives at a palace. As it passes the door, it hears hurried breathing from inside. Blue Cat thinks someone inside is sick. It listens carefully with its feline ears, but then hears a voice that makes it blush. Light. Lighter, Master. So mighty. I bow to you, Blue Cat. Oh my goodness, is Master Chongjin sneaking around? It looks up at the sign above the door that says Yuehua Palace, which clearly belongs to the Emperor's concubine. But which concubine it is, it doesn't know. Then it hears the woman excitedly say, Master promised to give me a longevity pill, and he can't go back on his word. Don't worry, I will never go back on my word. But you must keep this secret well, the old emperor says. Tonight, he took the calming pill he made himself and won't wake up until dawn. This makes it easier for him to do as he pleases. The concubine has a delicate and fragile figure. I really envy that dog emperor. Thinking this, Master Chongjin's movements and gaze became even more frantic. Outside the door, the Blue Cat was so angry it was trembling. It silently roared. Ziwu, you've changed. You've changed. Weren't you against beauty? Weren't you supposed to share hardships with your master? How did you change so quickly? At this moment, the Blue Cat wished deeply that the person inside wasn't Ziwu. But it also missed Ziwu too much and hoped that the person inside was indeed Ziwu. Its feelings were very complicated right now. The Blue Cat waited outside, not long before the old man came out looking refreshed. The Blue Cat followed him closely, walking behind him all the way to a hall called Sanqing Temple. This Sanqing Temple was probably a palace built specifically for the emperor, located north of the central palace. He was so far away, yet this scoundrel still wanted to sneak around. His courage was incredible. The Imperial Guards seemed blind, unable to see him, or perhaps they were all deceived by him. Back in the hall, Master Chongjin was tired. He waved away the palace attendants inside and outside, saying impatiently, "Step back. Don't disturb me." Taking advantage of the last attendant closing the door, the blue cat slipped inside. When Master Chongjin took off his robe, lay on the bed and closed his eyes, the cat finally spoke. Suwanwan, this time, it didn't use a secret code. It tried to wake him by calling his name directly. Unexpectedly, upon hearing a sound, Master Chongjin suddenly jumped up like a startled rabbit.
Who?
Who's in the room? The blue cat comforted itself. It's okay, it's okay. He probably hasn't awakened his memory yet and doesn't remember his master's name. I'll punch him when I reveal myself, and he'll remember. If one punch isn't enough, then two. If two aren't enough, then three, until he awakens. After making up his mind, the blue cat quickly leapt out from under the bed, flying up swiftly. At the same time, it swung its little cat fist. Hee, old man, take this cat punch. With a loud bang, Master Chongjin was hit. As a spiritual beast, he was stronger than an ordinary cat, but only slightly. He wobbled a bit, then turned to see the blue cat staring at him with bright green eyes, standing on the table. Are you the monster from that night? Master Chongjin stared in horror, eyes wide, and shouted for help outside, but no one responded. He had previously said he liked quietness and had told the palace attendants to stay away. Now, no one would come to help him. Feeling the urge to run away, Master Chongjin suddenly saw the blue cat, who reluctantly threw another punch. The cat muttered to itself, "It seems I haven't awakened yet. Oh well, one more punch." With a loud bang, the blue cat leapt up again and delivered a swift kick to Master Chongjin. Seeing him look confused and terrified, the blue cat realized its strength was not enough. It then transformed into its true beast form. In the face of Master Chongjin's shocked and frightened expression, the beast attacked him with punches and kicks.
Bang, 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 bang.
Smack, 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 smack. After several muffled sounds, the man was beaten so badly that his nose was swollen. He foamed at the mouth, and his eyes looked dead. He twitched all over. Despite this, there was no sign of awakening. The blue cat knew he was not the child warrior it was looking for. It could no longer deceive itself.
Ugh.
Child warrior, my child warrior, what kind of bad luck did you have? I can't find you anywhere.
Ugh.
I miss you so much, little brat. The blue cat looked at Master Chongjin, lying on the ground, unconscious or dead, and had no intention of killing him. It still wanted to deceive itself. I'll go first. When you awaken, I'll come back, it said. Before leaving, it took a healing pill and a hemostatic pill from him. Surprisingly, these two pills looked exactly like the ones the owner had made. Master Chongjin was not stupid. He knew that a single pill was too much for an ordinary person to handle, so he divided them into small pieces. One small bottle could hold only 3 pills, but if divided into tiny pieces, it could hold about 30. The amount was very similar to what the owner had. For a moment, something flashed through the blue cat's mind, so fast that it couldn't catch it. Looking at the pill bottle in its hand, the blue cat increasingly believed these pills belonged to the owner. Forget it, I'll take them back first and analyze them. Her little brain is better than mine, it thought. The blue cat transformed back into a normal-sized form, held the bottle in its mouth, and slipped out through the door. After checking around, it prepared to head toward the cold palace. Last time, it followed the spiritual energy to the cold palace, but didn't go inside. This time, it wanted to see what was inside. After about half an incense stick of time, it arrived outside the cold palace gates. 2 guards in dark armor were dozing nearby. The blue cat ignored them and circled around the outer wall of the cold palace, choosing a corner to leap up. Just then, a small black figure jumped down from the other side of the wall, perfectly avoiding the blue cat. The owner of this small black figure was none other than Prince Xie, known for his good talent, as mentioned by Xie. Tonight, he planned to steal from the small treasury of each palace. The treasury was heavily guarded, with layers of dark armor guards and many tricky traps inside. With his current skills, he couldn't escape unscathed. So he decided to take some small profits tonight. Xie Qingxi quietly left the cold palace, avoiding the guards, and sneaked toward the central palace. Meanwhile, the blue cat happened to land in the courtyard where Consortin lived. It sniffed around with its nose, walking here and there, and finally reached the kitchen. It lifted the cloth covering a wooden basin with a paw and saw a full bowl of meat inside, its eyes wide with surprise. Isn't the cold palace supposed to be poor? Why does this family eat so well? The blue cat, full of questions, left the kitchen and wandered around the courtyard. It felt no spiritual energy fluctuations and decided to go inside to look around. It tiptoed toward a room in the middle, noticing the door was unlocked. It gently pushed it open. The room was small, with only a main hall and a small room on the right side, separated by a curtain. The blue cat silently approached. It saw a woman lying with her back against the door on the bed. The small room was simple, with only a bed and a table. As it was about to look away, it noticed a small white porcelain bottle on the table next to a teapot. Its eyes immediately shrank. The bottle had a red circle at the opening, with a small red flower on it. This porcelain bottle looked exactly like the owner's pill bottle. Why would the cold palace have the owner's pill bottle? To find out what was really going on, the blue cat decided to steal the bottle. With this thought, it carefully entered the room, jumped onto the table, and reached out to grab the bottle. Suddenly, the woman on the bed turned over. Startled, the blue cat instinctively jumped down and hid under the table. She thought the woman would wake up, but she didn't. Instead, she started talking in her sleep. Don't kill my child. I am willing to take the blame and go to the cold palace. Please don't hurt my child. After hearing this, the blue cat understood that the woman was innocent. But what did it have to do with her? The dirty affairs in the deep palace were no less than those in the previous dynasty. Could she really get involved? The blue cat no longer cared about what the woman was saying. It jumped onto the table, grabbed the pill bottle, and left the cold palace. As it passed by the central palace, it saw a big fire burning in the hall of mental cultivation. It faintly heard voices shouting, "Flooding! Flooding! Protect the emperor! Quickly, protect the emperor!" Why was there a fire suddenly? Probably someone wanted to harm the dog emperor. The chaos at the hall of mental cultivation was intense. The blue cat didn't want to get involved, so it turned back home. When it returned to the Su residence, Su Ning had just finished practicing and came out of the space. The blue cat entered and looked a bit surprised. "Master, why are you out so early tonight?" Su Ning frowned and said, "I suddenly remembered something just now, but I forgot it quickly. I can't focus on my cultivation." "Oh, perfect. I also have something to tell you. I just went to the palace." Hearing this, Su Ning looked at the blue cat. "Did you find out anything?" The blue cat jumped onto the bed and handed her a pill bottle it had taken from Master Chongjin. "This is 2 bottles of pills I stole from him. Take a look." Su Ning took the pill bottles and poured out a few pills from the one labeled "Stop Bleeding" pill. To her shock, these pills had been divided into many tiny pieces. After examining the pills, Su Ning furrowed her brows even deeper. She had been thinking about this matter for days. She couldn't understand why there were so many similarities. The blue cat had already tested that the person was not Ziwu, but why were there so many similarities? During her cultivation earlier, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind, but she forgot it in an instant. Now, looking at the pills in her hand, Su Ning carefully reviewed everything from her rebirth, what had happened before and after. She had only saved Xie Xingye, Xie Yanji, her family, and the Chu family. But she hadn't given them all the bottles at once. If they had used her bottles, it seemed unlikely. In this moment, something flashed through her mind. This time, Su Ning successfully grasped the key point. "Haha, I understand now. I finally realized what we missed. So that's it? I guess that Master Chongjin had, besides the blood-stopping pill, healing pill, body-strengthening pill, another bottle of clear spirit pill that can detoxify all poisons. It was this clear spirit pill that cured the Northern Summer Emperor's headache." Blue Cat was a bit excited. "Master, tell me, how do you know so clearly?" "That Master Chongjin is Ziwu, right?" Su Ning smiled slightly. "No, he's not Ziwu. He's just an ordinary Taoist who knows a little bit of magic. What? No way. Why isn't he Ziwu? Blue Cat couldn't believe it. More precisely, it didn't believe that Ziwu hadn't come. Su Ning said, because all those pills on him are mine. Don't you remember? Before my eldest uncle set out to Huzhou to fight bandits, I gave him many pills. When I found him later, he had thrown all of them away. During the fight with Lin Gang, his bag was knocked off the cliff and later picked up by someone else. So, all those pills that Master Chongjin has are just picked up? Blue Cat was stunned. Yes, exactly. Those are the pills my eldest uncle lost. That Master Chongjin probably knows a little bit about pill making. Coincidentally, he met Xia Huaihing looking for Master Chongjin and they teamed up. Thinking about what he saw earlier, Blue Cat felt that Su Ning's words made some sense. If he really were Ziwu, he would never do such shameful things as secretly meeting the concubine. That scoundrel, besides the concubine in the palace, also didn't spare the concubines in the cold palace. Otherwise, why would there be the master's pill bottle in the cold palace? After understanding all this, Blue Cat felt a bit regretful. He should have killed that dog Taoist earlier. Woo-woo, Ziwu, why didn't you reincarnate into the northern summer country? Blue Cat was very sad and couldn't sleep. After figuring all this out, Su Ning felt very relaxed. She lay on the bed and muttered to herself, now I understand that person's background. So, the real Master Chongjin should appear soon. She planned to let this person sneak into the palace and work from inside and outside. Next, she would secretly find a Master Chongjin to enter the palace. At this moment, Blue Cat exclaimed, Master, how do you explain the spiritual energy flow in the cold palace? Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to deal with you, Su Ning said confidently. Blue Cat thought there was some truth to that. Then Su Ning continued, since there is a secret in the cold palace, don't act impulsively in the future to avoid alerting the enemy. We need to find other ways to uncover the secret. By the way, tonight's events, I must thank you. If you hadn't stolen the pill from Master Chongjin, I might not have remembered it. Hee, it's my honor to help the master. No need to thank me, said the little beast. This matter had troubled them for many days, but tonight they finally understood the key point. It was a relief to put an end to this worry. Early the next morning, Su Jingnian, who was going to court, returned shortly after. He brought 2 pieces of news. First, last night the Hall of Restful Mind caught fire for unknown reasons, and the emperor was injured. Second, the small treasury of each palace lady disappeared without a trace. Blue Cat transmitted a message. Master, I believe that Master Chongjin is not Ziwu anymore, because I beat him unconscious last night. He couldn't have gone to steal treasures. Su Ning analyzed, maybe the person who stole the treasure and set the fire is the same, and it's related to the secret in the cold palace. Is this person an enemy or a friend? Next to him, Su Jingnian looked regretful. If the secret guard hadn't arrived in time to carry the sleeping emperor out of the fire, he would have been burned alive inside. Mrs. Wu looked confused. It caught fire, but even if the emperor was sleeping deeply, he should have felt it, right? Why didn't he avoid it? It is said that the emperor took a calming pill given by Master Chongjin before sleeping, which made him sleep deeply. Hearing Su Jingnian's words, Su Mingyan analyzed, is it possible that the person who set the fire is Master Chongjin? He first gave the calming pill, then set the fire after the emperor fell asleep. Everyone in the room looked at each other, seeing an opportunity in their eyes. Big brother, why don't we spread this news? Say that the evil sorcerer is causing trouble and the heavens have punished him, suggested Su Mingxian, who was quick-witted and thought of a way to deal with Master Chongjin. Since their return to the imperial city yesterday, they had eagerly spread the news that Master Chongjin was a sorcerer. Coupled with the fire last night, it seemed quite plausible. Good idea, let's do that, Su Jingnian agreed strongly with Su Mingxian. Doesn't the emperor like to listen to rumors about sorcerers? Then don't blame the Su family for using this as an excuse. The awakened northern summer emperor only felt a burning pain all over his body. Learning that he had nearly been burned to death in the palace of Restful Heart, he was furious. In his anger, he killed 10 palace guards on duty and the commander, Bian Jing, accusing them of neglecting their duties, failing to protect him, colluding with enemies, and setting the fire. They deserved death. After venting his rage, the Northern Summer Emperor ordered someone to invite Master Chongjin for treatment. However, he was informed that Master Chongjin had been attacked by assassins and was in a coma. At this moment, he also heard Gao Gonggong report, "Your Majesty, there are rumors that the fire in the Palace of Restful Heart was caused by evil practitioners and that heaven is punishing them. People are demanding that Master Chongjin be executed."
What?
The emperor moved, and his whole body ached terribly. Queen Zhou, who was serving nearby, took the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, last night, if you hadn't taken that calming pill, you wouldn't have slept so deeply and been burned by the fire. This is strange. The fire started neither too early nor too late, but only after you took the calming pill. It's quite suspicious. Also, it's unclear whether Master Chongjin might have staged the attack to escape blame." Queen Zhou's words made the emperor's eyes darken with suspicion. He asked Gao Gonggong, "Have the fire-starting thieves been caught?" "No, Your Majesty," he replied.
No?
Could it be that the fire started for no reason? In such a large palace, no one saw the arsonist? How can the defenses be so lax? They all deserve to die. The emperor's anger caused everyone in the room, including Queen Zhou, to kneel on the ground, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, the concubines kneeling outside the hall began to cry out, "Your Majesty, please do justice for us. All our silver reserves have vanished."
Boo, how can we live now?
The concubines outside, all kneeling and crying, were complaining about losing their treasury silver. The Northern Summer Emperor's forehead veins bulged with anger. Considering Queen Zhou's words, he suspected that Master Chongjin might indeed be behind it. But he also remembered that although the old sorcerer was somewhat unreliable, the pills he provided were truly effective. Now, rumors were spreading everywhere. How should he respond? "Queen Zhou, let them go. I will compensate for the lost silver." "Yes, Your Majesty." Queen Zhou stood up and left, a faint smile on her lips that she couldn't hide. She truly wanted to thank the person secretly spreading the rumors. Let's see how the emperor will protect the old sorcerer when everyone is furious. Because of this person's appearance, the concubine is firmly in control, and she cannot tolerate this attitude. Now, in the third prince's palace, Xia Huaijing was beaten 50 times yesterday. He wanted someone to secretly ask Master Chongjin for a healing pill, but instead, he received news that the master was seriously injured and unconscious. The secret agent in his palace couldn't find a healing pill, but found 2 other pills instead. Xia Huaijing smelled the medicine and recognized it as the body-strengthening pill he had taken before. He ate them all. He thought that taking more of these pills would make his martial skills improve quickly. Finally, he cursed loudly. That old man has some martial skill, yet he gets ambushed? It must be Xie Qinzhou. The fire in the Hall of Restful Mind last night was probably also set by Xie Qinzhou. He wants to kill the emperor. His trusted aide, Zhuang Qian, told him the rumors circulating in the city, which made him feel very upset. He knew that if Master Chongjin fell, he would also be involved. But now he was injured himself. How could he respond? The rumors grew more intense every day. Citizens gathered at the palace gates, begging the Northern Summer Emperor to execute Master Chongjin. They said he spread evil words, disturbed the court, and even colluded with powerful officials, causing unfair policies. If he wasn't executed, Northern Summer would never be peaceful. People expressed their dissatisfaction with Master Chongjin and worried about the future of the country. Later, some even cursed the emperor for being foolish and biased, unworthy of ruling Northern Summer. The emperor found out that the person spreading the rumors was his beloved younger brother, which made him furious. Good. My younger brother is indeed a war hero. His trick of borrowing a knife to kill is brilliant. Then I will use a fake death to settle the score. In front of the officials, the emperor issued a decree, claiming that he had investigated and confirmed that Master Chongjin was truly a wicked sorcerer. He ordered him to be executed publicly for deceiving the emperor. At the sacrificial altar, He was burned alive in front of the crowd to offer to heaven. From afar, the people couldn't see whether the burned person was Master Chongjin or someone impersonating him. They only cheered loudly. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! A fake death, gaining the emperor's favor and winning the trust of the people, such top-level tactics are truly clever. However, those who knew the truth dared not speak a word. How could Su's family not guess that this was the North Summer Emperor's political trick? A fake death plan was used to hide the demon path inside the palace, so he could continue to use it. He was going further and further down the path of a foolish ruler. To take revenge on Xie Xingye, on the third day after executing Master Chongjin, the emperor publicly arranged a marriage for him. The War King is not young anymore. As your older brother, I cannot just watch you be alone. I have heard that the daughter of the Minister of Revenue is gentle and virtuous. She seems a good match for the War King. I will marry her to you. Let's choose a good day to hold the wedding. The North Summer Emperor sat on the throne, speaking softly, but his eyes hid a hidden plan that no one could see. Everyone in the court, except Minister Mu from the Ministry of Revenue, was shocked. Everyone knew that the minister's daughter had a scandalous past. She had a child with a man outside marriage and was abandoned by her family. Now she was raising that child alone, struggling to survive. If she married Xie Xingye, he would become a stepfather overnight. Xie Xingye had lost 2 wives and carried a bad reputation for being unlucky in love. From one point of view, they were quite a match. Everyone in the court guessed that this was not a real marriage proposal, but a way to humiliate Xie Xingye under the guise of marriage. The divine decree was hard to refuse, so Xie Xingye had no choice but to accept. Looking at Xie Xingye himself, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He understood the emperor's true intention. His previous 2 wives were also arranged by him. Would he think he would obey this time? The act of brotherly respect between them had already played out, and he wouldn't think he was afraid to refuse the order. Would he? Xie Xingye stepped forward and said calmly, "Your Majesty, do you think that such an unclean woman is worthy of me, a royal relative? Don't you think doing this dishonors the royal family?" All the officials in the hall held their breath, watching the confrontation between the brothers. The North Summer Emperor's face turned pale, and his eyes showed his hidden anger and scheming. Although that woman was tricked by evil people, she is indeed gentle and virtuous. She is raising a child alone and is a great mother. I believe that the War King, who cares for the people, would not be so heartless. Compared to the honor of the royal family, I naturally hope that the people of North Summer can live peacefully and happily. After speaking, Xie Xingye bluntly said, "If your Majesty is so noble and upright, why not bring her into the palace? How dare the War King behave so disrespectfully to me? I am extremely disappointed." Xie Xingye's sarcastic smile was obvious. He knew that the Northern Summer Emperor dared not kill him openly because he carried a royal amulet from the former emperor that granted immunity from death. So, over the years, he had been secretly causing trouble. Of course, the former emperor not only gave him the immunity amulet, but also provided the Northern Summer Emperor with a powerful shadow guard unit. This was something others did not know. Last night, if it hadn't been for the shadow guards rescuing the sleeping Northern Summer Emperor from the fire, he wouldn't be alive today. So far, no one has found out who started the fire, and he was also confused. No one noticed that after Xie Xingye said that, the Minister of Revenue, Mu Qingsheng, quickly exchanged a secret glance with the Northern Summer Emperor, who was sitting at the top. In any case, the marriage has been arranged. It's for the sake of your heirs, War King. Think it over carefully. Court is dismissed. After saying this, the Northern Summer Emperor waved his sleeve and left, giving no chance for Xie Xingye to refuse again. The Northern Summer Emperor entered the imperial study without looking back and signaled everyone behind him to leave. After hearing the door close, the Northern Summer Emperor walked toward the screen. He bypassed the screen and went straight to a bookshelf in the inner room. He reached out and opened the thickest book in the middle, revealing a small rectangular box. He opened the box to show a red button. Gently pressing it, The entire row of bookshelves made a clicking sound and moved back. A square wooden door appeared, which he pulled open by bending down. Inside was an underground entrance, with a set of three-tiered blue stone steps. The surface was so clean it looked like a mirror, indicating frequent use. Without hesitation, the Northern Summer Emperor stepped onto the first step. As his foot touched the second step, he heard a muffled sound of the wooden panel resetting. He quickly took a luminous pearl from his sleeve and hurried down. After passing through the long dark corridor, he saw a bright light ahead. On both sides of the wall, there were bronze lanterns with flickering candles inside. The corridor was narrow, just enough for one person to pass. After walking for about half an incense stick, the space opened up. Turning a corner, a large, bright stone chamber appeared before him. In the center was a stone bed, on which the injured and unconscious Master Chongjin was lying. The flickering flames on the surrounding walls cast shadows on his pale face, making him look a little eerie. The Northern Summer Emperor approached him, rummaging through his clothes in the chest area. He didn't find even a single pill, which made him very angry. He raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. "Fool, wake up. Wake up for me." Perhaps sensing the anger of the Northern Summer Emperor, the Master Chongjin, who had been unconscious for 3 days, truly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he looked at the moss-covered stone wall above him and was stunned for a long time. Until the Northern Summer Emperor slapped him again. "Fool, since you're awake, tell me clearly, was it intentional, or did you really encounter an assassin?" This slap completely woke Master Chongjin. His mind cleared and he panicked, shouting, "There is a monster! There is a monster in the palace, looking like a tiger. It was the one that hurt me." Seeing the Northern Summer Emperor about to get angry again, Master Chongjin hurriedly knelt on the bed, knocking his head repeatedly. "It's true, Your Majesty. Every word is true. I dare not lie." The Northern Summer Emperor didn't believe him at all. "You stole from the royal treasuries in each palace, didn't you? You set fire to the Hall of Mind Nurturing, didn't you? Now you're saying all this on purpose, just to cover up your evil deeds. I don't care what you want. You have 7 days to refine the longevity pills, or I won't believe you anymore. Your only ending will be death. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, you are already dead. I will burn your body to ash in front of all the people in the capital as an offering to the heavens. Now you're just a prisoner working for me to refine pills." "What? What are you saying? What are you talking about?" Master Chongjin found it hard to believe what he heard. The Northern Summer Emperor didn't bother explaining. He simply left a sentence. "In 7 days, I will come personally to take the pills," then turned and left. Hearing this, Master Chongjin suddenly stopped in his tracks. Without the blood of that person's heart or the heart of someone born in the Yin year and Yin month, how could he refine the longevity pills? The Northern Summer Emperor froze in place upon hearing this. Master Chongjin hurriedly added, "I want to see Xia Huaiheng. I forgot to tell him. There's an important medicinal ingredient." He was determined to find a way to get Xia Huaiheng to help him escape. "Tell me as well," the Northern Summer Emperor said without looking back, clearly not noticing the hatred and resentment in Master Chongjin's eyes. This statement told him that seeing Xia Huaiheng was hopeless. The hatred in Master Chongjin's eyes deepened, and a murderous intent brewed in his heart toward the Northern Summer Emperor. He originally wanted a safe place to settle down, but he never expected that the ruler of a country would treat him so harshly. He gained benefits but was not shown the respect he deserved. This person is extremely selfish and self-centered. Master Chongjin, with a calm voice, said, "We still need the future true Dragon Emperor's brow blood. Remember, Your Majesty, it is the brow blood of the future true Dragon Emperor. If you want to make more longevity pills, this blood must not be missing." Master Chongjin stared closely at the back of the Northern Summer Emperor with a mysterious smile on his face. Ahead, the Northern Summer Emperor, who had been stunned for a long time, finally spoke. "You must have figured out who the future true Dragon Emperor will be, right?" He could tell that Yunxian was born in a Yin year and Yin month, so he could also guess who the future true Dragon Emperor would be. "Isn't Your Majesty clearer than I am?" This sentence made the Northern Summer Emperor pause, clearly revealing that he had the answer in his heart. "You better not deceive me, or I will crush you into pieces," he said, then turned and left quickly. Su Jingmian brought back the news that the Northern Summer Emperor had arranged a marriage for Xie Xingye. Everyone in the Su family was shocked. Yun Jiao said, "Back then, when Miss Mu from the Mu family was involved, she was severely punished by Lord Mu and made to kneel in the snow. No matter how her family whipped her, she didn't reveal any information about the outsider. Later, it was said she was pregnant, so she claimed she was just a flower thief. At that time, there was quite a bit of controversy. But since they couldn't find out who the flower thief was, the matter was dropped. I guess that Miss Mu must know who the child's father is and has had dealings with him. Otherwise, why wouldn't she tell the truth about that person?" Su Wan took over, saying, "So, second sister-in-law means that Miss Mu might secretly have contact with the child's father." "Exactly. They must have had secret dealings. Miss Mu protecting the child's father probably stems from true love. Maybe the man has a special status and isn't accepted by his family. I suspect that Miss Mu probably also dislikes this marriage. Your Majesty, this is clearly an attempt to humiliate Lord John. They can't stand to see him succeed." Hearing this, Su Wan felt a sudden pain in her heart. Such a good person. Why is his life so bitter? Feeling troubled, Su Wan returned to Lanyue Pavilion. Su Ning, who was painting, saw her and quickly put down her brush, ran over, and took Su Wan's hand to lead her inside. "Mother, why are you so worried? Is something wrong?" Su Ning's innocent voice brought Su Wan back from her thoughts. She sighed before saying, "Mother just received news that the War Prince has been granted a marriage." After saying this, Su Wan immediately regretted it. Su Ning was still so young. She shouldn't have told her these things. But the words had already left her mouth, and she couldn't take them back. She reached out and poured herself a glass of water to calm her worries. Su Ning's curious voice came from beside her. "Mother, isn't it good that the handsome uncle is getting married? After all, he's already 29. Why are you worried?" Su Ning stared at Su Wan's face without blinking, as if determined to find out what she was thinking. Su Wan clenched her hand around the cup, suddenly realizing she cared too much about whether Xie Xingye would marry. After all, it was his private matter. "Mother, I just think it's strange that the Emperor suddenly arranged a marriage for the War Prince. Our Su family supports him, and if something happens to him, we would lose our backing. It might be hard for us to manage." Although she said this, her nervous expression and hesitant words betrayed her. Su Ning saw this clearly, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. She then decided to probe her mother's thoughts through this slip. Su Ning suddenly leaned closer to Su Wan, smiling playfully. "Really? Then why did Mother blush?" Su Wan thought her face was really red and quickly turned her head to avoid Su Ning's curious gaze. "Nonsense. Mother, I was just feeling hot." Her face, which wasn't red before, did feel warm after Su Ning's words. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Wan raised her hand to brush her messy hair. The little girl tiptoed, holding onto the edge of the table, and said with a shake of her head, "Mother, don't lie to yourself. You clearly like the handsome uncle. Every time you mention him, you seem distracted. I can see it." That's not true," Su Wan denied, turning her body to the side. Hee, actually, I like the handsome uncle too. I think you and him are quite a good match. Even though you married someone else and had me, the handsome uncle has also been engaged twice. Could it be that Mother is afraid the handsome uncle will take a wife?" As she said this, Su Ning covered her mouth in surprise. Su Wan hurried to explain. "Ninger, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I be afraid of the War Prince's reputation for taking wives? I just think doing so might bring trouble to the Su family." After Su Wan finished speaking, she saw Su Ning immediately change to a clever look and laugh, saying, "So, Mother, you actually like that handsome uncle, right?" "Haha, I guessed it." Su Wan's small face suddenly turned red up to her ears. She realized she had been caught by her daughter. "All right, Ninger, you dared to trick your mother. Just wait, I'll tickle you." Su Wan reached out to grab Su Ning. The girl was quick like a little rabbit and dodged every time. "Hee, Mother, you can't catch me." But I want to remind you, if you don't fight for your happiness, that handsome uncle might belong to someone else. I think, since the marriage was arranged by the emperor, the uncle probably wouldn't be happy about it. Maybe that person is actually a spy sent by the emperor to harm the uncle. Hearing this, Suwon stopped chasing her. She could guess that the person had bad intentions, but she didn't know the exact reason. Her worries, which she had just put aside, returned to her small face. Seeing Suwon so worried, Suning stopped teasing her and stepped forward, taking Suwon's delicate hand to comfort her. Mother, don't worry. I'll send Blue Cat to find out about that woman. Tell me, which family does she belong to? She is Mu Mingzhu, the legitimate daughter of the Mu family. She already has a child, who is now 8 years old. Since the incident, Mu Mingzhu has been living in the Mu estate. Since you want Blue Cat to investigate, tell it honestly that we suspect Mu Mingzhu also doesn't want to marry the Prince of War. Thinking about Blue Cat's skills, Suwon thought this plan was very good. She should have thought of it earlier, sending Blue Cat to find out about that person, especially his identity, so he could intervene and stop the marriage. Her daughter Ning can understand animal speech, which she could use to her advantage and avoid danger in advance. Ninger, be very careful. When you get news, don't act on your own. You must discuss it with your two uncles, understand? I know, mother. Don't worry. Seeing Ning's innocent face, Suwon felt very distressed. Other children her age were still learning to speak, but her Ning was already acting like a little adult, involved in political matters. It was impossible not to feel heartache. Suwon hugged Ning tightly, sniffed, and said, Child, it's mother's fault. I don't have enough ability to protect the people I want to keep safe. Regarding your father, mother was wrong from the start. She foolishly hoped to reconcile with him, trying to make him change his mind and have another child to carry on the family line, solidifying her status as the young lady of the Wen family. Mother should have realized that since he kept a concubine outside for many years, he no longer cared about mother.
How could he change? He's just a scoundrel.
I suspect your father might already be dead outside. Mother actually wants to find a way for your future. When Suning heard this, her face changed. She quickly asked, Mother, do you truly like uncle, or are you just trying to find a way for my future? Suwon gently brushed the loose hair from Suning's face and smiled slightly, saying, At first, I thought the route through Kingzhan was good. Later, I gradually saw that he is also a good person. I guess it's a bit of both. Suning realized that at first, her mother just wanted to latch onto Kingzhan. But later, she developed some genuine feelings. Mother, if you truly like uncle, I will be happy. If you're just trying to find a way for me, there's no need. We have uncle after all. No one would look down on me. If it weren't for knowing her daughter was clever and quick-witted, she might even suspect her daughter's soul had been replaced. Her words always made perfect sense. Child, mother has come to understand that some things depend on fate. It's not that I want everything to happen as I wish. Maybe King Zhan thinks mother is a discarded wife and looks down on me. Some things still depend on her own effort. Suning pouted her lips high, hesitating several times before saying nothing at all. She really wanted to tell her mother that she had her own way out and didn't need her to plan for her. She just needed to take care of herself. But she was too young, and if she said it, her mother wouldn't believe her. Oh well, let it be. Whatever fate brings. Suwon took Suning's hand and went to the study, just in time to overhear the father and son discussing Master Chongjin's fake death. Seeing Suwon and her daughter arrive, Su Jingmian said happily, Ninger, you're just in time. You mentioned before that Blue Cat has a way to deal with Master Chongjin? We suspect that His Majesty ordered Master Chongjin to fake his death so he could continue to use him. Everyone in the house looked at Su Ning with hope. Su Ning smiled sweetly and said, I have something else to tell you about this matter. Oh, what is it? Tell us, Su Mingyun said with a smile. Seeing Su Ning also smiling, he thought it must be good news. Su Ning didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Uncle, before you went to Huzhou, I was worried you might encounter danger on the way, so I prepared some pills for you. Later, you lost them, didn't you? Yes, during the fight with Lin Gang, my bag was knocked down the cliff. Then I was captured. As Su Mingyun spoke, he suddenly realized something. Does Ning'e mean that someone found the bag? Su Mingyan asked in shock. Su Mingxian, being clever, immediately understood and said, I see. Master Chongjin was able to produce such good pills because he found brother's bag, right? Everyone in the room was stunned. They had thought Master Chongjin was very powerful, but it turned out he just found their pills. Oh dear, just because of this small matter, they had worried for a whole month. Now that they knew their opponent's secret, what was there to worry about? Su Jingnian looked worried and said, but now that Master Chongjin is pretending to be dead and has escaped, how can we kill him? They didn't expect that, under such heavy public pressure, the Emperor of Beixia would still protect that evil wizard. It was truly a path to darkness for the foolish ruler. Father, since Master Chongjin is fake, and Ning'er's previous pills for brother didn't contain longevity herbs, then this Master Chongjin can't really make pills. The things he claims about heart's blood and people born in dark years and times are just lies to deceive the emperor, Su Mingxian said angrily. He cursed the foolish emperor for wanting immortality so badly, being tricked by an old evil wizard. Su Mingyan also thought of this and analyzed, so, to deal with Master Chongjin, we need to expose his conspiracy to deceive the emperor. Su Wan frowned and said, that's not right. If we expose his scheme, how do we explain the pills he has? If that happens, Ning'er and Blue Cat might be exposed, and Ning'er could be taken as a demon girl. Everyone stop arguing. First, let's hear Ning'er's opinion. She previously said that Blue Cat had a plan, right? Su Jingnian looked at Su Ning. The other three also looked at her. The little girl smiled slightly and said, the plan is simple. Find another Master Chongjin to go into the palace and expose the fake Master Chongjin scheme. First, this Master Chongjin must be one of us. Second, he needs to know some medical skills and martial arts. Didn't Morong Linyuan meet the real Master Chongjin? He can send someone into the palace and give him a longevity pill. The emperor will believe it completely. Hearing this, the father and son looked shocked and speechless. They had already seen how clever Su Ning was. Every time she showed her talent, it was like dropping a big stone into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Of course, Blue Cat's secret advice was also important. All right, we'll do as Ning'er suggests, Su Jingnian said loudly, slapping his thigh to make the decision. Then he added, but choosing the right person will be difficult. They need to have self-protection skills and some courage. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Su Ning was also thinking about where to find someone brave, capable of protecting themselves, and useful for their plans. In the afternoon, Su Ning let Blue Cat go out to gather information at Mu's house. The Su father and son went out to find a suitable person. Master Chongjin couldn't show himself now, so the Northern Summer Emperor was very anxious. Of course, the most worried were the third prince's allies, Wang and Jiang. Both had been helped by Master Chongjin before and hoped he would give more longevity pills. Now, the person was fake dead.
How could they see him again?
They only got a pill with a 5-year lifespan from the large warehouse. How could that convince anyone? But the person was hidden somewhere by the Northern Summer Emperor. They didn't know where to find him. So, they had to ask Xia Huizheng for help. However, Zhuangkan told them that Xia Huizheng, who had been beaten 50 times, had not been able to get out of bed for 3 days. His back injury hadn't improved at all.
What? No improvement?
It's been 3 days. That's impossible, they thought. A prince was injured, so the Imperial Hospital should have given him good medicine, right? Now, they were told Xia Huizheng couldn't even get out of bed. How could they believe it? Zhuangkan also didn't believe it was true, but the fact was that Xia Huizheng only moved slightly and then cried out in pain. The medicine from the Imperial Hospital showed no improvement at all. The two noblemen thought about asking the noble consort to request an audience with the emperor, hoping to obtain a healing pill from Master Chongjin. When the noble consort learned that her son's condition had not improved at all, she also wanted to go and see the Northern Summer Emperor. But because Master Chongjin was believed to be dead, she had many concerns. Let's ask another imperial doctor to come, she said. If she went herself, she would surely anger the emperor, especially since he had performed a ritual in front of everyone in the imperial city. If this news spread, it would be seen as deceiving the people. At night, Blue Cat, who had gone out to gather information, returned. Any news? Did you find anything? Inside, Suning was about to sneak into his space to practice. Seeing Blue Cat return, he stepped forward and picked it up. Blue Cat honestly said, I heard that Miss Mu has been sent to a village after being harmed by a villain. She hasn't returned to the Mu family for 8 years, and no one from the Mu family has visited her. Suning frowned. That's not surprising. They probably think she tarnished the Mu family's reputation and don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Did you find out anything about that villain from back then? Blue Cat shook its head. No, I couldn't find out. But I noticed something strange about Lord Mu. I saw a ledger in his study. The flow of money in that ledger points to the Mu family's estate outside the city. Suning was slightly surprised and muttered, It seems that Lord Mu hasn't completely abandoned Miss Mu. There must be some secret that no one knows. While criticizing her for ruining the Mu family's reputation, he was still taking good care of her. It's hard not to suspect something in this situation. How about we go to the estate now and check things out? Blue Cat suggested. All right, let's go see, Suning said without hesitation, grabbing Blue Cat and heading out. As soon as they opened the door, they bumped into 2 men in black passing by. In that instant, their eyes met, and both a man and a cat quickly acted. You traitor! Take this punch from my old cat. Blue Cat. Traitor?
Take my punch.
I'll fight. Stop, stop, stop. Ninger, it's me, your uncle. Su Mingyun's words just finished when he was heavily hit by Suning. He was knocked flying. Uncle? Suning was shocked and hurried forward to catch him. That punch had used some spiritual power. Ordinary people couldn't handle it. He was even worse off. Not only was he punched by the Blue Cat, but he also got a poisonous from it. He fell straight down the stairs. As Suning caught Su Mingyun, he quickly gave him a healing pill. Sorry, uncle. I didn't realize it was you. He had been so lost in thought that he didn't notice. Su Mingyun didn't expect his Ninger to have such strong inner strength. With one punch, he was knocked over a yard away. His bones felt like they were shattered, and he was so sore he broke out in cold sweat, unable to speak for a while. Suning held him and gently laid him on the ground, letting the medicine work. Then he ran over to check his injuries. Seeing that he was poisoned, he hurriedly gave him a clear spirit pill. The Blue Cat looked like a child who had done something wrong, standing helplessly in the corner. It wasn't because it had farted poison at you that it felt guilty, but because it had just spoken human words. Did this you kid wake up and think of it as a monster? Really, who wears night clothes at night and wanders around their own yard? Why do you feel guilty? You won't die. Suning thought the Blue Cat was feeling guilty for hurting you, but it said, Master, I just spoke. Suning was stunned at first, then understood.
No worries.
This person can be trusted. Meanwhile, Su Mingyun, who had recovered, sat up and looked at the Blue Cat with surprise. The Blue Cat tilted its head and grinned at Su Mingyun, waving its right paw. Hi, uncle, good evening, Suning.
Su Mingyun. Ning.
Ninger, Su Mingyun swallowed nervously and stammered. Ninger, this cat. It was actually speaking human words. Don't be afraid, uncle. If you can hear it speak, it means it truly trusts you. Hearing this, Su Mingyun looked excited. Really? It truly trusts me? Yes, uncle. Ninger wouldn't lie to you. But what are you planning to do dressed like that? By the way, I want to inquire about Master Chongjin's specific situation. Su Mingyun didn't want Suning to see his true intentions, so he looked away nervously. Suning didn't notice anything, and was thinking that the reason for Xia Huaigeng's long-lasting injuries might be related to the body refining pill. The body refining pill is different from regular pills. Usually, once someone changes their body, they can't take it again. Taking too much can cause hallucinations or make injuries worse, and bones can become unusually fragile. From this, it's clear that Xia Huaigeng took too many body refining pills. In this case, healing pills won't help, and he needs to take the 100 Twists and Rebuilds pill. This is a high-grade pill, and even she only has 2. Ninger, you and Blue Cat are staying up so late. Where are you planning to go?
Su Mingyun interrupted Suning's house.
Caught red-handed, and lying would seem obvious, so Suning honestly said, I plan to visit the Mu family's estate. The emperor gave the handsome uncle a marriage proposal, right? I want Blue Cat to take me to see how the girl behaves. Su Mingyan rubbed Suning's little head and looked serious. It's so dangerous at night. Doing this just makes us worry. You promised your eldest uncle last time that you wouldn't go out at night again. But uncle, the handsome uncle, is so pitiful. How can the emperor humiliate him like that? I know you feel sorry for your handsome uncle, but the royal will is hard to oppose. If the war king refuses, it's disobedience. The emperor will only dislike him more. So, I want to help the handsome uncle. If Miss Mu refuses, he won't have to suffer. Suning tilted her head and spoke her mind.
Su Mingwin sai.
You must understand, if it doesn't work this time, there will be a next time and then another. For that girl, the existence of the war king is a mistake. Some things you might not understand, but they can't be avoided. Suning pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. As long as I'm strong enough, nothing can be changed. Eldest uncle, if the emperor is unkind, we'll overthrow him and let the handsome uncle sit on the throne. Then no one will look down on our Su family anymore. Hearing this, Su Mingyun's eyes widened. Ninger, you can't say such reckless words. It's treason and will bring trouble to the Su family. Some things, knowing is one thing, but saying them out loud is another. Do you understand? Having lived through 2 lives, Su Ning knew very well that she understood this principle. Before becoming stronger, I must think carefully before doing anything. Got it, uncle, Su Ning said reluctantly. At this moment, Yu Duo sat up from the ground, looking confused. When he raised his head, he saw the green eyes of the blue cat, which frightened him greatly.
Big.
Big young master, I just heard it speak, Yu Duo stammered as he backed away. Yes, I heard it too. Su Mingyan stepped forward to help him up. Yu Duo was so shocked he couldn't find words. The young master also heard it. He wondered why he looked so calm. Soon he guessed that the young master might have known about this for a while. So, this isn't an ordinary cat, but a cat demon?
No, a cat god.
Suddenly, Yu Duo realized that the second young master, who couldn't fight before, suddenly knew martial arts and was very quick to learn. The 3 ladies also had martial skills. Even the young master and young lady showed great talent in martial arts. All of this seemed connected to this cat demon. No, cat god. Seeing Yu Duo's frightened expression, the blue cat wanted to intimidate him. It suddenly transformed into a medicinal beast form with large blue wings, almost scaring Yu Duo into fainting. Then, a clear, youthful voice came from the blue cat, saying, Kid, did you see that? If you spread this, you'll only have a dead end. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Lord Cat God, I understand. I will never tell anyone. I am a member of the Su family, and I will die as a ghost of the Su family, Yu Duo said nervously, bowing and showing loyalty. Despite his fear, he felt a bit excited. It was obvious that this blue cat liked Miss Biao, who was the protector of the Su family. And he was also a guard of the Su family. He understood the importance of loyalty. Thinking this way, he felt that as long as this cat was here, the whole northern Xia belonged to the Su family. He was proud of that. In the future, he might even become a general. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that when Jingxing was a complete fool, he had driven such a divine being out of the house, only to end up with a ruined family and death. Haha. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yu Duo became, and his whole body trembled. The blue cat was still immersed in the phrase, cat god, feeling that this kid was very sensible. Hee, master, from now on, this little guy will be under my protection, the blue cat whispered excitedly to Su Ning. You're so cute, Su Ning rolled her eyes at it. Then she said to Su Mingyun, Big uncle, let's go. Little green can fly, so let it take us for a ride. Hearing this, Yu Duo was very excited. Let's go, let's go. Hurry up, young master. He kept urging Su Mingyun, worried he might refuse and miss the chance to fly with the cat god. Although it was a strange thing, stories say that the world is full of wonders. Luckily, such a strange event was happening to him. Haha, I'm about to fly. Su Mingyun also wanted to experience the feeling of flying and soaring. Last time in Huzhou, Su Ning said the blue cat took her flying, and he wanted to try too, but he never had the chance. Now that it was happening, he was very excited. But as the head of the family, he had to act calm and reserved. Ninger, can the three of us, with the blue cat, can it carry us? Yes, it can. It's very strong. But it might be a bit crowded. When he heard crowded, Yudwa's excited face suddenly fell. Before he could say anything, Su Mingyun said, I see. Well, Yudwa, you stay here. Yudwa's face showed a mix of disappointment. How could they leave him behind? He also wanted to fly to the sky. But he had to obey the master's order. Oh, what kind of situation is this? Just now, he was excited about flying, and now his dream was gone in an instant. Yes, young master, he replied, feeling very down. The blue cat saw Yudwa's disappointment and flapped its wings, speaking again. Kid, don't worry. Next time, I'll take you alone. From now on, I'll protect you. Hearing this, Yudwa's little disappointment disappeared instantly. He called out, Cat God, twice, happily, making the blue cat's tail stand up high. The blue cat stood in the yard. Su Mingyun held Su Ning, took a deep breath, and leapt onto the blue cat's back, standing steady. Su Ning, worried that Su Mingyun might lose his balance, used her spiritual power to create a protective shield. The two humans and the cat soared into the sky in an instant, making Yudwa envy them very much. Big uncle, now you should be at ease. Every time I go out, Blue Cat always protects me like this. Ordinary people can't see me at all. Blue Cat flies high with the two of them, and since it's night, no one will notice them. Escaping with Blue Cat is completely safe. At this height, Su Mingyun is so shocked he can't speak, and his body trembles badly. In contrast, Su Ning seems unaffected. Now, he finally believes why Su Ning could reach Huzhou in just 3 days. It's the fastest way to travel. With Su Mingyun guiding the way, they quickly find Mu family's countryside estate. Just as Blue Cat is about to land, it suddenly notices 3 people in black robes flying toward the estate. Su Mingyun and Su Ning exchange a look, feeling confused. Big uncle, could these black-robed people be here to harm Miss Mu? I don't know. If they are here to kill someone, they might be sent by the War King's followers. Only Xie Xingye disagrees with this marriage. Are they members of the Black Armor Guard? Su Ning whispers. Blue Cat communicates telepathically. Master, what did Miss Mu do wrong? Is it really necessary for the War King to send assassins just because of this? Could it be that these people are not from the Black Armor Guard, but are pretending to be them to frame the handsome uncle?
Chunin considers.
Blue Cat, find a place to hide, and go inside to check. If necessary, take them out, he orders, feeling this is very likely. Yes, master. Su Mingyun can't fully hide his aura. The closer he gets, the easier it is to be seen. So, Su Ning arranges for Blue Cat to sneak in and observe. After explaining, Su Mingyun agrees strongly. Blue Cat hides in the bamboo forest behind the mountain, then transforms back into its normal form and sneaks toward the small courtyard. Just after jumping down from the roof, it hears someone kneeling inside and saying, Your Majesty, I have seen you. This surprises Blue Cat, causing its fur to stand on end. It quietly jumps onto the windowsill and peeks inside. There are 6 people in the room, 3 men and 3 women. The 3 men are the black-robed figures that just flew over. Among the women, 2 are dressed as maids, and the 3rd, wearing luxurious clothes, is undoubtedly Miss Mu of the Mu family. When the person in the black robe took off his cloak, Blue Cat saw his face clearly. It was Emperor Xie Qingzhou of Beixia. But why does Miss Mu call herself a concubine? Suddenly, Blue Cat realized the key issue. The villain who harmed Miss Mu years ago was none other than the current emperor, Xie Qingzhou. Then, why did he marry this person to the war prince? Oh my, what is this sneaky emperor really planning? He actually married his own woman to his brother? Blue Cat simply couldn't understand this conspiracy. Inside, the woman exclaimed, What? You want Yunus' forehead blood? But he's only 8 years old. Hearing this, Mu Mingzhu was struck like lightning. Her whole body seemed to freeze. She clenched her hands tightly on her lap, her fingers turning white from the force. Faced with Mu Mingju's hatred, the Beixia Emperor's eyes showed deep regret, and even his breathing was strained. But in the next moment, his brows suddenly tightened, and his voice was barely controlled. Mingzhu, I need yours blood because he is the future heir. Only the blood of the future crown prince can save me.
So,
I have no choice. Blue Cat, eavesdropping, widened its eyes.
what?
What did it just hear? Unbelieving what was said inside, Blue Cat quickly sent a message to Su Ning. Su Ning received the message and was also shocked. She immediately repeated, You mean Mu Mingju's son is the future heir? Mu Mingju's child is the future heir? Then what about Xie Yanji and Xie Chenzhou? The princes fought fiercely for that position, but it turns out the Beixia Emperor already had someone in mind to inherit the throne. Su Mingyun, hearing Su Ning's words, looked stunned. Ninger, what are you talking about? Su Ning hurried to tell Su Mingyun, Uncle, those 3 men in black robes are not the Black Armor Guards, but the current emperor himself. What? Su Mingyun's eyes widened in shock. You mean those 3 in black robes aren't from the War King's men? Yes, the people inside are the current emperor. And, Su Ning paused, then added, and the child raised by Miss Mu is also the emperor's. This news caught Su Ning off guard. She never expected Mu Mingzhu to be the emperor's consort. But why does she live in the estate? And why isn't she given a proper title, instead allowing the bad people to insult her and let the situation worsen? Su Mingyun was just as shocked as Su Ning. He had thought the person insulting Mu Mingzhu was a noble son from a powerful family, but he never expected it to be the current emperor. Then why would he marry Mu Mingzhu to the war prince again? After thinking carefully, Su Mingyun believed that the emperor probably wanted Mu Mingzhu to secretly deal with the war prince when he was unprepared. Once all the princes failed, her child would be revealed. But how would Mu Mingzhu handle this situation then? She was already married to the war prince. Even if her child became the crown prince, her own status could not be elevated to the throne. Would she really be willing for her child to call someone else mother? What other secrets are hidden behind all this? Su Mingyun felt tonight was truly worth it. Otherwise, how could he hear such shocking secrets? While Su Mingyun was deep in thought, Su Ning said, Elder uncle, the emperor's purpose for coming here tonight isn't just to visit Mu Mingzhu. Oh, then why did he come? Su Mingyun asked with surprise and suspicion.
He came to take blood.
Hearing this, Su Mingyun was shocked.
Whose blood?
Mu Mingzhu's child. His brows furrowed tightly as he muttered, He's appointing that child as crown prince and at the same time wants to take his blood?
Why?
Could it be influenced by Master Chongjin? Su Ning smiled. Elder uncle guessed right. He is indeed under Master Chongjin's spell. I think that master probably wants to use him as a... Earlier, the emperor forced the people to pretend to be dead to quell the public anger. Since he couldn't produce the longevity pill, he grew impatient and decided to kill. That old sorcerer dared to even attack the emperor's concubine. What else wouldn't he do? Unexpectedly, he thought he had recruited a capable grand master, but it turned out to be inviting wolves into the house. Master Chongjin is dead, and the 3rd prince is not far from death. Seeing Su Mingyun deep in thought, Su Ning advised, Elder uncle, aren't you planning to save that child? He was just a small person. How pitiful he was. No, I'm thinking that the man in black is probably the shadow guard mentioned by the war prince. They are highly skilled and only obey the emperor. That night, during the fire in the Palace of Heavenly Peace, it was these people who rescued the Northern Xia Emperor. So tonight, he needed to test the strength of the shadow guard. Su Ning didn't understand what Su Mingyun truly thought, only saying, Mu Mingzhu wouldn't let the emperor do whatever he wants. Su Ning guessed correctly. Mu Mingzhu strongly opposed the Northern Summer Emperor taking Xie Yu's forehead blood. She knelt and pulled on the emperor's robe, begging bitterly, Your Majesty, he will die. Yuer is so young. He will die. Seeing Mu Mingzhu's face, which looked very much like her beloved, the Northern Summer Emperor was momentarily stunned, as if everything had returned to 25 years ago, when he was a young man full of energy, and he fell in love at first sight with her. But later, she died before she could fulfill her promise to him. Suddenly, he leaned forward and reached out to touch her face, which resembled her face so much, but his fingers stopped just a few inches away. She was not her. The Northern Summer Emperor did not touch her face and withdrew his hand, showing his usual cold expression. He turned his back to Mu Mingzhu, and his ruthless words came from his mouth. "Hold her down." Two men in black robes stepped forward without hesitation and pressed the despairing Mu Mingzhu to the ground. The two maids behind her trembled in fear, too scared to step forward to stop them. They never expected that the emperor, who was so kind to the young lady, would treat her like this today. Although their relationship had not been made public over the years, they had seen how much he favored the young lady. Why is he forcing her so harshly today? Mingzhu, is my bloodline. I love him very much. It's his duty to do what he can for me. Only then can he be worthy of being my crown prince, the future ruler. Of course, I don't want to take his life, just a little blood. The Northern Summer Emperor spoke without turning around, his voice trembling, as if explaining to her or perhaps to himself. A sliver of moonlight shone into the room, magnifying the hatred in Mu Mingzhu's eyes. She shouted at the Northern Summer Emperor, "Xie Qingzhou, why did you provoke me? Why?" She hated him for denying her status, hated him for placing her in this dilapidated thatched hut, hated him for promising her something and then delaying to fulfill it. "I hate you for letting my reputation be ruined. You keep saying you love me, but you allow rumors to spread that ruin my reputation. You don't truly love me. You are just a selfish person. Yes, I don't love you because you will never be as gentle as she is, and you'll never love me as much as she does," the North Summer Emperor suddenly said, shocking Mu Mingzhu into silence. "So, I've always just been a stand-in." Mu Mingzhu felt a sharp pain in her chest, hurting deeply. Initially, she broke her innocence to save Xie Qingzhou, who was poisoned by love. He said he would marry her and make her children rulers, that she would be the future empress. But at that time, circumstances were unfavorable, so he kept their relationship a secret for her safety. Later, she became pregnant and rumors against her spread. She thought that, even for the sake of her child, he would overcome all obstacles to bring her into the palace. But he didn't. Not only that, he had her sent to a farmstead, away from others. She stayed there for 8 years. 8 whole years. She stayed in that dilapidated farmstead for 8 years. During this time, he occasionally visited her, bringing precious gifts, talking about palace affairs and political schemes. Gradually, she understood his difficulties and hardships. She promised to wait for him, to wait for the day he would come to take her away. But now, he told her she was just a stand-in all along. Everything was his plan.
Haha.
She was wrong. She was blind and naive to believe his words. Who is she? Mu Mingzhu's eyes were red and frightening, her face pale and bloodless. Her hatred seemed ready to swallow her whole. The North Summer Emperor was angry now and said coldly, "You don't have the right to know her name." "Ha ha." Mu Mingzhu suddenly laughed, her laughter filled with endless hatred. 8 years. 8 whole years. You made me endure rumors, insults, and scorn. Do you think I willingly let you control me? She glared at the North Summer Emperor, speaking almost cruelly. You chose me probably because my face looks a lot like the one you want. You're not afraid that after you leave, I will carve scars on this face. You dare? The Northern Summer Emperor angrily stared at Mu Mingzhu. Do you think I dare or not? If you try to hurt Yuer tonight, I will ruin this face of mine, so you can never see her again. Mu Mingzhu's face was fierce, showing no fear of the emperor's power. Even though she couldn't protect her own child, what did she care about the emperor? The Northern Summer Emperor took 2 steps back, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he chose himself. Come here, bind her up. I want to see how she will ruin her face after being imprisoned by me. Mu Mingzhu, I tell you, you are the first person to threaten me. But I have plenty of strength and means. Let me go, you beast, selfish beast. Mu Mingzhu struggled, her voice loud enough to wake Xiaoyu from the bed. Mother, I want mother. Xiaoyu woke up crying, calling for his mother. The Northern Summer Emperor gave a look, signaling one of the men in black robes to step forward. The man understood and quickly moved, pressing a point on her head to make her faint. Mu Mingzhu was going crazy. Could she really not protect her own child? Mu Mingzhu was just a woman, only able to rage in helplessness. The man in black robes found some rope, tied her from behind, and stuffed a white cloth into her mouth. No matter how she shouted, it was useless. Finally, she could only watch in despair as the Northern Summer Emperor personally took out a dagger and cut a line across Xiaoyu's forehead. Bright red blood immediately flowed out. The wound, with flesh turned outward, was shocking to see. The Northern Summer Emperor quickly took out a small porcelain bottle to catch the blood. Xiaoyu woke up from the pain, seeing the Emperor collecting his blood, and the little boy's small body struggled violently. Father, it hurts, hurts. Why are you taking my blood?
Why?
Father, don't you love me? Tears, like beans, slid down his cheeks. The little boy's face twisted in pain. Hold him down. The Northern Summer Emperor did not stop, but waited for the bottle to fill with blood. Soon, Xiaoyu's face turned pale as paper. He suddenly lost strength and stopped struggling. Seeing this, the Emperor's heart ached. Child, don't blame Father. When everything is done, Father will personally teach you and help you become a good ruler. But first, Father needs to be healthy. Do you understand? Don't be afraid. Father won't let you die. He is just taking a little blood. It will hurt for a moment, and then it will be fine. Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears, and he didn't want to answer him. Mu Mingzhu cried so painfully that she wished she could tear apart that hypocritical beast. After the blood was taken, Xiaoyu fainted. One of the men in black robes knew some medical skills and immediately came forward to help stop the bleeding and bandage the wound. The Emperor of North Xia knew that Mu Mingzhu hated him very much tonight. At this moment, it was not good to talk about her marriage to the War King. He ordered one of the black-robed men to stay and protect the mother and son, while he took another person with the blood and left. Mu Mingzhu on the ground fainted from anger. To the North Xia Emperor, as long as Xiaoyu and the Mu family were in his hands, Mu Mingzhu could not escape his control. The North Xia Emperor left, and Blue Cat returned to Su Ning's side, cursing him for being cold-hearted and ruthless. Master, you don't know how ruthless that Emperor is. He sees Miss Mu as very similar to someone he cares about, so he plans to keep her here. Blue Cat spoke directly, and Su Mingyun heard it clearly. His expression grew serious. Even if Miss Mu doesn't want to, for her child and the Mu family behind her, she probably has no choice but to accept this pressure. Once she marries into the War King's residence, she might even try to poison the War King. Su Ning thought for a moment and suggested, Uncle, why don't we go save Miss Mu? Let her. Su Mingyun immediately interrupted Su Ning. Absolutely not. The Mu family believes that we, as officials, cannot compete with the royal family. She can't possibly be on our side. If she tries to gain the trust of the North Xia Emperor and betrays us, it will be trouble. Also, she wants her son to sit on the throne. People's hearts are not pure anymore. We can't trust her. To be fair, Su Mingyun's concerns are reasonable. Otherwise, why has Mu Mingzhu not taken any action in 8 years? In the end, she still wants to be the empress. Su Ning originally wanted to use absolute strength to suppress her, but for now, he decided to wait and see how things develop. However, now that the emperor has left the palace, how can he let him return safely? Just as he was thinking this, Su Mingyun said, Ninger, wait here for Uncle. Uncle will be back soon. Hey, Uncle, comma. Su Ning's words were barely spoken when Su Mingyun shot out like an arrow, casually putting on a black mask. Follow me. Su Ning left these words behind and moved swiftly like a ghost, disappearing in an instant. The blue cat was not slow either. In a flash, it transformed into a medicinal beast form and carried Su Ning on its back. Within a moment, they caught up with Su Mingyun, who was chasing after 2 black-robed men. Who are you? One black-robed man protected the Northern Summer Emperor behind him. Without hesitation, Su Mingyun drew his sword and attacked the black-robed man. The night wind suddenly picked up, blowing dry bamboo leaves everywhere. His silver sword gleamed coldly. Suddenly, with a clang, Su Mingyun's sword clashed with the black-robed man's sword. Sparks flew, and he spun around, launching another attack. His fierce sword moves forced the black-robed man to retreat repeatedly. The black-robed man believed himself to be part of the Shadow Guard, skilled in martial arts that few in the Imperial City could match. Yet, in just 2 moves, he was already at a disadvantage. "Who exactly are you? Why is your martial skill so high?" he asked. To avoid revealing his identity, Su Mingyun didn't use his usual sword, the Silver Dragon Sword, and his moves were chaotic. Still, he was better than the Shadow Guard. Then he decided to take some advantage. If it weren't for the fear that the Emperor might die and cause chaos in the world, he would have killed this foolish ruler tonight. "Master, shall we intervene?" The blue cat was surprised to see Su Mingyun daring to attack the Northern Summer Emperor, but it was only a brief shock. Su Ning waved his hand. "No need. Uncle won't lose." He was probably trying to test the black-robed man's skill. Su Mingyun naturally wouldn't speak, giving the enemy no chance to find a flaw. When the black-robed man suddenly attacked again, he didn't retreat but advanced. In a split second, his long sword slipped from his hand and stabbed directly at the Northern Summer Emperor. "Your Majesty, watch out." The black-robed man panicked and tried to save him. In that moment of panic, Su Mingyun bent his elbow and struck the man's ribs. The force was nearly full strength, knocking the black-robed man flying and breaking several green bamboo stalks nearby. Meanwhile, the sword Su Mingyun threw out pierced straight into the Northern Summer Emperor's abdomen. The latter stared in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. He clearly could have escaped, but his legs seemed to be bound by something, and he couldn't move at all. Seeing Su Mingyun step closer, the Emperor of Baxia glared angrily at him. "Rebel, I am the Emperor. How dare you attack me? If you have the courage, tell me your name." Su Mingyun's lips curled coldly. He was foolish to reveal his name. Before this, he respected the Emperor, and his courage prevented him from killing the ruler. But how had the Emperor, whom he once respected, treated the Su family? Believing the lies of evil sorcerers, he allowed the princes to harm the Su family and sent shadow guards to hurt the war hero, the Duke of the North. He no longer deserves to be called a kind ruler, nor does he deserve Su Mingyun's respect. If he doesn't stand up now, the Su family will be finished. Moving closer, Su Mingyun reached out and grabbed his sword. He kicked the Emperor of Baxia hard, knocking him to the ground. His sword was pointed directly at the Emperor's throat. "Master, will Uncle kill him?" Blue Cat asked nervously. If Su Mingyun really kills the Emperor tonight, the third and second princes might start a rebellion. There would be a bloody fight in the entire palace. Su Ningxi thought for a moment and said, "Probably not. If he kills him, the 3 armies will face each other, and it will be hard to end well." The man in black who had fallen to the ground thought Su Mingyun was about to attack and immediately sent a signal for help.
Stop, stop.
"He's the Emperor. You can't hurt him." The man in black, blood covering his mouth, shouted at Su Mingyun. Su Mingyun snorted coldly and pushed his sword deep into the Emperor's thigh with full strength. The Emperor's terrible scream echoed through the forest. The shadow guards should be nearby. After receiving the help signal, they quickly rushed over. But Su Mingyun was one step ahead, escaping into the bamboo forest in the back mountain and quickly disappearing.
"Chase."
"Hurry, chase him. I want him dead." The Emperor's face twisted in pain, cold sweat pouring down. He had no idea Su Mingyun was right above him. Su Ningxi looked at Su Mingyun and asked knowingly, "Uncle, why don't you kill him?" Su Mingyun looked serious and said, "He can't die for now." Su Ningxi didn't ask why, just nodded as if he understood. Then he chuckled and said, "That's fine." After all, he believed the sorcerer's lies and tried to hurt Sister Nian Nian. That's the price he pays. Once we find the true Master Chongjin, he will come into the palace and expose that person's plot. Then he will realize how absurd his blood-drinking scheme was tonight. Su Mingyun chuckled. By then, he might regret it so much his intestines turned green. How could he not regret hurting his most beloved son? Let's go, it's getting late. The two of them, along with a cat, flew toward the imperial city. Behind the Zhuangzi mountain, countless black-clad people were searching thoroughly. Tonight, they were destined to come up empty. Ninger, do you think Uncle is cruel? As they approached the Su family estate, Su Mingyun suddenly asked this question. Su Ning tilted her head and replied, "No, because Uncle is killing those who deserve it. During the hunting days, if we hadn't been alert, Sister Nian Nian would have been harmed. So, that person also deserved to be killed. If the ruler is unkind, then don't blame the ministers for being unjust." Su Mingyun felt these words were probably influenced by the cat demon. Then he asked Su Ning, "Are you afraid?" Such a bloody scene his Ninger probably was. Su Ning giggled, "Not afraid." Little Green said, "Sometimes you have to be tough, or else you'll be the one who dies. Fear is the most useless thing." Su Mingyun sighed. He felt that following the cat demon might lead Su Ning to learn some bad things, but he had to admit, Blue Cat's words made sense. Rest well. After landing, Su Mingyun saw Su Ning go inside to lie down. Then he turned to leave. He didn't return to his own courtyard, but went to the study. In the study, Su Jingnian and Su Mingxian were waiting for him. When they saw Su Mingyun push the door open, they almost stood up at the same time, their eyes full of anxious hope. They thought Su Mingyun and Yu Duo had sneaked into the palace to test the strength of the Shadow Guard, so they had been waiting in the study for news. Su Mingyun smiled mysteriously, walking slowly to the desk and lowering his voice deliberately. "Tonight, I received 2 shocking pieces of news. Listen carefully." He detailed what had happened tonight, making the 2 men's pupils suddenly shrink in shock. "What?" "The crown prince position is held by someone else." Su Jingnian's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He had thought that the Northern Xia Emperor genuinely cared for the crown prince, but secretly was testing the 2nd and 3rd princes. Now he was told that the future heir was someone else. How could he accept this? Su Jingnian frowned deeply, his tone filled with surprise and anger. Su Mingxian stepped forward, wanting to listen carefully to find out who it was. "He is Mu Mingzhu's son, Xiaoyu," Su Mingyun said firmly. "What?" Su Jingnian and Su Mingxian looked at each other in shock, both seeing the same deep surprise in each other's eyes. "But didn't the emperor give Miss Mu to the crown prince?" This is really... Su Jingnian couldn't understand the conspiracy behind it. He was originally a military general, but after retiring, he was assigned a civil position. Some schemes and tricks were beyond his understanding. Su Mingxian analyzed. "Father, it seems that the person who harmed Miss Mu in the past was probably the emperor. As for their previous grudges, let's not discuss that now. We need to know that the emperor dislikes the crown prince very much, and Miss Mu is his woman. It's very likely that her marriage was not to become a princess, but to carry out an assassination." "You mean, Miss Mu might try to assassinate the crown prince?" Su Jingnian was stunned. Su Mingxian continued, "If we don't get this information, Miss Mu would just be a poor girl. The crown prince wouldn't suspect her intentions. When the time is right, she will act. Of course, this is just my guess. To help his son sit on the throne, I think Miss Mu is not simple. Second brother's guess is correct. We must inform the crown prince about this. Also, I just tested the skills of the Shadow Guard camp. They are below me. Moreover, I have wounded the emperor." This caused Su Jingnian, who was about to sit down, to suddenly stand up. The jade pendant at his waist made a soft sound from his sudden movement. "What did you say?" "You wounded whom?" Su Mingyun had long expected his father's reaction, and remained calm as he said, "About the last hunting incident where Nian almost got hurt. I've had a thorn in my heart ever since. I can't be at peace until I remove it. Also, about the incident in Huzhou, I suspect the emperor knew about it. Otherwise, why would he have arranged Yin Zhuang to follow? Now it seems Yin Zhuang is part of the Shadow Guard." At this moment, the fierce look in Su Mingyun's eyes was even more obvious. Su Jingnian clenched his fists and said angrily, "Yun'er did the right thing. The current emperor listens to treacherous words and is no longer the person we once swore to serve. Previously, when Wan'er was in danger, her father knelt outside the imperial study, tearfully accusing the Marquis of Yongchang's concubine of killing his wife and mistreating the legitimate daughter. But what did the emperor do? He casually waved his hand and said it was a family matter within the Marquis' estate, telling us to handle it ourselves. At that moment, it truly broke her father's heart. Regarding the incident where General Zhang's daughter rode recklessly in the street and caused trouble, the emperor did not hold Zhang's family responsible. Such favoritism is truly infuriating. If not for the fear of chaos in the imperial city, would that reckless emperor even have survived tonight? Rest assured, Yunner, the emperor dares not openly investigate this matter. He hasn't even dared to let the news of his leaving the palace tonight spread. The fact that Miss Mu's situation remained hidden for 8 years shows she is highly favored by the emperor. If this news got out, the second prince and the concubine would not let her go. So, the emperor's injury this time can only be accepted quietly. Su Jingmian stroked his beard thoughtfully and said seriously, Yunner, even if I investigate, I probably won't find the truth. Meanwhile, on the side of the Northern Summer Emperor, when Shadow Guard Captain Miaogang secretly carried him back to the imperial study, the emperor was already unconscious. He quickly ordered someone to open the secret door in the basement and took the emperor inside to be treated by Master Chongjin. Master Chongjin was forced to produce a healing pill and feed it to the emperor. After about half an hour, the emperor slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he did was hand over a full bottle of blood to Master Chongjin. Master Chongjin looked at it helplessly and sighed, Your Majesty, this amount of blood isn't enough. You should know, such pills are not easy to make. In his heart, he was secretly thinking that if he took blood twice more, that child wouldn't survive. The pain of losing a loved one is 100 times worse than death. Seeing the emperor hesitate, Master Chongjin handed him all the remaining healing pills. Your Majesty, there are 3 more healing pills here. Give them to the young prince to help him recover quickly. But I only have these 3. Think carefully before using them. Can't you make more? The Northern Summer Emperor's eyes darkened as he stared intently at Master Chongjin. The latter sneered inwardly, but pretended to look troubled. To be honest, Your Majesty, I can make longevity and spiritual pills well enough, but healing pills like this often fail. It took me 5 years to successfully produce this bottle. Hearing this, the Northern Summer Emperor was furious. Such a difficult achievement, you even gave Hung 2 pills before? Master Chongjin argued strongly. Your Majesty, please stay calm. I thought the third prince was talented and promising. If anything happened to him, it would be a great loss for Northern Xia. Enough. I know what to do. I will find the herbs and blood. You hurry and prepare the alchemy. If you dare to deceive me, I won't forgive you. The Northern Xia Emperor's eyes showed strong anger. Then he said, If everything is done properly, I might let you go out under a different identity. Master Chongjin was not foolish. From the moment he faked his death to stir public anger, he already saw his own fate. Now he wanted to use these lies to manipulate him. It was just a dream. The Northern Xia Emperor came out of the prison and had just laid down when Gao Gonggong's anxious voice sounded outside. Your Majesty, something's wrong. Third prince fell from his bed. Hearing this, the Northern Xia Emperor shouted angrily, Gao Dequan, do you want to die? How dare you disturb me over such a small matter as falling from bed? Gao Gonggong trembled and stammered, Your Majesty, the third prince is still injured. We don't know what happened, and his condition hasn't improved. Tonight, he fell again and broke several bones. It's truly pitiful. As soon as Gao Gonggong finished, the concubine Xian cried out, Your Majesty, I want to see you. Please save Hung, foolish woman. If he's injured, go find the imperial doctor. Do you think I can't treat his wounds? The Northern Xia Emperor still had injuries himself and wouldn't open the door. The concubine Xian refused to leave without healing pills. She knelt and knocked on the door. Your Majesty, please open the door. I have something to say. The Northern Xia Emperor was not stupid. He guessed her purpose immediately. He only had 3 healing pills left, not enough to save anyone. He had to pretend to be confused. I'm tired. Heng's accident. Go find the imperial doctor quickly. Your Majesty, Heng is really badly hurt. His old injuries haven't healed, and he has new wounds. Please let me see him. Enough. Instead of begging here, Go find the imperial doctor. Guards, take the concubine away. Master Chongjin was already dead, and the Northern Xia Emperor would not let her reveal his name. Leave now. Two shadow guards dressed in black suddenly appeared, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. Both of them carried a fierce aura from many battles. When their gaze swept over, it was cold and emotionless, making people feel tense. This was something the noble consort had never seen before. She only felt a chill down her neck and lost the courage to speak again.
I
will take my leave, the noble consort said, bowing politely but clearly reluctant, then stood up and left. The Emperor of North Xia couldn't understand why Xia Huaijing, who was usually healthy, would be hurt by just a few small injuries. A gentle fall could even break a bone. Tonight, only he and the shadow guards knew where Xia Huaijing was. No one else. Who dares to attack him after knowing his name? Early the next morning, Su Mingyan asked you to send a message to Xie Xingye. Xie Xingye responded with a big gift. The message revealed that the Wang and Jiang families were secretly colluding and forming alliances. The Wang family even used their position to secretly make weapons. Now, as soon as they find the Wang family's forging workshop outside the city, they will have nowhere to run. Su Mingyun was excited when he received the secret message. He quickly told Su Jingnian and Su Mingxian. After thinking carefully, Su Mingyun suggested, "Father, I want to ask Blue Cat for help with this. If it makes a move, it can find the forging workshop in less than 3 days. If we do it ourselves, we might scare the snake. Usually they wouldn't ask Blue Cat to act unless it volunteered. This case was very important, so asking Blue Cat would reduce the risk of exposure. For example, last time, the 2,000 soldiers kept at Yu's farm failed because they scared the snake. All right, I'll go find Ning'a now and ask her to communicate." Blue Cat agreed, recognizing Ning as the boss and obeying only her orders. After saying this, Su Jingnian left quickly, and his brothers hurried after him. On the way, Su Jingnian told his brothers, "This morning, the emperor went to court as usual. There are no signs of injuries on him. I think he took a healing pill last night." Su Mingyan looked serious and felt guilty as he said, "During the trip to Huzhou, Ninger gave me 2 bottles of healing pills." Hearing this, everyone's faces looked grim. Later they saw 3 little kids playing chase. "Ning's sister, it's your turn to find me." Su Xinian ran behind a fake rock to hide. While Su Bufan was waiting for Su Ning to close her eyes, he quickly jumped onto the beam under the eaves of the house. Su Ning opened her eyes. Without needing to look, the Blue Cat happily ran over and pointed out the positions of the 2 little ones. Thanks to the Blue Cat's special ability, even if they hid far away, they could still be found. Su Bufan guessed that the Blue Cat was behind this, but Su Xinian didn't know. She just said, "Ninger's sister is so clever. She found me right away." Su Ning felt very helpless. She was nearly 100 years old and was playing hide-and-seek with 2 little kids. It was not fun at all. Most importantly, she had to pretend to be a normal child and play along with them. "Ninger, come with your grandmother. I have something to discuss with you," Su Jingnian called out to Su Ning. Su Ning was eager to go. She didn't want to play hide-and-seek at all. "What is it, grandfather?" Su Ning followed her father and the others to a nearby pavilion. The Blue Cat happily followed behind. When Su Jingnian said he wanted it to go outside the city to check on the Wang family's forging workshop, it let out a meow and jumped into Su Ning's arms. It secretly communicated with Su Ning, saying, "Master, just say yes. It's a small matter. It's rare that your grandfather and the others need my help. I must show my strength. Otherwise, after eating so much gold and silver, I'd be useless and looked down upon." Su Ning gently stroked the Blue Cat's fur and agreed, "Grandfather, don't worry. Shao Qing will do it." The Blue Cat was right. In the Su family's eyes, it was a cat demon that gained strength by swallowing gold. It had to show its power now. "Really? That's great. Thank you, Shao Qing." Su Jingnian sincerely thanked it. Su Mingxian also excitedly thanked the Blue Cat and added, "Blue Cat is our family's lucky star. With it here, I don't worry about our family's prosperity. Master, look at how they're all thanking me. It's clearly your achievement, the blue cat said. It's nothing. I'm still young. Rebirth itself is a secret. Do you want me to tell them I came back from the mysterious continent? That's not necessary. I think even if you tell them, they'll accept it, Su Ning replied. Let's talk about this later. I should wait until my cultivation improves or I grow up a bit more, Su Ning said. The person and the cat quietly discussed. The father and sons watched Su Ning and the blue cat interact, and they looked very happy. They are grateful to Blue Cat but more thankful to Su Ning because Blue Cat came to the Su family because of Su Ning. Su Ning is the biggest blessing for their family. Ninger, thank you. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do, Su Jingyan said with tears in his eyes. Recently, many things happened to the Su family, but each time, Su Ning saved the day. Gradually, Su Ning has become the main pillar of their family. Su Ning just smiled foolishly, seeming to not understand what they were thanking her for. That afternoon, Blue Cat ran out. Outside the city, there are many villages and a wide area, so it wasn't easy for the Su family to find the kiln quickly. But with Blue Cat, it was much easier. In the evening, Blue Cat happily returned. Master, we found it. It's in a cave behind the mountain in Shamma village. The main person in charge is the eldest son of the Wang family. Besides the people making weapons in secret, there are also some soldiers. Great. We will go and take down that place tonight. Come on, let's tell my grandfather and uncles the good news right away. Su Ning quickly put on her shoes and ran to the study. The three people in the study hadn't slept. They were waiting for Blue Cat's good news. When they saw Su Ning come in, they all stood up eagerly, their eyes full of hope. Ninger, what did you find? Su Jingyan asked, his heart stirred as he saw Su Ning holding Blue Cat. Since Blue Cat was back, it must have found the kiln. Sure enough, Su Ning grinned and said, Little Green found the secret weapon-making workshop. It's in Shamma village, but there are many guards, so we need to be careful. If we make too much noise, they might run away early. Blue Cat also said, Master, some people in the village are passing information. If we attack directly, we might alert the enemy. Just then, Su Mingyun also guessed this. He said, there might be someone in the village passing information. Attacking directly could cause trouble. Does my older brother mean to go around from behind? Su Mingxian asked in surprise. Exactly, go around from behind. It's time to show the strength of the Ghost Armor Army, Su Mingyun said, naming the 5,000 soldiers the Ghost Armor Army. Xie Xingye had previously said that Su Mingyun's Ghost Armor Army could surpass his Black Armor Guard within 3 months. In both strength and skill, they far outperformed the Black Armor Guard. This made Xie Xingye very pleased. There was no time to delay. Su Mingyun checked the 500 Xuanjia soldiers who had taken the contract pills. With arrangements made by Xie Xingye, they opened the city gates at night. The 500 armored soldiers moved like ghosts toward Shamma village. They launched a surprise attack from behind. Soon they reached the cliff below. Under the cover of night, the soldiers threw hooked ropes and climbed up the steep back mountain. The armor made of black iron shone coldly in the faint moonlight. Su Mingyun signaled with a hand. The small team that had climbed up silently moved toward the cave. Their quick attack was hard to notice. They soon reached the cave entrance. With swift swords, they killed the guards on duty. Blood splattered everywhere. The bodies were quietly dragged into the bushes. When the others reached the cave entrance, they sensed something was wrong. Something's off. Be alert, someone shouted. But it was too late. Su Mingyun threw his sword and cut the man's throat. Wang Junren, who was inspecting inside the cave, came out with his sword and soldiers. Seeing the armored soldiers surrounding the cave, his face changed drastically. Who are you? Humph, Wang Junren, do you know your Wang family secretly forged weapons? That's a crime of treason, involving your entire clan. Wang Junren recognized Su Mingyun's voice and was terrified. Treason? My Wang family didn't secretly forge weapons. Humph, then what are all these? Your Wang family used their power to commit treason. You deserve death. I will hold you accountable. With that, masked Su Mingyun drew his sword and attacked Wang Junren. Wang Junren was terrified but also knew fighting was inevitable.
Attack. Kill them.
Later, we'll say it was the Su family who secretly forged weapons. Su Mingyun, I don't know how you found out, but once you die, everything here will be blamed on your Su family. Is that so? Who will die, we'll see. Attack! As soon as Su Mingyun finished speaking, the armored soldiers flooded into the cave like a tide. The cave was surprisingly large, filled with finished weapons, spears, swords, knives, halberds, forks, spears, bows, and more. The fire inside the cave cast a cold glow on the black iron armor. As the weapons in both sides clashed, sparks flew brightly. Wang family's private soldiers had a variety of weapons, but they were no match for the well-trained Xuanjia army. Each member of the Xuanjia army was agile and coordinated, working in groups of 3, defending and attacking together. Within a few moves, they pushed Wang's soldiers back repeatedly. It was clear they were about to be defeated. Su Mingyin swung his sword at Wang Junren, aiming straight at his face. Wang Junren was forced to retreat step by step, unable to block even one attack. Su Mingyun, you can't kill me. The long sword pierced through Wang Junren's shoulder bone. Ah! Wang Junren screamed loudly, clutching the silver sword that Su Mingyun had into his body. What did you just say? Su Mingyun looked at the screaming Wang Junren with interest. You said I can't kill you?
Ha!
From the moment your Wang family plotted to trap Yun Xian, your defeat was sealed. Don't think I don't know. Last time during the hunt, your Wang family and the Jiang family deliberately shot and killed my niece. Today, I will take your treacherous life to vent my anger. As he finished speaking, Su Mingyun suddenly pulled out the silver sword. Under Wang Junren's terrified gaze, he sliced across his neck. Everyone stay still, or you'll die, Su Mingyun shouted loudly, scaring the soldiers inside the cave who were ready with spears. I know you are all acting under Wang family's orders, secretly forging weapons here. Now that the situation is hopeless, do you still want to resist stubbornly? Everyone looked at each other, then finally their eyes fell on the lifeless Wang Junren. Reluctantly, they lowered their weapons and knelt down, covering their heads. Seeing this, Su Mingyun smiled. He didn't expect to capture the Wang family so quickly. Since the hunt, he had no intention of letting the Wang family go unpunished. This was all thanks to the account books provided by the War King. He thought that the War King must have already obtained the records of the Wang family's secret weapon forging, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. You duo, leave some people to control the cave. The rest will return with me to the Imperial City. I need to go to the palace tonight and report this matter to the Emperor. Yes, General. Su Ning sat on the blue cat's back. Seeing that the situation was under control, he patted the blue cat's green feathered wing. Let's go. It's safe now. From tonight's battle, it is clear that Su Mingyun has a real talent for training soldiers. In just 3 months, he turned 5,000 ordinary soldiers into elite fighters. This shows that Su Mingyun is quite skilled. When they hurried back to the Imperial City at dawn, just in time for the morning court, Su Mingyun carried a ledger and went with Su Jingmian to the palace. In the main hall, in front of all officials, Su Mingyun presented the ledger of the Wang family. He said, Your Majesty, I accuse the Wang and Jiang families of secretly colluding and forming factions. The Wang family has set up a smelting workshop on the mountain behind Shanma village. The evidence is clear. As soon as he finished, the room was filled with whispers and surprise. Wow, the Wang family is really bold, secretly making weapons. Yes, making weapons in secret is a serious crime that could lead to the death of the entire family. How dare they? Wang Shangshu, hearing this, panicked and tried to defend himself. Su Mingyun, you are clearly just seeking revenge and framing us. Please, Your Majesty, see the truth. I am loyal to North Xia. The Wang family is just taking revenge. During the last hunt, my son accidentally hurt a young lady from the Su family, and now they hold a grudge. They are framing us. Su Mingyun coldly replied, Wang Shangshu, you are really talking nonsense. The evidence is written clearly in black and white. It's the records from your family's ledger, showing the number of weapons cast and the silver used. How dare you deny it? The ledger had already been handed over to the North Xia Emperor, and it was definitely from the Wang family's records. Wang Shangshu's forehead veins bulged as he shouted, Faked. All fake. It's obvious that the Su family is framing us out of revenge. I refuse to accept this. He was very frightened inside. He couldn't understand how the secret evidence was obtained by the Su family. Over the years, he had done many things that the emperor shouldn't know. He only hoped the emperor would forgive him. Your Majesty, please see the truth. I am loyal to you with all my heart. These so-called pieces of evidence can be easily forged. I would never do such things. Please, Your Majesty, examine carefully. After Wang Xiangshu finished speaking, Zhang Xiang stepped forward and accused Su Mingyun of deliberately framing the Wang family. Su Yushi, during the last hunt, it was just that the children didn't control their strength when drawing bows and almost hurt a member of your Su family. Just because of such a small matter, you are framing us and accusing us of forming factions. Are you even human? Zhang Xiang's words were meant to defend the Wang family, and Su Jingnian was waiting for Zhang Xiang to stand up and speak for them. He calmly asked, "Oh, Lord Jiang, how are you so sure that this ledger is fake?" Lord Jiang trembled as he pointed at Su Jingnian's nose and said weakly, "Isn't it obvious? Your Su family is framing us to seek revenge for the hunting incident. Everyone knows that forging weapons secretly is a serious crime. Minister Wang, you have always been upright. Over the years, you've worked hard to strengthen the Northern Summer Kingdom and serve the emperor. How could you possibly break the law? It's clear that your Su family is framing us." "Well said. Lord Jiang, you speak well," Su Mingyun replied with a big smile, taking over the conversation. "Since Lord Jiang is so sure that my Su family is framing you, you probably don't know about the secret kiln behind Shama village, do you?" Facing the shocked gazes of Lord Jiang and the civil and military officials, Su Mingyun's voice echoed throughout the hall. "Last night, I received a report from the villagers of Shama village. They said someone was secretly forging weapons on the mountain. To avoid alerting the enemy, I led people to surround Shama village. Lord Jiang, guess who I saw in that secret kiln?" Hearing this, the Northern Summer Emperor at the top slightly changed his expression. Looking at the ledger in his hand, he seemed to believe Su Mingyun's words. The Northern Summer Emperor slowly stood up, his dragon robe dragging on the ground, filled with a thunderous anger. "Minister Su, tell me, who did you see?" After hearing the words, Shama village, Minister Wang looked as if his spirit had been drained and he wavered. Lord Jiang, struck by lightning, took a few steps back. It was clear that Lord Jiang also knew about the secret forging of weapons. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. "Speak," the Northern Summer Emperor roared like thunder, causing the entire hall to tremble. Su Mingyun's robe fluttered slightly as he stepped forward calmly and truthfully said, "Your Majesty, when I personally led the Xuanjia army to raid the secret kiln in Shama village, I saw the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Junren, standing beside the furnace, holding a military token to command the private soldiers. There was also a blueprint for forging weapons on the table next to him, with the Wang family crest stamped on the corner. How dare you?" The Northern Summer Emperor could tolerate any mistake from the Wang family, but he could not tolerate treason.
What?
"What did you say?" "My son is dead." Minister Wang seemed to have all his strength drained. His legs, already trembling with fear, suddenly went weak, and he collapsed onto the main hall floor. Then he heard Su Mingyun say, "Young Master Wang refused to admit guilt and resisted stubbornly. During the fight, he was accidentally killed by the Xuanjia army." After speaking, Su Mingyun clapped his hands outside the door. Soldiers from the Imperial Guard rushed in, and soon, the bodies of Wang Junren were carried into the hall by 4 Xuanjia soldiers. Minister Wang threw himself onto Wang Junren's body and cried loudly, "Junren, Junren, why did you have to die? Was it Su Mingyun? Did he kill you out of personal revenge?" The Emperor of Beixia glared angrily and slammed the account book in his hand onto the table. "Minister Wang, do you have anything else to say? And you, Prime Minister Jiang, as the head of all officials, how dare you commit treason? I trusted you, but you conspired with Minister Wang to plot against my throne. Both of you deserve to die." At this moment, the Queen's maternal family, the Zhou family, and General Xuanwu stepped forward confidently. "Your Majesty, I have one thing I do not understand. Su Mingyan raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that the Zhou family was perceptive. This was a good opportunity to throw the third prince under the bus. He knew how to seize the moment. The Emperor of Baixia, sitting at the top, looked serious. Prime Minister Zhou, speak freely. Zhou General's gaze swept over the prince's group, and his voice suddenly grew louder. I believe that although the Wang and Jiang families are bold, this matter is too serious to be done by just two people. I suspect there is a bigger mastermind behind this. He paused and continued. The previous hunting incident was caused by the Zhang family, and the 5 woodcutters involved were villagers from Shama village. This shows that the Zhang family was aware of what was happening. If the Zhang family knew, could the third prince also know? Since the third prince was beaten 50 times last time, he had not appeared in the hall again. When the Wang and Jiang families were involved, none of the officials dared to speak up for him. General Zhou bowed his head to the ground, his golden helmet hitting the floor with a dull sound. Your Majesty, I dare not speak recklessly, but this matter is indeed suspicious. To avoid wrongly accusing loyal subjects, it's better to investigate thoroughly. Although General Zhou's words seemed to defend the Wang family, he was actually trying to tie the third prince closely to the Wang and Jiang families. King of War, you are to investigate this matter personally. If the third prince truly has treasonous intentions, I will not show mercy. The Emperor of the Northern Summer looked deep and serious, then finally spoke. Servant, accept the order. Xiexingye's voice was calm and emotionless. The Northern Summer Emperor glanced at the Crown Prince, then at Xiexingye, who was bowing his head, his eyes dark and unreadable. Bring those two, Minister Wang and Prime Minister Jiang, first to the heavenly prison. After we find out the truth, I will punish their entire family. Please spare us, Your Majesty. Have mercy, Your Majesty. The two were dragged away by the guards, shouting loudly, but it was no use. Su Mingwin se ne inwali. No matter what the Northern Summer Emperor's real plans were, he wouldn't give the two families a chance to turn things around. The evidence was clear and undeniable. Of course, since this matter was handed over to the War Prince, it seemed the Northern Summer Emperor was also considering abandoning the third prince. After the court session, the emperor had just returned to his study when the concubine Xian came to see him. Last night, she had stayed by Xia Huaihing's bedside without leaving, watching the imperial doctors treat him. 5 or 6 doctors examined him, but neither new nor old injuries showed any improvement. This made concubine Xian extremely anxious and worried. Your Majesty, please see your humble servant. I have something to report. She cried sadly outside the door. The Northern Summer Emperor couldn't bear it anymore and called her in. He waved away the guards and looked down at her coldly. What is it? His tone was unusually indifferent. Concubine Xian was furious inside. She knew the emperor could guess her purpose for coming, but she pretended to be innocent, which made her anger boil. But for now, she had to hold back her rage and begged, Your Majesty, Huaihing's injuries are very strange. Last night, he broke a rib again, and the doctors are at a loss. I suspect someone might have tampered with him. If even the palace doctors can't help, then post the royal decree and seek famous doctors elsewhere, the emperor replied. Hearing this, concubine Xian suddenly looked up, meeting his slightly threatening gaze. Her heart trembled. She couldn't believe that her father would just watch his son die. Your Majesty, I know that. That Chong, she started to say. Enough, concubine Xian. Do you know what mistake Huaihing made? The emperor suddenly interrupted her.
I
don't know, she said fearfully. What she didn't know was that outside the door, her personal maid had just received news that Wang and Zhang's families had been imprisoned. She was coming to inform her, but saw her not coming out for a long time and was anxious and restless. By now, the Northern Summer Emperor believed there was no way to save Xia Huaihing. Even giving him medicine would be a waste. His throne could only be occupied by his heir, who looked very much like her. The Wang family and the Jiang family have formed alliances for personal gain, even secretly forging weapons. This is a serious crime. Consort Xian believes that Hunger cannot remain innocent in this matter. Hearing this, The noble consort was so shocked she fell to the ground, staring with wide, incredulous eyes. No, this has nothing to do with hunger. It was the two families acting on their own, unrelated to hunger, Your Majesty. Hunger is your child. These words could not wake someone pretending to sleep, and the noble consort was destined to fail. Your Majesty, even if hunger made mistakes, he has shown filial piety.
Please, save hunger.
I am willing to take hunger to the cold palace. I only ask that Your Majesty give hunger a chance to live. I don't want anything anymore, I want nothing. The noble consort knew the situation was hopeless and cried bitterly. She wanted nothing, asked for nothing, only hoped that Emperor Beixiao would spare Xia Huaiheng's life. It's too late. Everything is too late. How could he possibly leave a hidden danger for his heir? Emperor Beixiao sat weakly on the throne, his tone tinged with tired cruelty. Seeing this, the noble consort was filled with despair, but she refused to give up. It's not too late, it's not too late. As long as Your Majesty allows Master Chongjin to produce the healing pill, everything can still be saved, Your Majesty. Unaware, her words only increased the Emperor's anger towards Xia Huaiheng. He snapped, Does the noble consort have a poor memory? Master Chongjin was already sacrificed to heaven in front of the entire city a few days ago. Are you trying to make me declare this to the world and overthrow my decree? This sentence was the last straw that broke her. She froze, her eyes losing all light, as if all her vitality had been drained instantly. He could have secretly given her a pill, but instead, he used the name of the people to pressure her. Clearly, he did not want to give it. Such cruelty, such a heartless person. He was even willing to disregard his own son's life. Ha ha, the noble consort laughed wildly, as if she had gone mad. The Emperor's eyes flashed with disgust. Take her away. The noble consort has developed hysteria. Confine her and the third prince together in the Moon Palace. Xia Huaiheng never expected that his injuries would not only fail to heal but would worsen. Every day, he endured intense pain. He has back injuries and several broken ribs in his chest. No matter how he sleeps, it hurts very badly. He even experiences hallucinations from the pain, imagining himself becoming an emperor. Everyone, quickly kneel down. After saying this, he happily laughs foolishly. That smile makes it seem like his injuries don't hurt as much. The noble consort sees this and feels pain in her heart. She simply cannot understand what is really happening. The imperial doctor has examined him. There are no signs of poisoning or toxins in his body, but he just won't get better. Her dear Hunger is skilled in martial arts, even surpassing Xie Xingye. Now that something has happened, how can she be willing to accept it? Shall we? Her close maid sees her lady crying with red eyes. After thinking for a moment, she suggests, My lady, could it be that the third prince took Master Chongjin's pill? Shall we continues to analyze. Although the third prince's injuries healed slowly before, they were improving. Since returning from the hunt, he hasn't gotten better. He's already taken 2 pills. Maybe there's a problem with those pills. She looks around and lowers her voice, saying, My lady, Master Chongjin isn't truly a master. I suspect there's something wrong with his pills. But after the emperor took them, his headache was gone. How do we explain that? Because of this, they believed that Master Chongjin had some skill. The healing pills that day did seem to work. Could there be other secrets involved? The noble consort simply cannot figure out the key. If Master Chongjin's pills are only temporary, then why is the emperor, who also took the pills, safe and sound? At this moment, the noble consort is eager to see Master Chongjin again and find out what exactly is going on with those pills. He was brought here by her son, so he wouldn't harm them. Meanwhile, Empress Zhou is being led by a group of palace maids toward the Chaoyue Palace. As soon as she enters, she smells a strong medicinal odor. She frowns and fans herself in disgust. Seeing that the noble consort inside doesn't plan to get up, Empress Zhou isn't angry. Instead, she orders her maids to present a high-quality skin ointment she specially bought from the market. I know Hunger isn't in good health, so I had someone buy this bone-strengthening ointment. Sister, please apply it to Hunger. Empress Zhou gave a subtle signal for the palace maid to come forward. However, concubine Xian thought Empress Zhou was pretending to be kind and was just mocking her. She suddenly knocked the tray out of the maid's hands, spilling a full bottle of bone-strengthening ointment onto the ground. Empress Zhou looked grim and scolded concubine Xian angrily. "You are so kind-hearted that you are willing to suffer for Hengor. I truly want to help him, but you are ungrateful and even spilled the ointment. It seems you don't even want your child to be healthy." Serve you right. Seeing her ungrateful attitude, Empress Zhou decided to leave without staying any longer. Meanwhile, concubine Xian was shouting behind her, cursing loudly. "Stop pretending. You secretly hope Hengor gets into trouble." Empress Zhou's face was full of anger as she walked away. She hoped Xia Huaiheng would lose, but not in this way. His injuries also seemed suspicious. Forget it, since they don't appreciate her kindness, why bother? Elsewhere, Xie Qinzhou was very excited when he learned that the Wang and Jiang families had secretly forged weapons. He was eager to find evidence involving Xia Huaiheng. He approached Xie Xingye and suggested leading troops to directly search the Wang family. Xie Xingye agreed and, along with Xie Qinzhou, sealed off the Wang family. They searched the study but found no useful evidence. However, Xie Qinzhou discovered a secret letter hidden under the pillow of Minister Wang. When Xie Xingye received it, he could smell the ink. He looked at Xie Qinzhou with a meaningful gaze. Xie Qinzhou hesitated and said, "Uncle Ninth, this is solid proof. No matter how Third Young Master tries to deny, it won't help. Also, recently, Third Young Master's injuries haven't been healing well. Even if we don't act, he will surely die." This last part was meant for Xie Xingye to hear. Xie Xingye said nothing and simply kept the secret letter close to his chest. The next day, he presented the letter to the Emperor of Beixia. After reading it, the emperor was furious and issued an edict to confiscate the family and wipe out their clan. With this decree, the Wang and Jiang families were defeated. Coupled with Xie Huaiheng's serious injuries, the defeat was certain. Before this, the supporters and disciples of the Wang and Jiang families had come to concubine Xian, but learned that Xie Huaiheng was in danger himself. They felt hopeless about turning the situation around. Imperial decree has arrived. That day, Grand Gao brought the decree and arrived outside the Chaoyue Palace. From afar, they could hear crying inside the hall, along with Xie Huaiheng's loud laughter. Gong thought that Xie Huaiheng had already received the contents of the imperial decree in advance and was so shocked that he was stunned. He shook his head, then stepped into the hall. Inside, two palace maids beside the noble consort knelt trembling on the ground, while the noble consort sat on the bed crying desperately. Xie Huaiheng was in the room practicing swordsmanship. He, covered in blood, was dancing his sword and laughing loudly at the same time. He looked like a madman. "Your Majesty, the noble consort, please accept the decree." The mother and son did not kneel, and Gong did not insist. He unfolded the imperial decree and began to read. By the emperor's command, the decree states, "The third prince, Xie Huaiheng, a noble of the royal family, has received my favor and should uphold his duties loyally. However, yesterday it was discovered that he broke the law by secretly forging weapons and attempting to destabilize the country. His crime warrants death. Considering the father-son relationship, I will show mercy, but the death penalty cannot be avoided. The punishment of life imprisonment is inevitable. Effective immediately, he is stripped of his royal status and sentenced to lifelong imprisonment in the court of ancestors. After death, he shall not be buried in the imperial tomb. Noble consort Zhang Susu, a cup of pigeon wine is granted to you." So decreed. Noble consort Susu suddenly looked up at the bright yellow decree in Gong's hand. She did not expect Xie Qingzhou to be so ruthless.
Why?
Huier is his own son. I am his officially appointed noble consort. How can he be so heartless? Are the sweet words of the past just so easily forgotten? Tears flooded her eyes, streaming down her pale cheeks. She stared tightly at the decree in Gong's hand, trembling uncontrollably. Is this what imperial favor looks like? One imperial order and Huier's life is gone. He didn't even want to see him once. So heartless. So heartless. By the end, the noble consort almost shouted. At this moment, Xia Huaiheng's eyes were surprisingly clear. He listened carefully to every word on the decree. Having taken 3 body-refining pills, he believed his martial skills would be the best in the world, and he thought the northern Xia's mountain would be within his grasp. But unexpectedly, he was severely injured in a fight over 50 court guards. Meanwhile, the Su family took advantage of his injury to retaliate against the Wang and Jiang families, and they succeeded. Because of this, his carefully laid plans ended in failure. He never imagined that the Su family, once so insignificant, would become his biggest obstacle on the path to seizing the throne. If he had known, he would never have agreed to Wen Jingxing's departure. It seemed that from that moment on, the Su family was no longer under his control. What puzzled him even more was, why did the 1,000 of soldiers sent to Huzhou fail to kill Su Mingyun? Thinking about the 20,000 in Wen Jingxing's hands and the 2,000 in Su Mingyun's, Xia Huaiheng suddenly chuckled softly. Yes, he still has people. As long as he breaks into the palace and gathers his men, he can fight back. Since his good father won't leave him a way out, why should he care about him? He knows that the Wang family offended the Su family only to help him. Now, he no longer recognizes them. Such cold-heartedness. If this father doesn't recognize him, so be it. Just as his thoughts settled, Xia Huaiheng spat out a large mouthful of blood. His legs went weak, and he struggled to stand. He knows his time is running out. Xia Huaiheng took one last look at his mother, tightening his grip on his sword.
He feels he can barely hold the sword now.
Before he loses strength, he must break out. Your Majesty, please accept the decree. Grand Gao still held the imperial edict, waiting for the noble consort to come forward.
Siya wayan sudan lauga, awil, self-taprakating lau.
He laughed as he walked toward Grand Gao. The latter backed away in fear. Third Prince, what are you doing? Is this fun? Xia Huaiheng forced himself to ignore his wounds, dragging his heavy, blood-stained steps toward Gao. Gao swallowed hard and retreated. He looked at Xia Huaiheng's nearly crazed face, feeling terrified. Third Prince, don't be reckless. This is the palace. Hearing this, Xia Huaiheng's clarity was suddenly swallowed by rage. He raised his hand and cut Gao's throat. Bright red blood splattered onto the yellowed edict. You said you would grant my mother wine? Then go die. The palace attendants behind Gao screamed and ran away in panic. Xia Huaiheng drew his sword and chased after them. Ha ha ha, hunger has gone mad. My hunger has gone mad. She was calmly playing a game of chess but suddenly lost without warning. That was what the noble consort couldn't understand. She ran out with her hair in disarray, hurriedly following Xia Huaiheng. He, holding a bloodied sword, stormed toward the imperial study. Covered in blood, he didn't stop for a moment. Faced with the approaching imperial guards, Xia Huaiheng clenched his teeth tightly, filled with unwillingness and anger. He can't understand how the Su family discovered such a secret. How did they quietly surround the person without anyone noticing? The impression of the Xia family on him became more and more sinister. Suddenly, the world spun, and Xia Huaiheng fell to the ground. His head buzzed, and blood poured from his back. He felt helpless, as if there was no hope left. Xia Chenzhou, Xia Xingye, and the reclusive Xia Yanji all arrived. They looked at Xia Huaiheng, struggling weakly in the pool of blood, with complicated feelings. With his fall, Xia Huaiheng could no longer stand. He was in terrible pain, everywhere hurt. It felt like his bones were breaking apart, stabbing him deep inside. He desperately wanted to know why this was happening. Why did the 50 court guards have to take his life? The pain was so intense that cold sweat streamed down his forehead, blurring his vision. He raised his hand, and his cloudy gaze fell on Xia Xingye. Uncle Ninth, his remaining willpower allowed him to recognize Xia Xingye. Xia Xingye, dressed in a gold-embroidered purple robe, stood with his hands behind his back, looking at him coldly. Just like on the day of the hunt, after he lost, Xia Huaiheng saw the look in his eyes. Cold, emotionless, mocking. He had wanted to win him over, but Xia Xingyan never looked at him directly. Tell me, why is this happening? Why am I like this? Xia Huaiheng used his sword to support his body, stubbornly trying to stand. He saw his beloved father approaching him. Every step seemed to crush his bones, making him feel even more pain. Father, can I ask for a healing elixir? Even now, he still held a faint hope that his father might remember their bond. Maybe his father still cared a little about their relationship? Huaiheng, are you trying to assassinate the emperor? The emperor of North Xia looked at the sword in Xia Huaiheng's hand and coldly said. Hearing this, Xia Huaiheng's face turned pale, and his last hope vanished. His pleas did not soften his heart. Maybe, if there is a next life, I will never be born into the imperial family again, Xia Huaiheng said, then collapsed face up. His head hit the stone ground heavily, blood quickly flowing out, forming a pool of blood that soon bloomed like flowers. Huaiheng, the noble consort, staggered forward, collapsing onto Xia Huaiheng's body. Her voice was hoarse and broken. Her elegant dress was stained with his blood. Hunger, don't you want to fight for this world? Get up, please get up.
Can you hear me?
Please get up. The entire palace echoed with the sorrowful cries of the noble consort. Her proud face was now completely pale. Hunger, my child. Please wake up. Mother will take you home, to your maternal family. Let's go pay respects to your grandfather, okay? The noble consort wept bitterly, shaking Xia Huaiheng's body forcefully, but he no longer responded. She couldn't understand. The day of the hunt was so glorious, and just a few days ago, she still had her hunger. Now, she had lost him.
Why?
Why did this happen? Tears blurred her vision. She looked around at everyone present, finally fixing her gaze on the nearby North Xia emperor. Slowly, she picked up the bloodied sword that Xia Huaiheng had dropped. Her voice trembled with grief as she said, Xia Qingzhou, if there is a next life, I never want to see you again. And you, in this life, will not be allowed to live happily. As soon as she finished speaking, the noble consort drew her sword and touched her neck. Her son was walking alone on the path to the underworld, feeling very lonely. She wanted to join him. Wei Banshu, who had just arrived, saw this scene and stared in disbelief. Xia Huaiheng was dead, and she was his fiancée. Did he really leave just like that? He left so suddenly, without even saying a last word to her? Just like that? She saw everyone around her watching coldly. Even the emperor looked on without a trace of pity. The imperial decree said he was not to be buried in the royal tomb after death. Could she take them away and bury them properly? They couldn't be husband and wife in this life, but perhaps they would meet again in the next. Wei Banshu stepped forward and knelt before the North Xia emperor. Your Majesty, I beg you to allow me to take the third prince and the noble consort to a good place to bury them properly. The North Xia emperor, feeling a bit troubled, agreed after hearing her plea. Take them away. He closed his eyes slowly, turning his face away, seeming somewhat reluctant. After a long moment, he softly ordered, issue an edict, demote the noble consort to commoner status, and she shall not be recorded in the royal registry. His voice was calm but cold, making people's hearts freeze. Royal consorts cannot be buried casually. Only by being demoted to commoner status can they avoid public shame. Xia Qingzhou clenched his right fist tighter. At this moment, he didn't feel victorious, but heartbroken. Earlier, the noble consort had been favored above all in the palace, even more than his mother. Even after death, he received no mercy from him, nor was he allowed to enter the royal records. At this moment, he truly understood the cruelty of the imperial family. His father was both loving and cold. He wondered if he had ever truly loved anyone in his life. When Su Ning received the news, she held her blue cat and stood quietly in the pavilion, gazing absent-mindedly at the koi swimming in the lake. Master, Uncle should be taking people to raid the Wang family now. If he's caught and deliberately lets Wang Xie escape, will it bring disaster to the Su family? What disaster? Do you think the Xie family is still a match for us? Su Ning looked calm, her tone even, showing no emotion. Master, don't forget there are secrets in the cold palace. Whether that person is friend or foe is still unknown. Su Ning smiled slightly and spoke slowly. If that person was powerful, they would have shown their strength by now. So, you mean that person only has space, but no cultivation power? Exactly. We've been scaring ourselves all along. This cautious attitude was too uncomfortable. Next, she planned to loosen her control and make her moves. What's the news from the Wen family? When Jingzhou has allied with General Wei and secured a position in the city guard, Blue Cat reported what he knew. Su Ning said, it was because of the Su family that he hid for so many years. He must hold a grudge. We need to keep an eye on him. Blue Cat replied, Uncle has already sent people. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind her. Su Ning turned around and saw Yu Duo rushing over, so she asked, what's the situation? Yu Duo hurriedly said, Miss, Wang Xier ran away. That young maid, Xiao Ji, took some people and escaped through the dog hole. She said she was going to find her mother. Blue Cat said, Master, Wang Xier running away is actually good. It means she won't drag Uncle into trouble. Su Ning thought to herself, the young girl is brave. Hopefully, this escape will give her a fresh start in life. Later, the Wang and Jiang families will be executed in front of the whole city. Will Miss Biao go? Yu Duo saw Su Ning frowning and respectfully asked. Su Ning shook her head. I won't go. It's too bloody. Since that night she learned that Blue Cat was not an ordinary cat, Yu Duo no longer saw Su Ning with normal eyes. Being recognized as her master by a fox demon meant she was extraordinary. After a moment of thought, Yu Duo turned and left. Su Mingyun personally led the Black Armor Army to arrest all members of the Wang and Jiang families, capturing everyone involved. At the execution site, crowds gathered, and the entire city heard the news. Su Mingyun gave the order, and the executioner drew his sword. The main criminals and their key followers were beheaded publicly, blood splattering on the stone, shocking all the onlookers. During the house search, the Black Armor Army found shocking evidence of crimes. The two families had colluded for many years, embezzling large sums of military funds, causing soldiers at the border to suffer from hunger and cold. They also dared to alter the list of successful candidates in the imperial exams, replacing talented commoners with relatives to secure official positions. Each of these crimes threatened the foundation of the country. In the end, both families were punished with death and their properties confiscated. When the verdict was read, the suppressed emotions of the people around the execution site erupted. Cheers and applause rang out continuously, lasting a long time. Everyone praised Su Mingyun for his fairness and hoped that his strict actions would cleanse the corruption and restore justice to the world. This event greatly enhanced the reputation of the Su family among the people. All of this was thanks to the gift from the War King. If he hadn't handed over the evidence against the two families to Su Mingyun, how could he have succeeded so smoothly in wiping them out? The War King's kindness to the Su family was like a star shining in the night, illuminating their path. But no one knew how he would handle the upcoming marriage arrangements. The autumn wind was cold, and the last dry leaf from the old locust tree spun down and hit the red-painted wall. Autumn was here. Qiuhua, trembling, brought a small cloak to cover Su Ning. Miss, don't stand here any longer. The wind is cold, she said gently. The autumn wind was full of chill everywhere. It had been 3 days since the Wang and Jiang families were destroyed. During these days, Su Ning often stood in the pavilion, sometimes for half a day. She had already asked Gu Qinghe to send someone to find a suitable candidate to send to the palace. The person didn't need to be an alchemist, but should know martial arts, be brave, and preferably be a Taoist priest, giving the impression of a wise monk. 3 days had passed, but there was no news. Su Ning, wearing a small white cloak, headed toward Langyue Pavilion. As she walked, she asked, Sister Qiuhua, where is Mother? Miss and the second young lady went out to the shop to check the accounts. They won't be back until later, Qiuhua replied respectfully. Oh, then I'll go find Uncle Da, Su Ning said. Autumn painted protected Su Ning as they headed towards Su Mingyun's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, they coincidentally met Yu Duo, who was rushing back. For the past 3 days, he had been sent by Su Mingyun to watch Mu Mingju. It seemed he had received some news now. Miss Biao, Yu Duo respectfully bowed to Su Ning and glanced at the blue cat sleeping in her arms. He instinctively shivered. His mind was filled with the astonishing sight of the blue cat transforming that night. Fortunately, this cat demon belonged to the Su family, otherwise, he would have been scared to death. Is there something to report? Su Ning asked, noticing his hurried expression. Yu Duo smiled slightly. Miss Biao is very clever. I have news about the Mu family young lady. The three of them walked into the courtyard. Inside, Su Mingyun, dressed in a white brocade robe, was about to leave when he saw Su Ning approaching. He hurried forward to embrace her. Ninger, have you finished your lessons today? Yes, I finished early. My eldest uncle has been so busy lately that he hasn't had time to check my studies, Su Ning said softly and sweetly. Su Mingyun's heart almost melted. He affectionately pinched her nose. It's all because of that matter. Once they find the right person, the fake master's time will be up. Recently, the Northern Xia Emperor was very displeased with Xie Qinzhou. He suspected that Prince Second's injuries weren't healing because the second prince had secretly tampered with the treatment, bribing the imperial doctors in the imperial hospital to prevent his recovery. Such cruel tactics were truly upsetting. There was another matter. The Northern Xia Emperor had given the crown prince a pure spirit pill, intending to cure his illness. This made Xie Qinzhou and Queen Zhou feel very threatened. If it weren't for Mu Mingju, the crown prince might have been moved by the emperor's gesture. Now, he only saw it as a trap set by the emperor, deliberately creating a sense of crisis in Xie Qinzhou to secretly deal with him. They were just waiting for both sides to fight until one was defeated. In Xie Qinzhou's view, his good father, the emperor, always favored Xie Yanji. Even if Xie Yanji told him there was another behind-the-scenes Xie Yu, he would only believe it was Xie Yanji's attempt to protect himself and sow discord. When it comes to the throne, sincerity and loyalty are insignificant. Strength is the only true support. Seeing Yu Duo had something to say, Su Mingyun sat with Su Ning at a stone table in the courtyard. Go ahead, is there any news from the Zhuangzi? Yu Duogong leaned forward and took a step closer. Young master guessed correctly. The emperor secretly sent someone to bring Xie Yu into the palace. Mu Mingju thought it was to force her to marry into the War King's family. She didn't know that the emperor had another purpose. That was to easily obtain Xie Yu's forehead blood. Mu Mingju has also secretly returned to the Mu family. If the Northern Xia Emperor hands Xie Yu over to Master Chongjin, he will surely die. Once Xie Yu is dead, the Northern Xia Emperor can no longer threaten Mu Mingju. Will she still serve him then? Xie Yu is dead, and she is naturally very sad, but what if they help Mu Mingju save her child? Thinking of this, Su Mingyun felt that finding another Master Chongjin was urgent. Just then Chiyua hurried in to report, Young Master, second young master has returned, and he also rescued a badly injured old man. He wants Miss Biao to come and see him. Hearing about the injured old man, Su Mingyun didn't delay. She quickly carried Su Ning outside. At the same time, Su Jingyan was there. He hurriedly said, Ninger, come and take a look. This person is wearing a Taoist robe. Maybe he can be saved and used by us. But he is badly hurt. Su Ning understood immediately. Su Jingyan meant to have this person pretend to be Master Chongjin. Everyone leave now, Su Mingyun ordered, driving out the servants and Yu Duogong from the room. Only she knew that Su Ning had learned some magic from the cat demon. If she needed to use it later, she didn't want others to see too much. Su Ning no longer hid. She stepped forward to check the old man's pulse. His pulse was weak, breathing was shallow, and he had knife wounds on his body. He had also endured hunger for many days. His Taoist robe was so dirty that its original color was unrecognizable. There was no time to lose. Su Ning quickly took out healing pills and fed them to the old man. She also used her spiritual power to help the medicine work faster. In addition, Su Ning performed the second stage of the Spirit Vine Heart technique right in front of everyone. When her fingertips glowed with a faint green light, everyone was stunned. This was not the first time Su Mingyun saw this. She hurriedly explained, father, second brother, this technique was guided by the cat demon. Ninger has a kind heart and can't bear to see others suffer. But this technique should not be shown publicly. It's best if only our family knows. Do not spread it outside. No need for Su Mingyan to remind him. Su Jingyan already knew what to do. He looked serious and added, in the future, watch over Ninger more closely and remind her not to show this skill in front of outsiders. Remember that. Yes, father, the two brothers replied in unison. Looking at Su Ning, she had been using a special technique for a short time, and now her forehead was sweating and her small body was trembling, showing how exhausting the technique was. Ninger, if you can't do it, just give up, Su Mingyan said, seeing her trembling and her face turning pale, feeling very worried. Su Ning didn't answer. She only saw the injured person's originally pale face turn slightly red, and the wounds seemed to be healing, so she withdrew her hand. It's okay now, Su Ning said tiredly, lifting her right hand, rolling up her sleeve, and wiping the sweat from her forehead. Whether it was their imagination or not, they sensed a fresh, grassy smell in the air around them. They saw the old man's chest, where the skin and flesh had been torn open, slowly healing and closing under the green glow swirling around it.
Su Ming Sun et Galim in shock. Wow.
This healing technique is almost like a divine magic. Su Ning's small display of skill left the father and two sons stunned and speechless. Su Ning looked tired but smiled slightly and said, all of this is thanks to Little Green. It wanted me to learn medicine quickly, so it specially taught me some magic. Grandfather, uncle, and second uncle, you aren't scared, are you? Hearing Su Mingyun's words, she thought they had already found a good reason, so she didn't need to worry. The blue cat, which was circling around Su Ning's feet, pretended not to hear and went along with her story. The father and sons looked gratefully at the blue cat, then were overjoyed. Su Jingyan said, Ninger, this skill is an immortal technique. You must not show it to anyone outside our family. If you do, it could bring disaster. Do you understand? Yes, Ninger understands. As long as I haven't scared you, that's enough, she replied. Haha, Ninger has gained this divine skill. With the ability to protect herself, we're happier than ever. Why would we be afraid? This is all my family's good fortune, Su Mingxian said proudly. They all thought the cat demon was a good spirit, not only protecting the Su family, but also teaching Ninger this divine skill. They wondered how many generations of good deeds their family had accumulated to earn such blessings. The seriously injured old man was still unconscious and slowly recovering. Su Ning said, Second uncle, the old man hasn't eaten for several days. We should prepare some light food for him. All right, uncle, I will give the order now. Su Mingyan quickly went to arrange things. Su Ning, feeling too tired, returned to Lanyue Pavilion. Although healing magic is good, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. As soon as she stepped inside, she staggered and supported herself on the doorframe, nearly falling to the ground. Master, are you all right? Blue Cat quickly changed into its medicinal beast form and carried her onto the bed. I'm fine. This technique not only uses spiritual energy but also mental strength, so I feel very tired. You protect me while I go into my space to rest and recover. As her cultivation improved, she used too much spiritual energy. She had been stuck at the 5th level of Qi refining for quite a few days. She had reached a bottleneck at the 6th level, but lacked enough spiritual energy to break through. Now, after exhausting her spiritual energy, she might have a chance to succeed. With this thought, Su Ning quickly slipped into her space to practice. She gritted her teeth, sat cross-legged on a mat, and formed a breathing technique with her hands. Instantly, the spiritual energy stored in the magic tools within her space was drawn into her body at a visible speed, rushing through her meridians. The depleted Dantian energy center was slowly being cleansed by the incoming spiritual energy, repeatedly breaking through the invisible barrier. Everywhere the energy passed, faint sounds could be heard, signs of a breakthrough. Su Ning felt a surge of joy. She took a deep breath, continued to focus, and drew in more spiritual energy. The large influx of energy seemed ready to expand her Dantian again. Under the enveloping spiritual energy, a faint green glow appeared around her body, resonating with her cultivation technique, the spirit vine method. After about an incense stick's time, Su-Ning tiredly opened her eyes, a look of joy and relief on her face. Great, I finally broke through to the 6th level of chi refining. She realized that her previous breakthroughs were due to a lack of spiritual energy. When her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, she gradually reached a bottleneck and finally succeeded in breaking through. Looking at the dull, lifeless magic tools, Su-Ning sighed heavily. If her space's spiritual energy were abundant, these tools would eventually regain their original shine. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to form a spirit gathering array. With such an array, even if the world had little spiritual energy, over time, it would recover to its former state. She hoped that after using up this spiritual energy, she could break through to the foundation establishment stage. At that point, even without spiritual energy, her martial skills would be strong. Master, are you finished? Your mother is coming this way. Outside, the blue cat's anxious voice sounded. Su-Ning, like a streak of light, quickly left the space, looking refreshed and clear-minded, which made the blue cat happy. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully broken through to the 6th level of chi refinement. Stop congratulating me. Quickly turn back to your normal size. Okay. The blue cat was so happy that it forgot it was still in beast form. It hurriedly transformed back to its normal cat size. Outside, Su-Won just pushed open the door. Ninger, I heard from your great-uncle that you saved someone earlier. Are you resting now? How are you? I'm fine now, mother. Ninger has recovered. Has that old senior woken up? Su-Ning sat down, holding Su-Won's hand. She climbed onto the table using her hands and feet to pour water for her. Hearing Su-Won say, "Not yet. His body is too weak. He's very thin. I guess he fell in the temple and ended up like this." Maybe. Su-Ning wasn't sure about the details, just wondering if this person had the courage to deal with the emperor. In the evening, Su-Ning went to see the old senior, but he still hadn't woken up. She returned to her own courtyard. She had just broken through to the 6th level during the day. Her spiritual power was now thicker than before, but like an untrained wild horse, it was a bit restless. If not stabilized, it could harm her foundation. Su-Ning didn't enter her space. Instead, she sat cross-legged on her bed, holding her breath and focusing. Soon, a visible stream of clear energy flowed around her body. At that moment, the moonlight outside the window shone directly on her forehead. The silver moonlight matched the energy flowing around her, making her look pure and holy, like a celestial being descending to the mortal world. The blue cat seemed to sense something and looked at Su-Ning. Seeing this, it looked at her with admiration and longing, murmuring, "Master, have you ascended? You look like a fairy." Perhaps it was just her imagination, but at this moment, Su-Ning gave the blue cat the feeling of about to ascend to heaven. Su-Ning slowly opened her eyes, feeling a new sense of clarity and freshness. "Go to sleep. We'll stop practicing tonight." After speaking, the blue cat jumped onto the bed and snuggled into Su-Ning's arms. At that moment, both a person and a cat suddenly twitched their ears, sensing something unusual. Someone is coming, they said at the same time. As soon as they spoke, both disappeared instantly, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Outside, countless shadowy figures moved swiftly across the roof of the Su family house, like ghosts. They stepped lightly on the tiles, almost imperceptible, clearly trained soldiers. Su-Ning, hiding in the darkness, quietly gathered spiritual energy with her fingertips. She directed a vine, about thick, to crawl along the beams and walls, spreading wildly. At the right moment, she wrapped it around a black-clad person's ankle as they hurried past. She pulled hard downward. The person was caught off guard and was pulled to the ground with a heavy thud. "Something's happening, quick, something's happening." The sound of the fall drew the attention of the patrol guards. At the same time, Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian also sensed something unusual and quickly opened their eyes. Soon, The black-clad person and the guards of the Su family engaged in a fierce fight. The sounds of fighting woke the masters of the other courtyards. They all lit oil lamps. Who is coming? Su Mingyun took the silver dragon's sword hanging by his bed and rushed outside. His face changed suddenly when he saw the black-clad person jump down from the roof. The attacker was clear about his target. Without saying much, he immediately attacked Su Mingyun. The sounds of swords clashing echoed from other courtyards, and Su Mingyun felt panic rising. He swung his silver dragon sword, creating afterimages. Anyone who harms my family must die. He leapt into the air and kicked with both legs, knocking someone flying. Wherever his sword passed, people lost their lives. Big Sister Ning, Su Xinian, was also awakened. She shouted for Su Ning. Su Ning, in an instant, had someone killed with a snap of her fingers. Hearing Su Xinian's call, she gathered her energy and vanished like a ghost. When she arrived, she saw that the black-clad people in her uncle's courtyard were more than twice as many as in other courtyards. Su Ning guessed they were targeting Su Xinian. Suddenly, she remembered it was probably because of Su Xinian's heartblood. The emperor dog believed the demon's lies and wanted to take Su Xinian's heartblood. He thought it was foolproof and no one knew. But he didn't realize that the Su family had long been aware of everything. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao held a soft sword, dressed in a white tunic. She and Su Mingxian, back to back, protected Su Xinian and Su Bufan while fighting fiercely against the black-clad attackers. The two children had weapons in their hands and were very slippery. They couldn't even be touched by a piece of cloth. The blue cat was sent by Su Ning to protect Su Wan. Since the attack was aimed at Su Xinian, the pressure on the other courtyards was lighter. Su Ning does not plan to show himself. She hides in the dark, using countless vines like agile snakes to entangle the black-clad men. None of the black-clad men who were knocked away by Su Mingxian ever got up again. Su Ning used her vines to drag them into the shadows and cut their throats. When the leader of the black-clad men saw only 5 people left, his face suddenly changed. Where are they? Where did they go? How did they disappear during the fight? The leader's fingers, gripping his knife, turned pale. He had over 30 loyal followers, following the plan. At least 20 stayed in Su Mingxuan's courtyard. But now only 5, including him, remained. There isn't even a single corpse on the ground. It's as if they vanished into thin air. Master, I just saw someone being dragged into the bushes, the man said, his voice trembling. Why didn't you say earlier? The situation has changed. We need to retreat. They had been fighting for a long time, but couldn't get close to that little guy. There might be experts waiting in the shadows. If they continued like this, they would all be lost. My family's name is not something you can decide to come and go as you please. Lady, take care of the children. I will eliminate these 5. The black-clad man retreated, but Su Mingxian was furious, determined not to let anyone escape. He caught sight of a faint blue glow in the shadows by the wall. His heart moved, and he swung his sword with even more force.
Everione, die.
The leader of the black-clad men saw Su Mingxian rushing fiercely at him. He hesitated for a moment, but raised his sword to block. Suddenly, a vine, as thick as a thumb, wrapped around his arm. He was pulled back forcefully, and his sword slipped from his grip. Su Mingxian worked perfectly. In the moment the enemy was stunned, he stabbed his sword through the man's throat, ending his life. All of this happened in just an instant. He had heard that Su Mingxian was a scholar, not skilled with a sword. Yet, he died at the hands of such a person. It was only at the moment of death that he realized Su Mingxuan's martial skills were superior to his own. The remaining 4 wanted to help, but suddenly found 2 green vines wrapped around their waists. They couldn't move and became helpless lambs at the mercy of others. What is this? This is. Su Mingxian didn't hesitate. Seeing the situation, he quickly rushed over and took the lives of the 4 people. Yun Jiao also saw the green vines. As they wrapped around the black-clad men, she covered the eyes of the 2 children. After the 4 people died, Su Ning used the vines to quickly drag away the bodies. Not long after, Su Mingyun and Su Jingnian, covered in blood, arrived. "Are you all okay?" Soon after, Su Wan and Mrs. Wu also hurried over in a panic. Everyone was covered in blood, but none of it was their own. At this moment, Mrs. Wu was very grateful she had learned a few self-defense skills. Otherwise, how could she have survived tonight? "Where is Ninger?" Su Wan immediately noticed Ninger was missing. Just as she was about to go look for her, Su Ning appeared around the corner, holding the blue cat. "I'm here, mother." Seeing Su Ning and the blue cat, everyone believed that the blue cat had saved them. The green vines earlier were a magic spell cast by the blue cat, and it was the one that saved everyone in the Su family. They all chose not to discuss this matter. Su Mingyun looked serious and said, "These people might all be from the Shadow Guard. Their goal is only one thing, which is..." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew they were here to kidnap Su Shinian. Su Bufan still held a black short sword, which was dripping with blood. He looked at the blood on it, feeling a bit stunned. Earlier, a man in black tried to attack Su Shinian but was discovered and stabbed to death by him. This was the first time he had killed someone. The feeling was strange and frightening. "Bufan, you are grown up now and know how to protect your sister," his father said. Hearing this, Su Bufan's eyes suddenly became firm. "Father, am I brave tonight?" His voice trembled a little, but was also full of determination. "Brave, my son is very brave." Su Mingxuan's voice also trembled slightly, but every word was clear. Hearing this, Su Mingyun's tense back suddenly relaxed. He choked up and said, "Bufan, the enemies of the Su family are all around. You must be brave so you can protect those you want to protect." Su Bufan's hand holding the short sword trembled. After a moment he said, "Uncle, don't worry. I am a man. I will protect my two sisters." Su Shinian tilted his head and smiled at Su Bufan. "Brave brother, I like you so much." Hee. The little one was not afraid of the bloodstains on the ground. A small face the size of a palm, full of innocent childishness. Yu Duo, Jiang Hua, and Shi Heng led people to clean up the bodies of the black-clad men in each courtyard. They found no useful information on the bodies. This made Su Mingyun more certain that these people were members of the Shadow Guard. The North Xia Emperor could no longer hold back and was eager to get the longevity pills. Early the next morning, Murong Linyuan heard a report from a servant. "Master, something bad has happened. There are piles of black-clad men's bodies outside the door. And there's a letter." After reading the letter, Murong Linyuan felt terrible. He angrily crumpled the letter in his hand. After a moment he said, "This is a serious matter. It must be reported to the emperor." He wanted to see how the person would explain this. In the Golden Luan Hall, the North Xia Emperor looked very angry. He handed this major case to the Ministry of Justice, with the second prince assisting. A few days ago, he disliked the second prince very much. Now, giving him this case was obvious. Xie Qinzhou was not stupid. With Xie Huaihing dead, his biggest rival was the crown prince Xie Yanji. The Su family, the king of war, and the Duke of Zhengguo's residence were all the crown prince's main supporters. Xie Qinzhou secretly smiled. There were many unresolved cases, and this one was no different. If the Su family saw the situation clearly, that would be good. If they didn't see it clearly, then this case would become more interesting. After taking the Qingling pill given by the North Xia Emperor, Xie Yanji's face was no longer as pale as before, and he had enough strength to attend court every day. This made Xie Qinzhou feel a great threat. Xie Yanji did not pay attention to Xie Qinzhou's subtle gaze. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Father Emperor, I have something else to report. Speak freely, my son." The North Xia Emperor looked at Xie Yanji, his expression calmer than before. This made Xie Qinzhou even more dissatisfied. He listened carefully to what Xie Yanji was saying. After a moment, he heard him say, "Father Emperor, yesterday I passed by the cold palace and saw sixth brother. He was crying and said he missed Father Emperor. He also said that consortin was wrongfully accused. It was to protect sixth brother from harm that she took the blame. I request the emperor to investigate the poisoning case from that year again and give consortin justice." The North Xia Emperor took a long time to remember such a person and spoke in a deep voice. I remember, that child in the died at that time, and Qin also developed hysteria because of it. Empress Nguye at that time also admitted guilt. The implication was clear. She accepted her punishment, or else the child would have died for nothing. He also couldn't explain this to the Qin family. Now that they wanted to overturn the case, what other dark secrets might come to light? Thinking of this, Emperor Bei Xia looked displeased. How old is that child? He asked the new Li Gonggong beside him. Your Majesty, the sixth prince is about 7 years old. He is just a year younger than you are. Xia Xingye lowered his head silently, his eyes cold and emotionless. Then, Emperor Bei Xia waved his hand and announced the end of the court session. He didn't say anything about trying to overturn Nguye's case. As soon as he returned to the imperial study, a guard from the Cold Palace hurried in to report, Your Majesty, Consort One has committed suicide in the Cold Palace. Consort One was the mother of the fifth prince. When the emperor thought of her, he also thought of the fifth prince, who had been demoted to a commoner. Send someone to bring her back, for burial. Prepares an imperial decree. Consort One, because of her inability to teach her son properly, was demoted to a commoner and is not to be recorded in the official register. Consort One had fought with noble consort for over 10 years, but in the end, they both met the same fate. It's truly fate's cruel joke. Queen Zhou, upon hearing this, felt that Emperor Bei Xia was too ruthless. As both women fell, she seemed to have the upper hand, but in reality, she was deeply uncertain. The more ruthless the emperor, the more she felt a great sense of danger. It was as if an invisible hand was hanging over her head, making her anxious every day. In her view, this throne wouldn't belong to the crown prince, because a mistake made by the previous empress had led to her tragic death. But she also didn't think Emperor Bei Xia was particularly fond of her son. Having shared a bed with the emperor for over 20 years, she still didn't understand him fully. What exactly was in his mind? Currently, the only suitable heir was the crown prince and her son. The one in the Cold Palace was only 7 years old.
Could it be?
Is this throne reserved for the one in the Cold Palace? It seemed like she didn't want to overturn the case, but perhaps she was protecting someone? After a moment of thought, Queen Zhou realized the truth. When Xie Qinzhou finished his court session and returned, Queen Zhou quickly explained her thoughts to him. Xie Qinzhou thought it was possible, but for now, dealing with the crown prince was the top priority. Mother, the sixth son is only 7 years old. He's not a threat yet. The most urgent matter now is to resolve Xie Yan's issue. When mentioning this, Xie Qinzhou's eyes showed a hint of reluctance. But he had no choice. He carried the entire Zhou family on his back. If he refused, the whole Zhou family would be gradually destroyed. He could spare his life, but he would have to spend the rest of his days in the clan office. Loyalty and filial piety mean little before the throne. He didn't need the emperor's love or mercy. He would earn everything through his own efforts. Empress Zhou hesitated and didn't speak her concerns aloud, perhaps worried about something. In the end, she kept silent. She only said, Son, your father doesn't care much for that child, Yanji. All of this is just enough, mother. Don't be fooled by the false appearance your father shows. He often uses these two-faced tricks. As I know, the emperor only has 2 pure spirit pills. He gave one to the crown prince. Do you still say he doesn't like the crown prince? Those 2 pills can cure all poisons. He was willing to give one to him. How can you say he doesn't favor the crown prince? Mother, don't be deceived by him. After speaking, Xie Qinzhou didn't want to listen to his mother's nagging anymore. He changed into plain clothes and hurried out. Queen Zhou had her own worries. She raised her hand to call her personal maid and whispered, Send someone to monitor consort and in the Cold Palace. Watch her every move. Report immediately if there's any news. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The maid responded quickly and hurried away. After the court session, Su Mingyun called everyone into the study. He analyzed, Father, the emperor clearly wants the second prince and the crown prince to fight each other. In the end, he wants that child to profit. Exactly, father. The emperor wants to clear all obstacles for that child. This clever scheme of sowing discord is brilliant. Maybe, in the end, it will be the black armor guard behind it, Su Mingxian said angrily. Su Jingmian sighed. This is the art of imperial power. Rulers must sometimes use ruthless methods. Luckily, we know his plan. Otherwise, our entire Su family could become pawns he might discard at any moment. Let's go. We need to see if that old monk has woken up. Su Jingmian was speaking when suddenly, Chuyue's voice came from outside. Master, that old man has woken up. Miss Biao sent me to deliver a message. The father and son exchanged glances and hurried outside. When the time came, the old Taoist priest knelt before Su Ning and Su Wan. Thank you, madam and young lady, for saving my life. Please accept this humble bow. There's no need for that. Please get up quickly, senior, Su Wan said, gesturing to her two maids to help the old man to his feet. Seeing Su Jingmian and others approaching, the old Taoist tried to kneel again, but Su Jingmian stopped him. Senior, please don't do that. Saving a life is more valuable than building a 7-story pagoda. Do you have a place to stay in the imperial city? We can send someone to take you back. Su Mingyun and Su Mingxian exchanged a look and asked deliberately. He originally wanted to ask about the man's background, but thought it might be too abrupt, so he changed his question. Unexpectedly, the old Taoist's next words shocked everyone in the room. The old Taoist's anger surged, and he said fiercely, "To be honest, I came here looking for someone and have no fixed residence. You all live in the imperial city, so you should have heard about that demon who was sacrificed to the heavens not long ago. I suspect that demon is my junior brother, Mu Dao." The father and two sons were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Then the old Taoist continued, "My junior brother is a wicked man who commits terrible deeds. He kills fellow disciples and brothers for his own benefit. I came here to catch him. When I heard he was sacrificed to the heavens, I felt relieved. I was about to return home when I was attacked by bandits and nearly lost my life. Luckily, you all helped me, or I would be dead." He guessed that there was a divine doctor in this house, or his injuries wouldn't have healed so quickly. After hearing his story, everyone felt that the heavens were helping the Su family. Su Ning's eyes lit up with joy, almost unable to hide her smile. Su Mingyun quickly said, "It turns out he's a senior brother of Master Mu Dao. To be honest, senior, your junior brother was not really sacrificed to the heavens. The current emperor is secretly protecting him. The emperor wants him to make a longevity pill, so he faked his death to escape and hide." What? The old Taoist was so shocked he nearly lost his balance. He took a long time to recover, perhaps unable to believe that even the emperor would trust his junior brother's sweet talk. What should we do now? The old Taoist looked anxious, his brows furrowed. My junior brother isn't skilled in alchemy, only in fortune-telling and divination. How can I convince the emperor that he is a wicked man? If this matter is exposed, it will put your majesty in a wrongful position. Hearing this, Su Jingmian said, "Master, you also know that your junior brother is a wicked person who harms the country. If we don't reveal his plans, he will control the foundation of the nation, cause chaos in the court, and make life difficult for the people. The emperor has also been deceived by him, which is why he is influenced. Our job is to expose his scheme and restore peace to the court. We only need to do this secretly, so the emperor can see the truth himself. He will then deal with this evil person quietly, without giving him any excuse." The old monk looked more worried after hearing this. "But I heard that he has produced a pill that can cure the emperor's headache, and he also offered a miraculous medicine for healing. I don't know where he got these pills, but their effects are real. If so, how can the emperor easily believe what I say?" The three family members looked at each other. Then Su Jingmian spoke to persuade the old monk. "Master, if you also have such a miraculous pill, what would you do?" The old monk smiled bitterly. "Although I am skilled in alchemy, I only know some blood-boosting and meridian-opening pills. I don't know how to make healing pills. When someone is injured, we still need a doctor." "It's embarrassing to admit," Su Jingmian chuckled. "As long as you are willing, we have ways to handle it." Hearing this, the old monk seemed to guess something and asked in surprise, "You mean there is a way to reveal my junior brother's scheme without angering the emperor?" "Exactly. We have thought of a way to expose the false Master Chongjin's plot. To be honest, your junior brother stole the pills from an old divine doctor who was using those pills to deceive the emperor. Unfortunately, that old divine doctor has passed away. Before he died, he told us to reveal the evil person's scheme, or he wouldn't rest in peace. At this, Su Jingnian sighed helplessly. The others in the Su family could tell that Su Jingnian was making up this story to protect Ning and Blue Cat. Then he added, that old divine doctor's name was Chongjin. Your junior brother is pretending to be him to deceive the emperor. If the master can appear as the real Chongjin, he will be able to expose your junior brother's lie. Only then can your junior brother be brought to justice. What do you think, master? But if we do that, I would be betraying the emperor, right? After all, I am not a real divine doctor, the old monk said with a worried face. Does the master really just watch as your junior brother acts so recklessly? As I understand, your junior brother used the hearts of children born during inauspicious times, the blood of pure spirits, and even the blood from the foreheads of 8-year-old children to make longevity pills for the emperor. Isn't that a terrible crime? The master should know we are acting to uphold justice, not deceiving the emperor. Moreover, does the master think the current emperor is a wise ruler? If he were wise, he wouldn't be so easily fooled by your junior brother. Master, whether it's to avenge your fellow disciples or to uphold justice, your junior brother must be stopped. Honestly, to uncover your junior brother's plans, we've been looking for a suitable person to enter the palace. Coincidentally, we met you. Since you are his senior, you know him well. Rest assured, your Majesty will never let you confront that person directly because he fears the truth about Master Chongjin's survival will be revealed. He will handle it secretly. As long as you and I don't speak, no one will know you're deceiving the emperor. Once everything is settled, whether you stay or leave, the Su family will fully support you. Su Jingnian quickly revealed all his plans, waiting for the old monk's response. Seeing the old monk remain silent, Su Mingyun's eyebrows moved slightly and he spoke. It seems that the elder is a kind-hearted person who would never watch as the entire northern Xia suffers because of your junior brother, nor would he want those innocent children to die. From their conversation, it's clear that the Su family is a government official who truly cares for the people. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to uphold justice? Thinking of this, the old monk knelt before everyone. My name is Mu Qing, the 18th abbot of Shangqing Temple. I have come down the mountain to clear my sect's name. All of this started because of my junior brother. I am willing to cooperate with you to bring him to justice and restore peace to the world. Hearing this, everyone from the Su family was pleased. Good, good, good. It's a blessing for our northern Xia that Abbot Mu Qing thinks this way. Next, let's go to the study to discuss our plan in detail. Our only goal is to expose your junior brother's schemes. Su Jingnian hurriedly helped him up and led him outside, arranging for someone to prepare food. After days of hunger and serious injuries, it's a great fortune to still be alive. In the study, Abbot Mu Qing expressed deep gratitude for the Su family's help and said he was willing to cooperate in any way to repay their kindness. The Su family was naturally very happy. Blue Cat listened carefully to everyone's plans and came to inform Su Ning. As Su Ning had previously said, Master Morong Linyuan brought the true Zongjin master into the palace. He was to expose the conspiracy of the fake Zongjin master. Now, except for the Su family, no one knew that there was no real Zongjin master in the world. People only believed that this Zongjin master was the genuine one. Xia Huaiguang never knew that he was killed by the fake Zongjin master. He was brought back by him, and dying at his hands was his own fault. After Master Mu Qing agreed, Su Mingyun handed a letter to Morong Linyuan. The latter confidently accepted the task. He also ordered someone to spread the news that the real Zongjin master had been found. It was said that the previous so-called demon who was sacrificed was a fake, and this one was the real Zongjin master, also the senior brother of the previous demon. He had stolen his senior brother's pills and falsely claimed to be him, deceiving others outside. He only came down the mountain to clear his name after hearing about this. Now that the person is dead, it's a deserved punishment. Under the nourishment of Su Ning's blood tonic, Master Mu Qing recovered his energy after 2 days. The Su family said that the old divine doctor was a hidden expert rarely seen. When acting, he was fearless. As long as the emperor believed he was the real Zongjin master, Master Muqing's only way out was death. The Qingwan temple was not very famous and was far in Zhuozhou. Who would bother to investigate? As long as he had the divine pills from the old divine doctor, the emperor probably wouldn't order an investigation. Thinking this way, Master Muqing's small worries disappeared. News from the outside world hadn't yet reached the northern Xia emperor's ears. At this moment, the northern Xia emperor was in a secret chamber, watching the Zongjin master prepare to draw blood from Xia Yu's brow. Thinking of how the previous night's kidnapping plan failed completely, the emperor felt dissatisfied. That blood sample will have to wait 2 more days. The plan last night failed again. Master Zongjin lowered his eyes, a cold smile curling his lips. He ignored the emperor and carefully sharpened the small knife in his hand. On the stone bed, there were 2 people, Xia Yu and Wang Xier, who was unconscious. That's right. The person at the other end of the stone bed is Wang Xier. The maid named Xiaozhi was bought by people from the Northern Summer Emperor. Before the Wang family was raided, they deliberately made it look like she was escaping with Wang Xier through a dog hole. Not long after leaving the street, she was captured by the shadow guard. She was secretly taken to this secret room, where Xia Yu is also present. There are healing pills and pain relief pills in front. The current Northern Summer Emperor firmly believes that this person can make medicinal pills. Master Chongjin's knife has been sharpened. Xia Yu on the stone bed seems to sense danger and slowly opens his eyes. Seeing Master Chongjin holding a small knife, Xia Yu's face turns pale. He pleads with the Northern Summer Emperor, "Father, it hurts. I hurt so much. I don't want to be taken blood anymore. I want my mother." The Northern Summer Emperor looks at Xia Yu's face, which looks very much like someone he knows. He feels sad too. He patiently advises, it doesn't hurt. Father is here to watch over you, so it won't hurt. Trust Father. I won't let anything happen to you. He still has 3 healing pills, which can be used 3 times without problem. He thinks that after 3 times it should be enough. Don't, Father. I want my mother. I want my mother. It hurts too much. I don't want to be taken blood. Mother said it will kill me. Xia Yu is so scared that his face turns pale. As the small knife gets closer, he struggles fiercely. He continues to beg pitifully, "Father, didn't you say you love Yua the most? Why are you taking Yuer's blood? I'm so scared." His begging wakes Wang Xier nearby. She moves slightly and realizes her whole body is tied to the bed. She immediately starts crying, muttering, "Sister Wan, I can't do it. I'm going to die. I won't see you again and I won't see Mother." Thinking of her beloved mother, she feels very sad. Recently, she has been learning martial arts seriously with her big brother. As Sister Wan said, only by becoming stronger can she live to see her mother. Somehow, her father, who used to dislike her, has come to see her. He even sent people to bring her good food and pretty clothes. She eats well every day. She is also allowed to watch her older brothers practice martial arts at the main house. She memorizes all their moves and practices day and night when she goes back. They told her that her father suddenly treating her well was because someone wanted to take her heart. She didn't believe it at all. She thought her father truly cared for her. She had never experienced how happy it was to be loved by someone. She felt it from her father. He would hold her hand and tell her stories about her mother. He also told her that her mother was a very beautiful woman. He loved her very much. He even took her to the study to see her mother's portrait. Indeed, she was a very beautiful woman. The portrait was always hanging in the study. It was her father's favorite woman. She also told her father that her mother couldn't bear to leave her and would come back to take her someday. Although her father was silent at the time, she knew he was missing her mother. When she heard Xia Yu repeatedly call for her mother, Wang Xier comforted him, saying, "Your mother will come to save you soon. We will all see our mothers. We need to be strong, brave, and skilled in martial arts like Sister Wan." Hearing this, Xia Yu asked Wang Xier, "Who is Sister Wan?" Wang Xier stopped talking because she had promised not to tell anyone about Sister Wan. Xia Yu suddenly screamed in pain, frightening Wang Xier, whose face turned pale. She struggled hard against the ropes binding her, but they were too tight to break free. She was lying flat and couldn't see how the person was drawing blood. From the screams, it was clear it must have hurt a lot. Was it her turn next? The Emperor of Beixia watched nearby with tears in his eyes, softly comforting him. Bear with it. It will be over soon. Only the Emperor's long life can protect you from harm and clear the way for you. Just bear with it. The pain in your body hurts the Emperor's heart. Master Chongjin stabbed a 1-inch long cut in Xiaoyu's forehead, letting the blood flow out until his porcelain bottle was full, then stopped. The Emperor of Beixia hurriedly fed Xiaoyu a healing pill from his sleeve. The bleeding from the wound stopped quickly, and the torn flesh showed signs of healing. The Emperor of Beixia was overjoyed. With the healing pill, his son's injuries would heal soon, and he would be fine. Thinking this, the Emperor of Beixia tenderly held him in his arms and kissed his pale, paper-like cheek. Master Chongjin looked at Wang Xier, trembling with fear, and said, "If the heart blood hasn't arrived, even removing her heart won't preserve her. Your Majesty should quickly find a way to get the pure spiritual person's heart blood. I understand. Within 3 days, I will surely obtain that person's vital blood," said the North Summer Emperor as he carried Xiaoyu away, deciding to place him in the imperial study and personally care for him. Tomorrow, when drawing blood, he would bring it back then. Meanwhile, Wang Xier was still tied to the stone bed. She turned her head slightly and saw a shocking scene. Master Chongjin had just poured out the blood he had received earlier. Yes, he poured out. He emptied the bottle of blood onto the ground and buried it with sand. Just before Master Chongjin turned around, Wang Xier immediately closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Harsh words came from Chongjin's mouth. "Dog Emperor, tomorrow is Xiaoyu's day of death. This is the result of trapping me in this secret room, haha." Mu Mingzhu returned to the Mu family. Because of her engagement with the War Prince, she went out to prepare her dowry. She happened to overhear some rumors in the marketplace. "Xiao, what are they talking about? What's true and what's false about Master Chongjin?" Mu Mingzhu asked her maid, confused. The maid called Xiao was also unsure. The master and servant had lived in the estate for 8 years, and this was their first time returning to the imperial city in all those years. She didn't know much about the situation. However, Xiao quickly remembered the incident where the North Summer Emperor had taken blood to make medicine. "Miss, could it be related to that blood-taking and medicine-making?" Mu Mingzhu's face changed with shock. She also thought of this matter. Her son had been secretly taken into the palace. The thought of that night's blood-taking made her feel endless fear. "Let's go. Hurry back to the residence," she said. She needed her father to go into the palace to confirm Xiaoyu's safety. After the demonist was sacrificed to heaven, Xie Qingzhou came to the estate to take blood, which showed that the demonist had not been sacrificed. Mu Mingzhu was panic-stricken and ordered the coachman to rush back to the residence. The coachman, seeing the situation, thought something serious had happened and became frantic. Before the horse could run 10 meters, it collided head-on with another carriage. The carriage they hit was the one belonging to Miss Su, one of the Su family. There was also Su Ning inside. When Su Ning sensed danger, she immediately gathered her spiritual power and, with a flick of her finger, cast an invisible protective shield over the entire carriage. The Mu family's carriage was knocked over, with people tumbling out, while the Su family's carriage remained perfectly still. Many onlookers gathered around to watch the spectacle. The carriage from the Su family is so sturdy that it's completely undamaged, while Mu's carriage is almost falling apart.
Look!
That girl who fell out looks like Mu Mingzhu, the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Wow, it really is her. After 8 years, she dares to come back. The Mu family's reputation has been completely ruined because of her. Yes, it's true. She's shameless, getting engaged and then secretly meeting with a man right after her coming-of-age ceremony. It's a huge disgrace to the Mu family. Wasn't she supposed to be sent to a farm to live on her own after the scandal? Why is she back today? Didn't you hear? She's been betrothed to the War Prince by the Emperor.
What?
The War Prince? That famous hero of the battlefield? Does she really deserve him? Hearing these whispers, Mu Mingzhu felt a surge of anger. She could have openly become the emperor's consort, but now she's fallen from grace, branded as an unfaithful woman. All of this is thanks to Xie Qingzhou. But now, for her Yuer, she has to swallow her anger. She's just a low-ranking servant girl. How can she compete with the emperor? Even if she's thinking of herself, she must also consider her family. Today, she was wearing a veil when she went out, but after falling, her veil was knocked off. That's how she was recognized. She thought 8 years would be enough to forget the past, but they still recognized her at first sight. This made her heart fill with hatred, like a flood bursting through a dam. If it weren't for the Su family's carriage blocking the road, she wouldn't have fallen and been humiliated like this. Wait, Su family? It's said that the Su family has recently been very close to the war prince. Could it be that the carriage was deliberately parked here to embarrass her in front of the people? To help the war prince break off the engagement? Thinking of this, Mu Mingzhu's anger quickly turned into fury. If she weren't busy rushing back to save Yuer today, she would definitely get revenge for this insult. Let's go first. Saving Yuer is more important. She got up from the ground, grabbed Xiaoa, and was about to leave when a woman in white stepped down from a carriage and approached her. She looked gentle and asked if she needed help. Miss Mu, do you need assistance? Her caring look didn't seem fake. She was pretending very well. If she hadn't been prepared beforehand, her carriage wouldn't have been unharmed. Now, seeing her try to leave, she deliberately got off the carriage to block her. Her goal was to make her look even more foolish in front of the crowd. Madam Su, you truly have clever plans, Mu Mingzhu said angrily. Su Wan looked a bit confused. Miss Mu, what do you mean? Mu Mingzhu didn't answer directly. Instead, she said coldly, Lady Su Ning, do you think that by doing this, you can change the marriage agreement between me and the King of War? If so, what benefit is there for you? Su Wan finally understood. Mu Mingzhu thought she deliberately bumped into her, making her embarrass herself in front of others. Su Wan smiled and asked the coachman beside her, Did the Mu family's carriage rush over just now? The coachman respectfully replied, Yes, madam. It was them. They were going too fast and I couldn't avoid it. Did you hear that, Miss Mu? It was your carriage that hit first. How can you say I, from the Su family, did it on purpose? Mu Mingzhu insisted, If your carriage hadn't blocked the way, how could mine have hit yours? Her unreasonable words surprised Su Wan. Miss Mu, after 8 years away, you've changed so much. To speak such rude and unreasonable words. I was planning to lend you my carriage, but now it seems you don't need it anymore. Ninger, let's go, Su Wan said, stepping onto her carriage, not bothering to look at Mu Mingzhu again. Mu Mingzhu looked at Su Wan carefully, then hurried away with her injured maid. Su Wan also took a good look at Mu Mingzhu. After 8 years apart, the pure and clear girl she once was had faded. In her place was a gloomy and stubborn person shaped by time and worries. Su Wan saw clearly that deep in Mu Mingzhu's eyes was a fierce anger that couldn't be erased. Su Ning listened carefully to their conversation and thought her uncle's worries made sense. In the end, Mu Mingzhu was a very ambitious person. On the way back, Qiao ran a little and said to Mu Mingzhu, Miss, I heard that the lady from the Su family was abandoned by the Wen family. Now she probably wants to marry the King of War. Mu Mingzhu, hearing this, glared angrily at Qiao. Why didn't you say this earlier? If you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have been pushed down by her. I'm sorry, miss. I didn't think of it, Qiao said with guilt. The two hurried back to the house. Mu Mingzhu immediately went to see Mu Shangshu. Father, I heard some bad rumors outside. I'm worried. Before she finished, Mu Shangshu interrupted her. He put down the memorial in his hand and looked serious. He said, Mingzhu, that matter has been over for 8 years. Haven't you moved on yet? Mu Mingzhu knew her father misunderstood. She was very anxious and blushed. No, father. The rumors I heard are not about me, but about Master Chongjin. They say the master in the palace is fake. If he is fake, then the story about taking you's blood is not true at all. I'm worried about you. I want to ask you to take me into the palace to make sure you is safe. Mu Shangshu was angry and slammed his hand on the table. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Don't you know that Master Chongjin is a demon and has already been offered to heaven by the emperor? Father, you know he's not dead. It's just a show for others, Mu Mingzhu said, feeling very worried. Her father replied, you know he's pretending to be dead. If we go into the palace to ask about this, it will be like telling everyone that the emperor is trying to hide the truth. Mingzhu, for Yu's safety, we must be careful. We have endured for 8 years. Can't we endure a little longer? But, father, if Master Chongjin is really fake, you will be in danger. He has believed the demon's words. The demon has bewitched him. He wants to harm you. Seeing how upset Mu Mingzhu was, her father held back his anger and patiently said, Mingzhu, you must believe that the emperor cares most about you. He would never joke about his life. After all, you looks most like that person. Hearing this, Mu Mingzhu's eyes widened in shock. Father, you knew all along? You knew from the start that I was that woman's substitute, didn't you? Mu Mingzhu's face turned red with anger. She shouted hysterically, Why? Why are you treating me like this? I am your real daughter. Who is that woman?
Who is she?
Even if I am her substitute, I could have been taken into the palace. Why do I have to bear such shame alone? Why make you suffer the same scorn? Why? Mu Mingzhu fell to the ground in pain, crying heartbreakingly. She couldn't understand why the emperor, a great ruler, had so many ways to bring her into the palace, but he chose the one that was hardest to accept. All the talk about protecting her, and you was just lies. She did not believe the lies. Enough, Mingzhu. All of this is to protect you and Yuer. Do you know that concubine Xian has died? Lady Wanfei has also passed away, and Xia Xianlin and Xia Huaihing are gone. If we don't do this, the next one to die will be you, because you resemble that woman the most. Being too favored will only make you a target in the eyes of other palace women, a thorn in their side. Master Mu felt his daughter was too naive, too kind-hearted, and could never see the true situation clearly. Ha ha, Mingzhu laughed wildly, tears streaming down her face. Is he really protecting me? He's just protecting his own children. Yuer has never shown himself in front of others, but I am different. I am the eldest daughter of the Mu family, yet I am also a disgrace. Who will remember me? Who will pity me? Once things are done, she will only die faster. Master Mu's expression slightly changed. He stepped out from behind the desk, gently pulling Mingzhu up with a look of concern, and didn't forget to shed 2 tears. Child, I know you've suffered a lot over the years. But rest assured, that position is definitely yours. Trust your father. The emperor promised me long ago that this life, that position belongs to you. The future Empress Dowager will also be yours. Your efforts have brought hope and glory to the Mu family. You are great. You are the blessing of our Mu family, our benefactor. Mingzhu realized that arguing further was pointless. She had no more strength to refute Master Mu's words. She only looked hopeless as she said, Father, I want to see Yuer. I want to make sure he's safe. Yuer was her only hope in this world. All right. As long as you understand. Tomorrow morning, you will dress up as a servant and go to the palace with your father. I will arrange for you to meet the emperor. Is that okay? Master Mu replied helplessly. Mingzhu, feeling utterly defeated, walked out like a soulless shell, as if she had lost her spirit, becoming a walking corpse. At the Su residence gate, Su Wan got off the carriage and turned around to hug Su Ning. Su Ning said, Mother, that Miss Mu from earlier was so anxious. She must have heard the rumors circulating. Probably. She was busy rushing back to confirm. I think she'll find out soon enough. Su Ning chuckled. Then we will have a good show to watch. The Su family had already sent Master Mu to the Murong residence, waiting for the day after tomorrow's court session to go to the palace together. The second day arrived quickly. Mu Mingzhu disguised herself as a servant and followed Minister Mu's carriage into the palace. In the Golden Throne Hall, Li waved his feather duster and loudly shouted, Report any matters and dismiss the court if there are none. The first to step forward was the eldest son of the Wei family, Wei Shuyuan, who is also the older brother of Wei Bianxue. He held up the official tablet and announced loudly, Your Majesty, this year the cold snap at the northern pass came unusually early. According to urgent reports from the border, heavy snow has begun to block the mountains. Our soldiers on the front line are guarding a very cold place. Their winter clothes are thin, and now there is a shortage of supplies. If we do not send more soon, many may freeze or starve. I humbly ask Your Majesty to quickly send silver and grain to the border before the heavy snow blocks the roads, to calm the soldiers' hearts. As Wei Shuyuan finished speaking, Minister Mu Qingsheng from the Ministry of Revenue stepped forward and said, "General Wei's words are correct. However, with the new year approaching, taxes from various regions are not yet collected. Rushing to transfer funds might affect people's lives. Do you have a good plan to get the taxes from all regions to the Ministry of Revenue quickly? That way, we can also help the soldiers at the border." Wei Shuyuan looked a bit angry. "That's the responsibility of your Ministry of Revenue. When there's heavy snow, it gets blocked. Do you think the heavens will wait for you? General Wei, please stay calm. Every year, taxes are often late. It's not just this year. Our department is also actively sending people to communicate with officials in different regions. We will prioritize helping the soldiers at the border. Then when will that be? Can you wait? Our soldiers at the border cannot." Seeing the two about to argue, Su Jingnian stepped forward and suggested, "Your Majesty, soldiers who guard the border are working hard away from home. With heavy snow coming, if we don't send supplies early, it will be difficult once the mountains are blocked. I propose that we first allocate funds from the National Treasury to support the border." Mu Qingsheng snorted coldly. "Minister Su, that's easy to say. The southern locust plague is ongoing, and the Treasury funds are almost exhausted. Without taxes from the regions, where will the silver come from to support the northern pass? Then I suggest everyone tighten their belts and reduce expenses. The soldiers at the border are the most important. As citizens of North Xia, we cannot just watch the soldiers face difficulties without helping." At this point, Su Jingnian turned to the Northern Xia Emperor at the head of the hall and said, "Your Majesty, in the face of the southern locust plague and the snow disaster at the border, I believe the whole nation should tighten its belt and endure the hardship together. I am willing to use half of my family wealth to support the soldiers at the northern border." Su Jingnian's words were firm and powerful. When this was said, Duke Chu Yuan immediately agreed, saying, "The Grand Minister of Justice is doing the right thing. I, Duke Chu Yuan, am willing to contribute half of my family's wealth to support the soldiers at the northern border." Next, King Xiexingya also stepped forward to show his stance. The Su family's actions clearly put them in the spotlight, making them the target of criticism. Of course, this also brought a lot of public praise and support to the Su family. After the three spoke, all the civil and military officials in the court dared not say a word. They secretly cursed the three for using loyalty and righteousness as a cover, forcing everyone to donate their family assets. This move also dragged the Wei family into trouble. After all, it was the Wei family who first suggested it. Maybe this was all part of a deliberate plan by a few people. Feeling helpless, Wei Shuyuan had no choice but to express his support, saying, "Your Majesty, our Wei family is willing to contribute half of our wealth to help the border soldiers. The Grand Minister of Justice is right. As citizens of Beixia, we must face difficulties together. I believe everyone here is loyal and righteous. We won't just stand by and watch the soldiers at the border suffer from hunger and cold. I, Wei Shuyuan, thank everyone on behalf of the soldiers." After speaking, he knelt down before everyone. The Emperor of Beixia looked over the officials and finally focused on Wei Shuyuan, nodding approvingly. "General Wei cares about the soldiers at the border, and I am very pleased. The Grand Minister of Justice and Duke Chu Yuan are also thinking of the soldiers, which makes me very happy. Send someone to deliver my orders. Allocate 300,000 taels from the treasury and 30,000 sets of winter clothing. General Wei will oversee the distribution." Mu Qingsheng could only grit his teeth and agree. He never expected the Su family to come up with such an idea. When this was announced, all the officials quickly took out their own family assets to ensure the soldiers' basic needs at the border. They claimed they were willing to donate their wealth, but secretly cursed Jingnian Su a million times. If he wanted to be seen as loyal and righteous, no one would stop him. But he chose such an untimely moment. Who could remain unaffected? Who dared to stay unaffected? He gained a good reputation, but they didn't want to. After all, it was hard to part with some silver, especially when they had secretly embezzled it. Some stingy officials even tried to take advantage of the situation. They claimed they were poor and didn't have much silver, but to show their sincerity, they planned to donate some warm clothing instead. If I don't give it to the border soldiers, I will feed it to the blue cat. News quickly spread that the Su family was donating money to the border guards. Many common people gathered around the Su family to send their blessings. Because of this, the Su family's reputation among the people improved again. They became known as the kind and benevolent family. Of course, these are later stories. Hey, isn't it the Minister of War? Why is he in such a hurry? Is he rushing to see the emperor? After leaving court, Morong Linyuan wanted to speak privately with the Northern Summer Emperor about Master Chongjin's background, but he saw Mu Qingsheng also hurrying toward the imperial study. Behind him, a small servant bowed his head silently, very short in stature, looking like a woman. Morong Linyuan smiled, pretending to be profound. So, it's Lord Morong. Are you also going to see the emperor? Mu Qingsheng's smile was polite but cold, secretly cursing Morong for being unlucky. Of course, I have important matters. Let's go together. Lord Mu, please. At the archway, Morong Linyuan made a gesture inviting him in. Mu Qingsheng didn't refuse and stepped inside. Soon, the three arrived outside the imperial study. Morong Linyuan and Mu Qingsheng knelt on the ground together, shouting, "Your Majesty, we have something to report." Inside, the Northern Summer Emperor was about to carry the still unconscious Xiaoyu into a secret chamber for Master Chongjin to take blood. Hearing the noise outside, he was very annoyed. These two fools, if they have important matters, why don't they report them at court? Where did they go just now? The Northern Summer Emperor snorted coldly and orderly, have them wait outside the hall. Then, carefully, he carried the sleeping Xiaoyu and turned to go into the secret chamber. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a strange sense of unease, as if something was about to leave him. He shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic feeling, and quickened his pace while holding the person. Muttering to himself, he said, bear with it. This is the last time. If there is a next time, Father Emperor won't allow it. You are the Emperor's most beloved child. After everything is settled, Father Emperor will personally teach you to become a qualified ruler. With Father Emperor by your side to assist you, you will surely govern the Northern Summer Land peacefully, with every family living in wealth and happiness. Thinking of this, the Northern Summer Emperor felt a wave of joy in his heart. Outside, Mu Mingzhu waited anxiously. The longer she waited, the more uneasy she felt, as if something bad was about to happen. She was sweating and nervous. Without Morong Linyuan noticing, she tugged at Mu Qingsheng's official robe. He looked annoyed and lowered his voice, saying, "Why are you so anxious? Do you think something might happen to Yuer? Don't worry. Anyone could hurt Yuer, but not him. Just be patient. But father, I feel very uneasy inside. I want to see Yuer soon." Mu Mingzhu kept trembling and was restless, feeling that something was about to happen. Mu Qingsheng said, "Did you hear Gongong Li say that the emperor has important matters to handle? If we go in now, we might anger him. We can't afford that." Their conversation was too quiet for Morong Linyuan, who had excellent hearing, to miss. After hearing this, he interrupted, "Lord Mu, are you here to see the emperor because of that false Master Chongjin?" Hearing this, the father and daughter looked at Morong Linyuan. Mu Mingzhu quickly lowered her head, afraid he would see her true identity. She didn't realize that Morong Linyuan had already guessed and didn't pay her any attention. What false Master Chongjin? Lord Morong, don't talk nonsense. There is only one Master Chongjin, and he has already been ordered by the emperor to perform the heaven sacrifice. I advise you to speak carefully to avoid trouble, Mu Qingsheng warned calmly. Morong Linyuan knew he wouldn't believe him. He smiled and said, "Lord Mu, do you not know? There are only two people who have seen Master Chongjin. One is Marquis Yongchang, Wen Jingxing. The other is me. Do you think I don't know whether that Master Chongjin is real or fake? What are you trying to say?" Mu Qingsheng was annoyed and didn't understand what Morong Linyuan meant. Mu Mingzhu was anxious. If the person inside was really a fake master, could he really make the longevity pills? Lord Mu, don't be anxious. Let me explain. The Master Chongjin who was chosen for the heaven sacrifice was found by the third prince's people. But the third prince has never met Master Chongjin. So, where did he find him? Seeing Mu Qingsheng about to speak, Morong Linyuan continued. Lord Mu, you probably haven't heard the rumors. They say that this Master Chongjin is actually the younger brother of the real Master Chongjin, also known as Master Mu Dao. This person is a very wicked and vicious man, intentionally stealing Master Chongjin's alchemical pills and falsely claiming his name to deceive others. This person cannot even refine pills, let alone make up stories about blood or other nonsense. What? This last sentence made Mu Mingzhu lose her composure completely. What did you say? This person can't even refine pills. She looked at Morong Linyuan in shock. The latter's face didn't change much. He smiled and said, that's right. Master Chongjin already said that he came down the mountain to clear out his own sect. That Master Mu stole his pills and is causing trouble everywhere. He also said that no matter what kind of pill he refines, he doesn't need blood. Today, I came to see the Emperor to introduce the real Master Chongjin and to expose Master Mu's scheme. Mu Mingzhu swayed twice, suddenly thinking of something. She screamed and demanded to see the Northern Summer Emperor. I want to go in. Let me in. Mu Mingzhu no longer cared about anything else. She raised her leg to rush into the imperial study, but was stopped by 2 guards outside the door. No loud noises outside the imperial study, or you will be killed without mercy. Both guards drew their swords. Mu Qingsheng was startled by Mu Mingzhu's actions. He quickly stepped forward and held her back, retreating. Mu Mingzhu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly. Her mind was in chaos, unable to think clearly. Dad, I feel very anxious. I think Yue might be in trouble, she said, trembling, with a look of panic. He must be in trouble. Please let me go and see him. Mu Mingzhu anxiously pounded Mu Qingsheng. The latter held her tightly, looking worried and uneasy. He wasn't worried about Xiayuer's safety, but about Morong Linyuan seeing everything clearly. Zhu, don't make trouble, okay? That's the child the Emperor cares about most. How could he get hurt? The Emperor hasn't come out yet. He must be. Master Morong, Master Mu, the Emperor requests your presence. Before Mu Qingsheng finished speaking, Li Gonggong opened the door to the imperial study. Seeing this, Mu Mingzhu wanted to rush in first. But Mu Qingsheng held her back tightly. Zhu, listen. Do you want all our 8 years of effort to go to waste? He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Mu Mingzhu finally calmed down, lowered her head, and stepped aside. Mu Qingsheng and Morong Linyuan entered the imperial study one after the other. As they approached the door, Morong Linyuan turned back to glance at Mu Mingzhu. After entering, the two of them respectfully bowed to the Emperor of Beixia at the main seat. Stand up, 2 officials. The Beixia Emperor looked at them and finally focused on Morong Linyuan. Master Morong, speak quickly if you have something to say. I have urgent matters to attend to. He then sent Xiaoyu inside. At this moment, they should be collecting blood. Once he finished handling this matter, he could go in and embrace the person later. He also left a healing pill for Xiaoyu. He had promised Master Chongjin that if the longevity pill succeeded, he could give him a new identity and let him appear in the world again. If he truly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have come up with the plan of fake death to escape. If Master Chongjin was smart enough, he would understand his difficulties. Morong Linyuan did not know that Xiaoyu was being drained of blood at this moment. He carefully considered and said, Your Majesty, the Master Chongjin who performed the sacrificial ceremony earlier was a fake, and the real Master Chongjin is waiting outside the palace gate. What did you say? The Beixia Emperor suddenly stood up from the throne, his eyes filled with shock beyond words. He steadied himself, then slowly sat down again. Honorable Morong, how can you prove that the master you brought is genuine, and the one who performed the sacrificial ceremony earlier was fake? The Emperor's expression was very serious. His hand on the table tightened slightly. Murong Linyuan looked calm as still water. I was fortunate enough to meet Master Chongjin once before, so I know who is real and who is fake. The Beixia Emperor suddenly stood up again, glaring at Murong Linyuan angrily. Honorable Murong, do you realize you are deceiving the Emperor? Why didn't you report the truth earlier when you knew who is real and who is fake? Murong Linyuan replied calmly, Your Majesty, I wanted to report this earlier, but I was attacked and nearly killed by someone sent by the third prince. You should know I had previously taken sick leave. After I recovered, the third prince sent people to threaten me. If I dared to speak out, they said they would kill me. Now that the third prince is in trouble, I dare to reveal this. Also, the real Master Chongjin has arrived at the Imperial City. Only now, when I stand up and clarify, will your Majesty believe me, right? He paused and added, Besides, that fake master stole Master Chongjin's pills. If the real Master Chongjin doesn't come, even the Emperor might not believe. So, Your Majesty, everything that Master said earlier was a lie. The Northern Summer Emperor was stunned for a long time, and at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He struggled to stand and leaned on the desk for support. Your Majesty, are you all right? Lord Li hurried forward to help. I suddenly feel unwell. I want to rest for a moment. Lord Li, help me to the inner chamber to rest, he said. The Northern Summer Emperor's face was as pale as paper. As soon as he entered the room, he eagerly opened the secret door and hurried inside. The path was very short, but he felt it was endless and far away. He kept telling himself over and over, it's okay. Even if this fake master can't make the longevity pill, he definitely won't hurt you. He would never dare to hurt my child in front of me. Finally, a faint light appeared ahead. Turning the corner, he saw at once that Xiaoyu was lying on the stone bed, motionless. Yue, don't be afraid. Father is here. Suddenly, a loud snap interrupted him. A sharp blade pierced into his chest. He looked down in shock at the small knife stuck in his heart. He heard the wild laughter of the Master Chongjin echoing in his ears. Ha ha ha, foolish emperor, your son is dead. Your son is dead. And now you will die too. Ha ha ha. After many years wandering the martial world, I finally managed to bring down an emperor and crown prince. It was worth it. Haha, dog emperor, let me tell you the truth. My name isn't Chongjin, but Mu Dao. Mu Dao. It was your own son who invited me into the palace. His goal was the throne. Don't be afraid. The pills you took weren't made by me. I got them by chance. If you treat me well, I would never hurt your son. But you sacrificed me to the heavens because of the common people's resentment. The hunting incident wasn't my doing. Yet, you didn't even investigate, and like those hypocritical beasts, you believed I was a demon. Since you all think I am a demon, then let me act like one before I die. Ha ha ha. Master Mu Dao laughed loudly, acting as if he was the winner. The Northern Summer Emperor's throat filled with a bitter, metallic taste. His vision darkened from the pain, but his eyes remained fixed on the motionless Xiaoyu on the stone bed. It was you who killed him. It was you who hurt my Yue. He roared, pulling out the bloodied knife from his chest, then suddenly lunged forward and fiercely stabbed at Mu Dao's eyes. The latter never expected that the small knife had already pierced Emperor Beixia's heart. Why was he still able to fight back? My eyes. Emperor Beixia's speed was too fast. Mu Dao, caught up in his victory, didn't react in time. This was how he was caught off guard. Mu Dao wanted to fight back, but had no chance. Emperor Beixia seemed to have gone mad, drawing his small knife and stabbing repeatedly at Mu Dao's chest. Blood flowed freely, flesh and skin tore apart, and bones were exposed. Mu Dao died, but Emperor Beixia did not stop. Until his chest was covered in blood and torn flesh, he threw away the knife and staggered toward the stone bed. Yue, father is here. Father is here. It's all Dad's fault. Emperor Beixia cried bitterly, lying over the blood-covered body of Xiaoyu. At that moment, Xiaoyu's finger moved. Emperor Beixia sensed it and hurriedly looked up.
You are, for that. You are what?
A faint voice escaped from Xiaoyu's lips. Don't be afraid, Yuer. Father will save you now. I have one last healing elixir. I will give it to Yuer. Emperor Bei Xia frantically took out the last healing pill. Just as he was about to give it to Xiaoyu, he suddenly tasted a bitter flavor in his throat, spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered on the stone bed. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground weakly. His heart was different from others, located slightly to the right, which was why he survived so far. But now, due to excessive blood loss, he was dying. He only had one healing pill left.
Yuer.
Don't be afraid. Father. Father will save you. He tried to get up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. The cold of death surged through his limbs. He stared blankly at the pill in his palm, tears mixed with blood beads rolling down his face. Finally, trembling, he put the pill into his mouth. As soon as the pill went down his throat, he saw Xiaoyu's small hand fall limply. At this moment, Emperor Bei Xia felt as if his internal organs were being crushed, pain so intense he couldn't breathe, as if an invisible hand was choking his throat.
His Yuer was dead.
The Yuer he held close to his heart was gone. Gong Li saw that no one was coming out and, worried, came down to check. Seeing the scene inside, I was instantly terrified and lost my senses. Your Majesty, what is wrong with you? He saw the Emperor of North Xia lying in a pool of blood, and a boy, also covered in blood, dead on a stone bed. Next to them, there was a small girl unconscious on the ground. For a moment, he didn't know what terrible tragedy had happened. He quickly turned around and sent away the two adults waiting outside. Then he called Captain Miao of the Shadow Guard to rescue the North Xia Emperor. Mu Mingzhu was overwhelmed with fear as Mu Qingsheng pulled her out of the palace. Murong Linyuan didn't speak during the whole journey. From the panicked look of Grandly, he guessed something had gone wrong. Could it be that Xiaoyu has died? Earlier, he received news that Master Chongjin wanted to take Xiaoyu's eyebrow blood. Now it seems that Xiaoyu really might have died. The Emperor of North Xia fell ill for unknown reasons and was sick for several days. Even the morning court was handled by the crown prince. Mu Mingzhu didn't see Xiaoyu and, feeling unwilling, cried loudly and caused a fuss. Mu Qingsheng locked her in confinement. 5 days later, the North Xia Emperor announced that the engagement between the War King and Miss Mu was cancelled. No one knew the real reason. Of course, except the Su family. Lan Mao went to the palace and found out everything clearly. Xiaoyu was dead, and the North Xia Emperor almost died at the hands of the fake Master Chongjin. If his heart hadn't been different from others, it might not have been as simple as just being sick in bed. Xiaoyu was dead, and the North Xia Emperor was heartbroken. Without his spiritual support, he was distracted all day. That evening, the bearded North Xia Emperor appeared at Mu's residence. He knelt in front of Mu Mingzhu's bed, begging her to have another child with him.
Mu Mingzhu understood.
Her Yuer was gone, truly gone. She went mad, punching and kicking the North Xia Emperor. You caused his death. You murderer. Go die, go die. At first, the Emperor just lowered his eyes, letting her fists hit his shoulders. His black robes were torn and crooked. Until Mu Mingzhu's nails scratched his cheek, he suddenly looked like an enraged lion, grabbing her wrist and pressing it onto the bed, bloodshot eyes blazing. Foul woman, you have no choice now.
You can only submit to me.
Be obedient and give birth to a child who looks just like her. If not, your whole family will die because of you. You can make a fuss, but if anything happens, I will still kill your relatives. Madman, madman. May you meet a bad end. Mu Mingzhu could only feel helpless and furious. She had no way to control this crazy king. She was just a stand-in for that person, and she knew her life could never change. After learning that the Emperor of Beixia had come to the Mu family, Xia Yanji quickly put on a black cloak and headed to the War King's residence. Uncle Ninth, have you rested? Xia Yanji knocked on Xia Xingye's door. Come in. Hearing a response inside, Xia Yanji pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Xia Xingye was also wearing a black cloak, sitting at a table drinking tea. When he saw Xia Yanji, He poured a cup for him and gestured for him to sit. Xie Yanji waved to signal Zimo, who was following behind, to wait outside. Then he sat across from Xie Xingye. He picked up his tea, blew on it gently, then set it down without rushing to drink. Frowning in thought for a moment, he said, "Uncle Ninth, you guessed right. Father went to the Mu family. Xiaoyu died, and after mourning for several days, he decided to have another child with the Mu family girl. He thought he had done everything perfectly, but he didn't realize that Xie Xingye already knew all about it." Xie Yanji paused and asked his doubts. "Uncle Ninth, do you know why father is so determined to have a child with the Mu family girl?" Xie Xingye finished his tea, gently placed the empty cup on the table, and said uncertainly, "I suddenly remembered someone." "Who?" Xie Yanji became alert. 25 years ago, a woman who saved your father. At that time, your father was still the crown prince. He was on his way to Mo for a literary tea gathering when he was chased by men in black. Coincidentally, a carriage passed by, and your father hid inside. According to investigations, that woman was not from a noble family, just an ordinary woman from the common people. When I arrived with my people, the woman had already left with someone. I only caught a quick glimpse of her back. I didn't see her face. What does this have to do with the Mu family girl? Xie Yanji asked with a frown. Hearing Xie Xingye speak, he said, "Since then, I noticed your father often locked himself in his study to paint. Later, his temper suddenly became very violent, to the point of killing more than 10 palace maids in a fit of rage. I'm wondering if that woman might have some connection to the young lady of the Mu family." Thinking of the message Mingyun had sent him, Xie Xingye felt he was uncovering the truth. Could it be that the stand-in was that common woman? But after a quick glance back then, he had never seen her again. As for whether Xie Qingzhou had secretly interacted with him, he was completely unaware. Listening to Xie Yanji, he said, "These matters, in the current situation, don't seem to be very helpful. But one thing is certain, before the birth of the 2 children, the emperor won't take action against me." Xie Xingye nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "This is the best time for us to set our plan. Master Muqing is still at the Murong residence. Your father is 42 now. To wait for that child to be born, his only hope is to seek eternal life." Yanzi unconsciously stroked the edge of his teacup and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Ninth, do you mean the emperor will invite Master Muqing back into the palace to refine pills, like last time?" "Exactly." Xie Xingye tapped lightly on the table. "That's his only way to break the deadlock now. Before that, he won't harm you in the slightest. In fact, he will protect you and use you to hold back the second son." "Is this Master Muqing trustworthy? I've already had Murong Linyuan test him. He's quite an honest person, and the Su family owes him a life-saving favor. Also, Ninger has already used medicinal pills to control him. If he betrays, he will be doomed. Of course, if he's honest, then the pills are useless against him." Hearing this, Yanji's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart. Why does Xie Xingye trust that little girl from the Su family so much? That girl does have some skills. She's knowledgeable in medicine and martial arts, and her understanding is astonishing. With just a little guidance, she can connect the dots easily. She's truly a rare talent. But if Xie Xingye only treats her differently because of these abilities, it doesn't seem like his style. No matter how talented she is, she's just a child. Yet, the feeling he got was that Xie Xingye never regarded her as a child. "Uncle Ninth, do such miraculous pills that can extend life really exist in this world?" Xie Xingye's lips curled slightly as he asked back, "What do you think?" He had no idea. Seeing the smile at the corner of his mouth, he always felt that Xie Xingye was hiding something from him. Forget it, forget it. He knew he couldn't be harmed by him. On his way back from the War Prince's residence, Yanji suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow flickering nearby. When he looked closer, it was gone. Next to him, Zimo exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness, look at the sky. There's a huge eagle." Yanji followed Zimo's finger and saw indeed a large, dark eagle soaring in the sky. The flying speed was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but I saw a person riding on the eagle's back. I also saw the eagle's wings shining with a bluish glow under the moonlight. ZMO, is that eagle carrying a person? Impossible, Your Highness. You're seeing things. I hope I am. Let's go. It's getting late. The servant and the master quickly flew eastward without looking back. Meanwhile, the eagle he mentioned was carrying Su Ning and had stopped at an official's residence. Su Ning reached into her sleeve and took out a note filled with names. After confirming the name on it, she chuckled. This is the place, Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Revenue. This is the 5th house tonight. After finishing here, we'll go back to sleep and continue tomorrow night. The list was given to the Blue Cat by Su Mingyun to see how poor these people really were. Of course, some officials' families were indeed poor. Su Ning wouldn't target those. She was after the corrupt officials who claimed to be poor but secretly extorted the people's wealth. If they honestly donated half their wealth to support the northern soldiers, she might let them go. But these hypocrites, pretending one thing and doing another, she wouldn't tolerate. The two, one human and one cat, moved silently like streaks of light, each sneaking into Zhang's residence to find the treasury. While searching for the vault, they communicated telepathically. Hee, master. Even if we empty their treasury, they won't dare to go to the imperial court. After all, they claim to be poor at home. The Blue Cat's voice was full of cunning. That's right. You're finally smart for once, Su Ning said with a slight smile. Let's go. Loot the treasury. When we get back, we need to clear out some of the treasure chests inside. Where to? Of course, to the Su family storeroom. I'll say you couldn't eat it.
Haha.
Am I clever or what? Su Ning was quite proud of her plan. The Blue Cat meowed in agreement, praising her. Smart. New ideas, truly different. Soon, Su Ning arrived at the location of Zhang's treasury ahead of the Blue Cat. She flicked her fingers, releasing a few barely noticeable streams of air, causing the guards at the door to collapse softly. The Blue Cat also proved helpful, managing to get the key to the vault. After opening the door, one person and a cat confidently entered the storage room, quickly gathering all the treasures inside. After leaving, they made sure to lock the door and return the key. Having done all this, Su Ning then left with the Blue Cat. What Su Ning didn't know was that just after she left, Xia Qingxi arrived at the Zhang family's storage room door. Through the door, he saw it was empty and was stunned for a moment. This was the 3rd empty storage room he had encountered tonight. Who could repeatedly arrive first and clear out the corrupt officials' hidden wealth so completely? Xia Qingxi crouched down, gently touching the unconscious guard's neck. After a moment, his pupils shrank suddenly because he noticed a faint trace of spiritual power lingering on the guard's skin. Suddenly, he realized there was another cultivator in this world, someone who also possessed a space magic tool. He quickly understood that recently, there had been rumors in the palace about a master alchemist who had arrived. Perhaps it was this person who had beaten him to it. Before knowing the strength of the other's cultivation, it was better for him to stay cautious. Once he understood the other's background, he could then take the space magic tool from him. Thinking about how the stolen treasures would soon become his own, Xia Qingxi suppressed a low, amused laugh. Well, let the other person enjoy their moment of pride for now. After figuring things out, Xia Qingxi planned to return to the cold palace. As he passed by the eastern palace, he paused on the roof for a long time. A few days ago, he met the crown prince of the eastern palace, who said he wanted to help his mother clear her name. He had refused at the time. Revenge was something he could handle alone. He didn't want to owe anyone favors. The mastermind behind it all, Consort Wan, had already been dealt with by him. Next was the woman from the Moonlight Palace, the mother of the 7th princess, Consort Shu. She was part of Consort Wan's group. After Consort Wan's death, this woman tried to curry favor with Queen Zhou. Not only Queen Zhou, but even the emperor and the crown prince, he would eliminate without hesitation. The entire northern Xia belonged to him, Xia Qingxi. With the truth in his hands, who would dare to oppose him? Thinking this through, Xia Qingxi quickly returned to the cold palace. He heard coughing from inside and hurried to lift the curtain and enter. Mother, what's wrong? He quickly reached the bedside, placing his hand on Ngui Pin's forehead, noticing she was a bit hot. "Mother, have you caught a cold?" "Eat this quickly." Xiaqingxi took a bottle of pill from his space and poured out a small grain to feed Ngui Pin. After taking the medicine, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Xiaqingxi stared at the porcelain bottle in his hand, lost in thought. The pills in his space were all given by Su Wanwan. After so much time, he still remembered her. He wondered if she had succeeded in creating the legendary youth-preserving elixir she wished for. She probably didn't know yet. After his death, he waited for her on the bridge of helplessness for 50 years. He only wanted to wait for her to be reborn and reincarnated together, to grow old side by side. She had been the best person to him in both lives. It was only when he was about to die that he realized he should have married her. In the end, he left her first, filled with regret and unwillingness. After leaving, he wandered on the bridge of helplessness for 50 years, just to wait for her to be reborn and reincarnated with him. But as his life energy ran out, he still didn't see her. She must have succeeded in creating the youth-preserving elixir, or she wouldn't be so late. He should be happy for her. Su Wanwan. "In the end, we are destined to be apart," Xiaqingxi said with a self-deprecating smile. As he smiled, an inexplicable anger suddenly rose in his heart. What's the point of creating that elixir? It made me wait 50 years in vain. If I had known, I should have killed you and taken you with me. Achoo! Just as Su Ning was about to lie down to sleep, he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. Lan Mao quickly said, "Master, why are you sneezing for no reason?" "Someone cursing you," Su Ning asked. "How do you know?" Lan Mao looked innocent and said, "Ziwu said so. He once said that if you sneeze without catching a cold, it means someone is cursing you behind your back. Maybe. I hope the person cursing me has nightmares tonight. Nightmares are boring. He should have 10 or 8 sons instead. Having sons is also like a curse. Yeah, Ziwu said that having many sons costs a lot of money. Let him spend his whole life working hard to earn money." Su Ning said, "That sounds pretty miserable." Early the next morning, still asleep, Su Ning was suddenly awakened by the excited Su Wan. Ninger, get up quickly." "Get up." Su Ning rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. The blue cat beside him also woke up and stretched lazily. He didn't understand why they were being woken up so urgently. "Blue cat. Meow, I didn't sleep well." When Su Ning opened her eyes, she saw a crowd at the door, including her grandfather, grandmother, eldest uncle, second uncle, and second aunt, all looking excited. "What's wrong?" Su Ning asked, confused. Blue Cat suddenly had an idea and remembered. "Master, could it be that they found the gold and jewelry you hid in the storage room last night?" Su Ning shivered and snapped out of her thoughts. Soon, she heard Su Wan excitedly say, "Ninger, Blue Cat. It has stacked the leftover gold and jewelry in the treasury." Su Wan's face turned red with excitement. "Puning smilet." She didn't even need to think of a reason. Su Wan had already come up with one. "Mother said that Xiaoqing said it was too much to eat, so I let it put the treasures in the storage." Hearing this, several people felt very grateful to Su Ning. A few days ago, they donated most of their family wealth to the soldiers of Baiguan to help them fight the cold. They were now thinking about how to save money and cut costs. In no time, Blue Cat had filled the storage room, and it was more than twice as full as before. Su Mingyan naturally knew where these treasures came from. Since those pests dared to claim their family was poor in front of the emperor, he wouldn't mind making them truly poor. This way, they could use Gu Qinghe's martial arts school to help more homeless people. "Ninger, good girl, the common people will thank you and Xiaoqing," Su Zheng said tearfully. He had come from the battlefield and knew how pitiful the orphans and families of fallen soldiers were. He wished he could do everything he could to help them. Now he had a clear direction. Su Ning quickly understood Su Zheng's idea. After glancing at Blue Cat, she said seriously, "Grandfather, do you want to use this money to help more people in need? Then Ninger will tell Xiaoqing not to eat gold anymore and to eat vegetarian instead. The money can be left for them. But is that okay?" Wu Shi asked, trembling. Su Ning nodded very seriously. "Yes, Xiaoqing is already very strong. It doesn't need to eat, right, Xiaoqing?" Blue Cat. Meow. Whatever you say.
Koning chocolate.
See, it agreed. Everyone laughed happily, thanking Blue Cat for its selfless help. At noon, Su Jingnian brought good news. His Majesty summoned Master Mu Qing alone. To make His Majesty believe, Master Mu Qing offered the longevity pill. However, His Majesty did not rush to take it. Did he eat the previous one? Su Ning asked. The other shook his head. It seems he didn't. Su Ning frowned. The old emperor is cautious. He trusts Mu Dao deeply, but if he's cautious, he would have taken the longevity pill sooner. He is truly an unpredictable person. What's the plan now? Should we keep Master Mu Qing in the palace? Su Mingyan asked. That's exactly what Su Jingnian wanted to say. He looked serious and said, His Majesty used the excuse of making Master Mu Qing atone for his mistakes to detain him in the palace, also placing him in the Sanqing Hall. This tactic is very much like the style of the Northern Xia Emperor. In the Emperor's view, Mu Dao has committed so many mistakes. Not killing him is already a great mercy. But what does Mu Qing have to do with this? Clearly, he just wants an excuse to hold him. Moreover, Mu Qing is more upright than Mu Dao. Out of guilt because Mu Dao killed the prince, the emperor seized this reason to keep him in the palace. On the surface, it's for atonement, but secretly, it's just to make him refine pills. Of course, the Su family also intends to keep him in the palace as an insider. This suits their plans perfectly. The more the Northern Xia Emperor threatens Mu Qing, the more Mu Qing sees his unkind nature. Eventually, he will naturally join forces with the Su family to find a wise ruler. Ninger, whatever kind of pill the emperor wants, we will do our best to deliver it to Master Mu Qing, to first calm his suspicion, said Su Mingyun. Su Ning replied, It's impossible to give him any pill he wants, but we can ensure to produce the pills that Master Mu Dao used to make. These are the only pills Mu Qing is proud of. After all, the old emperor is very greedy. Mu Qing only needs to pretend that making these pills takes a lot of time and effort, and the success rate is low, which can delay things quite a bit. This way, someone needs to pass this message to Mu Qing. After hearing Su Ning's analysis, Su Mingyun smiled. I was not thorough enough. Let's do as Ninger suggests. His Ninger is so clever, always able to analyze the smallest details. Next, under Su Ning's guidance, Su Mingyun wrote a secret letter, planning to have the Blue Cat deliver it into the palace. Su Mingyun originally planned to give the letter to the War Prince, asking his people to secretly deliver it into the palace. However, Su Ning said it was not safe and suggested that Blue Cat go instead. Don't worry, big uncle, Blue Cat knows what to do, Su Ning assured. Su Mingyun knew well about Blue Cat's abilities. He was just worried that others might notice something. Since Su Ning said so, he decided to let Blue Cat go. Tonight, Su Ning planned to visit the Mu family's treasury. Mu Qingsheng was the Minister of Revenue, in charge of the country's finances. He wanted to see how many lies he could uncover. What Su Ning didn't know was that Xie Qingxi from the Cold Palace also planned to visit the Mu family's treasury tonight. He had originally intended to steal from the National Treasury and the Internal Affairs Vault when the time was right. But upon hearing that the Northern Pass soldiers' supplies were running low, he abandoned that plan and shifted his focus to corrupt officials and gentry. With the supplies in the north running short, he figured that those corrupt officials wouldn't dare to make a fuss if they found out their treasuries had been robbed. Having made up his mind, he decided to sneak into the Mu family at midnight. He had already learned that Master Chongjin would be at the Sanqing Temple practicing alchemy tonight. So, he planned to steal from the Mu family before he arrived. In the afternoon, Su Mingyun went to the military camp. Su Jingnian secretly went to the martial arts hall, intending to tell Gu Qinghe his plans. Meanwhile, the three ladies were busy tidying up Su Mingyun's courtyard. It was almost the wedding day of Su Mingyun and Chu Yaoji. The courtyard needed careful repairs. The whole family was working together efficiently and in order. The three little kids were just playing and having fun. Jiejia Ninger, will you come with me to catch butterflies over there? Su Shinian, wearing a white cloak, suddenly appeared with a net attached to a long pole, shouting to catch butterflies. Su Shinian, sister, come with me to catch butterflies. Where's Brother Buffon? She usually played with her. But now, he was nowhere to be seen. Su Shinian pouted. Brother is practicing swordsmanship over there because he wants to be a hero. Since killing an assassin last time, Buffon had been practicing martial arts even harder, showing signs of becoming a great general. Su Ning looked pleased. Since brother isn't here, sister will play with you for a while. She took Su Shinian's small hand and led her to the garden. Mu Dao had died, and the conspiracy to use blood to refine pills was exposed. The emperor would no longer think of taking Su Shinian's blood. Thinking of this, Su Ning suddenly remembered Wang Xier, who had escaped death. She wondered where that little girl had gone now. Wang's entire family was executed. She will probably hide her identity and find a place where no one knows her to live peacefully. The promise she made, that they would meet again if she stayed alive, may no longer be possible. She won't risk searching for her just for that promise. Her future depends on her own luck. In late autumn, the air is noticeably cooler. Most butterflies are nearing the end of their lives, but today the weather is warm and sunny. Occasionally, small pink butterflies fly out from sheltered spots and play among the flowers. The net Su Shinian brought has large gaps. All the butterflies caught slip out through the holes and fly away. She isn't angry. She catches one butterfly, then another, and plays happily. Big sister, come look. There's a black butterfly here. Su Shinian excitedly shows off after catching a black butterfly. Su Ning walks over and looks. Her face changes slightly. That's a bee. You're silly. As she speaks, the bee stings Su Shinian. She cries loudly from the pain. Ow, ow, the bee is mean. It stung me. It hurts so much. The little girl sobs. Hearing her crying, a maid rushes over to check on her. Su Ning waves her hand to signal them to step back. She has a special space with a kind of fairy dew that can quickly reduce swelling and stop pain. She magically produces a small white porcelain bottle, pours some on the wound, and says, "Next time, don't try to catch bees. They might sting you." There, big sister is fine now. After applying the medicine, Su Ning blows on her chubby little finger a few times. The finger heals visibly fast. It's much better than the spiritual pills. She only has 2 bottles. One for herself and one for Ziwu. Wow. Big sister, you're amazing. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Su Shinian truly believes that Su Ning's blowing made the pain go away, full of admiration. Then she throws her stick onto the ground. I'm not playing anymore. Let's go see and little bunny. Su Shinian is very active. She pulls Su Ning along and runs to the cage of. Nearby, there's a small cage holding a little rabbit caught from the hunting ground. Is scratching at the cage with its front paws, showing a fierce expression at the little white rabbit. The white rabbit is so scared it shrinks into the small cage and dares not move. Nyen nyen, we should put these 2 cages farther apart. Look, the little white rabbit is so scared it won't eat anymore. No, sister, she must want to take a bath, I said. Su Ning looked up at the sky in frustration, really unsure which eye she used to see that the little rabbit wanted to bathe. Su Shinian insisted on giving the little rabbit a bath, and I couldn't stop her. It's too cold. She might get sick. It won't happen. I'll wash her with boiling water, Su Shinian said confidently, lifting her chin. Kunink. Boiling water will cook her, then let it cool down first. I really couldn't argue with her, so I stood by and watched her run back and forth several times, finding a basin, preparing water, saying she wanted to do it herself, busy and sweating. But as soon as the water cooled a little, she eagerly reached out to hold the rabbit and tried to put her in the basin. Seeing this, I felt a headache coming on. I had to wave her away, secretly forming a hand sign with my fingertips, casting a spell. In a place Su Shinian couldn't see, I drew water from the nearby lake into the basin, making the temperature gentler. Even so, the little rabbit was still startled by all the fuss. I quickly formed a gentle green light with my fingertips, softly brushing it over the rabbit to stabilize its breath with a healing spell, so it wouldn't really snap. After finishing, I put on a serious face and warned her, "Don't bathe the little rabbit again. It could die." Why? Su Shinian tilted her head, looking innocent and full of curiosity. Her chubby face was full of doubt. I held her small hand patiently and explained, because it has its own way of bathing and doesn't need our help. Also, since the weather is cold, if its fur gets wet and doesn't dry quickly, it could catch a cold. If it catches a cold, it will be hard to cure, understand. Then can I help wipe it dry? She asked. She bent down, picked up the little rabbit, and held it in her arms, using her clothes to wipe it. But after a long time, the rabbit was still wet, and she saw it shivering badly. She then looked up and said surprisingly, "Sister, what if we cut all its fur? It would dry faster." Su Ning. I was both angry and amused, and I had to explain patiently that fur is like its clothes. If you cut it, it might freeze to death. Oh, Su Shinian finally gave up her idea, looking disappointed. With Ning's help, they carefully used a clean cotton cloth to gently absorb the water from the rabbit's fur until the little furry creature stopped trembling. Then, they carefully placed it into the cage. After all this work, it was getting dark. After dinner, Ning and the blue cat returned to their room. They waited until midnight before starting their plan. Ning and the cat flew through the night air above Moo's house. Ning then ordered, "Little Green, deliver this letter to the 3 Purity Hall. Make sure Master Mooching sees it. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master," the blue cat replied, licking its paw. It shifted slightly, and Ning leapt into the air, using his spiritual energy to land safely on the roof of Moo's house. Meanwhile, Xie Qingxi was also emerging from a dark alley, dressed in a black night outfit. He had just seen 3 people in black robes rushing out of the palace and heading toward Moo's house. To avoid being seen, he suppressed his aura and slipped into the alley. The 3 people in black robes showed no signs of spiritual energy, indicating they weren't after Moo's treasure vault. Xie Qingxi had a strong feeling that if he didn't steal from Moo's vault tonight, he wouldn't get another chance. Without hesitation, he patted the wall, released his spiritual energy, and swiftly jumped up. Soon, he landed in a quiet spot near Moo's house. After landing, he quieted his breath, crouched behind the wall, and moved stealthily. Meanwhile, Ning also suppressed his aura, quietly searching for Moo's storage room. In the darkness, both small figures moved toward the center. Xie Qingxi, dressed in black, and Ning, wearing a black embroidered outfit. Ning didn't cover his face with a black veil like Xie Qingxi. Both of them kept their spiritual energy hidden and carefully explored toward Moo's treasure vault. They knew the patrol guards were most concentrated around the vault, so their goal was clear: to reach the room in the northwest corner. Ning spun around to avoid a patrol, slowly retreating into the shadows. Meanwhile, Xie Qingxi also slipped into the shadows behind the vault to avoid the patrol. They pressed against the wall and moved inward carefully. Almost at the same moment, both felt someone behind them. They turned around at the same time. When their eyes met in the darkness, both became alert and asked, "Who?" They spoke softly to avoid attracting patrols, but their voices carried a cold warning. At that moment, both of them moved at the same time, showing their understanding of each other. Su Ning's palm wind, cold and sharp, swept towards Xie Qingxi's face. He dodged sideways and quickly threw out a deadly fireball, aiming to kill instantly. In that moment of surprise, Su Ning realized the other was a cultivator. That's great. This must be the secret of the Cold Palace. She was afraid of revealing her identity as a cultivator, so she only used a normal palm strike. But he, on the other hand, directly cast a fireball spell. It shows that he has a fire spiritual root. Tonight, she would see his true strength. Cultivator?
Good.
If you have the ability, fight outside the city. Fighting inside the city would probably destroy the Imperial Palace, right? Su Ning raised his hand to dispel his fireball and said this before flying away. Xie Qingxi thought for a moment and used his spiritual power to chase after him. He also wanted to test the opponent's strength. Looking at the small figure ahead, Xie Qingxi was full of surprise. He thought the old monk in the palace was the cultivator, but it turned out to be someone just as small as him. To take the throne, he must find out who this person really is. If he is stronger, he can escape using the teleportation array. If he is weaker, he can take him as his subordinate. Thinking of this, Xie Qingxi quickened his pace. Soon, he left the city and landed on an open, grassy field. Su Ning's aura disappeared here. Come out. If you dare to challenge, show yourself. If you're too cowardly, what are you afraid of? Xie Qingxi sensed no trace of the other's aura and felt a bit scared. He had been reborn after all, and he didn't want to die tonight. He hadn't even sat on the throne yet. He couldn't accept dying now.
This is really enough.
This way of the world is not fair at all. He thought being reborn in the low-level northern Xia dynasty was to become king and dominate. But instead, he was faced with a cultivator. It was all pointless. Xie Qingxi released his spiritual power, raising his hearing to the maximum. He could hear even the faintest sound of grass rubbing, but nothing else. Suddenly, a rustling sound like a snake slithering on the ground approached him. At that moment, Xie Qingxi suddenly turned around and threw out the already formed fireball. When the fireball hit the ground, it exploded. But it didn't hurt the creature that was approaching in the slightest. Hide and seek is not a real skill. Come out now, Xie Qingxi said angrily. He threw 3 fireballs, but none of them hurt Su Ning at all. From behind a nearby big tree, Su Ning realized that Xie Qingxi was at the 4th level of qi refining. A mere 4th level qi refining cultivator dares to boast, the childish voice sounded. To Xie Qingxi, it sounded a bit funny for a moment. But that was just a moment. He guessed that the other person must also have been reborn with memories, or else they would know so much. In the world of cultivation, how many levels you have doesn't matter much. As long as you have enough hidden skills, you can still defeat someone stronger. So, you're the one who keeps stealing the treasury before I can get to it? Now you're afraid to show yourself, Xie Qingxi said. Just as he finished, Su Ning stepped out from behind the tree. At the same time, she gathered spiritual power at her fingertips, controlling many vine-like tendrils that looked as thick as fingers, wrapping towards Xie Qingxi. Xie Qingxi seemed to have eyes behind his back. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped into the air. Seeing the vines gathering toward him, he narrowed his black eyes. Wood spirit root? So, what if I have a wood spirit root? It might not be able to suppress my fire spirit root. In fact, my fire spirit root could even burn you. After speaking, Xie Qingxi made claws with his 5 fingers, forming seals with both hands. In an instant, he gathered a large fireball and fiercely threw it at the vines below. But in the blink of an eye, the opponent gathered the countless vines into a shield, blocking his fireball. This move made Xie Qingxi realize that Su Ning was 2 levels higher than him, at the 6th level of qi refining. Being 2 levels higher, he decided to try a sneak attack. Xie Qingxi did not retreat but advanced. He quickly took out a formation flag from his space and set up a formation around him. Giving up was impossible. Since he wanted the throne, he had to either kill this person or subdue her. Seeing him set up the formation, Su Ning was momentarily stunned. She suddenly remembered the spirit gathering array she had seen recently. So, this person was a formation master. In that instant, she thought about Ziwu, who also knew how to set formations. Was this person her medicinal disciple, Ziwu? While Su Ning was lost in thought, Xie Qingxi's teleportation and concealment formation was ready. In a flash, his figure disappeared into the air. When he reappeared, he was behind Su Ning. A small hand suddenly reached out from the void, raising to slap at Su Ning's back. It hit her squarely, catching her off guard. No, it's not Ziwu's teleportation array. Teleportation arrays require spirit stones as energy sources, and they have time limits for travel. She didn't see any spirit stones nearby, and the appearance was too brief, so it wasn't a teleportation array. It was more like a teleportation-like formation. Ziwu wouldn't know how to use a teleportation array, and he doesn't cultivate, so this person isn't her medicinal disciple Ziwu. Su Ning chuckled to herself. There's no such thing as that much fate in the world. When that brat died, her fate with him was over. Even at the 6th level of qi refining, it's nothing special, Xie Qingxi said with a light laugh. Little guy, if I didn't want to use you for my own purposes, that slap just now wouldn't have been half my strength. How about working with me? Together, we could take over all of Baixia. This teleportation and concealment formation was his proud creation, realized only after coming to this world. With this formation, it's impossible to catch him. Su Ning wiped the blood from her lips, her expression half smiling. Work with you to take down Baixia? Haha, sure, unless you kneel at my feet. If it weren't for thinking of Ziwu just now, she wouldn't have given him the chance to hurt her. It's just a formation. She can break it. Ziwu once said that all formations in the world have a spiritual core. The spiritual core is the connection between the formation's eye and the banner, a thread of energy. Whether it's a teleportation array or a killing formation, the setup always involves a spiritual thread linking the core and the banner. This spiritual energy seems invisible but hides the most fragile part of the formation, the formation's eye. Suddenly, Su Ning snapped back to her senses. Her fingertips quickly gathered 3 streams of blue spiritual energy, slicing toward the spiritual thread between the formation's banner and eye in the northwest corner. A dull sound echoed, and a black figure appeared nearby, Xie Qingxi. He felt a surge of spiritual power within him, suddenly countered and repelled by the formation, forcing him to step back several paces. His face was full of shock. His teleportation formation had actually been broken? By a little kid so easily? No way. How did you find the spiritual thread in the formation's eye? Su Ning wouldn't tell him that this was something Ziwu taught her. She may not be good at setting formations, but she can break them. Such mocking words made Xie Qingxi's blood boil with anger.
You.
Don't even think about it. Su Ning was furious. She leapt into the air, her fingertips glowing with green spiritual energy, transforming into a long whip that she fiercely swung towards Xie Qingxi nearby. If you don't kowtow and admit your mistake, I'll keep hitting you until you do. 3 whips landed in quick succession on the fleeing Xie Qingxi. Xie Qingxi was going crazy with rage. That little brat still managed to predict where he would run. The first whip was gentle and didn't hurt him, as if she was just returning his earlier attack. The next 2 whips seemed to carry a punishment intent, causing his skin to tear and bleed.
You.
At this moment, Xie Qingxi hated himself for being so weak. He had a spiritual gathering array in hand, yet his cultivation hadn't improved for a long time. If he hadn't been practicing tirelessly day and night, he might not have reached the 4th level yet. He used to think he was the strongest in all of Baixia, but now a young girl was suppressing him again.
Who are you?
Dare to tell me your name? Xie Qingxi tried to hide and secretly took out a spirit stone to set up a formation from his face, still talking to try to distract Su Ning. Su Ning was foolish to reveal her name. Instead, she pressed down her silver mask. If you want to know, kneel and admit your mistake. Earlier at the Mu family, she didn't wear her mask, but it was only for a moment. The surrounding darkness probably prevented the small person from seeing her face clearly. During the 6th whip, Xie Qingxi's small figure suddenly disappeared. Looking at the pile of spirit stones and formation flags on the ground, Su Ning knew he had escaped through the teleportation array. This little one had learned to use teleportation arrays at such a young age. Truly impressive. Seeing the pile of spirit stones, Su Ning unceremoniously stored them in her space. She was worried about the lack of spiritual energy in her space, but with these stones, she could easily break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Little one, you think you've escaped, but your auntie won't be able to find you? Haha. Su Ning looked up toward the cold palace. She thought she would go find Xie Xingye tomorrow to ask about who lived in the cold palace. Soon she would know his identity. Just then, a blazing fire erupted somewhere in the city. Su Ning's face suddenly changed. We've got trouble. It's the Mu family. When she arrived, she saw a courtyard of the Mu family engulfed in raging flames. The servants shouted in panic, "Someone come! The young lady's courtyard is on fire. Hurry and help put out the fire." Hearing young lady, Su Ning was first stunned, then saw 2 people in black robes hurriedly escorting a man and a woman out of the room. Both the man and woman were dressed in white robes, clearly asleep and suddenly disturbed. All the servants stared wide-eyed at the man emerging from the young lady's courtyard. Is the young lady meeting a man secretly again? Oh my, how desperate is she?
Rude.
Why aren't you helping to put out the fire? Xie Qingzhou, seeing everyone staring blankly at him and Mu Mingzhu, was furious. Only then did the servants realize that the man the young lady was meeting was not just anyone. He was the current emperor. Mu Qingsheng hurried over with his people and, upon seeing the scene, was struck by lightning. Quick, help put out the fire. Someone, protect the emperor and get him out of here. The word emperor made many people hear secrets they shouldn't have. Xie Qingzhou was furious and warned sternly, if anyone spreads a word about tonight, none of you from the Mu family will have a good time. Mu Qingsheng's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly nodded. On the nearby rooftop, Suning watched the scene and chuckled softly. That kid really knows how to stir trouble. He left but didn't forget to set a fire at Mu's house. By now, the Mu family's treasury probably belongs to him. Humph, kid, just wait. Auntie will find a lucky day to come looking for you. Xie Qingxi, who had escaped back, was furious and cursed loudly. Little girl. She actually broke my proud formation so easily. Who is she really? While cursing, Xie Qingxi took out a healing pill from his space and put it in his mouth. He found the wound healing too slow, so he took out a bottle of fairy dew, carefully poured a little out, and applied it to the wound. This fairy dew was incredibly effective at healing, but unfortunately, he only had one bottle, so he had to use it sparingly. Seeing the bottle of fairy dew, Xie Qingxi couldn't help but feel sad. He cursed under his breath. Girl, you're so annoying. Everything in my space is from you. It's hard for me to forget you. The little one wiped away tears from the corner of his eye, looking angry and stubborn. After feeling very angry for a while, he choked out, wait until I understand the key to the space-time teleportation array. Then I will go to Xianming continent to find you. Once I find you, you'll probably be an old woman who can't walk anymore, right? Thinking of this, Xie Qingxi suddenly burst into laughter. But it's okay. She can refine pills, and making her appearance last forever isn't impossible. It's also fate. He searched all over Xianming continent, but couldn't find the secret manual for the space-time teleportation array. Yet, after his death, he received this long-desired array book from Meng Pu. However, he still couldn't grasp the main idea. Xie Qingxi punched the ground in frustration. Right now, he couldn't defeat that little brat. How could he take the throne? And who was that little brat? Who was he helping? It seems he needs to meet the legendary war god prince. Thinking of this, Xie Qingxi couldn't sleep. With so many things to solve, how could he rest? Suning had just returned to the Su family when Blue Cat came back. Master, how did it go? How much is in Mu family's treasury? It also wanted to know how much that person had stolen. Suning took off his shoes and got into bed, looking unhappy.
Don't ask.
The Mu family's treasury was taken first by someone else. Huh? Who? Who dares to steal from us? Blue Cat's fur bristled in anger. Suning said, didn't we suspect there was a secret in the cold palace? That person also knows array formations. So, you fought him tonight? Blue Cat looked surprised. Yes, I fought him. Not only does he know array formations, but he also practices cultivation. He's now at the 4th level of Qi refining. Only the 4th level? Master, you're at the 6th level, 2 levels higher. Could you have lost? That's not the case. But that guy is very cunning. While I wasn't paying attention, he set up a teleportation array and escaped. Here, this is the spirit stone he left behind. Suning took the spirit stone from his space, and Blue Cat's eyes widened in surprise. This is a top-quality spirit stone. The spiritual energy inside is very rich. Master, aren't you in need of spiritual energy? Here it is. Haha, that person even has a top-quality spirit stone. We must get it. Yes, I also have this intention. That person lives in the cold palace. He might be a prince who committed a crime or a dismissed royal relative. Tomorrow, I plan to meet the War King and find out some useful information from him. If this person can be useful to me, that would be better. If not, I can only eliminate him. His ambition is too great. He must not be allowed to grow. The cold palace is surprisingly large, and many disgraced consorts and the former emperor's senior consort live there. It's hard to investigate at the moment. Blue Cat thought this. Finally, after telling Master Mu Qing about the situation, only one person and one cat went to sleep. On the second day, the three heads of the Su family woke early to attend court. On their way back, they heard many shocking rumors. It was widely said that the Mu family's young lady was caught sneaking out last night to meet a man again. And that man was none other than the current emperor. People said it was shameful for a noble ruler to do such sneaky things. Instead of staying in the palace, he was sneaking out at night, climbing walls, and entering secret passages to meet a court lady. Such news was embarrassing for the royal family. Some whispered that the Mu family's young lady had previously been restricted because of her relationship with that man. Now, she was involved with the emperor. Maybe Minister Mu set this trap to strengthen his power. Otherwise, how could the mansion suddenly flood, trapping the emperor in the young lady's courtyard? Because of this, the young lady from the Mu family would have to marry into the palace. Some shook their heads and sighed, saying that a ruler who cares only for love and not for the country is unfit to lead. Once the news spread, someone revealed that the man the young lady met was also the emperor. The child she bore was a prince. Why she wasn't married into the palace but kept at a farm was unknown. And how the emperor, knowing she was his woman, planned to marry her to the war prince was also unclear. Could the emperor be losing his mind? Someone cursed the foolish emperor, and everyone followed suit, criticizing him for caring more about love than the country. What was he thinking? Xie Qingzhou was upset by these insults and relied on Master Mu Qing's blood tonic to keep going. Mu Qing cried as he said he had killed all the witnesses that night. He truly didn't know how the secrets got out. Then he blamed Mu Mingzhu, saying she hated the emperor because of Xie Yu's death, and that was why she did something reckless. Mu Qing's words were based on the belief that Xie Qingzhou wouldn't dare to kill Mu Mingzhu, because she looked very much like that woman. It turned out he was right. Xie Qingzhou truly would not kill Mu Mingzhu. So, Mu Qingsheng came up with an idea for Xie Qingzhou to proudly bring Mu Mingzhu into the palace as a concubine and make her a noble consort. Then, using Mu Mingzhu's name, he planned a story about two lovers who, for various reasons, could not be together. This way, they preserved the royal dignity and turned the previous scandal of secret meetings into a story of deep love and patience. Allowing Mu Mingzhu to marry into the palace legally also helped ease some of his anger. It was a perfect plan with three benefits. Xie Qingzhou knew Mu Qingsheng, this old man, had bad intentions, but he had no other choice. He accepted the plan. The matter caused a lot of fuss in the city, and if it wasn't settled quickly, problems might arise. As for breaking off the engagement with the Prince of War, it was because Mu Mingzhu loved the emperor too much and strongly opposed it. Everything started to seem reasonable. What felt most suspicious was Queen Zhou and the second prince. They had no idea when Mu Mingzhu and a prince appeared. When Mu Mingzhu appeared before Queen Zhou in a pink wedding dress, she realized there was a conspiracy behind it. It looked so much like her. Mu Mingzhu looked just like the late Meng Qinghuan. At that moment, Queen Zhou finally understood the true intention of the Northern Summer Emperor. In his mind, Mu Mingzhu's child was the future heir to the throne. Even the crown prince had to stand behind. By now, their children should be about 8 years old. Your Majesty, noble consort Da is asking to see you, a palace maid reminded Queen Zhou, noticing her lost in thought. After Queen Zhou understood this, she no longer dared to embarrass Mu Mingzhu. She quickly stepped forward and helped her up. Sister, you must be tired. Please get up. This scene stunned the other consorts nearby. They thought Queen Zhou would give the new concubine a hard time, but instead, she was being kind. It's just a woman using underhanded tricks to get close to the emperor. Why show her kindness? Don't think that being young means you can easily gain the emperor's favor. But because Queen Zhou was present, others didn't dare to say anything. Thus, Mu Mingzhu entered the palace, was granted the title of noble consort Da, and moved into Chaoyang Palace, the closest palace to the queen. This was also the palace where the former emperor's favorite consort lived. It shows how much importance Xie Qingzhou placed on her. What puzzled Queen Zhou was that Mu Mingzhu had entered the palace, but her child was not there. Her attitude towards Xie Qingzhou was not as warm as she expected. Instead, there was a faint hint of resentment. Could it be that Mu Mingzhu has a lover outside? Is Xie Qingzhou forcing her into this? Rumors in the town said she wouldn't believe a word of it. Su Ning carried the blue cat into the study, hoping to ask Su Mingyun to take her to see King Zhan's residence. She overheard the conversation inside. The blue cat said, "Master, that old emperor's mind seems to be sharper than yours." He quickly came up with a plan. Su Ning whispered, "You think bringing Mu Mingzhu into the palace means everything is settled?" Mu Mingzhu hates the emperor because of Su Yu's death. She wouldn't willingly have his child. Then what does the master mean? Just wait and see. Mu Mingzhu entered the palace to fight and love Xie Qingzhou. "Ninger, why are you here? Is something the matter?" Su Jingmian saw her come in with the blue cat and quickly stood up, looking kindly. Su Ning smiled sweetly. "I want Big Uncle to take me to the War King's residence to play. Is that okay? Is there something you need?" Su Mingyun crouched down and asked. Su Ning thought for a moment and said, "I just want to see the handsome uncle." "All right, Uncle will arrange for Kong Qi to take you. Big Uncle's position is sensitive, so it's not convenient to go." Su Mingyun agreed with a smile. Su Ning knew that Su Mingyun was worried about the emperor's suspicion. As a child, she didn't need to worry so much. There were rumors that the reason the War King treated the children of the Su family differently was because he desperately wanted a successor. The entire palace had no lady of the house and no children, making it look lonely. Because of this, people felt sympathetic toward the War King's situation. No one knew when he would find a strong-willed wife to help expand the family. That afternoon, Kong Qi came to pick up Su Ning from the Su family. Su Ning left her blue cat at home to keep Su Xinian company and went alone to the War King's residence. It was her first time visiting, and she was very curious about everything inside. She stared with big, pretty eyes, looking around here and there. Although the palace was a bit quiet, the scenery inside was quite charming, and everything was carefully maintained. The blue stone path was swept spotless, with even the moss in the cracks trimmed neatly. Every part was kept very tidy. Along the main courtyard path, Su Ning saw a row of various weapons lined up side by side. They were arranged by length, all facing northwest. Because they had been held for many years, the handles of each weapon were smooth like jade, as if worn by countless touches in the palm. Passing through an archway, Kong Qi released Su Ning's small hand and respectfully said, "Miss Su, please wait here for a moment. I will go see if the two generals in charge of the discussion have left." Su Ning nodded, wearing a white embroidered windcoat, standing obediently in the yard. Soon, Kong Qi came out smiling and said, "Miss Su, please sit for a while. The prince is still in a meeting. I will send someone to bring some tea and snacks for you." "Thank you," Su Ning replied, nodding to Kong Qi, who then left with a smile. Su Ning sat at a nearby stone table, waiting and admiring the plum blossoms in the yard. The yard was full of plum trees, some in bloom, others still in bud. Although the flowers were small, their fragrance was very strong. Just as Su Ning was enjoying the view, she suddenly heard laughter outside. "Princess Qi, take your time, don't fall. Hurry up, the early plum blossoms in the 9th prince's residence are blooming. I must see them first." Princess Qi Xiaxuan, holding up her skirt, ran in quickly. She immediately saw Su Ning standing under a plum tree. There was one less palace maid, but it was not a big problem. Princess Qi's mother was Consort Shu, who used to be part of the Wanfei faction. Now, she had somehow gained favor with Queen Zhou. She was showing off her power in the harem. Xiuan was born 3 days after Xie Qingxi, both 2 years older than Su Ning.
Who are you?
Why are you in my 9th prince's courtyard? Xiuan looked Su Ning up and down. She saw that Su Ning was wearing a simple white embroidered windcoat, made of fine fabric, but without any gold or silver decorations. Her small face was pretty and delicate, but unfamiliar, clearly not a lady from a noble family in the capital. She immediately stepped back, hands on her hips, chin raised high, and looked at her with disdain. Who do you think you are, a wild girl? Do you even know where this is? How dare you sneak into the ninth prince's courtyard? At this moment, 3 women ran into the hall from outside the archway. 2 of them were palace maids of Xie Shiyuan, and the third looked much taller than Xie Shiyuan, dressed in fine shoe brocade, with a head full of pearls and jewels. It seemed she was a royal relative. After entering, her gaze at Su Ning was full of contempt. How did an outsider get into the residence of the ninth prince? Judging by your clothes, you must be the daughter of a servant. With your status, how dare you come to the ninth prince's estate to enjoy the plum blossoms? After speaking, the woman looked at Xie Shiyuan with concern and checked her from head to toe. Shiyuan, are you hurt? Xie Shiyuan shook her head.
No, I'm fine.
But, Sister Wei, I don't like her. Quickly send someone to chase her out. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and send her away, Xie Wei said coldly, turning to order the 2 palace maids behind her to remove the woman. From their conversation, Su Ning guessed their identities. The older woman was probably Princess Beiwe Xie Wei, and the younger one was Princess Shiyuan, the 7th princess, daughter of concubine Shu. Xie Wei's father was Prince Duan, Xie Beiying. After Xie Qingzhou ascended the throne, he was sent his fief in Liang City. Fearing he might rebel, they kept his most beloved daughter in the capital. They also granted her the title Beiwe. Counting this, Princess Beiwe is about 13 years old now. She usually liked to flatter the Grand Princess Xie Yuanrong. Now that Xie Yuanrong was mentally slow, she was only following the 7th princess around. Really a fickle person. The 2 palace maids didn't hesitate and moved to take the woman away, but Su Ning pushed her down to the ground. I am a girl from the Su family, a guest invited by the war prince. As members of the royal family, is this how you treat your guests? Su Ning brushed non-existent dust off her sleeves, her eyes showing a bit of detachment. Miss Su from the Su family? Xie Wei looked puzzled. Which Miss Su? As far as I know, Miss Su is only 4 years old, very short and not as tall as you. Then, Xie Wei remembered something, the girl abandoned by the Wen family. Oh, I see. You are Wen Ning, the girl abandoned by the Wen family. Xie Shiyuan burst out laughing as if she had heard a huge joke. So you're Wen Ning, the girl abandoned by the Wen family? And you dare to call yourself a guest of the ninth prince? Exactly. Wen Ning, do you think too highly of yourself? Your father doesn't want you, and your mother is an abandoned woman. You are just a discarded girl, living as a guest in the Su family. Haha, no one wants you, yet you call yourself a guest of the royal residence. You really overestimate yourself. I think you're trying to get close to my Uncle Ninth, right? Shameless. Uncle Ninth is a hero and war god of the northern summer, not someone you can easily approach. If you don't leave, I will do it myself. Let's see if you dare to try to get close to Uncle Ninth again. With that, Xie Wei reached out to try to grab Su Ning. But before she could even touch Su Ning's sleeve, her spiritual power pushed her away. Big Sister Wei, Xie Shiyuan exclaimed in shock, rushing to help her. Seeing the blood at the corner of her mouth, her face changed. Big Sister Wei, you're bleeding. Xie Wei glared at Su Ning angrily. You little brat, how dare you hurt me? Su Ning pouted and spread her hands. You must have misunderstood. I was standing here perfectly still. It's you who lost your balance and fell. Who can I blame? Such a clever little brat. Clearly, you did something. How could I not be steady? Why are you all just standing there? Hit her. Even if she's hurt, no one will blame me. Exactly. Come on, hit her. Who dares blame a little discarded girl? Xie Shiyuan snorted in agreement. 2 palace maids, obedient and fierce, raised their hands and slapped towards Su Ning. Su Ning's ears twitched, and a cold smile appeared on her face. She retracted her spiritual power, waiting to see the show. As expected, when the 2 maids got close, Xie Xingye suddenly appeared. He gathered his inner strength into his palm and slapped the 2 maids away. They spat blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Seeing it was Xie Xingye, Xie Wei and Xie Shiyuan both cried out, Uncle Ninth, she's bullying us too much. Yes, Uncle Ninth, this little brat hurt me. Faced with Xiexingye's icy gaze, they dared not speak further. But Suning was different. She imitated their crying and said, "Handsome uncle." They bullied Ninger and called Ninger a discarded girl with no worth. They even said they would beat and kill me without anyone blaming them. If handsome uncle hadn't arrived, would they really have killed me? It's so scary. Suning tugged at Xiexingye's hand, shaking it non-stop. After hearing this, his face grew even colder. To Xiaowei, it looked like Xiexingye was angry. She only used one palm to push the annoying Suning away.
How dare she?
She is just a little abandoned girl, yet she dares to compare herself to them. They are members of the royal family, sharing the same bloodline as Xiexingye. The young girl is still so naive. Who allowed you to come? Xiexingye didn't look at anyone and spoke in a voice so cold it could freeze people. Xiaowei thought he was asking Suning and shouted angrily, "Stupid girl, are you deaf? Uncle Jiao is asking you a question." Suning ignored her and instead tilted her head up, asking Xiexingye for a hug. "Handsome uncle, hug." Xiaowei was amused and angry at Suning's behavior. Even when facing death, she still dared to ask Uncle Jiao for a hug. She probably didn't know that Uncle Jiao was a cold and distant person who never hugged any children. No, except when the crown prince was young, he had never hugged any other princes or princesses. A little abandoned girl, how could she expect Uncle Jiao to lower himself and hug her? Just as Xiaowei's thoughts reached this point, she saw something she could never believe in her life, that Xiexingye actually hugged the unwanted girl from the Wen family. Could he be crazy? What's wrong? Not going to admit it, Xiexingye asked again, his voice as cold as ice. Xiaowei finally realized that the person he was asking might not be Su Ning, but her and Xie Shiyuan. Realizing this, Xiaowei hurriedly and tremblingly said, Uncle Jiao, please don't be angry. I came with Princess Qi.
She
said she liked plum blossoms. Xie Shiyuan was still young and didn't understand the key point. She angrily scolded Xiaowei. Sister Wei, what are you afraid of? Uncle Jiao is our Uncle Jiao. He will definitely stand up for you. You've even bled. After speaking, Xie Shiyuan looked at Xiexingye again and complained, Uncle Jiao, it's this mean girl who, without your permission, called herself your guest and came here to admire your plum blossoms. I only said a few words to her, and she started hitting Sister Wei. Uncle Jiao, please help us. Xiaowei kept tugging at Xie Shiyuan's sleeve, but she didn't realize why Xiexingye was angry. Xiexingye turned his head and looked at the two people with a very cold gaze. His words were even colder than his eyes. In other words, you two entered the royal residence without my permission and tried to attack the guest I invited. His voice was quiet but carried a strong, undeniable pressure, which made Xiaowei turn pale with fear. No, that's not true. Su Ning is a guest I specifically invited. If you two bully him openly in front of me, it shows you do not respect me. Bring them out. Make them kneel at the gate of the palace for 2 hours and slap their faces 20 times. If they dare to break in again without permission, punish them with 30 lashes. Also, take these 2 palace maids and cut them down. Only when the guards came forward to take them away did Xie Shiyuan realize what was happening. Uncle Jiao, why? Why are you punishing us? It was her. She was the first to attack.
Boo-hoo.
She's just a girl who was abandoned. Why do you protect her, Uncle Jiao? I am your real niece. Xiaowei was so scared she trembled all over and dared not say another word. After this, she truly hated Su Ning and the entire Su family. Xiexingye turned without looking back and carried Su Ning toward the study. Su Ning looked at Xiaowei and playfully stuck out her tongue at her. This made Xiaowei so angry she almost fainted on the spot. In the study, Xiexingye sat Su Ning on his desk and looked at her with a guilty face. Sorry, Ninger. I scared you. I was too busy just now and didn't take care of you, so you got bullied. Later, I will give you a gift to make up for it, okay? Xiexingye gently brushed the hair from Su Ning's forehead. The little girl smiled carelessly and said, No need, uncle. Didn't you already avenge me just now? But that's not enough. I have many treasures in my storage. I will take you to pick a few favorites myself later, okay? Since you're so kind, Ninger will accept it. Hee, thank you, handsome uncle. After agreeing, Suning saw Xie Xingye smile. Did you come today for something, Ninger? The little girl rarely visits his treasured hall without a reason. Suning thought for a moment and then asked carefully, I heard Xiaoqing say that the person who set fire to the Mu family escaped to the cold palace. So, I am curious. Who was the person who set the fire? Did it get a clear look at that person's face? Xie Xingye asked seriously. Suning shook her head. No, they cover their face, but they looked about 7 or 8 years old. Xie Xingye thought carefully and said, they escaped toward the cold palace, but that doesn't mean they live there. Also, there are many children around that age in the palace, dozens just in the South Palace. But this person managed to avoid the Mu family guards and set fire. They probably have some skill. That narrows down the search area. I'll ask Kongqi to look into it, he added. He also wanted to find out who was responsible for the fire at the Mu family. After the incident with Mu Mingzhu was made public, Xie Qingzhou couldn't give him a marriage proposal anymore. That was a big help for him. Thank you, uncle, Suning said with a smile. Once she knew more, she planned to make this person her own. She loved the array formations and the spiritual stones on them. If he refused, she would keep trying until he agreed. If necessary, she still had pills to help persuade him. Later, Xie Xingye personally took Suning to the storeroom to pick 3 items. As soon as they entered, Suning was stunned by the room full of rare treasures. The many beautiful items dazzled her, making her eager to have them all. Oh, I really want to put these into my space. What should I do? I can't resist my urge. What are you saying, Ninger? It's nothing. Suning quickly smiled awkwardly, almost letting slip what she was thinking. Xie Xingye just smiled and told her to pick whatever she liked. Suning didn't hold back. She first chose a jade bracelet with entwined lotus patterns made of white jade. It was very beautiful. However, it was a bit large for her small wrist. No problem, she could give it to her mother. Just as she finished thinking, Xie Xingye said, this bracelet is a bit big, but that's okay. You can take it home and let your mother wear it. Suning's eyes lit up and she blurted out, Uncle, do you want to give this to my mother? Xie Xingye didn't expect her to say that. His face warmed up. Well, I mean, your hands are small and it might not fit you. Let your mother wear it first. Wait until you are a bit older then. Ninger understands. This bracelet looks best when my mother wears it. Later, I will say it was a special gift from Uncle. Xie Xingye quickly stopped her, saying, No, don't say that. Ninger some things. It's okay, Uncle. It's a gift from you, after all. My mother wouldn't think much about it. Xie Xingye. Hopefully not. Then, Suning picked out a pair of glow-in-the-dark earrings and a matching mirror, saying, My mother would look good with this, and it suits her too. While talking, she looked at Xie Xingye, who pretended to be serious but blushed slightly, making her secretly giggle. After choosing, Xie Xingye held Suning's small hand and was about to personally see her back to the Su family when Kongqi hurried over. Prince 6. Kongqi glanced at Suning but said nothing further. Xie Xingye handed Suning's hand to Kongqi, saying, Please Miss Su back to the Su family. Turning to Suning, he spoke gently, Ninger, Uncle has some matters to attend to. Would it be alright if Kongqi takes you home? Suning nodded obediently. It's okay, Uncle. If you're busy, I can go back by myself. No, that won't do. Let Kongqi take you, and send 2 more people along, said Xie Xingye, signaling Kongqi to arrange it. Soon, Kongqi selected 2 people to accompany him and Suning out. At the door, they met Zhu Wei and Shi Yuan, who looked very upset.
Why?
Why do you have so many nice things? You must have stolen something from the 9th prince, Zhu Wei accused. Princess Qi, be careful with your words. These are gifts from the prince to Miss Su, Kongqi said calmly. Shi Yuan refused to believe, insisting Suning had stolen them. Zhu Wei looked angry but knew Suning wouldn't steal. She tugged Shi Yuan's sleeve, urging her to stop causing trouble. If she angered Xie Xingye, she would be punished again. Shi Yuan was very upset and kept calling Suning a thief. Suning glanced at Kongqi, who assured her, Miss Su, don't worry. I will honestly report everything to the prince. Hearing this, Shi Yuan cried even harder and shouted she would tell the emperor about it. Su Ning ignored them and got into the carriage to leave. After Su Ning left, Xie Xingye went to the backyard. When he arrived, he saw Xie Qingxi, dressed as with his back turned, admiring the green bamboo in the yard. Although he was only 7 years old, the boy gave him a calm, wise feeling. Hearing footsteps, Xie Qingxi knew Xie Xingye had arrived. He reached out and plucked a bamboo leaf, then turned around. His voice was light and gentle. Uncle Ninth, you once said that if your nephew needed help, he should come to find you. In the past, Xie Xingye had placed his hopes on Xie Qingxi. Now that Su Yenji was healthy, he had given up that idea. He had secretly observed this boy for a while. His courage, cleverness, and ambition were obvious. When it came to ruling a country, he was just as capable, even more so. But he had promised the Su family. Tell me, Xie Xingye said, his tone calm and emotionless. Xie Qingxi thought for a moment and then explained his purpose. I want to find someone, a child. What kind of child? About 5 or 6 years old. The moment he heard this, Xie Xingye raised an eyebrow, unconsciously rubbing the jade pendant at his waist. He asked quietly, besides that, what other features does this person have? And why are you looking for someone like that? Xie Xingye noticed that Xie Qingxi's eyes held a maturity beyond his age, dark and deep like ink stones, very different from his personality before entering the cold palace. If it weren't for his face, which resembled Consort Anne's, he might have doubted that the person in front of him was the 6th prince he knew. Xie Qingxi didn't want to reveal too many details. After thinking for a moment, he took out a portrait from his. It was a picture of Su Ning, dressed in black brocade clothes. He only glanced at it briefly, then memorized her appearance. Afterward, he drew this picture. Xie Xingye took the drawing, his mind momentarily stunned, but his face remained calm. Then Xie Qingxi continued, this is her portrait. I want to know everything about this person.
And
He paused for a moment before adding, once you find her, Uncle Wang, don't make a fuss. This person is not someone you can easily handle. Xie Xingye only smiled inwardly, his expression unchanged. He said, there are many 5-year-old children in the imperial city. Even if there are portraits, it's very hard to match them all. Xie Qingxi also knew that finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack, especially if the person was deliberately hiding. He lowered his eyes and spoke again. Uncle Wang, send someone to find him first. Be careful not to alert him prematurely. If you're not careful, this person could be a wild card. Xie Xingye wanted to say that Su Ning was already a wild card. Not only did he save him, but he also saved the crown prince, which had already changed many outcomes in a mysterious way. From Xie Qingxi's serious expression, it was clear that his attempt to find Su Ning was not a good idea. So, how could he tell him the truth? It was very likely that he knew about Su Ning's incredible ability to understand animal speech. He probably wanted to use this to his advantage. Did you set fire to the Mu family? Before Xie Qingxi was about to leave, Xie Xingye asked this question. Xie Qingxi was first stunned, then quickly defended himself. Uncle Ninth, you're joking. How could I set fire to the heavily guarded Mu family with my limited skills? Xie Xingye looked at his calm but guilty face and thought he had figured out most of the truth. He then said, someone who can come and go freely from the cold palace to the war prince's residence. How can I believe you didn't set the fire at the Mu family? Hearing this, Xie Qingxi knew he had been exposed. He took a deep breath, turned around, and admitted, sorry, Uncle Ninth. I lied to you. I set the fire at the Mu family. I just thought it was fun. I didn't mean anything else. At this moment, to Xie Xingye, his apology made him seem like a normal child. He stepped forward and placed his broad hand on Xie Qingxi's shoulder. Speaking seriously, Uncle Wang knows you hold a grudge against your father. If you burn him alive, your second brother will definitely go to war. Do you understand the danger in this? Xie Qingxi was very surprised that Xie Xingye knew about the emperor being at the Mu family. Uncle Wang, you actually knew about our father being at the Mu family all along, right? Yes, because he was eager to establish a new crown prince. Hearing this, Xie Qingxi's eyes widened.
why?
Isn't there already a crown prince? But Xie thought he was just a child and didn't need to know such details. He said, "That's not something you need to know now. Go back first. I'll have someone take you, but Uncle Wang, go back. If anyone finds out, it could cause trouble. Once the crown prince takes power, he will clear their family's name." Xie Qingxi felt reluctant, but had no choice but to leave. On the way back, he unexpectedly met the hurriedly walking Li, who didn't notice him dressed as a. Grandpa Li hurried to the imperial study. After Lord Emo finished discussing government affairs and left, he rushed into the room. "Your Majesty, something's wrong. That little girl is missing." The Northern Summer Emperor, who was holding a brush, paused and looked very serious. "She saw things she shouldn't have. Now you tell me she's gone? If you can't handle small matters, what use are you to me? Your Majesty, please stay calm. That child has been given a strong poison. It's likely that a servant saw her die and buried her somewhere. Are you sure she took the poison?" the Emperor asked uncertainly.
Grandpa Li nudda confidently.
"Absolutely. I personally gave her the poison. I was about to call someone to take her away and throw her out, but she disappeared in just a moment. Rest assured, she won't survive. Find out which palace servant did this. The Wang family has already been wiped out. If a little girl ruins my plans, I won't forgive you. Yes, yes. I will investigate immediately." Grandpa Li responded quickly and hurriedly left. He didn't know that at this moment, Wang Xie was in the cold palace, being cared for by Consortin. Just now, the girl had crawled in through a dog hole in the cold palace, her face covered in blood. The first person to notice her was Consort N. "Oh my, this girl looks purple in the face. She must have been poisoned. Seer, can you save her?" Consort N looked worried. Xie Qingxi, right in front of Consort N, took a bottle of pure spirit pill from his space and fed it to Wang Xie. Afterward, he said, "Mother, don't worry. She will be fine." He had just arrived and encountered this situation. He didn't know which palace she belonged to. Also, this little girl looked clearly poisoned, but still managed to escape to the cold palace. She was truly strong-willed. Consort and finally relaxed. If her son hadn't been lucky and accidentally found this space ring, she and her child would have starved to death in the cold palace long ago. When they first entered the cold palace, the cruel consort one ordered her servants to cut off their food. They weren't even given clean water. After 3 days of hunger, she was too weak to stand. She could only watch helplessly as her child gradually fainted from hunger in her arms. Soon after, she also fainted. When she woke up again, she saw her child holding a bowl of rice porridge, calling her mother in a soft, milk-like voice, and offering her the entire bowl. At that moment, she knew that the mother and child should not have been doomed. Later, he told her that he didn't mean to pick up a space ring, which contained many edible items and good medicines for healing. They were saved. Yes, the mother and daughter were saved. Inside the ring, besides pills and food, there were many secret manuals and techniques. Her child, Zier, was very talented and learned the contents quickly, including some skills herself. She initially wanted to secretly contact her family, but then thought that her child was still young and vulnerable. If she went out now, she might attract dangerous people. So, she decided to hide in the cold palace for a while and wait for the right time to come out. Right now, she didn't know what kind of situation the child was in, but since they had met, there was no reason not to save her. "Mother, I will go clean the bloodstains outside the dog hole first. Please hide the person in the cellar," Xie Qingxi ordered. "Okay, Mother will go now," her child replied. As she grew older, she became more clever, and as a mother, she was naturally happy. Just after they wiped away the traces, 2 officials came to ask questions. Of course, they weren't asking the mother and child, but a passing official outside. They heard the official shivering as he spoke. "I didn't see anything. I was sweeping the yard over there, and didn't see anyone." "Then get lost," the official said. Soon, footsteps faded away. The mother and child exchanged a glance and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Later, Wang Xie, who had been poisoned, woke up. She kept crying out for water. and Gui Fei happened to bring some water over. Hearing her faint voice, she hurried forward and fed her. The cellar was dark and damp, and Gui Fei thought that no one would come to check tonight, so she carried Wang Xier out of the cellar. "Xier, quick, help mother," she said, holding her and also holding a cup which was inconvenient. Xie Qingxi stepped forward to take the cup. She followed and Gui Fei into the inner room. Wang Xier drank a cup of water, but didn't regain much strength. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, which made Gui Fei feel heartbroken. She's only a child. How cruel must a person be to do such a thing? On the table was a bowl of rice porridge, and Gui Fei let Wang Xier sit by the bed and carefully scooped up the porridge to feed her. I do not know how many days Wang Xier has been hungry. When she realized it was rice porridge, she swallowed it eagerly, saying, "Eat slowly, child. There's more." After finishing a whole bowl of porridge, Wang Xier felt a little stronger and sat up to thank noble consortin. "Thank you for saving me. I thought I was going to die." She ate some cake given by Old Manly, but then she had a terrible stomach ache. She didn't want to die. She hadn't yet found her mother. So she stumbled out the door, hoping to find help. "Don't be afraid. This is the Cold Palace, and it's safe here. Can you tell me your name? Who hurt you?" Noble consort and looked kind and friendly, not like a bad person. Wang Xier thought for a moment and, tears in her eyes, said, My name is Wang Xier. They want to kill me to hide what they did because I saw them kill a boy named Xiaoyu." "Xiaoyu?" Xie Qingxi looked confused. Since his surname is Xie, he must be part of the royal family. Who would dare harm a royal person? "Don't cry. Take your time to tell me," Noble consort and said patiently, not knowing who Xiaoyu was. Tears filled Wang Xier's eyes as she choked out. It was a man called Master Chongjin who stabbed Xiaoyu in the forehead and killed him. He lied to the emperor, saying the blood could be used for medicine, and then he killed him. Later, the emperor killed Master Chongjin. They also wanted to kill me to hide the truth. Hearing Wang Xier's story, the mother and son were stunned. So, Xiaoyu was a prince. Yes, he was the emperor's favorite child. He cried for days and nights over Xiaoyu's body. They wouldn't let me leave the secret chamber.
I was so scared, Wang Xier said, trembling.
Wang Xier's words were like a thunderclap, shocking the mother and son so much they couldn't respond for a long time. Combining this with what Xie Xingye had said earlier, Xie Qingxi guessed that the emperor of Beixia didn't care much for the current crown prince or the second prince. Instead, he favored another child. Among all the princes, there was no one named Xiaoyu. So, this person had been secretly protected by the Beixia emperor. Now, because of Master Chongjin, he had lost his life. But if Master Chongjin is dead, why is there still a Master Chongjin in the Hall of the Three Purities? A single Taoist priest could manipulate a king so easily. This shows that the emperor of Beixia is not so powerful after all. Wang Xier was truly frightened and fainted after speaking. And Gui Fei helped her clean up and stayed beside her while she slept. Meanwhile, Xie Qingxi left the room and sat outside, lost in thought. He didn't know what he was thinking about and lost track of time. Suddenly, a loud cry made him realize it was late at night. "Why did you wake up?" Xie Qingxi turned around and saw Wang Xier, who had gotten up without him noticing. She was staring at a portrait on the table with a look of shock. She didn't understand why Xie Qingxi had a picture of Su Wanan in his hand. Is he a good person or a bad person? Why does he have a picture of someone who helped him? Xie Qingxi quickly noticed Wang Xier's expression and felt a flash of suspicion. Could she recognize the person in the picture? "Do you recognize the person in this picture? Tell me, who is she?" Xie Qingxi stared closely at Wang Xier, not missing any sign on her face. Wang Xier shook her head and stepped back, asking, "Are you a good person or are you a bad person?" Xie Qingxi was sure she knew who was in the picture. He felt happy and smiled, saying, "I saved you, so I am a good person." Wang Xier tilted her head, looking innocent and saying, "I'm simple. Don't lie to me." Xie Qingxi gently pulled her over and sat beside her, speaking softly. "You know her, right? Tell me her name."
"She helped me."
I wanted to thank her properly, but she did good deeds without leaving her name. That's why I couldn't find her for a long time. I was very worried. At this moment, Xiaqingxi looked like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He sounded a little sad, a little hopeful, and a little confused, acting like someone who would be upset for days if they couldn't find their benefactor. Wang Xier, as gentle as a little rabbit, was no match for him. When she heard this, she thought they had both been helped by the same person. She quickly said, "Her name is Su Wanan. She saved my life." Xiaqingxi, with a mischievous look, waited for Wang Xier to say her name. But when he heard her say that, his pupils suddenly shrank. "What did you say?" "Her name is Su Wanan. Does she also call herself Su Wanan?" Xiaqingxi was stunned and couldn't believe it. But the Su Wanan he knew was a useless cultivator, someone without any spiritual roots at all. This person, however, has a wood spirit root. Even at a young age, he is already a 6th-level qi refining cultivator. Seeing that Xiaqingxi didn't believe him, Wang Xier looked serious and said, "Yes, her name is Su Wanwan. She told me herself. She also told me to stay alive and wait for my mother to come and get me. She is a very kind person. She saved your life too." Whenever Wang Xier mentioned Su Wanwan, she would smile happily. Xiaqingxi thought for a long time and concluded, "It's not her. It's just someone with the same name." The Su Wanwan he knew was someone who loved to refine pills so much that she almost went crazy. She didn't like going anywhere else and preferred hiding in the ghost town to refine pills. She also said, "In this life, I must refine the immortal elixir of youth, or I won't rest in peace." Even on the day he died, she was still in seclusion refining pills. "Why are you crying?" Wang Xie was happy, but then she saw tears in Xiaqingxi's eyes.
Who?
"Who is crying? You must have seen it wrong." Xiaqingxi quickly turned away and rubbed his eyes. "Oh, by the way, do you know where she lives?" Wang Xie asked. He shook his head. "No, I don't. I only know she's very powerful and can fly." Xiaqingxi knew he couldn't get more information, so he sighed and told Wang Xie to go rest. He then got up and returned to his own room, which was a simple room made from a shed. The conditions in the cold palace were poor, and there was only one room, so he had to sleep in the shed. Luckily, he had a bed stored in his space, which he brought from the mystic bright continent. The bed had everything, so he wouldn't freeze. Seeing the things on the bed, Xiaqingxi felt both sad and frustrated because those were all things she had prepared herself. That night was destined to be sleepless. Meanwhile, Suning was also unable to sleep and had no mind to practice. She was thinking about how to make the other person willingly serve her without offending him and how to get him to willingly hand over the spirit stones on him. But then she thought she had beaten that guy 3 times. What if he was vengeful? Did she have to conquer him with force? If he found out her intentions and refused to give her the spirit stones, what could she do? If he used the teleportation array to escape to the ends of the earth, how could she find him? Oh, if only she knew he had spirit stones on him, she wouldn't have hit him, or she could have agreed to his request first and then taken the spirit stones later. Blue Cat had slept many times and just woke up, still worried about her master's dilemma. Grumpily, he said, "Master, there's no need to fuss over this. Just kill him and take back the space ring. Isn't that simple?" Hearing this, Su Ning's eyebrows twitched. "Yes, you're right. You always have good ideas, even if your mind is sometimes a bit slow. Blue Cat, why does it feel like he's insulting me?" Meanwhile, Su Ning went straight to sleep. Soon, gentle breathing sounds came from nearby. It was as if the worried girl from earlier wasn't her at all. At the breakfast table 2 days later, Su Ning noticed that Suwon was already wearing the bracelet she had taken back. She smiled and praised. "It looks so nice. I knew Mother would look good with this bracelet. Plus, handsome uncle has good taste." Hearing this, the 3 women at the table looked surprised. "Ninger, didn't you say this bracelet was a gift from you?" Wu Shi asked. Su Ning looked confident. "Yes, I gave it to her, but handsome uncle picked it out himself. He said this bracelet can calm the mind and improve beauty, perfect for Mother. So I let her choose it, And those earrings also repel mosquitoes. Wearing them in summer can keep bugs away. Su Wan's face turned a little red. Yun Jiao and Wu Shi exchanged glances, unsure what Xie Xingye's intentions were with this gesture. Maybe it was unintentional. Su Wan also seemed to think of something. She took off the bracelet and said, "This is from the King of War's residence. Wearing it openly isn't appropriate and might cause gossip. It's better to put it away." Wanner is right, Wu Shi agreed. Earlier, Su Ning hadn't clarified that the bracelet was from the King of War's residence. Considering Su Wan's status, wearing something from the residence might attract unnecessary attention. Su Ning's eyes flicked as she focused on her meal. After waiting 3 days without any news from Xie Xingye, Xie Qingxi grew anxious. He was worried that the other person might find out about him early and come to attack. Now, he was cast aside in the cold palace, with his mother still needing his protection. Does this mean he will spend his life hiding forever? Thinking of this, Xie Qingxi looked annoyed and decided to go find Xie Xingye again. In the afternoon, Xie Qingxi appeared in Xie Xingye's study. Xie Xingye looked down and said, "If there is any news, I will send someone to inform you." "Why are you so anxious?" Xie Qingxi replied, "Uncle Ninth, the person's surname is Su, and her name is Su Wanwan. She is well known and has a portrait. I believe you will find her very soon." Hearing this, Xie Xingye looked up at Xie Qingxi and asked, "Are you sure her surname is Su?" His face showed no emotion. "Yes, I am sure. Please find her quickly, Uncle Ninth." "It could be very troublesome if you don't." Seeing how anxious Xie Qingxi was, Xie Xingye raised an eyebrow. "Since you know her surname is Su, why didn't you say so last time? I only just found out her surname is Su." "I didn't mean to hide it from you, Uncle Ninth." Xie Qingxi lowered his head, not wanting Xie Xingye to see the worry on his face. Wang Xier was from the Wang family, which had been executed for some reason. If Xie Xingye found out he had saved someone from the Wang family, the consequences could be serious. He needed to think of a way to send her away. "Do you have a grudge against her?" Xie Xingye was very curious about how they met. If he told the truth about that night, it would reveal too much about himself. So, Xie Qingxi lied. "It's not exactly a grudge, just a misunderstanding. I want to talk to her face to face and clear it up." But the killing intent in Xie Qingxi's eyes couldn't escape Xie Xingye's notice. Normally, Xie Qingxi was a talented young man with great potential, and he was of the same bloodline as Xie Xingye. He should have been the one to succeed him. But Ning was his savior, and he couldn't give her up. "Since you don't want to tell the truth, that's fine. You can go back now. In the future, unless it's important, it's better to stay out of the cold palace," Xie Xingye advised. How much he listened was beyond his control. He admitted that this boy was extraordinary, so young but already so cunning. If he didn't guide him properly, he might cause big trouble in the future. Xie Qingxi looked at Xie Xingye, then turned and slowly walked out. As he walked, he pondered the key points of the situation. Before, Xie Xingye had visited him twice in the cold palace and brought some silver. But gradually he stopped going. This was probably because the crown prince's condition was improving. Xie Xingye's views differed from his political group. The fact that he agreed to help find her was still based on his previous promise. After thinking it over, Xie Qingxi decided he had to rely on himself. It seemed he needed to activate those people. Previously, he used a contract pill to buy a group of secret guards. Now was the time to activate them. After thinking it through, Xie Qingxi secretly returned to the cold palace. As he left, Xie Xingye ordered Kong Qi to deliver Xie Qingxi's information to Su Ning. When Su Ning received the information, he looked happy. "So, it's the discarded sixth prince in the cold palace. Haha, little green, come here. Go and deliver this challenge letter to the cold palace. Whether it's for killing or for my use depends on his choice." That evening, when Xie Qingxi saw the challenge letter on the table, he sneered. His first thought was that Xie Xingye had betrayed him. Otherwise, why would Su Wan'an find out about him so quickly? "Su Wan'an, you don't deserve to carry my lady's name. See you tomorrow at the usual place." "Fine, let's meet there. Watch how I use a killing array to take you down." Thinking this, Xie Qingxi showed a murderous look. Since his cultivation was weaker than hers, He decided to set up the killing array in advance. Once she entered, she wouldn't be able to come out alive. And Xiexingye, if he dared to betray him, he could expect his treasury to be robbed. Not a single coin would be left for him. He was so angry. Everyone lacked judgment. If they kept acting like this, he wouldn't be polite anymore. The next morning, Blue Cat looked excited. Master, let me go with you. I'll sneak attack and promise to catch him tonight. I tell you, Master Mu Dao is also connected with the consort in the Cold Palace. That person is the sixth prince's mother, and Gui Pin. That night, I found a pill bottle in her Cold Palace. Where there's a mother, there's a son. The sixth prince isn't a good person either. Let's kill him and take his space ring. Isn't he good at formations? We can work together, one in the open, one in the dark, and catch him. Later, you handle breaking the formation and I'll do the sneak attack. How about that? Suning nodded approvingly, petting Blue Cat's head.
Good.
That kid is tricky. We'll work together, one in the open, one in the dark, and make sure to catch him tonight. Now, go prepare. We must ensure everything goes perfectly tonight. Yes, Master. I need to get more poison so I can guarantee that tomorrow night, I'll hit him with one shot and kill him. The person and the cat excitedly prepared. Su Shinian didn't even have time to call Su Ning to play. Su Ning could only sadly go find Da Hei to share his worries.
Da Hei, annoying?
Sister Ninger doesn't want to play with me. Su Shinian sat by the cage, looking pitiful.
Su Shinian, speak up. Don't keep barking all the time.
Couldn't understand her words, only responded with a woof. Are you annoyed with me too? Are you upset because I didn't give you water? Or because I didn't give you the bunny to eat? Woof woof, Su Shinian. You must think I'm annoying. That's why you're barking. If you bark again, Sister Chiao Huan will buy snacks and not share them with you. Woof woof woof, silly girl. Someone is behind you. Run quickly. Su Shinian looked innocent, unaware that someone was approaching. Before she realized it was dangerous, the intruder covered her mouth with a toxic cloth. In a moment, she stopped moving. After Su Shinian fainted, the intruder carried her horizontally. A maid named Xiaoyu was walking toward them. Seeing this, she hurried over and asked, Chiao Huan, is the young lady asleep? The woman called Chiao Huan slightly moved her eyebrows, pretending to be calm. Yes, I was about to carry her back to her room. All right, give her to me. I was just about to find the second young mistress. I'll take the young lady along. As she spoke, Xiaoyu reached out to take her. At that moment, Chiao Huan suddenly threw a handful of white powder from her sleeve. Xiaoyu was caught off guard. The powder hit her, and she suddenly felt weak, collapsing to the ground. She realized something was wrong. Chiao Huan, what are you doing? Xiaoyu tried to speak but found she couldn't make a sound. With her last bit of strength, she desperately grabbed Chiao Huan's leg, trying to delay so others could see what was happening. Chiao Huan, afraid of trouble, drew a dagger from her sleeve, ready to kill Xiaoyu without hesitation. Just then, Su Bufan, who was looking for Su Shinian, saw what was happening. He quickly drew his short sword and leapt forward, blocking the dagger aimed at Xiaoyu. Chiao Huan, what are you trying to do? Su Bufan shouted angrily at the woman holding Su Shinian. Don't come any closer, or I will kill her, the woman responded quickly. In the moment her dagger was kicked away, she pulled a hairpin from her hair and pressed it against Su Shinian's neck. Su Bufan could tell from her voice that this person was not Chiao Huan. Someone was pretending to be her and had sneaked into the house. Now, with the hairpin pressed against Su Shinian's neck, he dared not move forward. As long as you release my sister, the Su family will give everything to get her back for you. Su Bufan was very worried inside, but he forced himself to stay calm. He wanted to be brave and calm like his older uncle. He knew that only by staying calm could he save his sister. At this moment, a servant passing by saw what was happening and was so scared he shrank back. Su Bufan quickly signaled to him, and the servant understood. He ran quickly to call for help. The woman knew that once others arrived, she couldn't take her away, and she might not escape herself. Now that her plan had failed, she had to find another way. After thinking for a moment, she slowly backed away with the person in her arms, still threatening Su Bufan. "Don't come closer or I'll kill her. If the Lord didn't want her dead, she would have already done it."
Okay, I won't go closer. First, tell me, why are you kidnapping my sister? What do you want to let her go? Su Bufan was very scared inside. The woman was holding Su Shinian and was about to leave through the back door with one foot. Fearing she might escape and he wouldn't find her, Su Bufan hurried forward to stop her. But suddenly, the woman threw Su Shinian high into the air. "Sister," Su Bufan couldn't care about the woman anymore and leapt to catch her. The woman took this chance to escape. Su Bufan caught Su Shinian safely in his arms. Just as he landed, he saw a small figure flying past overhead. At the same time, a small bottle labeled Qingling Pill fell into Su Shinian's arms. A clear, slightly urgent voice came from above, saying, "Feed her this, Sister Shinian." Then, the blue cat quickly darted out through the back door. "Meow, wait for me, master." Realizing that the person who just flew overhead was Su Ning, Su Bufan was startled. Oh no, danger. At this moment, the rest of the Su family, who had received the news, hurried over. From afar, they could hear Yun Jiao's anxious voice, "Shinian, Shinian, my child." 3 madams ran over quickly. Wu Shi was gasping, clutching her chest, and Yun Jiao had even messed up her hair, showing how worried they were. "What's wrong with Shinian?"
Quickly.
"Call the doctor," Wu Shi ordered nervously to the servants behind her. Just after she finished speaking, Su Shinian, who had eaten the Qingling pill, woke up. She called out softly, "Brother, Shinian is awake." "I was so scared just now," Su Bufan said, feeling relieved. Su Bufan wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, then lowered the person in his arms. "Hurry and go back with your mother. Brother is taking people to find Sister Ninger." "Ninger? Where did Ninger go? Wasn't she just reading inside the house?" Su Wan didn't know that after receiving the news, Su Ning rushed over as fast as she could, afraid that something would happen to Shiqi Nian if she delayed even a moment. "Sister Ninger went after that bad person. Auntie, don't worry. I will take people to catch him now." Su Bufan's voice trembled badly, and tears still lingered at the corner of his eyes. Just as he was about to take Xiang and Jianghua out to chase, someone suddenly descended from the sky. It's Su Ning, who had just run out. "Ninger, are you okay? Did you catch that person?" Su Wan hurried forward to check if she was hurt. Fortunately, she was safe and unharmed. Su Ning waved her hand to show she hadn't caught him. She wouldn't tell her family that she not only caught the man but also saw him get into the Duke of An's carriage. The Duke and Duchess of An weren't in the capital, so the person in the carriage must be the Princess of Beiyue, right? Xiaowei wanted to take Su Shinian away, probably to avenge what happened that day. She didn't expect that Xiaowei would be so bold as to come to the mansion to catch someone. Does she think the Su family has no one to stop her? The person she offended wasn't Su Shinian. Maybe the woman caught the wrong person. Very well, before setting out tonight, she must go to the Duke of An's residence first. Yun Jiao carried Su Shinian back home, walking while listening to Su Bufan say, "Mother, that person just now pretended to be Qiu Huan's sister to sneak into the mansion." "I think Sister Qiu Huan might have been in danger," Su Shinian muttered anxiously. "Mother, it's my fault. I just told Sister Qiu Huan to go buy some snacks. Can you go find Sister Qiu Huan? I don't want her to get into trouble." Su Ning overheard these words, thinking that Qiu Huan was probably killed by that woman. Anyone who dares to attack the Su family, just wait for her to be furious tonight. When Su Jingnian and others returned and learned that Su Shinian almost got into trouble, they realized that if Qiuyu hadn't delayed time, Su Bufan might not have been able to save Su Shinian in time. Because of this, Su Jingnian rewarded Qiuyu with 100 taels of silver. Qiuyu was already a trusted maid of Wu Shi, loyal to the Su family. Soon it grew dark. After dinner, Su Ning claimed she was too tired and went back to her room. Half an hour later, she appeared at the Duke of An's residence in Nanjia. As soon as she appeared, Blue Cat crawled out of the dog hole. "Master, I've found the treasury at Duke N's residence. Also, Qiu Huan is in the woodshed." Hearing this, Su Ning felt happy inside.
What?
"Qiu Huan isn't dead? That's great. I'll go rescue her soon. First, let's steal from the treasury. The agreed time with Xie Qingxi was midnight, so it was still early. Su Ning followed Blue Cat, sneaking toward the treasury of the mansion. When they arrived, they saw 8 big men guarding the door tightly. Su Ning held her breath and focused. A few faint blue spiritual powers flowed from her palm. She flicked her fingers, and the 8 spiritual powers shot out like silver threads through the air, hitting the guards precisely. The 8 men fell down. Su Ning reached out her hand to Blue Cat. The cat looked confused. What are you standing there for? The key to the treasury. Blue Cat's eyes widened. You didn't tell me to steal the key. Su Ning looked at her with a helpless expression. Then why did I tell you to follow the Duke N's carriage earlier? Blue Cat looked embarrassed and scratched his head. Sorry, master. I thought you only wanted me to find the treasury first. I forgot about the key. Su Ning rolled her eyes. Blue Cat chuckled. Hey, master, your white eyes are pretty good. Did you learn that from Ziwu? Su Ning. She didn't bother arguing with him. Using her spiritual power as a blade, she cut a hole in the door frame. She reached inside, gathering everything into her spiritual sea space. Not to brag, but the Duke N's mansion had quite a lot of valuables. Compared to the War King's mansion, it was even more impressive. This was a good deal for her. If Xiaowei didn't threaten the Su family, she wouldn't have thought about attacking her. But now, it seems Xiaowei is someone who only cries when she's about to die. Lead the way. Let's go rescue Qiuhuan. Blue Cat led the way ahead, with Su Ning following behind. Soon, they reached the woodshed. Inside, besides Qiuhuan, there were others, Xiaowei, who had brought 2 guards. Xiaowei stepped into the shed and slapped Qiuhuan hard across the face. You're the personal maid of Miss Su? Now, you have 2 choices. 1. Put this medicine in your lady's tea. Or 2. Serve you until you wish you were dead. Choose for yourself. Xiaowei looked down from above at Qiuhuan, curled up on the hay. Her clever subordinate stepped forward and took away the cloth ball from Qiuhuan's mouth. Once she was free, Qiuhuan suddenly stood up and tried to hit the nearby wooden post, but 2 of her subordinates held her down firmly. I may die, but I will never harm my young lady, Qiuhuan said angrily, glaring at Xiaowei with a fearless look. You want to die? You are truly a loyal girl. Unfortunately, this princess won't let you die. Instead, I will make you suffer more than death. I can't hurt your young lady right now, so I will make you experience the pain of the world first. Go. Make her suffer more than death. After giving the order, Xiaowei started to walk out. Behind her, 2 guards closed the door and clenched their fists, ready to act. You refuse to come? Then let my brother and I take good care of you. Don't come near. Don't come near, bang. Xiaowei was thrown backward and crashed heavily into the firewood room door, falling inside. 2 guards inside were hit on the head by the falling door and immediately lost consciousness. 2 others tried to block her, but the fallen door didn't hurt Qiuhuan at all. She was shocked and looked toward the door. She saw a small figure coming from the backlight, bathed in the white moonlight, which made her look like she was covered in flowing silver glow. The flying wood shavings spun in the dust of the light, making it hard to see her face clearly. Until she heard a meow, she was delighted to realize it was the blue cat that her cousin loved most. A cousin? Is my cousin here to save me? Qiuhuan cried, tears flowing uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, she thought she was doomed. But now, her cousin was coming to rescue her under the moonlight. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you, Sister Qiuhuan. Su Ning's voice was clear and gentle, carried by the cool autumn wind into the firewood room. Hearing Sister Qiuhuan, tears burst from Qiuhuan's eyes like a flood, pouring out uncontrollably. The greatest happiness in her life was to become a servant of the Su family. Every master in the Su family was very kind to them, showing great respect and never treating them as mere servants. Su Ning turned her head and looked at Xiaowei, who was coughing up blood. The latter saw her gaze and looked panicked. Wen Ning, how dare you break into my prince's mansion and hurt the princess? Do you know you are ignoring imperial authority and committing a serious crime? Royal authority? You think you can mention royal authority in front of me?
A dead person also dares to speak of royal authority. Su Ning's voice was soft and weak, with no real threat, but her words carried a cold chill. Who is causing trouble at my Prince Regent's residence? Overcome with shock, Xiaowei's face lit up with surprise. Uncle Yu is here.
You're
Doomed. Soon. The man called Uncle Yu by Xiaowei strode in confidently. When he saw Xiaowei injured and bleeding, his face changed dramatically. Princess, who hurt you? Xiaowei, as if she had found her backbone, pointed at Su Ning and shouted angrily. It's her. It's her. Uncle Yu, kill her quickly. Yuli turned around and looked at Su Ning. His eyes were not furious, but more terrifying than anger. Behind him, more than a dozen guards looked equally imposing. It was clear these were highly skilled fighters. Did you hurt Lady Beiyu? Yuli asked with a hint of doubt. A young girl injuring someone so badly? Breaking the door of the woodshed? Xiaowei sensed the doubt in Yuli's tone and hurriedly explained, Uncle Yu, this person is very evil. She struck me with one palm and sent me flying, smashing these two doors. That day, at the 9th prince's residence, I hadn't even touched her clothes when she knocked me away. That's how I fooled the 9th prince. Hearing this, Yuli guessed that Su Ning's internal strength was very powerful. She was so young, but already so skilled. She looked extraordinary. He didn't want to face such a formidable enemy of Prince Regent Duan, so today he had to kill her and crush her before she grew stronger. Little girl, rushing into the Prince Regent's residence alone isn't wise. State your name. I don't kill nameless people, Yuli said coldly, looking at Su Ning. Su Ning tilted her head and looked at Xiaowei hiding behind him. Doesn't she know my name? Xiaowei quickly said, Uncle Yu, she's Wen Ning, an abandoned girl from the Wen family, now living with the Su family. So, she's from the Su family. Even an official dare to offend the Prince Regent's residence? How bold. Yuli thought for a moment and signaled to someone behind him. Little Seven, go kill her. Be careful, her internal strength is good. The young man called Little Seven clenched his fists and stepped forward, looking disdainful. Her internal strength is good, but so what? There was only a young girl who is not yet fully grown. The trainer could rest assured. I would handle her. While speaking, Shao Qi threw what he thought was a powerful punch. However, it stopped just a little away from Su Ning's face, not moving any closer. The people behind didn't understand what was happening and thought Shao Qi was holding back. Shao Qi, what are you waiting for? Attack! As soon as the words were spoken, Shao Qi suddenly collapsed and died on the spot. Yes, he died suddenly. Blood splattered everywhere, splashing on Yuli and Xiaowei. Ah! Xiaowei screamed in fear. Uncle Yu, kill her quickly. She's too evil. Yuli stared with wide, shocked eyes. He hadn't seen Su Ning make a move, so how did Shao Qi die so suddenly? Qiu Huan also looked stunned. She didn't expect Miss Biao to be so strong. How did she do it? Everyone was terrified by what they saw and couldn't react for a moment. Only Blue Cat lazily stretched, feeling very relaxed. Let's go together. Yuli was scared and wanted to attack with others. Su Ning thought, even if you all attack together, you will still die. As expected, no one got close to Su Ning. They didn't die suddenly but were all knocked back, smashing the wooden house into pieces. In the end, only Yuli was left. Although he felt something was strange, he didn't back down and bravely stepped forward. Su Ning slightly raised his right hand. Yuli felt a powerful energy hit his chest. The suffocating feeling of death quickly followed, and he died in an instant. Uncle Yu. In the blink of an eye, everyone else was dead. Only Xiaowei, trembling with fear, remained. She never expected that Yuli, who was skilled in martial arts, couldn't even land a single move on Su Ning. What kind of monster is she? You're not human, you're not human, you're a demon. Xiaowei curled up in fear. Overcome with terror, she knelt and begged for mercy. Please don't kill me. I'm Princess Beiyu, the beloved daughter of Duke Duan. If I die, my father will raise an army. For the Su family, for the people of the imperial city, please spare me. Su Ning chuckled. You already said I'm a demon. Do you think I care about other people's lives? Xiaowei, you shouldn't have ordered someone to kidnap my sister. If it weren't for Su Bufan discovering her in time, how could she still be alive? Misunderstanding, that's all it was. I only told the servant to tie you up. No, I didn't want to tie you up either. Please forgive me? Shi Wei cried pitifully, trembling from fear. Su Ning chuckled again. Your father is Duke Duan. If I let you go, would you immediately send a message to him? Would you spread the news that I am not a good person? No, I would never dare to let everyone know about you.
If I did, I
would be struck by lightning. Shi Wei hurriedly waved her hands, showing she was afraid. Su Ning smiled. I heard that the Mu family's house suddenly caught fire that night, and they still haven't caught the suspect. Little Qing, do you think the fire was started by the person from the Cold Palace? Meow, just say yes if you think so. Su Ning left with his people, letting the fire spread behind him. How could Shi Wei, with ropes, escape? Su Ning sent Qiu Huan to the inn, telling her to find a reason to escape and return to the Su family the next day. He warned her not to say anything she shouldn't. Qiu Huan promised again and again, then Su Ning left with Lan Mao. Instead of heading straight to the outskirts of the city, Su Ning went to the Yao family, the maternal home of Princess 7, Xie Shiyuan. But when he arrived, he found that the Yao family's treasury had already been emptied. Master, it must have been the sixth prince. He got here before us. Let's go. Tonight, we must defeat that boy. Otherwise, he will still compete with the crown prince for the throne. It will ruin the plan of the war king. Su Ning rode on Lan Mao's back, flying toward the outskirts of the city. As soon as they landed, Lan Mao transformed back into his cat form and crouched in the grass. Master, I'll hide in the shadows and wait for the right moment. Be careful. Not far away, Xie Qingxi was dozing in a hollow. Suddenly, he sensed something strange yet familiar. Although the feeling disappeared quickly, he definitely sensed something familiar, like the aura of Qing Yulan Mao. Could he really sense Qing Yulan Mao's aura? Xie Qingxi looked around but saw nothing unusual. Was that just a hallucination caused by his longing for Qing Yulan Mao? Xie Qingxi shook his head. Ever since he received the challenge letter last night, he hadn't slept at all. He must be too tired and seeing things. With that thought, he calmed his breath completely and waited quietly for the young girl to step into his double-killing formation. This formation was an improved version of his original one. Last time, the girl had easily broken his trap, but this time, even if she managed to break one layer, she wouldn't have time to break the second. She would be trapped inside with no escape. At first, he had wanted to recruit her, but since her power was greater than his, it was too risky. So, he decided to eliminate her and take her space treasure for himself. No one could stop him from uniting the three kingdoms under his rule. After parting ways with Blue Cat, Su Ning moved forward carefully. She planned to find a place to hide and wait for that man to appear before showing herself. But after only a few cautious steps, she sensed something was wrong. Ahead, the white mist thickened, and everything disappeared from sight. The insects that had been chirping moments ago suddenly went silent, and even the wind seemed blocked by something unseen. Knowing that man was skilled in formations, Su Ning became even more careful. She shifted her steps to change direction, but that very move triggered something beneath her foot. In the next instant, she vanished from where she stood, and her connection with Blue Cat was cut off.
Master?
Master. What happened? Where are you? Blue Cat called out anxiously as layers of white mist spread, filling the entire killing formation. Seeing that she had entered his trap, Xie Qingxi stepped out from the shadows, laughing loudly.
Ha ha ha.
Little girl, let's see if you can survive this time. I knew you'd change your path out of caution. How does it feel inside? Ha ha ha. In just a moment, your space ring will be mine. So, what if your power is higher than mine? You'll still die in my double-killing formation. Blue Cat, hearing no response from Su Ning, grew frantic. Just as he was about to rush out to look for her, he heard Xie Qingxi's arrogant laughter.
Curse you.
You set up a double formation in advance. You hurt my master, now you'll pay. Without hesitation, Blue Cat leapt into the air, transforming back into his beast form. His blue wings spread wide as he dove towards Xiaqingxi at incredible speed. You dare harm my master?
Take this.
In midair, Blue Cat gathered his poisonous energy, ready to strike the moment he got close. If he succeeded, Xiaqingxi would have no chance to survive. Just when it was only 2 arms' length away from Xiaqingxi, it suddenly heard someone kindly call out to him. Little Green, the voice was surprised and excited. Looking again at Xiaqingxi, he was already rushing toward it with excitement. The blue cat wanted to hurt him. When it saw him coming, it immediately turned its head and aimed it at Xiaqingxi, ready to give him a big toxic. Xiaqingxi knew this was a signal that the blue cat was about to attack him. He hurriedly called out his own name. Little Green, it's me. I'm Ziwu. Oh my, he said he was Ziwu? Unfortunately, the blue cat didn't stop in time and released its toxic. It thought Xiaqingxi would definitely be affected, but unexpectedly, the young man dodged quickly and appeared in front of it. He smiled playfully and said, Haha, Little Green, it really is you. You can't hurt me. I know you too well. Come on, let's have a good talk. How did you leave the Mystic Bright Continent and follow someone else? Now your master is dead, so you should follow me from now on. I'll take you to enjoy good food and drink, and we can work together to build a great empire. After saying this, Xiaqingxi tried to hug the blue cat, but it kicked him away and shouted, What nonsense are you talking? You killed the master. Xiaqingxi looked confused. Yes, I killed your master. If she hadn't died, how could you break the contract with her? How could you come back to me? Have you forgotten the good days we had together? When I understand the space teleportation array, I will take you back to the Mystic Bright Continent to find a lady. The blue cat was furious. Seeing Ziwu, it should have been happy, but now, he had used a killing formation to kill her. He killed the master. Scoundrel. Ziwu, you're really fierce. My master is Su Wanwan, your lady. You actually used a killing formation to kill her. The blue cat's blue fur exploded with anger.
What?
What did you say? Xiaqingxi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he froze as if struck by lightning. Little Green, you lied to me, didn't you? His voice was hoarse and trembling, unable to control the quiver at the end. The blue cat kicked him again. Who would lie to you? This is a long story. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and break the formation. Maybe the master still has a chance. Xiaqingxi swayed unsteadily, his face pale and his voice trembling. It's useless, completely useless. This formation is called the Twin Kill Array. It only breaks when someone inside dies or when it's broken from within. If I force it to close, her spirit will be destroyed. Is there really no other way? Blue Cat's strength left him, and he fell to the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless. Xiaqingxi was filled with guilt. He knelt down and struck the ground again and again.
Why?
Why didn't I recognize her sooner? I was the one who caused her death. He had killed the person who had waited for him for 50 long years. The hatred he once felt for Su Ning shattered completely under the weight of this shocking truth. Now, all that remained in him was endless regret. He regretted not recognizing her earlier. He hated himself for using the Twin Kill Array on her. He had taught her how to break formations. If it had been any other kind, she would have survived, but not this one. He was filled with despair. Su Wanwan, you can break the array, can't you?
Tell me you can.
You'll come out alive, won't you? Xiaqingxi knelt on the ground, holding his head and crying bitterly. Never before had he felt such hopelessness. The formation he had carefully set up had ended up taking the life of the one he loved most. Perhaps this time, he thought they could finally be together, even if only in the next life. What are you doing? Blue Cat looked up just in time to see Xiaqingxi raise a dagger and slowly press it toward his own chest. Blue Cat cried out in alarm. Blue Cat tried to knock the dagger from Xiaqingxi's hand, but Xia pushed him away with one palm.
Go.
Find a quiet place to train. I'm going to the Bridge of Reincarnation to find her. I know the guardian there. He'll help us be reborn together. That thought was his only comfort now. If that's the case, then let's go together. Otherwise, how will I find you both in the next life? Blue Cat finally understood. Instead of waiting in pain, it was better to go together. The three of them were meant to stay together and live peacefully. There's no time to waste. Hurry, or her spirit will drift too far away, Blue Cat urged. Xiaqingxi looked back and gazed once more toward the imperial city. He bowed his head with a heavy heart and said, Mother, I am unfilial. I will go ahead first. Just as Xiaqingxi was about to raise his dagger to stab himself in the chest, he suddenly felt his death formation break. His heart trembled. With the formation broken, he knew he would die. His heart hurt so much he could hardly breathe. The dagger moved closer inch by inch. He thought, it's time to see her. Maybe it was just his imagination, but he saw a small figure dragging heavy steps, walking out of the thick fog. Was that little figure her, Su Wanwan, in this life? She was so tiny. He wanted to go and see her. Even if it was just a fantasy, he longed to see her face clearly. After he went to the underworld, he wouldn't mistake her for anyone else. At the moment Su Ning appeared, Blue Cat's eyes widened. Su Ning appeared suddenly and charged forward. With a full spiritual power, she struck a heavy palm towards Xiaqingxi. Sixth Prince, now it's your turn, she said, her palm carrying a fierce killing intent, aiming to kill him. That treacherous thing had set a killing formation here in advance. If she weren't clever enough, she would have been caught in it. Just moments ago, she remembered Ziwu's broken pulse 5 techniques and almost died. She had thought to subdue him and use him for her own purpose. Now, she only wanted him dead. Su Ning was not dead. Su Ning was not dead. This thought struck like thunder in Xiaqingxi's mind, clearing his confusion. He suddenly forgot everything and stood there in shock. Seeing this, Blue Cat shouted anxiously, Master, don't kill him.
He's Ziwu. What?
He's Z. Bang. A loud crash sounded. At a critical moment, Su Ning shifted her palm wind, smashing a big hole into the ground near Xiaqingxi. Su Ning flew into the air and stopped, grabbing Xiaqingxi's collar and looking directly at him. She examined him from top to bottom, left to right, poked his high nose, and pinched his face. No matter how she looked, he didn't resemble Ziwu at all. Kid, are you really Ziwu? His face now looked more handsome than before. Xiaqingxi was pinched until he grimaced, but his eyes were filled with unbreakable affection. Ziwu's name, he said with a smile, grabbing her mischievous hand. Wasn't it Miss who gave it to me? That little brat Ziwu indeed. Su Ning suddenly pushed the person to the ground and sat next to Blue Cat with a grumpy look. After a while, she asked, Tell me, when did you arrive? Su Ning suppressed her excitement, but appeared calm on the outside. They met in the suburbs of the city. Xiaqingxi also sat beside Su Ning, looking at her side profile with a genuine smile. Although her appearance in this life was very different from her previous one, it didn't matter. No matter what she looked like, she was the most beautiful to him. Then he said, I came to Beixia 2 years ago. What about before that? Did you return to your world after you died? Su Ning tilted her head and asked. Since his death until he arrived here, 50 years had passed. During this long time, where had he been? Xiaqingxi clenched his fists inside his sleeves. The wind and frost on the bridge of forgetfulness for 50 years, the daily vigil by the river of forgetfulness. He didn't want to talk about these things before. I can't remember clearly, he said casually. It was like she had a dream, and when she woke up, she was in Beixia. And she herself was also dreaming, waking up and returning to the old Beixia with everything from the dream. Fortunately, both of their dreams included each other. Though 50 years had passed, they still met. This is what people call destined fate. Xiaqingxi asked how Su Ning broke the formation. She didn't want to reveal the intense scene where she spat 3 mouthfuls of blood just now. She simply said, Didn't you teach me the Broken Pulse 5 Secrets method to break formations? Plus, I am very talented, so I broke it. Xiaqingxi suddenly realized, Oh right, I did teach you the Broken Pulse 5 Secrets method. He scratched his head awkwardly. I actually forgot about that. The moonlight was faint, and Xiaqingxi didn't notice Su Ning's pale face. He looked at the remaining moon in the sky, a gentle smile on his lips, and said foolishly, "It's so good. We meet again in this life. You have a wood spirit root, and I have a fire spirit root. We can both cultivate." "You're wrong. I have a dual spirit root, water and wood dual cultivation," Su Ning said proudly. Xie Qingxi was happy for her too. "Then I will set up a spirit gathering array for you. You can cultivate well and become strong to protect me." Su Ning raised an eyebrow and glared at him. Xie Qingxi's face slightly changed, and he hurriedly asked, You wouldn't refuse to protect me, would you? Anyway, I am already committed to you for this life. Don't think you can shake me off and be free." Xie Qingxi quickly wrapped his arm around Su Ning's, holding on tightly, like close friends. His head rested on Su Ning's shoulder, and he said softly, "You are my lady, and I am your medicinal boy. We already have a spiritual bond. You can't get rid of me." In this life, he would no longer let himself have regrets. Su Ning let him hold her arms silently. The night breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a gentle sound. This peaceful beauty was something they had never experienced before. In the past, the most familiar things to Su Ning were herbs and the bubbling sounds from the medicinal furnace. The most familiar to Ziwu were piles of array books and the cuckoo sounds from the blue cat when it was sleeping. To survive, she had to keep refining pills and selling them to others to earn enough spirit stones. Sometimes, she would exchange for the protection of powerful people. Pills were essential for strong cultivators. A 6th rank or higher pill could buy a year of protection from a peak nascent soul expert. The higher the pill's grade, the stronger the cultivator it attracted. This was also why, after the Su family was targeted, she was constantly hunted but managed to survive against all odds. While lost in thought, she heard Xie Qingxi's voice beside her. "Where do you live? Would it be okay if I moved to live with you? By the way, is your name really Su Wanwan this time?" "What do you mean? What do you mean my name is really Su Wanwan?" Su Ning noticed the tone in his words. Xie Qingxi didn't hide anything and honestly said, "A few days ago, I saved a girl named Wang Xier. I learned from her that your name is Su Wanwan." Su Ning's expression slightly changed. "You mean Wang Xier?" "Yes. She was poisoned at the time. She collapsed near the cold palace's dog hole, and my mother saved her." Thinking quickly, Su Ning guessed the key point. "It was probably your crazy father who did this, trying to live forever." "You're right. He believed the demon sect's slander and captured Wang Xier." Su Ning sighed and said, "This matter is also partly my fault. When the 5th prince tried to frame the Su family for treason, I suspected your father wouldn't truly punish him. So I came up with this plan to maximize benefits for the Su family and prepare for later control of your father. Unfortunately, until now, he hasn't taken that longevity pill." Hearing this, Xie Qingxi slapped his forehead. "I should have guessed it was you. I heard about the longevity pill from the palace made before, and I thought it was just that evil sorcerer boasting. I didn't expect you to be behind it, but you don't need to blame yourself. If you hadn't done that back then, how could I have saved my family? It's just that my father was really useless. What's your name now, and where do you live?" Su Ning smiled. "In this life, my name was originally Wen Ning, but my scoundrel father didn't want to be a decent person. So I took my mother back to the Su family and changed my name to Su Ning." "The Su family?" Xie Qingxi murmured the name, then remembered. "Is that the family of Su Yushi?" "Exactly. But now you're in the cold palace, so you can't come with me to the Su family. Don't worry, I will find a way to get out of the cold palace. I used to think the cold palace was the best protection for me right now. But now, I want to get out early for you. After I come out, can I visit the Su family every day?" "No, I need to practice cultivation." "It's for your cultivation. I will set up a spirit gathering array at the Su family to help you break through the foundation stage sooner. Also, I have many spirit stones in my space, and I can give them all to you." As he spoke, Xie Qingxi poured all the spirit stones from his space into a small pile in front of Su Ning. "All for you." Xie Qingxi grinned widely. Su Ning's eyes widened, and she happily collected them all. "Since you're so cooperative, I'll protect you from now on. If anyone bullies you, just come find me. I'll deal with them." Xie Qingxi chuckled. "Don't forget, I also have cultivation skills. The two little friends burst into laughter. The blue cat tilted its head, grinning foolishly along with them. Next, they exchanged many known pieces of news. Xia Qingxi learned that the Su family, the Prince Zhen's residence, and the Duke of Zhen's estate all supported the crown prince. He looked worried. He propped his chin with both hands and said unhappily, I also want to be emperor. I was planning to work with you to take down North Xia. Seeing this, Su Ning spoke up. Didn't you say before that being emperor means a short life? Besides, being emperor means marrying 3,000 beauties. Can you handle that alone? Xia Qingxi looked at Su Ning and then suggested, then I'll be a prince instead, a war god who has fought many countries. That's okay. With our current strength, in less than half a year, we can conquer the small neighboring countries. They will have to pay tribute to Beixia, and by then, the large nations might even tire out your elder brother. Ha, just thinking about that scene makes me laugh. Fine, I will give the throne to him. Seeing that he understood, Su Ning also felt happy. Honestly, she didn't think being emperor was a good job. It was tiring, and she had to attend court every day, making it hard to sleep in. It also slowed down her cultivation. That night, they talked until dawn before leaving. On the second day at court, the Emperor of Beixia learned that the Prince of Duan's residence was on fire, and Princess Beiwei was burned alive inside. He was furious.
Who?
Who dares to be so bold and attack the prince's residence? Lai Isi, the commander of the city guards, thought for a moment and stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have sent people to investigate. It's likely a revenge attack. Princess Beiwei was from behind, and Yuli Gu, the head of the teaching group, died before the fire. Also, all the valuables in the prince's treasury are gone. Some ministers in the hall, upon hearing this, glared angrily. Their own treasuries had also suddenly disappeared. Could it be related? Perhaps, seeing the urgent situation at Beiguan, someone secretly stole their treasures, thinking they wouldn't dare to complain now. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became, their chests heaving violently. They all glared at Xie Xingye. Noticing this, Su Mingyun awkwardly touched his nose. The Emperor of Beixia was furious and said in a deep voice, "This is a serious matter. Attacking the prince's residence is like declaring war on our royal family. We must investigate thoroughly. Also, issue an order to summon the prince to the capital immediately. Such a big event requires an explanation." After speaking, the Emperor of Beixia cast a meaningful glance at Xie Xingye. After the court session, not long after returning to the imperial study, the Empress Dowager, trembling with fear, brought Xie Xiyuan to request an audience. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager and Princess Seven are outside seeking an audience. Empress Dowager? Let her in. Yes. After the Li responded, he went to open the door. The Empress Dowager, with Princess Seven trembling beside her, knelt in the hall. Your servant bows to the Emperor. Son, I pay my respects to father. Xie Xiyuan also bowed. The Emperor of Beixia kept his head down, his face serious. What is the matter? The concubine carefully spoke. Your Majesty, I have heard that Beiwei has had an incident. I am very worried. Her death has nothing to do with you. Why are you so anxious? The Emperor of Beixia felt amused upon hearing this. Could it be that she was the one who caused her death? But soon, his expression of contempt froze when he heard, Your Majesty, 2 days ago, Beiwei and Yuan went to the War King's residence to enjoy the plum blossoms. Somehow, they offended Miss Su from the Su family. As a result, the War King ordered someone to slap her dozens of times and made her kneel at the gate for 2 hours. Yuan was badly injured and hasn't eaten or drunk for 2 days. What? Such a thing happened? Why didn't you say so earlier? The Emperor of Beixia immediately saw an opportunity to take down Xie Xingye. This was solid evidence. The concubine looked anxious and said, I thought this matter was caused by Yuan, so I didn't want to make it too embarrassing. But today I heard about Beiwei's incident, and I am very worried. If the War King, the Emperor of Beixia laughed. He suddenly found the concubine quite interesting. You may rise. You did the right thing. I will send people to protect you and your daughter carefully. Prepare yourself. Tonight, I will stay at Yuehua Palace.
The concubine was overjoyed. "Thank you, your majesty. I will take my leave." She happily pulled Xie Shiwan away. Outside, Xie Shiwan, feeling dissatisfied, grabbed the concubine and asked urgently, "Mother, this might be the Su family's doing. Why didn't you mention that Miss Su hit Sister Wei?" The concubine looked unhappy. "Foolish child, your father truly wants to deal with your ninth uncle. This matter must be done by your ninth uncle. Do you understand? When Duke Dun returns and fights with Xie Xingye, she will sit back and profit from the chaos. She naturally wants to secure the greatest benefit for herself. If she manages to have a son, her status will rise accordingly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." In the War King study, Xie Xingye rubbed his forehead in frustration. No need to guess. This fire was definitely set by the usual troublemaker, Lulu, and the treasury was also stolen by him.
He knew it well.
Let him set the fire if he wants, but why kill people? Now he has to come and clean up the mess. What a troublemaker. Xie Qingxi was sitting with Wang Xier at the table, admiring Su Ning's portrait when suddenly his nose itched, and he sneezed loudly. Qingxi Xie discussed her future with Wang Xian. "What's wrong?" Wang Xier leaned on the table, resting her chin on her hand, looking worried. "Nothing. Maybe someone is cursing me." Qingxi Xie suddenly remembered last night's talk with Su Ning about Wang Xier's future. He turned to ask her opinion. "Xier, how about I send you to the Yongning Martial Arts School? You can learn martial arts there while waiting for your mother. I will visit you whenever I have free time." Wang Xier's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great. Sister Wan said I should learn lots of martial arts to protect myself. When did you meet Sister Wan?" Wang Xier tilted her head and asked.
You don't need to worry about that.
"Anyway, Sister Wan and I will both be your friends." Hee, that's wonderful. I have friends now. You are all good people. I am very happy." Qingxi Xie wanted to reach out and pat her head but thought better of it. "But I can't go out now because of my identity. I will secretly send you there tonight." "It's okay," Wang Xier said with a kind smile. "Good girl." Qingxi Xie felt touched. Then he thought it would be best for Wang Xier to use a different name. He said, "You should change your name to Tian Xiaoxi, okay?" Wang Xier was a bit reluctant. She pouted and asked, "If I do that, will my mother still find me?" Qingxi Xie opened his mouth to answer, but remembered her mother had already passed away. He didn't say anything and just replied, "Yes, because you look very much like her. No matter what your name is, your mother will recognize you by your face." Wang Xier was happy and clapped her hands. "Then I will call myself Tian Xiaoxi." "It sounds nice." Night fell. Qing Qingzhou, dressed in bright yellow, arrived at the Moonlight Palace. Inside, Consort Shu had prepared food and drinks. After greeting her, Consort Shu personally poured a small cup of wine for Qing Qingzhou. He tilted his head and drank it all. During the day, Consort Shu had made a contribution. Now, Qing Qingzhou looked at her with gentle eyes. Under her caring service, he drank a few more cups. After 3 rounds of wine, Qing Qingzhou suggested going to bed early. This suited Consort Shu's wishes. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I will help you change clothes." "Yes." Qing Qingzhou closed his eyes, enjoying her attentive care. After finishing her dress, the gentle consort shyly served Xie Qingzhou as he lay down on the bed. "Your Majesty," her sweet voice made Xie Qingzhou feel restless and eager. Before lying down, the consort remembered to lower the bed curtain. The beautiful woman on the bed had a special charm, especially with her delicate, fragile appearance and slender waist like a willow branch. Just as they both thought tonight would be a wonderful night, the personal attendant of de Consort hurried in to report, "Your Majesty, it's not good. De Consort has attempted to take her own life. She is now barely breathing." "What?" Xie Qingzhou heard this and immediately lost his drunkenness. "Quick, get dressed. Your Majesty, you can summon the Imperial Doctor. With a doctor here, my sister won't be in danger. I haven't seen you in a long time and miss you very much," the consort pleaded, clutching Xie Qingzhou's robes with a look of desperation. Unexpectedly, Xie Qingzhou slapped her face suddenly.
"Fool.
"Hurry up and get dressed. If something happens to the consort,
I will hold you responsible. The consort was stunned by the slap. She didn't understand. How could a new consort in the palace be so favored? Xie Qingzhou often stayed in that place, and even when they were close, he could suddenly become clear-headed. What does that woman have that's so good? Reluctantly, the consort got up to change her clothes. Xie Qingzhou, realizing he had been too harsh, spoke softly to comfort her. If everything over there is fine, I will come to you later, yes. I will wait for you, your majesty, she choked out. Xie Qingzhou replied coldly. After changing, Xie Qingzhou strode out quickly, leaving the heartbroken consort behind. Not long after he left, Shaoan, his trusted servant, entered the hall respectfully. Madam, that woman really tried to take her own life. I saw it with my own eyes. Hearing this, the consort's eyes flashed with anger, her fingertips almost digging into her palms. She tried to die early, she tried to die late, but she chose this moment. Clearly, she's against me. As she finished speaking, her chest heaved violently twice. She raised her hand to her forehead, her tone tinged with a deliberately suppressed irritation. Go, make a cup of tea for me. Yes, madam. Shaoan turned to pour water. The consort sat on the bed, took the water Shaoan handed her, and took a sip. Just as she was about to take another, her stomach suddenly churned violently. She vomited for a long time before finally calming down. The concubine was not foolish. This situation was very similar to the one with Xie Shiyuan years ago, so she probably. Thinking about that matter, the concubine felt terrible. Her face turned very pale instantly. Your Highness, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Shaoan, not understanding what was happening, worriedly patted her back to help her settle. The concubine was stunned for a long time before nervously saying, It's nothing. Maybe I really ate something bad. You go watch over the Chaoyang Palace. If anything happens, come and tell me. Yes, Your Highness. Shaoan responded and left. The concubine sat blankly in front of the bed, her face extremely pale. Xie Qingzhou hadn't set foot in the Moonlight Palace for 2 whole months. If news of her pregnancy got out now, she would be close to death. Not only her, but the entire Yao family would cease to exist. No matter what, she couldn't let this matter spread. Not only that, but in the next few days, she also had to use some tricks to make Xie Qingzhou stay in the Moonlight Palace. The concubine quickly reached under her pillow and took out a bottle of pills labeled Body Refining Pill. This was given by the fake Master Chongjin. Although he didn't make this pill himself, he had stolen it from his senior brother, so it should have some effect. Thinking of something, the concubine's face showed a wild look. Over in the cold palace, after noble consort and fell asleep, Xie Qingxi, carrying Wang Xier, took advantage of the night. Like an arrow leaving the bow, they swiftly jumped over the palace wall. Wang Xier had never flown so high and so fast before. She looked at Xie Qingxi's side profile with admiration. You're really amazing. Flying so fast and steady. I want to fly like you someday. Xie Qingxi looked calm and said, work hard to practice martial arts with those big brothers and sisters. In the future, you can also be light as a swallow, flying fast and high. They leapt over the wall and reached outside the Su family's residence, where they met Su Ning waiting at the corner. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go quickly. Goodbye, sister, Wang Xier said, her nose tingling as she tightly hugged Su Ning. Su Ning rubbed her head. It's good that you're safe. I thought your maid took you out of the capital before. Escaping from the emperor's hands was also her good fortune. She hoped she would achieve something in the future. Wang Xier sniffled and said, Little Ji's sister tricked me. But it's okay. I'm glad I saw you again. Yes, let's go. From now on, you'll have to hide your identity. I will come to see you often. After speaking, Su Ning personally carried Wang Xier onto the roof. Wang Xier's voice came from nearby. Elder sister Wan, I will change my name to Tian Xiaoxi from now on. Brother Qingxi chose it. Tian Xiaoxi is a good name too. Su Ning held Wang Xier as they headed to Yongning Martial Arts School, with Xie Qingxi following closely behind. Soon the 3 arrived. Gu Qinghe had already received the news, and was not asleep. Seeing them arrive, he quickly got up and came out to greet them.
Miss Ning, you're here. Didn't we agree on just one visitor? Why is there also a young boy? Gu Qinghe looked at Xie Qingxi with confusion. Su Ning had told him about Gu Qinghe. He knew Gu Qinghe had taken a special pill to change his body. He had then recruited some disciples to prepare for the future use of the Su family. To be honest, Su Ning's plan was quite forward-thinking. The group entered the main hall. Su Ning briefly explained the purpose of their visit and future plans. Gu Qinghe had no objections and said, "Currently, the martial arts school has over 200 students, with 50 of them talented. I will continue to find gifted children and train them separately." Xie Qingxi added, "To avoid attracting unwanted attention, you could also expand the martial arts school to other cities. Make Yongning Martial Arts School bigger and stronger." "Who is this?" Gu Qinghe asked Su Ning, glancing at Xie Qingxi. Su Ning poured himself a glass of water before replying, "He is the sixth prince, Xie Qingxi." Gu Qinghe raised an eyebrow but was not very surprised. Wang Xie, being young, didn't understand how important a prince's status was. She only knew he was like her, someone who was often neglected and pitiful. Gu Qinghe looked Xie Qingxi over and then looked away. In his eyes, Xie Qingxi was just like him, someone favored by a little fairy. Since he was a prince, he naturally wouldn't look kindly on a small martial arts school like theirs. But his suggestion was still good. Su Ning agreed with Xie Qingxi and added, "Once the martial arts school headquarters is established and the time is right, we can instruct our people to expand to other cities. You will be the head of Yongning Martial Arts School in the future, with 4 main halls: East, West, South, and North, and finally, a director to oversee everything." After planning, Su Ning handed Wang Xie over to Gu Qinghe. Wang Xie saw Su Ning was about to leave, and her eyes filled with tears. Gu Qinghe quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, little girl. No one will bully you in the future," with Su Ning backing her up. Who would dare to hurt her? Su Ning is their biggest supporter. After leaving the martial arts hall, Xie Qingxi didn't want to return to the cold palace so soon. He still had many things he wanted to say to Su Ning. Suddenly, Su Ning remembered that there were several fire element cultivation manuals in her space. They were obtained by chance before. Now, she decided to give them to Xie Qingxi. "Wait for me a moment. I have several fire element manuals here. Take them and practice slowly." The two of them hid in an empty alley. Under the faint moonlight, Su Ning poured out all the fire element manuals from her space. "Quick, take a look. Do you think these are suitable?" The manuals are ranked as low, medium, high, and saint level. Currently, she only has low and medium level manuals, plus a fragment of a high-level fire manual. One of them is called Fire Demon Hand. When perfected, it transforms the user into fire, with a demon hand that covers the sky. It sounds very impressive, but he is only at the 4th level of Qi training now. It's already good enough that he can master the low-level, red flame glimmer technique. She guessed that he probably didn't have any fire element manuals on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't just know how to throw fireballs.
Su Ning was right.
When Xie Qingxi learned that Su Ning had fire element manuals, he was overjoyed. He squatted down and looked through them one by one. "You have so many manuals? How come I didn't know?" On the Xianming continent, the two were known as cultivator failures. As a failure, how could he possibly have so many manuals in her space? For example, he only had a few, mostly about formations. Su Ning rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm like you, only knowing how to study formations all day? When we passed by the high-level manual library in the Ghost City, I didn't even bother to look. Now you regret it, huh? As your lady, I have to think about everything. When we were in the Ghost City, I was the one planning everything, or we'd have starved to death long ago." Listening to this, Xie Qingxi didn't feel that he was wrong. Instead, he felt strangely warm inside. "All right, from now on, I'll steal treasures to support you," Xie Qingxi said, blushing. The moonlight was too dim for Su Ning to see clearly. Annoyed, she snapped, "You still have the nerve to talk. I marked the treasury of those corrupt officials before, but you stole it first. Tell me, isn't that reasonable?" "No, it's not reasonable at all." Blue Cat emerged from the space, raising a paw and secretly poking at Xie Qingxi's leg. Xie Qingxi glared at it. The next moment, he slapped it away. The cat rolled on the ground several times before standing up, looking at Xie as if it had seen a ghost. Old Xie, why didn't you treat me like this before? Now that you have wings. Huh. Blue Cat strutted over confidently, ready to hit Xie to get back at him for earlier. But Xie said, "Stop messing around. Go play somewhere else." He thought Blue Cat was joking with him. It was serious, wasn't it? Forget it. Since it was loyal to its owner, he decided not to argue. Oh well, if it was urgent, it could just go here and do its business. After finishing, Blue Cat happily curled up at Xie feet, napping and using his clothes as a cushion. Xie had taken all his fire element techniques, since Su Ning's waterwood spiritual root made them unnecessary. Just as he was about to stand up, Blue Cat pulled on his clothes, causing him to stumble and sit down hard. He hurried to support himself, but his fingertips touched something soft, sticky, and warm, an odd, slippery sensation. He instinctively sniffed it, but a foul smell made him turn his face away. Turning around, he saw Blue Cat looking at him innocently with big, cat-like eyes. Realizing what had happened, Xie exploded. "Blue Cat, are you crazy? You just pooped behind me." Blue Cat meowed. "Meow serves you right. Who told you to hit me earlier?" Seeing Xie angry, Blue Cat quickly slipped into Su Ning's space. Before disappearing, it still nonchalantly said, "It's too dark. I couldn't see clearly." "That makes me mad. You, a spiritual beast, can't see clearly? Are you joking?" Su Ning's lips twitched. She had already expected that this person and cat wouldn't behave normally. She was used to it. Blue Cat, hiding in the space, was rolling on the ground, laughing. Could it say it did it on purpose? It wanted him to know it was not to be messed with. Xie huffed and took the cultivation manual, leaving. Before leaving, he said, "Ninger, I am trying to find a way out of the cold palace. When I do, I will visit the Su family and set up a spirit gathering array for you. During this time, use those spirit stones to practice. I understand. You should go back now." Su Ning waved goodbye. The other person looked back 3 times as he left. "Ninger, I will bring good news. As soon as I come out, I will visit the Su family. Got it? Hurry back," Su Ning urged. Not long after, Xie left, and Blue Cat jumped out again. Suddenly, it remembered something. "Master, I previously found your pill bottle in the Sunset Palace. Now I realize it was probably in the Cold Palace where Xie lives. That must be it. You previously misunderstood his mother and Gui Pen," Blue Cat said. It also mentioned that Gui Pen had suspicious dealings with a false master, which led to the pill bottle. Now it all makes sense. The pill was Xie. What a mix-up. After the incident at the Prince N's residence, the streets were clearly more patrols of soldiers. The Yao family was even more anxious. They spread the news that Xie punished the Princess of Beiyue and the 7th princess to vent his anger for the abandoned daughter of the Wen family. They emphasized the words, "Wen family's abandoned daughter," thinking Xie was too cruel. He killed dozens of people from the Prince N's residence just to vent his anger over a girl the Wen family didn't want. That Princess of Beiyue was the most beloved daughter of the Prince N's wife. Now, with this happening, the Prince N's wife lost her child, which was a heavy. How could she bear such a tragedy? At that time, Princess 7th, Xie Shiwan, was also present and had a disagreement with the young lady from the Su family. The ruthless and fierce King Zhan probably wouldn't let this go either. So, the next target would be Princess 7th and the entire Yao family. Of course, some questioned whether these events were true, given the reputation of the Su family. Murong Linyuan believed Xie was behind it. Disguised, he secretly went to King Zhan's residence. "Sir, is it true that the Princess of Beiyue was killed by you?" Xie shot him a cold look and replied, "What do you think? I think you did the right thing. The Prince N has caused you trouble many times. He even poisoned you. If it weren't for the fact that Liang City has no one to govern, I would have killed him long ago," Murong Linyuan said angrily. Then he changed the subject. "But this matter might also involve the young detective from the Su family. Father,
Please don't use the young detective to get involved in the matter with Prince Duan. I don't agree with that. She is still my lifesaver. As Murong Linyuan finished speaking, he was slapped on the forehead. You really don't trust me? Murong Linyuan looked confused. What do you mean?
Not you?
Then who could it be? Such a bold person. Before Xie Xingye could speak, Murong Linyuan suddenly understood. Oh, I see. It's the emperor. He deliberately sent someone to pretend to be a black armor guard, cause trouble at Prince Duan's residence, and then blame it on you. After saying this, Murong Linyuan proudly lifted his head, showing a look of, I'm very clever. What are you guessing? It wasn't him this time. It was the sixth prince. Hearing this, Murong Linyuan looked puzzled. Father, who are you talking about? The sixth prince in the cold palace? How is that possible? How old is he? Would he really commit murder and arson? I think this was definitely the emperor's plan. He wants you and Prince Duan to fight each other. I mean, to tear each other apart. Afterward, he can sit back and profit. Xie Xingye suspects that the cause is related to Xie Qingxi because of the previous incident where the Mu family's house was burned. Now, after Murong Linyuan's analysis, he finds it somewhat convincing. If it really was him, he wouldn't leave any evidence behind. So, when Prince Duan returns, there will probably be a tough fight, Xie Xingye said seriously. Murong Linyuan sincerely feels sorry for Xie Xingye. His life has been full of danger, either assassination attempts or being framed. All right, I'll go back first. Murong Linyuan turned to leave, muttering as he walked. This whole matter started because of the young detective. When Prince Duan returns, he might involve the Su family. No, I need to think of a way to save the young detective. It's best if Prince Duan himself finds out that this was done by that person. Meanwhile, in the study, the Su father and son were discussing the matter. At first, they thought that the death of the Northern Moon Princess and the fire at Prince Duan's residence were caused by Xie Xingye to vent his anger for Su Ning. But after thinking carefully, they believed it was very likely that the emperor was framing him. That person has always seen Xie Xingye as a thorn in his side, a deadly enemy he wants to eliminate quickly. He has often schemed to frame others. However, this incident ultimately started because of Su Ning. When Prince Duan returns, he will surely come after the Su family. They must come up with a plan in advance. Prince Duan and Princess Duan share a deep love, and there are no concubines in their household. The couple has 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The 2 sons have gone with their parents to their fief, leaving only their beloved daughter, Xiaowei, in the capital. Now, their beloved daughter has died. Prince Duan cannot accept this. The 2 sons will also not let the Su family go. They are currently unable to deal with Xie Xingye, so they will first target the Su family. This makes things difficult. Father, do not worry. The Su family is no longer what it used to be. My leg is healed, and I am now the commander of the 5th Division in the Imperial City. Even if Prince Duan wants to act, he won't do it openly, Su Mingyun said. Su Mingxian took over. Big brother, what we fear is covert actions. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to defend against a hidden one. Second brother, I also have soldiers who are not to be underestimated. We've trained for a long time, and it's time to show our strength. Now that things have reached this point, worrying won't help, right? Su Jingnian nodded, then remembered something else and asked, Yuner, have you found out who kidnapped Nian Nian? Not yet. I asked Qiu Huan, and she said the kidnapper was a man. Fortunately, Qiu Huan came back alive. We must find the person quickly to prevent him from doing more harm. Unbeknownst to them, the fake Qiu Huan had already been killed by Su Ning and burned at Prince Duan's residence. In the eyes of the Su family, Su Ning appears to be a well-behaved girl. She wouldn't be foolish enough to ruin her image. She makes her family think she is innocent and kind, not a ruthless killer at a young age. That afternoon, the Su family received an invitation to the full moon celebration of Qin's eldest grandson, the grandson of the Minister of War. The Qin family is very tactful and has dealings with many officials in the court. For this celebration, they invited nearly half of the court officials. Among them were the Su and Yao families. After the Wang family fell, the emperor promoted the former Minister of War, who was from the Yao family. Now, the Minister of War position is held by the former imperial censor, who is from the Qin family. This full moon celebration also served as a celebration of their promotion. The invitation specifically mentioned Su Wan's name. Wu Shi sensed something suspicious. Wanner, this Qin family's promotion is closely linked to the Yao family. They specifically invited you, so they might be trying to support the Yao family. Su Wan thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, then I won't go. Yun Jiao analyzed, if this full moon banquet is a trap, then they must have prepared many plans. My younger sister won't go, and the Qin family will have something to say. They might even confirm some rumors. Of course, if she goes, there will definitely be backup plans. Su Mingyun replied, second sister-in-law's analysis makes sense. Princess Seven is upset because Ninger, the Yao family, won't let this go easily. The Qin family has benefited from the Yao family and is willing to help them. So, we must be very careful at tomorrow's banquet. If we don't go, it might seem like we're hiding something. Everyone knows what happened when Ninger visited the War Prince's residence. It was clearly caused by those two looking down on others, and they unfairly blamed Ninger, which is too much. Su Ning, who was eavesdropping outside, held Xiao Shinian's small hand and jumped into the room. She patted her chest and said, Mother, don't worry. Ninger will protect you. If I can't, Xiao Qing is there. When the time comes, I'll hide Xiao Qing in the dark and tell us if anything happens. The picture generated isn't very good, but let's just take a look. Su Ning learned from Xie Qingxi that the person who forced Consort and to confess years ago was actually Consort Yao, the mother of Princess Seven. In fact, she was acting on orders from concubine Wan, secretly targeting Qin Gi. When things were exposed, she forced Consort and to admit to it. If she refused, she would threaten Xie Qingxi's life. Qin Gi had been in the palace for many years, but was not favored and couldn't have children. When she finally got pregnant, something went wrong. She couldn't handle the shock and developed a mental illness. She still hasn't recovered. Now, the Qin and Yao families are working together. It's quite a drama. It seems the Qin family doesn't realize that the real person who harmed Qin Gi is this Yao consort. Also, the fact that the Qin family has connections with nearly half the officials in the court shows they are not fools. They only helped Yao because of gratitude, but now they are being used as pawns. That's really foolish. Perhaps, in the Qin family's view, Su Wan is just a divorced woman from the Wen family. Her reputation affects the Su family's standing, and even if something happens, they won't blame Qin family just because of her. Thinking this way, the Qin family feels they can do whatever they want. Xian Xinian happily ran to Yun Jiao, lifted her little head, and imitated Su Ning. Mother, don't worry. Nian Yan can protect you too. Yun Jiao smiled kindly and stroked the child's hair. Good, good, good. My Nian Yan has grown up. Wu's furrowed brow relaxed a little. With the blue cat secretly protecting us, we don't need to worry too much. Let's go. When the Qin family worked with the old master before, they were diligent and respectful. But then they colluded with the Yao family. I think the Yao family's gratitude to the Qin family is as heavy as a mountain. Otherwise, given the Qin family's character, they wouldn't have offended my family. Su Mingxian nodded and said, Mother's analysis makes sense. Tomorrow we will go and see how the Qin family acts. We should stay alert. Su Mingyan looked serious and said, some people seem to want to stir up trouble and cause chaos. They don't realize that when the water is muddy, more than one person might try to fish in it. Next, everyone discussed possible situations that might happen tomorrow and planned how to respond. No matter what, we must stay united and face everything together. At night, Su Ning slipped into her space. She arranged spiritual stones around her mat and sat cross-legged on it, closing her eyes to meditate. Author's note. Wow, this is my favorite picture. It's how I imagine the space in my mind. The energy from the spiritual stones was continuously absorbed by Su Ning. It flowed through her meridians, like silver-white particles of spiritual energy finding their destination. They eagerly entered her pores. After circulating through her meridians several times, the energy gathered in her dantian. As the spiritual energy entered, her calm dantian became turbulent, repeatedly washing over its walls. Eventually, it formed a faint blue mist that accumulated in her dantian. When this faint blue mist reached a certain level, signs of a breakthrough appeared. Suning kept inhaling, exhaling, and meditating, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate through her meridians repeatedly. When she completed her 36th cycle, she felt a sharp pain in her dantian, indicating it was fully saturated. Suddenly, a humming sound came from her dantian. She had successfully advanced to the 7th level of qi refining. As her cultivation grew, her need for spiritual energy increased. The large amount of spiritual stones only helped her level up once. When Suning opened her eyes, the spiritual stones on the ground had lost their shine. All their energy had been absorbed by her. After her breakthrough, her dantian had expanded, and the previously full mist inside sank significantly, leaving more than half empty. She raised her hand lightly, and the faint blue spiritual energy swirling at her fingertips was several times more concentrated than before. This is the benefit of higher cultivation. This means she can now control vines more quickly and fiercely. The shield formed from vines is also stronger. When it comes to fighting alone, she is naturally the best. But if many attack together, she is not confident. After all, her spiritual energy in the dantian is limited. The spiritual energy in this world is very thin, so it can't be used much during battles. She can only rely on the spiritual energy stored in her dantian. Even if Xie Qingxi sets up a gathering formation on the spot, it would take some time. So now, she can only keep practicing, keep leveling up, and push her dantian to its limits by expanding and strengthening it. The dantian is the core part where a cultivator stores and uses spiritual energy. Its size and strength directly determine how high her cultivation can go. Only by constantly expanding and strengthening it can she break through to the next level and lay a good foundation. Also, as her cultivation grows, her eyesight, hearing, and senses have become sharper than before. If she hadn't met Xie Qingxi, she would know when she could break through her current level. The next step is to consolidate her progress. When Suning opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. After breakfast, the whole family prepared to go to the Qin family for a banquet. The two sons of the Su family, who haven't separated yet, sent gifts that followed their mother, Wu. Because of her special status, Su Wan needed to prepare a congratulatory gift. After choosing carefully, she picked several bolts of yun brocade, thinking that since it was the child's full moon celebration, making a few outfits from this fabric would be nice, comfortable, and showing her sincerity and dignity. No matter what others did, she couldn't lose her dignity and sense of propriety first. Yun Jiao praised, "That's right, we can't give others a reason to criticize us first." Once everything was ready, the Su family got into a carriage and headed to the Qin family. The Qin family was not far from the Su family, and they arrived quickly. They saw that the Qin family's entrance was full of carriages from various households. The Qin family loved to make connections and socialize, so many visitors came. The steward in charge of receiving gifts at the Qin family loudly announced, upon seeing the Su family presenting their gift list, Su family's congratulatory gift, a pair of jade rui. The steward glanced at the low-quality yun brocade held by the staff, woven from ordinary silk, and showed disdain. Then he loudly declared, "Su family lady, for pieces of ordinary yun brocade." Perhaps intentionally, they wanted Su Wan to embarrass herself publicly, so they deliberately shouted out, "Ordinary brocade." As soon as the words were spoken, the guests in the courtyard started to talk quietly. One woman in a green cloak spoke loudly, "This Su family's daughter is really petty." At Qin family's baby's full moon celebration, she only gave 4 bolts of fabric, and it's just ordinary brocade. Didn't they say that this Su family daughter married into the Yongchang marquis household? Even if she was sent back home, she shouldn't be so poor. She emphasized the words, "sent back home," to remind everyone that she was abandoned by her husband's family. Her status has fallen so low, and now she doesn't even have decent gifts to show for it. It shows how hard her life has become after returning to her family. Nearby, some women covered their mouths to hide their laughter, and their words were sharp.
Did you see that day when Su family's daughter was sent out by the Wen family? She only carried a small bundle. It's clear she was kicked out completely. Now she's staying with others. Just these few bolts of fabric are already a big effort for her. Maybe, just maybe, these 4 bolts of fabric have already drained her family's savings. Many people looked at Su Wan with mocking eyes. She almost laughed in anger. A group of ignorant women were being played around by a clueless steward. That steward only saw a small part of the truth and confidently said it was ordinary brocade. He even shouted it out loud. How impatient and ignorant must he be to not tell the difference between middle-grade and low-grade brocade? Everyone knows that brocade is divided into high, middle, and low grades. High-quality brocade often uses gold and silver threads mixed with silk, which is very luxurious and usually used for royal tribute. Small families like the Qin family are not qualified to use such luxurious fabrics. So, Su Wan deliberately chose a few bolts of middle-grade brocade. This type mainly uses high-quality silk, with occasional silver thread decorations. Perhaps because of the angle, the steward didn't see the silver threads on it and confidently thought it was ordinary brocade. Was he trying to give her a hard time as soon as she entered the household? Well, then don't blame her for causing chaos in the Qin household today. Just as Su Wan was about to speak and expose their lies, someone with sharp eyes saw that the Yao family's carriage had stopped at the gate of the house. The first to get off was Yao Qingui, the Minister of War, who is also the maternal uncle of the 7th princess. He is now 37 years old. Following him was Madame Cheng, the wife of the minister. People in the courtyard began to guess what kind of gift the Yao family had brought. The woman in the blue cloak shouted, "Just wait and see." The Yao family has always had good relations with the Qin family and is quite wealthy. When they make a move, it will surely surprise everyone. The Qin and Yao families have always been friends, and this time, the Yao family secretly helped them secure the official position. Now that the Qin family is hosting a banquet, the Yao family's contribution will definitely be generous. When the Yao family arrived, the head of the Qin family had free time and personally came out to greet them, showing how close the two families are. Everyone from the Su family exchanged glances silently, watching quietly. Anyway, the Qin family used to work under Su Jingyan. Now that they have risen, they no longer pay much attention to the Su family. They waited a long time, but saw no one from the main family come out to greet them. As soon as the Yao family arrived, they were received immediately. The head of the Qin family personally came out to welcome them, and Yao Shongshu proudly ordered someone to hand over the gift list. The steward happily took it, thinking that the Yao family was always generous, so this time would be no different. Without hesitation, he read out the list. Yao family gift: a pair of silver bracelets, 2 bolts of silk, 10 wooden basins, 10 ceramic bowls, 8 ceramic spoons, and 5 bundles of rope. Many people couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. What are they doing? What are they giving? At first, they thought the silver bracelets and silk were the most modest gifts, but each item after that made everyone laugh even more. Those unfamiliar might think they were poor relatives from the countryside. Maybe the steward just read it wrong, they thought. After a while, no one heard the steward say anything more. Everyone looked toward this side and saw Yao Shongshu's incredulous and pale face, along with the steward's awkward expression. They were all stunned. This is too stingy, isn't it? Su Ning, who was being led by Su Wan, slightly raised her eyebrows. Even if the Yao family's treasury was emptied by Xie Qingzi, it shouldn't be so embarrassing, right? After all, each family has a small reserve fund. It was clear that the Yao family simply didn't take the Qin family seriously. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Su Ning heard a crisp slap. She looked toward the sound and saw Yao Shongshu's furious face and Mrs. Cheng's disbelief. Unknowingly, Yao Shongshu regretted slapping her. He was angry and momentarily forgot the occasion. With that slap, he not only showed that the Yao family lacked proper manners, but also made himself look foolish in front of others. But right now, with so many eyes watching, he had no way to retreat. He could only use his authority as the head of the family to scold Mrs. Cheng. "Mrs. Cheng, I told you last night many times to prepare a proper gift. Now, are you deceiving me?" Yesterday,
He repeatedly warned her to get the gift ready. It was important to avoid giving others a reason to criticize. That night, when he found out the treasury was robbed, he was so angry he coughed up blood 3 times. Recently, because supplies in the northern area were scarce, the Yao family also contributed some gold and silver. To show his loyalty to the emperor and care for the people, he took out more than half of his family's wealth. Now, if something went wrong, he dared not speak out. He had to secretly investigate the missing treasury funds. Now, it was clear that this stingy woman was behind the trouble. She had caused him to lose face in front of everyone. "Sir, I saw the servants load the gifts onto the carriage one by one, and I confirmed the gift list carefully before leaving. I really don't understand how it ended up like this," Mrs. Cheng thought to herself. She knew she couldn't show her anger openly in this situation. She had to get through this first. She was also very confused. How could the gift, which she had carefully checked, have changed? The Qin family was a 4th-rank official family. Even if the treasury was robbed the day before, she wouldn't dare to be careless. Who could it be? Who was bold enough to swap the gifts from the Yao family? Mrs. Cheng's explanation now sounded weak and powerless. The slap earlier not only stunned Mrs. Cheng but also confused everyone else. They never expected that Mrs. Cheng's life in the Yao family was so difficult, even as the head wife. It was truly sad. Hitting the head wife in front of everyone was not something just anyone could do. Such an act damaged her reputation. Who would dare to associate with her in the future? This showed what kind of person Yao Shangshu was. He even used his authority on his wife. Yun Jiao raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. What is Lord Yao doing? Is it because he can't come up with a valuable gift, so he's making a fuss? Tut tut, people might think the Yao family looks down on the Qin family. Isn't it generous? And this? Yun Jiao covered her mouth and giggled.
You.
Yao Shangshu was furious. Oh, who was it earlier that said the Yao family would impress everyone? Su Wan also smiled, and in an instant, she thought she should seize this opportunity to turn the situation around. So, she snatched the 4 bolts of yin silk from the servant nearby and threw them forcefully onto the ground. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. The gift I gave is silver-threaded yin silk. It's many times better than the 10 pottery bowls, 8 pottery spoons, and 5 bundles of rope that the Yao family sent. Everyone saw the scattered silver-threaded yin silk and was so shocked they couldn't speak. However, soon they thought that Su Wan's action was inappropriate. Even if she was giving silver-threaded yin silk, and even if they had misunderstood her, she shouldn't have thrown it on the ground in front of everyone. Wasn't this embarrassing the Qin family? At this moment, Su Wan no longer cared about appearances or manners. Since the Qin family had shown such disrespect to the Su family today, what was the point of worrying about manners? The respect she had given earlier was enough. It was the Qin family's own fault for not appreciating it. Now, the previous laughter and mockery had disappeared. Everyone shrank back, afraid to speak. Su Ning tugged at Su Wan's hand and softly said, "Mother, don't let them get away with this. Do whatever you want. Shao Qing will support you." The blue cat hiding in the space. Su Wan gave Su Ning a reassuring look, then raised her hand and pointed at the woman in the green cloak. "Madame Zhang, didn't you say that the gift I gave was too modest? Would you dare to read out your gift list for everyone to hear?" Su Ning tilted her head and looked at the woman called Madame Zhang, thinking that she might be the Minister of Revenue from the Treasury, the one she had previously stolen from. The woman's expression was very dramatic. "And no, there's no need for that, right? Why not? Did you also send 10 pottery bowls, 8 pottery spoons?" Su Wan mocked Madame Zhang, not forgetting to include the Yao family, making Yao Shangshu's face turn pale with anger. He was furious inside. Thinking of her plan, Yao Shangshu quickly signaled to the head of the Qin family. The latter stepped forward to help Madame Zhang out of the situation. "Madame Su, there's no need to be angry. Madame Zhang didn't mean any harm." This implied that Su Wan was petty and overly concerned with small matters. Su Wan clearly heard this and sneered. Just now, when our Su family was being wronged here and Lord Qin was not present, now he's rushing forward to defend Madame Zhang. It seems that the official who read the wrong etiquette list earlier was acting on orders from Lord Qin. If I'm not mistaken, this lady was also instructed by Lord Qin to deliberately cause trouble for our Su family here. In that case, we won't bother entering the Qin residence. Father, elder brother, second brother, let's go. The Su family members didn't give Lord Qin a chance to respond. Upon hearing this, they all turned around together, holding their children's hands, and strode out behind Su Wan. When Lord Qin realized what was happening, he hurriedly called out, "Mr. Su, please wait. The officials are truly busy right now and don't know the full story. I hope you can forgive us." Lord Qin didn't expect that the Su family would actually leave over a daughter who was sent back home after being dismissed. Don't they see that Su Wan is a woman abandoned by her husband, bringing shame to the Su family? Su Jingnian, with a flick of his sleeve, angrily said, "Lord Qin, you've been promoted and now look down on others. Do you forget that last year, if I hadn't reminded you, how could you have found the mistakes in the salt tax investigation? If I hadn't ordered a recheck, you would have lost your official position long ago. Yes, today's mistake is my fault. Please, Mr. Su, don't hold it against us. Considering we used to work together, give us some face and stay for a small celebration." Lord Qin forced a few polite smiles and said, "Mr. Su, you should go and entertain those distinguished guests who brought 5 bundles of rope, 10 ceramic bowls, and 8 ceramic spoons." He deliberately emphasized distinguished guests and glanced at Minister Yao, who looked extremely uncomfortable. He was quite pleased inside. So, they want to turn back now? Then all their previous grievances would have been for nothing. Lord Qin subtly exchanged glances with Minister Yao. The latter clenched his teeth and said to Madame Zhang behind him, "Come, take her out. She's too outspoken." Madame Zhang was indeed asked to leave by Qin's people. She was furious but also aware that behind Qin's family were not only the Yao family, but also the support of Prince Duan. She could only leave in frustration. "Hopefully, this can ease Mr. Su's anger," Lord Qin said with a smile on his face, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Su Jingmian glanced at the steward holding the gift list and said with a forced smile, "Since Lord Qin is eager to have me stay for a drink, why not let this subordinate, who disrespected your noble guest, be executed publicly? This will show the strict family discipline of the Qin family and also demonstrate Lord Qin's sincerity." "What do you think?" The head of the Qin family's face slightly changed. Today was the full moon celebration of the eldest grandson, and bloodshed on such a day would be unlucky. The head of the Qin family exchanged a secret look with Minister Yao. Seeing him nod, he reluctantly called the guards. When given the order, the guard drew his sword and, under the terrified eyes of the steward, stabbed him to death. Blood splattered on the blue stone ground, shocking everyone. The guests were frightened. Many thought the Su family was overreacting and that the act was cruel and unjustified. It was just a small matter of a mistaken gift. Why resort to killing? Later, the head of the Qin family repeatedly apologized, saying he was too busy and had neglected the Su family. It was his fault. The Qin family had become more anxious, and the Su family felt he was hiding something. Knowing that bloodshed today was unlucky for the Qin family's heirs, he still did it. This showed they had plans against the Su family. Now, let's see how much more the Qin family will ruin themselves. The Qin family had ordered his son to lead the Su and Yao families into the residence. He stayed at the gate to greet the other guests. The banquet was divided into men's and women's sections. The men sat in the front yard, the women in the backyard. At the archway, as they parted, Su Jingnian repeatedly warned everyone to stay alert. "Don't worry, Dad, I will be careful," Su Wan said. Qin Yutong was the eldest brother of Qin Gi and the head of the Qin family. After Grandpa Qin retired, he stopped managing family affairs and lived peacefully in the backyard. Today's celebration was quiet, with no one in sight. The women's section was hosted by Madame Qin and the young madam of the Qin family. When they saw the Su and Yao families arrive together, they were a bit surprised, but soon returned to normal and came forward to greet them. "Madams, please come inside." It was still early before the main feast. Madame Qin led the guests into the inner courtyard and went to entertain other visitors. Before leaving, she gave a meaningful look to a noble lady. Many women were gathered in groups, admiring flowers and scenery. When they saw the Su family arrive, they all looked over, whispering about what had just happened at the gate of the mansion. You all didn't see it, did you? Just now, Suwon directly knocked over 4 silver silk cloud mats, completely ignoring the Qin family. Does she think the Qin family is still the censor director and can be controlled by the Su family? Exactly. I believe the Su family came here today just to embarrass the Qin family. The steward just made a normal mistake, but the Su family forced him to death. I heard that blood at the full moon banquet is very unlucky for the child. Fiske, it's truly heartless to curse a child like that. Hearing this, Yunjiao pulled Suwon forward to argue. Everyone, don't you think the most frightening person is actually Qin Darren? Knowing that blood at the full moon banquet could harm the child, Qin Darren still chose to act violently. Don't you think the most dangerous person should be Qin Darren? The few noble young women looked surprised. After Yunjiao's words, it seemed to be true. Qin Darren knew it was wrong but still acted. Why was that? Isn't it because Qin Darren didn't want to offend your Su family? In the end, the steward was forced to death by you. The Su family, argued a woman in yellow, standing her ground. Yunjiao recognized her as Song Pinger, the cousin of the Qin family. Her brother was Song Yanbin, the spoiled young master always hanging around Qinji. Song Pinger was eager to marry Qinji, but her family thought Qinji was not a good match and always refused. Yunjiao asked her, compared to offending others, which do you think is more important? Your own life or the reputation of your family? Song Pinger was speechless. Her face turned pale and then white. She thought, Yunjiao is so sharp-tongued, she can't even reply. Wasn't it said that after Suwon was sent back to the mansion, she was at odds with her family? Now it seems that was not true at all. Yunjiao thought these noble young women were just bored and foolish, easily led by others, and unaware of being used. At that moment, a voice from a pavilion nearby shouted angrily, "Shut up. This lady does not allow you to slander my good friend like that." From the voice, Yunjiao recognized it as her good friend Ren Xiaolian, the wife of the Grand Marshal. I don't know what happened inside the pavilion, but Ren Xiaolian's voice grew louder and more tearful. The noise on that side kept getting louder, and gradually her voice was drowned out. It seemed she was starting to lose the fight. Suwon tightly held Suning's hand and said as they moved closer, "Let's go see. Little Lotus is pregnant. We can't let anything happen." Since the disagreement with the Wen family, she hadn't felt like socializing, so they had less contact. During that time, Ren Xiaolian came to visit and said she was pregnant again, so she couldn't go out much, and their visits became even fewer. Before, they were very close friends who shared everything. Yunjiao held Su Shinian's hand, and Suwon held Su Ning's, as they headed toward the pavilion. Su Shinian had been crying out to play since they entered the backyard. After Yunjiao scolded her, she didn't dare say anything and looked very downcast. Su Ning knew Yunjiao was only trying to protect her, so she didn't let her be stubborn. Recently, Suwon finally heard that a group of noble ladies were gossiping about her. They called her a abandoned wife and said she wanted to marry the war prince to become a princess. What kind of face did they think she had? Their actions of sending their daughter to the war prince's residence already showed their true intentions. They also said that if it weren't for Su Ning, Princess Beiyue wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Their words implied that Princess Beiyue's death was related to the war prince's family and also to Suwon's abandoned daughter. Ren Xiaolian couldn't stand this and argued back. Jia Wan, you came just in time. They're just talking nonsense. Seeing Suwon approach, as if she had found a backbone, Ren Xiaolian hurriedly walked over with the help of her maid. Su Ning's gaze swept over the so-called noble young ladies inside the pavilion, finally resting on Ren Xiaolian's belly. Judging by the size of her belly, she was at least 5 or 6 months pregnant. With such a big belly, would she still come to the banquet? Seeing that Ren Xiaolian was having trouble moving, Suwon quickly helped her sit down with her maid. She also comforted her, saying, "People will say whatever they want. We can't control that. Don't worry too much, or you'll harm your health. Hearing this, Ren Xiaolian looked happy. I knew our friendship was still there. Jie Jiawan, I've missed you so much these past few months. You're so good to me. How could I let them insult you? My Jie Jiawan is not that kind of person, Ren Xiaolian said, holding Su Wan's hand affectionately. Here, several noble ladies see the main character arriving and look at her with disdain. One woman dressed in purple becomes especially excited when she sees Su Ning. You. It's because of you, that little troublemaker, that my cousin was killed by the War King. When my uncle returns, he won't let you go. Su Ning rubs her forehead, feeling that there are too many noble ladies and she can't remember them all. Who is this noisy woman again? Since she calls Princess Beiwa her cousin, she must be related to the Duke of Duan's family. Forget it. No matter who she is, if she dares to provoke her, she will dare to fight back. When someone insults Su Ning, Su Wan can't hold back and sneers. Miss Lin, you really have good manners. Calling someone a troublemaker and not worried about getting spit on your face. Ha, Su Wan. Now you're just a discarded woman no one wants. Do you think that because War King favors this little troublemaker, you can rise up and become a phoenix? Lin Ji's father is a high-ranking official, so he isn't afraid of the Su family. He also wouldn't fear being cast out by the Wen family. Many people try to flatter her. After she speaks, a woman in pink loudly agrees. That's right. War King favors your daughter, clearly because you want to use her to climb higher. Such shamelessness. Suddenly, before she can finish, Lin Ji slaps the woman in pink. Everyone clearly sees the slap. Yes, it was Lin Ji who hit her. They don't understand why Lin Ji would hit someone who was just defending her. Miss Lin Yu. The woman in pink stares in disbelief, not understanding why Lin Ji suddenly struck her. She thought she was helping her. Lin Ji looks at her right hand in confusion. She had no intention of hitting her. Why did her hand act on its own just now? Xiang Lian, listen to me, okay? I didn't mean to hit you. Lin Ji's explanation is weak. Everyone looks at her with strange eyes. The woman called Xiang Lian covers her swollen face, looking very upset. I was just helping you, and you hit me? You're so disappointing. I won't associate with you anymore. Xiang Lian covers her face and runs away, crying. Lin Ji looks at her uncontrollable hand, completely confused about what just happened. She truly had no intention of hitting anyone before, but suddenly, her hand struck out unexpectedly. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Lin Ji raised her hand and slapped herself. The force left 5 finger marks. The crisp sound drew the attention of many people. Lin Ji looked terrified, pressing her left hand hard against her right, her face full of panic. Facing the strange looks from others, she felt like she was going crazy. It's my hand. My hand is out of control. I didn't mean to hit anyone.
Help me.
Help me. She tried to ask the nearby noble lady for help, but the noble lady stepped back, staring at her as if she saw a ghost. All the noble ladies retreated in fear, confused about how a normally well-behaved person could suddenly become so wild and frantic. In their eyes, Lin Ji looked completely crazy.
Who would suddenly slap themselves like that?
Seeing Su Wan mocking her, Lin Ji glared angrily.
You.
Did you do this, right? Su Wan raised an eyebrow. Miss Lin, you really can't stop accusing others, can you? With so many eyes watching, how could I be the one causing trouble? Maybe it's because you've done so many bad things that heaven is punishing you. Yes, it's heaven punishing her. Someone like her, who loves to accuse others, deserves to be punished. Ren Xiaolian agreed. Yun Jiao secretly chuckled, guessing that it was Blue Cat causing trouble behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could she suddenly slap herself? Seeing Su Wan smile proudly, Lin Ji felt she had uncovered the truth. The situation earlier must be related to Su Wan. She was a troublemaker. Thinking this way, she dared not stay any longer. She pressed her hand tightly against her other hand and hurriedly ran away. In her panic, she lost her footing while crossing the water pavilion and fell into the lake. Help! Help! I can't swim. Soon after, everyone saw a young man jump into the water to rescue Lin Ji. When he pulled her out, they finally saw what he looked like. The young man was quite unattractive. His left eye was crooked, his nose flat, his lips thick, and his forehead was covered with red rashes. The noble ladies screamed in fear, afraid that even a glance might stain their eyes. Lin Ji's clothes were soaked and hanging loosely on her shoulders. In the water, she was afraid she would sink again, so she tightly hugged the man's waist, her face pressed against his chest. When Linji heard the crowd's laughter, she realized that the man was extremely ugly. She screamed and pushed him into the lake. The man was so angry that he tightly grabbed Linji's clothes. Unsurprisingly, they both fell back into the water. This time, Linji didn't struggle. She thought it was better to drown. Unexpectedly, the man kindly saved her and pulled her ashore. He then knocked her out and carried her onto the bank. Su Wan and Yun Jiao exchanged glances, feeling that Linji deserved it. They didn't notice Ren Xiaolian's uneasy expression. Just then, someone announced that the banquet was starting. Ren Xiaolian reached out to Su Wan. "Sister Wan, can you help me up?" Su Wan instinctively reached out to help Ren Xiaolian. With her maid on each side, they helped her stand up and prepared to step onto the wooden ladder. Su Wan kindly reminded her, "Be careful of the steps." As soon as she finished speaking, the other maid suddenly let go and screamed, falling backward. Many people heard the scream and looked over, just in time to see Su Wan push Ren Xiaolian. Soon, Ren Xiaolian, who had fallen, screamed and noticed blood flowing from her leg. The maid who helped her up was panicked and shouted, "Help! My lady is bleeding." "The child. Please save the child." Ren Xiaolian looked very distressed. She struggled to lift her head and stared at Su Wan in shock. "Sister Wan, why did you push me? You are my most trusted sister." In pain, Ren Xiaolian curled up but still raised her voice, making it clear to everyone that Su Wan was the one who pushed her. Earlier, Ren Xiaolian had argued fiercely for Su Wan, wanting to defend her. Now, Su Wan had betrayed her and pushed her down. Knowing that Ren Xiaolian was pregnant, Su Wan still pushed her, clearly intending to harm her and her child. Such cruelty was truly frightening. Many people, after hearing Ren Xiaolian's accusations, began to sympathize with her. "Oh my God, this Su family lady is so cruel. Just moments ago, Madame Ren was helping her and now she turns around and hurts her. She's bleeding now. It looks like the baby might not survive. My goodness. Ever since Su Wan was divorced by the Wen family, she's become so vicious. She doesn't even spare her closest friends. This is truly inhuman." Su Wan saw Ren Xiaolian bleeding between her legs and became panicked. Just as she was about to help her, she heard Ren Xiaolian say something surprising. She looked at her in disbelief. "Xiaolian, why are you saying that? I only wanted to help you. When your maid fainted earlier, I was worried you might get hurt, so I tried to support you. You lost your balance and fell on your own. I didn't push you. Quick, go call the doctor. Don't delay, the baby might be in danger." Su Wan was angry at Ren Xiaolian's unfounded accusations and looked upset. Someone nearby immediately went to call the doctor, reminding them, "Don't move, don't move. I'll go get the doctor right away."